Since childhood, he had always liked playing games. He spent a lot of time in the hospital, which gave him plenty of free time to dedicate to gaming. As the years went by, games became an essential part of his life. However, people often say that when you do something for too long, it can lose its charm, and that's exactly what happened. At some point, gaming no longer felt as fun as it once had. It didn't matter what genre, RPG, FPS, AOS, everything started to feel the same. Year after year, new releases were disappointing. The stories and worlds felt stereotypical and shallow. Gameplay systems seemed empty and lacking in challenge. It was during this phase that he discovered a different title, Dungeon and Stone, a game with simple 2D graphics, pixel art style, something hard to find back then. Even though it was only in English, it was free. That was enough for him to give it a chance. There weren't many classes available, but he chose Barbarian without thinking much of it. After all, he didn't expect to play for long. It had also been a while since he had tried a vertical scrolling game, and to his surprise, the illustrations were actually pretty well done. Without realizing it, he spent the entire day playing. He became obsessed with Dungeon and Stone. The game was truly fun. It had unique characters, or completely useless ones, but at least the allied NPCs mattered, and when the player died, they had to start all over again. At first, that just felt like a challenge, but later, after dying so many times, he would scream in frustration, which often made the nurses scold him. Still, he stayed focused. Determined to clear the game, he pushed forward. It was almost as if the title had been a failure in the market. There were no tutorials, not in Korean nor in English, but he kept at it. It didn't matter how much time it would take. He kept playing, first in the hospital, then later when he got a job as a civil servant. Eventually, he went back to university, graduated, went through job interviews, and joined a company. And through all of this, on the way to and from work, he continued playing Dungeon and Stone. He died thousands of times in the game, and yet he never gave up. Years went by, until finally he reached the final boss room. At that moment, he proudly declared that no one had ever gotten this far. It had taken 9 years of effort, 9 years of dedication just to reach that point. Before entering the boss room, the game displayed a warning. Perhaps he would never be able to return. The warning seemed serious, but he pressed on. He assumed that since this was the last boss, the challenge would be the hardest of all. When he stepped inside, he wondered how many attack patterns the enemy would have. But to his surprise, the system showed an unexpected message. He had reached the abyss, and the tutorial was complete. Confused, he wondered how this could be the tutorial. And the strangest part, the message was in Korean. Until then, he had believed the game only existed in English. Then another message appeared. The system announced that user verification had been completed. Immediately after, a bright light engulfed him and an intense pain shot through his entire body. He lost consciousness. When he woke up, he was in a completely different place. Around him were lit torches and several muscular warriors. A bearded man was giving a speech, telling everyone to take up their weapons. Still disoriented, he couldn't understand what was happening. He tried to stay calm and think. If this was the start of an extremely difficult game, the best decision would be to observe and gather information. He looked at himself and realized his body was different. He had rough hands, well-defined muscles, and several tattoos. Shocked, he wondered if he was really inside the game. The scene continued. One warrior was called, stepped forward, and chose a double-bladed axe as his weapon. Other warriors were also summoned and picked theirs. The scene felt familiar. Young barbarians choosing their weapons, being officially recognized, and receiving blessings in the name of Rafdonia. At that moment, he was certain. He was inside Dungeon and Stone. Everything had started exactly like this when he had chosen the Barbarian class years before. Still unsure of how this was possible, he noticed he wasn't alone. The man beside him was also in shock. He too seemed to have gone through the same thing. He had also been transported into the game and couldn't hide his despair. Suddenly, the bearded man interrupted the ceremony and asked who had spoken. He wanted to know who had opened their mouth. He pointed directly at the man standing beside him, who, terrified, was still trying to grasp the situation. When the bearded man asked again, he denied it. He knew it was dangerous to get involved. He preferred to stay composed. The bearded man decided that the other one was guilty. Without hesitation, he slit the man's throat on the spot. Blood poured out and silence fell over the place. He watched the scene without showing any reaction. He understood in that instant that any display of emotion could cost him his life. And in this new world, staying calm would be the first step to survival. The long-bearded man announced that Kadua's son had been possessed by an evil spirit and ordered everyone to erase from memory what the spirit had said. Without further delay, the ceremony continued. At that moment, the barbarian fully understood what was going on. People like him, outsiders who entered the game, were seen as evil spirits. If anyone discovered his true origin, he would be killed immediately. Therefore, his only option was to go through the ritual without raising suspicion. However, there was a problem. The bearded man was calling the young warriors one by one. using their names and their father's names. The barbarian didn't know his own name. Suddenly, this became a life-or-death situation. Not even the game system had revealed what his identity was. He had to think quickly. He came up with a simple strategy. If he heard a name and no one stepped forward within 2 seconds, he would step up and pretend to be that person. When the man called for the son of Jandel Bjorn, no one moved. 2 seconds passed. The barbarian then stepped forward, claiming that name as his own. The bearded man acknowledged him, ordered him to choose a weapon, and declared that he was indeed Jandel's son, Bjorn. With that, the young warrior had to make his second important decision. He knew that barbarians, unlike other classes, didn't have magical talent, but compensated for it with physical strength. Because of that, they needed close-range weapons, and he had already made his decision. He would choose a shield. That would be his best choice. The man then proclaimed that Jandel Bjorn had become a warrior, and that synchronization had been completed. His stats were set: level 1, with 25 in physique, 35 in mental, item level 24, and an overall combat index of 67. The first time he had played with that class, he chose a greatsword simply because he thought it looked cool, but he died often. He tried all kinds of weapons, but his gameplay was unstable. He could barely survive battles. At one point, he reflected on this. He realized that a barbarian didn't always need to be purely offensive. With his high vitality and strength, he could act as a kind of tank. While not as good at it as a dwarf, there was still enough potential. He didn't like the idea, but when he tested it for the first time, he was surprised by the result. A barbarian with a shield was incredibly tough. That was the most rational decision he had ever made inside Dungeon and Stone, and he didn't regret it. Right after, the arena gates opened. It was announced that the barbarians, who had undergone the coming-of-age ritual, must now proceed toward the Labyrinth of Rafdonia, located in the city of the same name. The leader declared that their destiny was tied to that place. Like a true barbarian army, they all charged forward, shouting. Bjorn decided to follow the group for now, even though he wasn't sure if they actually knew the way. Sometime later, one of the barbarians looked back and admitted he thought they were lost. The group started blaming him, since he was leading them, but Bjorn found it amusing how none of them seemed particularly intelligent. The previous leader, named Karak, gave up his position. Taking his place was Einar, the second daughter of Fenelin, but it didn't take long for her to get lost too. Bjorn started wondering if any of these warriors had a brain at all. Now everyone was arguing again, completely disoriented, not knowing how to get out of that cursed maze. That's when Bjorn decided to approach Einar, who already looked frustrated. She asked if he had come just to blame her too, but he replied no. He only wanted to show her the way to the labyrinth. He discreetly pointed toward a group walking ahead. They were the typical RPG characters: a dwarf, a knight, a mage, and a monk. They were commenting among themselves that those barbarians were dumb, savage, and ignorant. Even so, Einar liked the suggestion and announced to everyone that she had found the path to the labyrinth. Bjorn inwardly still thought they were all completely clueless. Later, everyone gathered before the huge portal that led into the labyrinth. It was the entry point to the main challenge. Bjorn wondered if it was really worth stepping in. He thought that, at that moment, he could just abandon the group and no one would notice. After all, he had spent his whole life in hospitals. He didn't know how to fight or dodge. How could he possibly face monsters inside a labyrinth? Then another concern crossed his mind. Was there another way to pay Rafdonia's taxes without having to risk his life inside that labyrinth? This was one of the cruelest and most merciless systems in Dungeon and Stone. It was called the levy. Every citizen, starting at 20 years of age, was obligated to pay, and those who couldn't were executed without mercy. The most common ways to earn money were dangerous. One had to enter the labyrinth to hunt monsters or try to find some kind of work in the villages. The problem was, he was a barbarian, and barbarians were not welcome among the villagers. No one hired savages like them. That meant the only viable option was to face monsters and sell the spoils in order to survive. The labyrinth, however, only opened once a month. If he didn't enter now, he would have to survive 30 days without any source of income. And considering his race, it was unlikely he could get any kind of job. Even if he managed to endure that time in the village, his condition would be miserable. Despite understanding all of this, he was still too afraid to approach the portal. His body wouldn't move. Then Einar appeared at his side, pointing out that everyone else had already gone in. Only the two of them were left. They needed to hurry. There were just 5 minutes before the portal would close. Bjorn replied that she could go ahead, and he would follow shortly after. They walked together. Einar sincerely thanked him for the help he had given earlier. Curious, she asked how he had become so wise. She had never met a barbarian so intelligent. Bjorn only thought that she would have to be born again to understand that. In the end, he suggested that she simply start thinking before acting. A simple but effective piece of advice. Einar thanked him again and promised she would repay him if she managed to return alive from the labyrinth. Bjorn reflected. In the game, barbarians were portrayed as beings who knew no fear. And here, in the reality of that world, it seemed to be the same. Still, he wondered if Einar was also afraid of dying. She answered naturally that, yes, she was. She said it was normal. After all, they were still living beings. She was afraid, but she was born a warrior. If she stayed still, she would die all the same. Bjorn understood that barbarians had no choice. They either fought or died, kill or be killed. And he was a barbarian too. So he ran with all his strength toward the portal, determined to survive in that hellish place. When he crossed through, the system informed him that he had entered the Crystal Cave, level 1. He thought that when it came to Dungeon and Stone, he was an expert. With his robust body and the knowledge he had gathered from the game, maybe he could survive, but he quickly realized he couldn't see anything. He was completely lost. He didn't know where he was nor where the others were. According to the game mechanics, this level should have crystals on the walls, making torches unnecessary. This could only mean one thing. He had spawned in the dark region, located in the farthest corner of the labyrinth. The dark region was extremely rare and completely unlit. In theory, no one started there, but now everything was different. This wasn't a game anymore. It was like real life, so perhaps the starting point had been assigned randomly. He tried to open the system menu, equipment, status, inventory, but nothing worked. No window appeared. He was on his own. Unable to see, he moved slowly, trying to find some light. He advanced cautiously, but still stepped into a goblin trap. The pain was intense, almost unbearable, but he couldn't scream. On level 1, goblins were the only monsters that used traps. They would hide nearby, waiting for someone to fall into one so they could ambush. Maybe he was lucky that they hadn't found him yet, or maybe the goblin was far away. Either way, he knew he had to remain completely silent. If he screamed in pain, all the nearby goblins would gather to kill him and eat his flesh. The trap's paralytic poison was already taking effect. He carefully removed the trap from his foot and also took off his barbarian shoe. He noticed his right foot was already starting to go numb. Even without seeing anyone, he spoke in a low voice, telling the goblin that he knew it was hiding there and ordered it to come out. Maybe he was just hallucinating. Maybe there really wasn't a goblin there at all. But it didn't matter. He needed to survive. Yet in fact, the goblin was there. Not in front, but behind him. Bjorn heard the footsteps. He felt the creature approaching slowly. He asked into the void if the goblin was afraid. He knew the enemy was enjoying watching him wounded. The goblin was clever. It wanted to savor the slow death of its prey. Bjorn then devised a plan. He threw himself to the ground and pretended to have fainted from the poison. But before getting closer, the goblin decided to confirm whether he was truly unconscious. It tossed a stone at his head. At that moment, Bjorn thought clearly. That bastard was far too smart. Too smart even for a goblin. In fact, they seemed even more intelligent than the barbarians themselves. When Bjorn hit the ground and appeared unconscious, the goblin approached, convinced he was defenseless. But suddenly, Bjorn's body moved on instinct, as if in an uncontrollable frenzy. He tried to strike, missed the first punch for being too far, but then lunged forward and delivered a barrage of blows so powerful that he broke all of the goblin's bones, mercilessly crushing the green creature. In that moment, he realized just how different his barbarian body was from the sickly one he had in his past life. After defeating the monster, he gained one more experience point. The goblin's body vanished, and in its place appeared a rank 9 magic crystal. This type of crystal had little value and could only be traded for a piece of bread. Bjorn reflected on how much effort he had spent for something so small, but he knew this was a world where monsters truly existed and labyrinths appeared frequently. When monsters died, they left items behind. In the city, different races lived together in familiar settings. He understood this wasn't a game anymore, even though he knew the world of Dungeon and Stone so well. Now it was his new reality, and he had to survive. The system warned him that he was bleeding too much. That was why he had been crawling for so long, even though he was keeping up a decent pace. His only reward for all that effort was avoiding traps, which helped him narrowly escape one. Even so, the bleeding worsened. His skin grew paler, and his eyes sank deeper. He was growing weaker, but he was certain that if he kept going in that direction, he would eventually escape the darkness. During that journey, Bjorn remembered the other man who had also come from the real world. He wondered what had happened to him after his death. Did that man return to the beginning, or did he go back to the real world? At that instant, Bjorn understood why humans create religions. In moments of despair, they offer hope and distraction. With less than 5% of his health left, he finally reached a brighter part of the labyrinth. However, he was so exhausted that he began hallucinating. He saw himself mocking, saying he was just as stupid as the other barbarians, that he would end up as monster food like the rest. He realized he was going mad from blood loss, but he held firm. He would not give up. When his health dropped to 4%, he reached the light and came across a group of adventurers. At 2% health, his mental state increased by 1 point. The knight in the group remarked that he could tell Bjorn was a novice barbarian, and Bjorn wondered why they weren't helping yet. Even without the strength to speak, he heard the knight asking how a barbarian had managed to get there before them. Then he asked the priestess if she could heal him, but she refused, so the knight asked one of his companions for a potion. That man replied that potions were only for emergencies. The knight insisted, said the man had plenty, and promised he would pay him back once they were out of the labyrinth, warning that it would hurt a little, The knight poured the potion over Bjorn's wound, making his vitality rise rapidly. The pain, however, was immense, as if his body were melting. He then understood why using potions during battle was forbidden. The pain was simply unbearable. Even so, he managed to recover. The knight asked again how he had arrived there so quickly. He said that if Bjorn knew of a secret passage, he would be willing to pay for the information. Bjorn answered that he didn't know any passage. As soon as he entered the labyrinth, he had spawned in that area. The knight commented that he had read about this kind of phenomenon. Due to dimensional instability, there was a rare chance someone might end up directly in the outskirts of darkness. It was something that happened roughly once every 100 years. As he listened, Bjorn analyzed the group. They seemed to be intermediate or advanced level, since they had a priestess and a mage. And yet, he had just gone through something that this group had never even witnessed. The knight found the story interesting and thanked him, saying Bjorn didn't need to worry about the potion's cost. To Bjorn, time inside the labyrinth was as precious as gold. It was a true miracle that this group had stopped for him. Though glad to have survived, he also felt disgusted for being pitied. Later, one of the adventurers remarked that Bjorn had been very lucky. If he had stepped into a goblin trap, even if he escaped, he would have eventually died anyway. He said Bjorn was fortunate to have met their group. The archer added that he was even luckier to have run into Drouse, and not another companion who refused to give up even a single potion to a dying man. That man retorted, saying there were plenty of bastards like him around, and asked the priestess if she agreed. She remained silent. The archer then questioned whether he really thought everyone shared the same opinion. She told him he was two-faced and should learn from Drouse how to have more empathy for others. The knight felt flattered by the compliment. They had been following the trail of blood Bjorn had left the entire way. The archer remarked that, considering the barbarian's mindset up until then, she didn't think he had been as lucky as Patran claimed. But Drouse already knew most of the labyrinth's map, which allowed the group to move forward easily until they finally reached the end of the area. When they arrived, Drouse said it was good they had hurried. That was the passage to the second floor. However, the archer noticed something strange beside the portal. Bjorn's sandal and a trap he had likely stepped on. The mage, believing she was right, lit the area with magic. That's when they noticed the existence of another completely dark path. Drouse asked how long it would take to go all the way around through that route. The knight replied it would be about 15 kilometers. The mage was astonished and said the barbarian had crawled 15 kilometers in total darkness. He called it a monstrous feat. Patran said the guy must have been practically insane and claimed he would never do the same. Even so, Bjorn showed the magic crystal he had picked up. Despite all his suffering, he hadn't forgotten to collect his trade item. Patran was impressed and took back what he had said. He asked the name of that barbarian. He remarked that people like Bjorn, completely insane, don't die easily unless under truly exceptional circumstances. No matter the hardship or the pain, that kind of person never sees death as an escape. After going through that near-death experience, Bjorn began eliminating several goblins. They came in groups, but he cut them down one after another. At first he was tense, but as soon as his vision returned, the goblins stopped being a threat. The traps were scattered randomly across the ground, and the ambushes were predictable. That's why he kept winning, one after the other. His biggest problem now was hunger. He remembered the rations he had received from the deputy chief, but when he checked his bag, he realized that most of them had fallen out while he was crawling along the ground. The sack had ripped open on the way. Hungry, he found half a piece of hard bread covered in dust. Even so, he decided to eat just enough to survive. He was so starving that even that dry, stale piece seemed delicious. But soon he realized he was also thirsty. The new challenge was finding water. In the dungeon and stone system, hunger was only activated inside the labyrinths, which meant he had never needed to carry water before. But now, this was real life. Bjorn reflected that if the game was already difficult, reality was much worse. Since the deputy chief hadn't given him any water source, he deduced there must be some inside the labyrinth. After a while, he finally heard the sound of running water. He went there and found a person. Aside from the blonde's group, this was his first encounter with another adventurer since he entered. But there was no conversation. The man simply turned his back and left. It was as if there was an unwritten rule in that labyrinth. Don't interact with other adventurers unless absolutely necessary. Later, Bjorn counted his magic stones. He had collected about 44 crystals. Considering that he had almost died at the start, he thought this was an impressive outcome. But another problem arose. Sleep. There were only two ways to sleep inside the labyrinth. The first was to accept the risk and sleep on your own, leaving your life to chance. The second was to form alliances with other adventurers so they could take turns keeping watch. Bjorn tried to find allies. He approached the first group, but they were afraid of him. The second simply disliked him. The third was prejudiced against barbarians. All rejected him. He thought that everyone there was useless, until a man appeared asking if he happened to be looking for allies. He said Bjorn seemed trustworthy, though he didn't look eager to talk. He mentioned that he wanted to spend the night in the labyrinth, and from the looks of it, so did the barbarian. Bjorn agreed. That was what the game called a knight companion. The man introduced himself as Hans. When Bjorn said his own name, Hans commented that ideally there should be 3 companions, but looking for another now would be a waste of time. He suggested they spend the night just the two of them. Bjorn found his tone strange strange, but accepted. Hans proposed they play rock, paper, scissors to decide who would sleep first. He won, so he got the first rest. Bjorn thought he had already expected to lose. He had no luck whatsoever. Meanwhile, Hans showed him his watch and explained how it worked. He said he could be woken when the hand reached a certain point. Bjorn found it odd that he was explaining how a watch worked, as if a barbarian couldn't understand. He was sure that was how most people thought of barbarians in Dungeon and Stone, but he planned to use that prejudice to his advantage. Meanwhile, Hans slept soundly, as if he weren't in a labyrinth full of monsters and dangers. Bjorn found the place boring. No goblins, no adventurers, but at the same time, it was convenient. Soon he noticed time had passed and woke Hans up. As soon as Hans woke, he suggested Bjorn also rest and promised to wake him in 2 hours. However, Bjorn thought it too risky to sleep beside someone he had just met. He preferred to pretend he was asleep. Sometime later, Hans was snoring deeply, as if exhausted after a long day. Bjorn, on the other hand, kept his eyes open, feigning slumber, hoping the other wouldn't notice. It was working like a kind of charm. While watching, Hans commented that he was a funny sort. Then Bjorn turned deliberately, pretending to be vulnerable, hoping that if Hans had bad intentions, he would reveal them at that moment. But time passed and nothing happened. Hans kept his promise and, after 2 hours, didn't attack. It was the second watch, and Bjorn, who hadn't slept a single minute, was extremely tired. Even so, he stayed awake. He couldn't relax, but the exhaustion was too much, and he eventually fell asleep. He woke hours later with Hans saying that, fortunately, nothing had happened while he slept, and that he could rest assured. Bjorn was still drowsy and said that if Hans wanted, he could sleep a little more. That was his mistake. Hans refused, saying it was now his turn to keep watch and that Bjorn looked exhausted, so he should rest. Bjorn thanked him. He thought Hans seemed like a good person. He was the first to speak to him, even in a difficult situation, and didn't blame him for falling asleep. He also refused to be rewarded for it. In the world of Dungeon and Stone, Bjorn had never met anyone so decent. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw Hans raising a hammer, ready to smash his head. He managed to dodge in time. Hans, surprised, tried to come up with some excuse, but Bjorn wondered how stupid he thought barbarians were. Without hesitation, he punched the adventurer in the face, knocking him to the ground. Hans tried to say he could explain, but Bjorn quickly realized that, unlike a goblin, he wouldn't go down with a single hit. So he bashed the man's face with his shield. Desperate, Hans begged to live. He pleaded for mercy. But Bjorn wanted to know why he had tried to kill him. Hans answered that he wanted the magic crystals, all of them. Bjorn was outraged. Could someone really kill a barbarian over mere scraps? But Hans went on. He said he also wanted the shield. Barbarian equipment was of high quality and sold for a lot. Bjorn mocked the situation and asked if he really thought he would be forgiven for that. Hans asked if he would let him go. The answer came with a kick to the face, followed by stomping. Bjorn knew that killing another adventurer was a serious crime in Dungeon and Stone, which meant there had to be more behind it. Then Hans revealed the real reason. Barbarian hearts were sold for very high prices. They were used as ingredients for a new kind of enchantment. With that, Bjorn understood everything. To that man, he was nothing more than a valuable creature, like a rare goblin, a prize worth the risk. So he asked why Hans hadn't done it the first time he slept. Hans said he needed rest too. Bjorn concluded that the man was simply careless, and that he was only alive thanks to luck. Hans, desperate, begged once again, saying he had confessed everything and asking if he would be forgiven. But Bjorn thought he would find many others like Hans along the way. They would all use the same excuses, and he had no intention of forgiving them every time. Hans kept begging, but Bjorn ended his life. He realized he had killed a man. He received the achievement for his first murder, and his mentality increased by 1 point. It had already been 2 days since he had entered that world. Bjorn took all of Hans's equipment, the shoulder guards, the backpack, the hammer, and even the leather boots. He began specializing in survival. He drank from the flask when he was thirsty, used the compass for orientation, checked the watch when he wanted to know the time, and learned to treat wounds with bandages and potions. He found it all ironic. Only after killing a man had he learned how to live like one. From then on, he went back to hunting goblins. With the hammer, defeating those creatures became much easier. Even with all the progress he had made, Bjorn knew he might have made a mistake by focusing so much on weapons. The shield he carried had been extremely useful up until now. He reflected that barbarians were truly strange. During battles, he felt as if he weren't even in his own body, as if he were being controlled by a wild will to fight. By his second day inside the labyrinth, goblins began appearing in pairs. However, with the battle stats he had gained thanks to the new equipment, defeating them became very easy. The real problem now was exhaustion. Bjorn had been fighting non-stop since killing Hans. He knew he wouldn't last much longer if he didn't manage to sleep. He thought it might be better to avoid night companions. If he were attacked while sleeping, he might survive the goblins' daggers, but he would hardly survive another adventurer's betrayal. Still, when he finally began to doze off, new goblins appeared. Exhausted, Bjorn mentally begged for just 10 minutes of rest, but he had to get up and slaughter the enemies with his hammer. After defeating all those he could see, he slept a little. However, However, he woke up to a goblin stabbing a dagger into his abdomen. Furious, he cursed the goblin and smashed its face with a blow. The second goblin, terrified, fled immediately. Bjorn thought he didn't even have the energy to chase after that wretch and realized that if he had been just a little shorter, his throat would have been cut. He treated the wound with a healing potion. 14 hours had already passed since Hans's death. He thought that by now, most adventurers would be looking for knight companions, but he couldn't trust anyone anymore, not after learning that barbarian hearts were sold at sky-high prices. The only exception would be another barbarian, maybe with a partner of the same race he could trust. He began searching for barbarians, but found only humans, many of them. And unlike the day before, now everyone wanted Bjorn in their groups, but he refused all invitations, saying he was only looking for a barbarian. One of the humans explained that it would be very difficult. Barbarians only awaken 2 to 3 months after the coming-of-age ceremony, so there were probably fewer than 100 of them on the first floor. Bjorn thought that, given their size, it was perhaps shameful for them to still be stuck on that level. He began to consider giving up on finding a barbarian. He decided to be more realistic. It didn't matter the race. He just needed a reliable knight companion. He thought it might be better to choose someone who wasn't human. Elves always kept their promises. Dwarves had the combative spirit of barbarians. They would make excellent partners. The most important thing was that they not be human, since most of the other species had stronger codes of conduct. They didn't harm other adventurers over small sums like humans did. During his search, Bjorn came across an elven archer completely isolated along the path. The system notified him that it was a wounded elf. When she saw him approaching, she immediately became defensive. She was afraid, and Bjorn understood why. After all, he was a barbarian approaching a wounded elf. Her injury was on her stomach, but he suspected it hadn't been caused by goblins. Bjorn thought she had probably been wounded by a human. Before he could say anything, the elf knelt down and begged him to let her live. She pleaded again and again, saying she had a younger brother waiting for her at home. Bjorn was surprised. He had thought all elves were cold and calculating, like in the games. He hadn't expected to find someone so desperate. He thought about smiling to end the misunderstanding, but his smile was so frightening it only made things worse. He tried to explain that he had no intention of harming her, but she didn't believe him. She said he was a barbarian and didn't need to do this. She begged once more for her life. Bjorn wondered what kind of reputation barbarians had in that world. He was puzzled that she was still there, despairing. Instead of treating her badly, he decided to help. He tossed her a bandage and a medicinal herb so she could treat the wound. The elf didn't understand why he was doing that. She asked why he was helping her. Bjorn answered sincerely that, although no one needed a reason to help, he did have an objective. He wanted to invite her to be his knight companion. The situation wasn't the best for Erwin, but it wasn't the worst either. She was wounded and visibly exhausted, perhaps even more than Bjorn himself. When she finished treating herself, he realized she was quite skilled. Now that she seemed more at ease, he decided to introduce himself. She did the same, revealing her name was Erwin. Curious, Bjorn wanted to know why she had been so afraid of him. She explained that she was an elf, and elves and barbarians were usually hostile toward each other. Bjorn found this information relevant, though he had never heard of it before. In the game world he knew, those races got along well. Erwin mentioned that the war between barbarians and elves had ended 10 years earlier, so she held no grudge. She also didn't want to fight him. Bjorn wondered how much time had passed since the events of the original game, but he didn't have time to reflect on that now. He needed an ally, so he decided to say he held no grudges either. He asked Erwin if she wanted to become his knight companion. He was exhausted, and he was sure she was too. Erwin knew that barbarians were beings of honor, and promises made by them carried great weight, so she asked if he would swear by his warrior's honor that he would not harm her. In return, she would swear by the name of her tribe. Without much thought, Bjorn agreed. He swore by his honor, while Erwin promised by her tribe's name. He also asked her not to call him Sir, since he was only 20 years old. With that settled, Bjorn prepared to sleep. He thought Erwin would feel safer if he slept first. She answered not exactly, but didn't object. He handed her his pocket watch and lay down, falling asleep almost instantly. 2 hours later, he woke to Erwin moving. He didn't even know how long he had slept, since he had just blacked out. Seeing her condition, he lent her his sleeping bag so she could rest too. Erwin was deeply grateful and lay down, falling asleep the moment her head touched the ground. To Bjorn, that made it clear she was exhausted as well. Her day had probably been even harder than his. It was already the third day inside the labyrinth, and Bjorn began to wonder what was happening in the real world. Had he been declared missing? Who might be worried about his disappearance? He decided to stop thinking about it for now. After several shifts of watch, it was time to move on. About 10 minutes before waking Erwin, Bjorn wondered if he should ask her to take the next watch again. Since she was an elf, she would probably be reliable in battle. However, if they became allies, they would have to split the loot. Even though he could take down 3 or 4 goblins at once, he reflected on the dilemma: secure sleep or collect more magic crystals. At that moment, a group of humans passed by. A thin man asked if that wasn't the elf, and the blonde at his side replied yes, pointing out her bow. They asked what the relationship between Bjorn and Erwin was, and he said they were knight companions. The blonde found it fascinating that a barbarian and an elf were together and asked how much time was left. Bjorn curtly replied that he had no obligation to answer. The blonde accepted the answer and left with the group, but Bjorn had a bad feeling. It was clear the humans were after Erwin. He decided to wake her, but she asked for 5 more minutes of sleep. That surprised him. How could someone being hunted sleep so peacefully? Then he realized she was only pretending to sleep, and doing it rather obviously. Bjorn pulled her up, wanting to know why. Erwin confessed she was afraid he would abandon her if she got up. Bjorn reflected on that. They weren't officially allies. They just shared a place to sleep. It was a temporary arrangement, without lasting commitments. Even so, he wanted to understand what had happened between her and the 2 humans. Erwin said she didn't know who they were, but she recognized the symbol on their clothes. It was the same as the clan that had tried to hurt her. They belonged to the Crystal Union, and that worried Bjorn. An entire group after her meant trouble. He thought it best to cut ties and move on alone, but deep down he felt pity for her. He decided they could talk along the way. Erwin asked if he would help her. Bjorn replied that he would listen to her story before making a decision. Since time was short, she explained as they walked. Erwin said she had met those men on the first day inside the labyrinth. At first, they were knight companions, but one of them tried to do terrible things to her. Later, she found out he was the manager of a clan that did business on the first floor. She managed to escape but was injured during the chase. Since then, they had been after her. She explained that they probably used communication stones, mystical devices that allowed synchronized conversations within a radius of up to 300 meters. Bjorn thought that sounded like radio communicators. He realized that, with so many enemies and resources, Erwin was in real danger if she stayed alone. He asked himself if she had done something serious to be so relentlessly hunted. Bjorn asked if they were trying to silence her so she wouldn't reveal anything. She answered that it wasn't just that. While fleeing, she had thrown her knife and ended up hitting one of her pursuers in an extremely delicate spot. Bjorn didn't understand right away and wanted to confirm if she meant that spot. Erwin said yes. She had even heard the other shouting that he never fully recovered from the wound. Bjorn thought that was more than enough reason for them to be after her. Erwin apologized, but soon after she noticed they were being followed. The enemy presence was about 150 meters away, a considerable distance for him not to sense, but perhaps normal for someone with elven senses. Bjorn told her to quicken the pace. Erwin's wound reopened, but she didn't complain once. She was tough. Even so, she warned that despite their faster pace, the distance remained the same. The pursuer was keeping up. That confirmed Bjorn's suspicion. The enemy was relaying their location to the rest of the group. The tracker had to be eliminated. If he were in their place, he would do the same. But killing someone from that group would mean crossing a line from which they couldn't return. He would have to be careful. He wondered why he was taking this risk. What was the benefit of all this? To decide better, he asked what Erwin was good at. She, a little embarrassed, said she knew how to wash clothes and clean houses. He corrected the focus of the conversation, making it clear he meant combat skills. Erwin replied that she was good with the bow and mastered spiritual fire magic. Bjorn thought fire was one of the rarest elements and asked if she had ever killed anyone before. She answered no, but said she could. Bjorn then proposed an official partnership. Until they left the labyrinth, she would get 10% of the loot, and he would get 90%. No room for negotiation. Erwin accepted immediately and informed him that the pursuer was already only 100 meters away. Realizing that he was approaching quickly, Bjorn veered into a dark section of the cave, planning for them to return that way later. Erwin lit the path with her fire spirit, and as soon as they found a good hiding spot, she dispelled the summon so they would remain completely in the shadows. The pursuer appeared at the end of the cave corridor. Even without being able to see anything, he followed their trail and came very close. This indicated that he was well trained and had excellent tracking skills. Whispering, Bjorn told Erwin to shoot. Her arrow struck the pursuer squarely in the head, killing him instantly. Bjorn praised her action. If she had hesitated, they would have been in danger at that moment. Afterwards, he took the communication device from the corpse. On the other end of the line, someone was saying they had lost contact with Serdam, the man who had been pursuing the elf and the barbarian, and ordered everyone to regroup in the Goblin District. Later, Bjorn searched Serdim's belongings, but found nothing extraordinary. Just a pouch with magic crystals, 2 daggers, and a potion. He gave Serdim's clothes to Erwin so she would be warmer and better protected, commenting that it was far superior to the fragile garments she had worn before. He also noticed a change in her aura. She seemed more confident now. He asked how to use the communication stone. Erwin explained that he only had to press a button on the side. When he did, he heard heard another transmission. The message said that Surdam had been defeated, that the elf was in the Goblin district accompanied by a barbarian carrying a hammer and a sword, and that the bounty on their heads was 10,000 gold coins. The news left Erwin in panic, but Bjorn reassured her. She summoned the fire spirit again, and the two followed the cave's edges, determined to head straight for the second floor. Erwin still questioned if it was really a good idea, reminding him that the second floor was completely different from the first. Bjorn replied that he was aware, but said they would be fine as long as they stayed near the entrance. Their combination was solid. A melee warrior and an archer always made an efficient team. Besides, the second floor promised greater profits. Even so, Erwin thought it might still be too soon. Suddenly, another message echoed from the communication stone. It said that whoever found the elf could enjoy her instead of claiming the gold reward. This terrified Erwin completely. Bjorn firm guaranteed she didn't need to worry. He said he wouldn't let that happen. She admitted she was afraid, but that she would go to the second floor with him. Bjorn felt relieved that he didn't have to convince her. He had always liked helping the needy, when it also brought benefits for himself. And in this case, he would also have the pleasure of ruining those bastards' plans. It was the best of both worlds. Later, still walking through the darkness, Erwin asked if he knew how to reach the second floor. Bjorn admitted he didn't know the exact path, but said that if they kept heading north, they would eventually find it. The dungeon was built in such a way that if you followed the darkness long enough, you would eventually encounter a portal leading to the upper floors. That was when Erwin spotted a goblin trap ahead. Bjorn thought that maybe they didn't appear as often during the day. Bad luck always seemed to follow him, but Erwin assured him she would handle it. However, Bjorn suggested she avoid using the spirit, and Erwin quickly acknowledged he was right, saying she already knew that. As she approached one trap, two goblins tried to ambush her, but she dodged with agility. She struck the first enemy with precision and then finished the second with a clean arrow to the skull. Bjorn recognized her skill and thought that, without a doubt, she was a talented elf with the bow. Erwin handed over the crystals she had obtained and proposed that Bjorn keep 9, while she kept only 1. There was a reason for this. Her younger brother was always asking for something, and if they kept going at this pace, she would finally be able to buy it for him. Bjorn encouraged her to keep working hard. Meanwhile, the communication stone announced that the bounty for capturing Erwin had risen to 20,000 gold coins, dead or alive. Even so, Bjorn assured her she didn't need to worry. They were hidden in the darkness, and the group pursuing them didn't seem well coordinated. In fact, many of them weren't even interested in the bounty. Still, Bjorn felt that something strange was going on. Everything was going too well, which could only mean something bad was about to happen, considering the bad luck that always followed him. And as expected, they ended up encountering a horde of ghouls. On the first floor of the labyrinth, the monsters varied depending on the direction taken, but ghouls were supposed to only appear in the south. It was possible they had gone too far along that route. Bjorn knew that the XP reward system of the game dungeon in stone worked in a peculiar way. You only gained experience the first time you defeated a monster species, which forced explorers to face as many different types as possible. He saw in this situation a great opportunity. Taking the lead, he quickly drew the ghouls' attention, and they charged with full force. They were stronger and faster than goblins, but still ranked at level 9. With his warhammer, Bjorn crushed their heads with ease, and Erwin finished the last one with a precise arrow through the skull. After that, they kept heading north. On the third day, Erwin found a blood trail. Bjorn recognized it immediately. It was the trail he himself had left. The place where they were was exactly the point where he had first stepped when entering the labyrinth. The portal was less than 10 meters from where he had started. This frustrated him, making him feel even more unlucky than before. Erwin apologized, worried that she had done something wrong, but Bjorn assured her it wasn't her fault. Observing the details, the blood, the sandal, and the expression on his face, Erwin understood that he had been through many hardships. She thought his former companions had died there, believing they had already gone to heaven. Bjorn, realizing the misunderstanding, simply asked if she was ready to move on. Even with a little fear, Erwin trusted that at his side she wouldn't be in danger. Together, they descended to the second floor, known as the Goblin Forest. Upon crossing the portal, Bjorn fell flat on his back, while Erwin, with her natural agility, landed perfectly. He wondered what one was supposed to feel when passing through a portal. To him, the sensation was as if he had been chewed by a giant toad and spat out. Erwin found it odd, since it was the first time he had ever fallen after leaving a portal, which made Bjorn envious of her much greater dexterity. Before moving forward, they decided to scout the area. Behind them was a portal leading back to the first floor. Bjorn couldn't sense any presence nearby, and the starlit sky provided good illumination. Erwin wondered if they really were on the second floor, since she had expected something different from a forest. Bjorn explained that there were 4 portals on the first floor, each leading to a distinct region. The north led to the Goblin Forest, the east to the Beast Den, the west to the Land of the Dead, and the south to the Dark Rocky Mountain, Regardless of the choice, all paths eventually led to the third floor. Irwin remarked that, once the time was up, everyone would automatically be sent back to the city. The first floor allowed a stay of up to 168 hours, while the second had a limit of 240 hours. When that time ran out, the labyrinth expelled all explorers. Bjorn reflected that the Crystal Union probably wouldn't explore the area alongside them, since its members could barely work as a team. They would remain on the second floor until the final hours, return to the first floor, and then be sent back to the city. Even so, they couldn't afford to waste time. They began to explore the forest. For Irwin, it felt nostalgic. Although she knew they were surrounded by monsters, the place reminded her of the fairy sanctuary. Soon she identified a trap on the path. Bjorn hadn't noticed anything until she revealed it by tossing a stone. He was impressed, wondering if it was some sort of elven detection, but preferred not to praise her directly. He only commented that she was good at throwing pebbles and that, as an explorer, finding traps was only natural. He also told her she shouldn't get too excited over it, since she was already a complete professional. Irwin accepted the remark, but Bjorn thought she was easy to manipulate. However, Irwin grew uneasy. She said something felt wrong. Even though traps were present, she couldn't sense any goblins nearby. Bjorn concluded that, unlike the first floor, traps here didn't necessarily mean goblins were around. It was simply a feature of the map. Besides the traps, the goblin forest had another peculiarity. Goblins appeared in groups of 12, and sometimes a few mutated into warriors or archers. Even so, since their plan was to stay near the portal, it shouldn't be a major problem. Bjorn suggested they clear all the traps in the area to safely expand their territory and explore gradually. At that moment, Irwin sensed a group of goblins approaching. She didn't yet know the exact number, but was sure there were more than 10, about 50 meters away. The enemy group hadn't noticed them yet, and Bjorn assessed that this was the best place to fight. He wanted to know how close they could get without being detected. Irwin said that on her own, she could get as close as 30 meters to the goblins without being noticed. Bjorn agreed and suggested they follow their usual plan. Later, he reflected on how impressive Irwin's ability to move in complete silence truly was. She really was a highly skilled elf with unmatched stealth. Soon after, Irwin spotted the goblins and pointed them out to Bjorn. The first strike came from her with a precise arrow that pierced one enemy. Then Bjorn charged into the front line, realizing that the second floor of the labyrinth was much different from the first. There were 3 times as many goblins, and among them was a warrior. Even so, he felt no fear. His warrior's heart beat stronger than ever. Advancing with ferocity, Bjorn smashed through the enemy's front line with violent hammer and shield strikes. At one critical moment, a goblin dagger nearly grazed his head, but he didn't hesitate or retreat. He was confident, not just because of his own strength, but because he knew he wasn't alone. Irwin provided support from a distance, striking down enemies with her steady, precise arrows. The battle ended in success. Bjorn gained another experience point for defeating the goblin warrior and, in total, collected 11 magic crystals. Compared to the first floor, where it had taken him an entire day to gather 44, this was an excellent reward. He tried to retrieve the warrior goblin's weapon or armor, but the items had vanished along with the body. Even so, he handed Irwin the crystals she had earned. He was excited to see how much he could accumulate by the end of the exploration. As they advanced steadily, they decided to expand their patrol radius to 3 kilometers. Goblin groups began appearing every 5 minutes. This time, among the enemies, there was an archer. On top of that, the goblins were using stealth magic, vanishing completely at certain moments. Despite the difficulty, Bjorn did not falter. While holding the front line against the enemies, the goblin archer nearly hit him with an arrow, but he already knew this kind of creature well. He dodged, rushed forward, and smashed the goblin's head with his hammer. He gained another experience point for defeating a new species. During a break, Irwin commented that they were finally resting. She no longer knew how long they had been moving. Bjorn calculated that they had walked for about 15 hours and suggested she sleep first if she wanted. He prepared a makeshift spot with a blanket and pillow for her. Watching her sleep, he noticed that, for the first time, she made noise while resting. He thought maybe it was because she felt safer by his side. During those 15 hours of hunting, they had achieved far more than Bjorn had imagined. However, as they expanded the exploration area, they began to encounter other explorers. Most came in groups of 3 or more, and sometimes there were even species from other worlds. They never interacted with these groups, only observed them pass by, but the aura they exuded was intimidating. They were more frightening than the goblins themselves. Bjorn began to worry about something different: Irwin's beauty. He muttered under his breath that this could become a problem. Coincidentally, she woke up at that moment and, half asleep, asked if she really was that beautiful. He avoided the subject, telling her to go go back to sleep. The following days passed with more exploration. On the 4th, 5th, and 6th day, they pressed on tirelessly until the 7th finally came. Both were utterly exhausted. Bjorn remarked that it was finally time to leave the labyrinth. Only 2 hours and 47 minutes remained before the first floor's closing. Erwin was so worn out that she said she would sleep for days once they returned. Bjorn agreed, but knew they still had one last mission before departing. On the way back, Erwin warned of new traps. Bjorn deduced that goblin groups had respawned. Erwin confirmed that there was a group 70 meters away, consisting of 8 normal goblins, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Bjorn decided they would fight once more. With so much accumulated experience, the goblins stood no chance. Bjorn charged forward like a true war machine, crushing everything in his path. Erwin took care of the more distant enemies, firing her arrows with surgical precision. Their coordination was flawless. Bjorn had become a master of close combat, and Erwin was also evolving quickly. When she mentioned there were 2 archers, Bjorn didn't even see the arrows coming. That alone showed how effective she had become. He acknowledged that she had done an excellent job. He felt proud to see how much she had grown in just a few days. But then Erwin noticed something strange. One of the goblins seemed to be carrying an essence, the essence of a goblin archer. Bjorn was surprised. Of all places, they had found an essence here. Essences were part of the ability system in the game dungeon and stone. Each offered 1 passive and 1 active skill, with attributes that varied depending on the species defeated. Only 1 essence could be absorbed per level, but obtaining the right one was considered the key to success. Essences were more valuable than any treasure to an explorer. However, there was a limit to how many a person could absorb. Each essence carried unique abilities, which varied widely depending on the creature it came from. The drop rate of an essence was extremely low, almost non-existent, which was why Bjorn never expected to find one there. It felt like too much luck, something that gave him a bad feeling, especially considering the misfortune that always followed him. Erwin asked if consuming the essence would turn her into a goblin. Bjorn explained that it wouldn't. The essence only granted part of the monster's abilities. He recalled the enemy who had pursued them on the first floor and assumed that man had probably absorbed a wolf's essence, since he was able to track them purely by scent. When Bjorn asked if Erwin wanted the essence, she replied that she'd only take it if he didn't want it, but he could tell she was saying it with feigned indifference. She truly wanted it. Still, he wasn't going to keep that essence. He already knew which one he wanted in the future, and it would cost a fortune. It was better to save and choose carefully. The Goblin Archer's essence wasn't useful for his fighting style, so he told Erwin she could have it. That was when a group of adventurers appeared, clearly intending to steal the essence. Erwin tried to justify that they were just hunting, but Bjorn said there was no need to talk to that kind of people. Without hesitation, he shoved Erwin toward the essence, forcing her to absorb it immediately. The adventurers protested, claiming the essence was theirs. Erwin thanked Bjorn for making her consume it before it was too late. Bjorn knew this type of situation was bound to happen sooner or later. The adventurers had likely rushed there as soon as they sensed the essence's presence, but now they couldn't do anything. It had already been consumed. Bjorn braced himself for battle. If they wanted to fight, he was ready. Later, the two were already running back toward the portal since the time left in the labyrinth was nearly up. Erwin asked if he really thought they had shaken off those men. They had threatened to make the pair pay for what happened before leaving. Bjorn reflected that even if they weren't being followed directly, they would probably cross paths again. The group was made up of 4 people, the ideal number for a second-floor expedition. They had been lurking near the entrance, which meant they knew the portal's location. Surely they planned to do the same as Bjorn and Erwin, wait until the last moment, and then return to the first floor. At that instant, Erwin detected a group of goblins approaching, 50 meters away. They weren't ahead of them, but behind. Bjorn thought that was odd. They hadn't been detected by goblins in days. It couldn't be a coincidence. Suddenly, an arrow nearly struck Erwin, but Bjorn pulled her aside at the last second. He immediately realized that arrow wasn't from a goblin. It was from an adventurer. Then he understood. The enemy group had lured the goblins toward them on purpose. They were positioned on the opposite side, waiting for the monsters to weaken them. The plan was clear. Exhaust them by using goblins as a distraction. Bjorn knew they had to fight. He told Erwin to use the power of the essence she had absorbed. Every essence came with special abilities, and the goblin archers granted boosted attributes. 1 passive skill and 1 active skill. The passive was Poison Arrow. The active allowed her to use Thief's Steps, a type of advanced stealth. Erwin confessed she didn't know how to activate the abilities, but Bjorn noticed she was already using them without realizing it. She had automatically gone into stealth stealth mode, simply from her desire to hide. That confirmed that, at least in this case, wishing for the ability to work was enough to trigger it. Bjorn handed her his backpack. He said he would take care of the goblins alone while she used stealth to sneak toward the enemy group. Erwin warned that it was dangerous for him to go alone, but Bjorn knew they had no choice. Time was running out. He told her to stay hidden until he gave the signal. When he did, she was to eliminate the man operating the ballista. Until then, she was not to act on her own. After running for a few minutes, Bjorn reached the ideal distance. He knew the adventurers wouldn't show themselves while the goblins were still active. He counted 12 enemies, including 2 warriors. However, he hadn't realized there was also an archer among them. When he blocked the first arrow, he left himself open and was stabbed in the back. Even so, he endured and cut down all those in front of him. He had to keep going. He was the support Erwin needed to have her chance, but his wounds were piling up. He had finished off the goblins, but was in dangerous condition. He was hit by 2 arrows at once, one from a goblin and another from the real enemy. He couldn't block both. He chose to block the adventurer's arrow, taking the goblin's poisoned arrow in his elbow. The pain was searing, and his arm stopped responding. Now he could only rely on his right arm. He pulled the arrow out with difficulty and decided that from then on, he would use the shield for both defense and offense. Bjorn knew the real enemies weren't the goblins, but those damned adventurers manipulating them. Even wounded, he began smashing the goblins with his shield, fighting defensively. The last goblins, frightened, fled. With that, the enemy group finally revealed themselves. One of them, surprised, asked if he had really defeated all the goblins alone. It was impressive. Bjorn, however, answered firmly. He had known it was them from the beginning, but the ballista operator still hadn't appeared. He was hidden somewhere, waiting to strike. The enemy group finally surrounded Bjorn, and their leader demanded to know where the elf was. But the barbarian didn't answer with words. He simply challenged them to come at him with everything. The leader mocked his audacity, saying he truly was a barbarian full of energy, even after facing so many goblins. Since he was clearly injured, the man proposed that if Bjorn handed over the elf, they would let him leave alive. Bjorn, however, knew it would be foolish to believe such a lie. The leader ordered everyone to stay on guard as if they were hunting a giant monster. With that, the enemies advanced together. Bjorn's left arm still wasn't responding properly, and he could only hope that Erwin had found the ballista shooter. Then he gave the agreed signal, an obscene gesture with his middle finger. The leader asked what he was doing, but Bjorn only wanted to know if Erwin would recognize the signal. Since he was too far to hear anything, he had no choice but to trust her. Even with the shield in his hands, which was meant to be a defensive weapon, he was the one who charged forward. A swordsman wielding a katana tried to break his guard, but Bjorn held his ground. He needed to keep everyone distracted until Erwin could find an opening. Soon after, an arrow sliced through the air toward the enemies. He didn't know whether it came from Erwin or one of the foes, but he was certain once the enemy's shield bearer had to protect his leader. The shield bearer shouted that he would hold the defense against the arrows while the others focused on taking down the barbarian. He claimed it was easy to block them all. That made Bjorn think how irritating the man was, since he was easily deflecting Erwin's shots. Meanwhile, the enemy group closed in from the front and from behind, making the situation even more complicated. Unable to defeat them all at once, Bjorn decided to take a hit from behind, just to land a crushing blow on the enemy leader, knocking out several of his teeth with a single strike. He then turned just in time as the katana wielder attacked, dodging at the last second. The old man nearly got hit by another arrow, but the shield bearer protected him again. What no one expected was the next arrow, one wreathed in flames, imbued with spiritual power. It struck the shield and burned it to ashes. In that instant, Bjorn thought with pride that his companion was a spiritual archer. With the shield bearer out of the way temporarily, he turned to strike at the katana wielder. Meanwhile, the enemy leader began running straight toward Erwin. Bjorn realized this was a problem, but he couldn't deal with 2 opponents at once. He had to trust her again. His next strike was aimed at the bald old man with the katana, but the man managed to dodge. Instead, the shield bearer took the blow to the face and collapsed. Now the swordsman stood alone. Bjorn knew he was strong and didn't understand why he was part of such a weak group, but that was his biggest mistake. The katana wielder was only stalling for time so his group could regroup. Bjorn wasn't going to let that happen. Instead of using the shield as a weapon, he gathered strength and hurled it straight into his opponent's face. Then he lunged in and bit the man's neck, tearing out his jugular and killing him outright. The battle had been gruesomely bloody. Shortly after, Erwin appeared and asked if he was all right. Only then did he realize she had also won her fight. She noted his wounds looked terrible and told him he needed a potion immediately. Bjorn replied it was better to drink it rather than apply it directly, since he had been poisoned. As soon as he swallowed the potion, he felt his insides boil and his skin heat up. The pain was immense, but his body slowly began to heal. He asked what time it was. Erwin told him it was 11:20. Only 10 minutes had passed, and Bjorn knew they had just 40 minutes left before the first floor of the labyrinth closed. There was no time to rest. He then told Erwin to take off her clothes. She was shocked, but assumed he had a good reason and began to undress. That's when Bjorn explained he meant the clothes of their dead enemies, not hers. She realized her mistake and corrected herself. They had to act fast. They took the backpacks and everything they could find inside, then ran back toward the portal. They arrived with just 40 seconds left before it shut. They leapt through and rolled onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Bjorn was visibly shaken and didn't try to hide it. Erwin told him he had done an excellent job, and he replied that so had she. The barbarian remarked that, for now, it was best they rest and save serious talks for later. He tried to remember the name of the tavern where they were supposed to meet, and at the last second, it came back to him. The tavern was called the Black Whale. That's where they were meant to gather. With that, the labyrinth closed, and Bjorn was back in the city of Rafdonia. As soon as he arrived, he saw several explorers gathered. More than usual, in fact. Time inside the labyrinth flowed differently. No matter how much time passed in there, upon leaving, it was always noon the next day. That's why everyone had to reset their watches. As he was still recovering, another barbarian recognized him and asked if it was true he had made it out alive. Bjorn didn't quite recognize the man, but thought he might be Vanon's second son. Maybe his name was Karak. Karak replied he was Vanon's third son, reminding Bjorn of the typical confusion he always faced with barbarians. He could never remember anyone's full name, especially since they all carried their father's name as tradition. This kind of comical mix-up happened often. Soon, several other barbarians began to gather around. Bjorn noticed Karak was quite popular among them and wondered where so many barbarians were suddenly coming from. Meanwhile, the usual bustle of adventurers grew louder. Everyone wanted to trade in the magic crystals they had collected. One man managed an impressive haul of 40,000 crystals, leaving many nearby astonished. But when it was Bjorn's turn, he handed over his crystals and received his final tally, 182,000 crystals. The entire crowd was stunned. One of them remarked that he was truly skilled, calling it the greatest record of all time. On top of the crystals, Bjorn also carried an axe, a rare shoe, and a special pouch. The whole crowd looked at him with envy. It was obvious, and Bjorn understood why. He had been the first barbarian to enter the labyrinth and come out as a true civilized man. He felt he deserved that recognition. Proudly, he declared himself the best warrior, and the others began tossing him into the air in celebration. For the first time, Bjorn thought maybe it wasn't so bad to be part of that chaos. It was fun, but the barbarian's celebration was cut short by a collective scolding. As always, they had made too much noise and drawn unwanted attention. Later, Bjorn considered following the other barbarians. He suspected there was something important they did that he didn't know about yet, so he decided to wait until they all left, then follow them. As he observed the scene, he spotted Erwin in the distance, among a group of elves. That bothered him a little. She was among her own kind, people far more civilized than the barbarians around him. He felt a twinge of envy. Even so, Erwin waved at him with a smile, and Bjorn took the chance to whisper that they would meet later that night. One of the nearby elf women asked Erwin if she knew that barbarian, and Erwin quickly replied no. Soon after, Karak asked if Jandel's son knew that elf, and Bjorn gave the same answer. Of course not. Karak then commented that this was exactly what he had suspected. There was no way the best warrior would be mingling with that kind of common folk. Bjorn felt he might go insane living among such reckless barbarians, but finally, they all dispersed. On the way, Bjorn watched families reuniting after their time in the labyrinth. Some embraced wives, husbands, or children. Others stood alone, waiting for someone who would never return. He had played Dungeon and Stone many times, but experiencing it in reality was unsettling. There was a weight to it the game had never conveyed. Later, the barbarians were completely lost in their drunken revelry. Bjorn thought it was madness. Deep down, he believed being among them was somehow part of an adaptation process, but now he was beginning to doubt it. It just seemed like a waste of time. Finally, he told Karak he needed to leave, and the others, surprised, asked if the hero of the day was already heading off. Still, they accepted his decision and wished him good luck. On the way, Bjorn noticed how incredibly peaceful that place was. There were no monsters, no hostile humans. It was a place with rules, safe, with a relaxed atmosphere. He thought that even if he tripped and fell, someone would probably reach out a hand to help him up. Despite being a world completely different from Earth of the 20th century, there was a tranquility that put him at ease. While bathing, he thought that maybe it wouldn't be so bad to live in that city. But as soon as he lay down to rest, feeling the accumulated exhaustion of his body, he realized the truth. He only wanted to go home. Even if no one was waiting for him, even if the house was empty, he still wanted to return. He woke up at 9:18 p.m. That was the time of his meeting with Erwin. He went into the city looking for the Black Whale Tavern, only to discover that it had disappeared 10 years ago. The former owner had had gone bankrupt, and the place had been replaced by a new tavern called Python Puth. Bjorn arrived at the new establishment and realized it had taken the place of the old Black Whale. It looked different from what he remembered in the game. At least he could read the local language, though he knew he would soon have to visit a library to better understand this world. Inside the tavern, the atmosphere was lively. He searched for Erwin and soon found her, happy to see him again. The problem was that another woman was with her, a stern-looking figure who introduced herself as Erwin's older sister. Her name was Tercia. Bjorn remembered that Erwin's full name was Erwin Fornaci de Tercia. That made it clear that Tercia deliberately avoided saying the full name. There was probably something more to their family relationship that he didn't yet understand. Bjorn wanted to know why Tercia was there, but she shot the question back at him, firmly asking why he had called a defenseless girl out so late at night to a place like that. She said it was absurd to invite her sister to such an inappropriate tavern and still have the nerve to ask what she was doing there. She called him a shameless barbarian and complained about being made to wait all night. Confused, Bjorn asked what she meant by all night. Tercia asked if he was playing dumb. He then questioned how much time had passed since they had left the labyrinth, and Erwin replied that it had been about 30 hours. That was when Bjorn realized he hadn't just slept 4 hours as he thought. He had slept for over a full day, which explained the lightness he felt upon waking. Feeling guilty, Bjorn apologized to Erwin. Both sisters were surprised. Neither had ever seen a barbarian apologize before. Tercia, still suspicious, commented that she never expected punctuality from a barbarian, but demanded to know why he had called Erwin there. Bjorn answered that he didn't owe her an explanation, and if she was curious, she should ask her sister directly. Tercia then said she already knew he was just another common barbarian and called him a savage. Bjorn replied that she should drop that attitude unless she intended to take care of Erwin for the rest of her life. Before the mood could worsen, however, Tercia handed him a pouch containing 350,000 crystals, the value of the essences Erwin had obtained. Bjorn became thoughtful. He had seen this kind of situation in dramas before, scenes where the older sister paid off someone to never see the younger sibling again. Tercia asked why he didn't just take the money. It was clear there was another reason behind it, but Bjorn wanted to confirm whether Erwin agreed to all this. The agreement was clear. The elf was entitled to part of the profit in exchange for helping him until he reached his desired goal. When Erwin asked if that amount was already enough, Bjorn confirmed it was, and that they would also split it in half. She seemed excited for a moment, but then apologized. She wouldn't be participating anymore. Bjorn was disappointed. Together, they had been an unbeatable duo. Tercia explained that Erwin would now enter the labyrinth alone. It was a tradition among elves. Since it had been her first time, the family allowed her to be accompanied, but from now on, she would have to go on her own. That made Bjorn realize Erwin already had someone to escort her there in the future. Tercia confirmed this and urged him to take the pouch. But Bjorn noticed something odd. Those 350,000 crystals seemed to be only half of the total value. He wanted to know if Tercia was assuming it was a 50-50 split. She replied yes, that was what they had earned together. But Bjorn corrected her. The deal had been a 90-10 division, which meant 280,000 crystals were still missing. With a cynical smile, Tercia admitted she had forgotten and handed over the rest without resistance. Bjorn thought that wretch had tried to cheat him. Rage boiled inside him. This was exactly why barbarians hated elves. Taking a deep breath, he asked if she was finished, because he still needed to speak with Erwin. Erwin then lightly touched her sister's arm and thanked her for coming. She admitted she was happy about the concern, but said Tercia could leave now. She wanted to say goodbye to Bjorn. Tercia agreed and commented that Erwin was no longer a child, but before leaving, she made a strange request. She wanted Bjorn to swear he would not sleep with Erwin. Erwin was confused by the insinuation and asked what she was talking about. Bjorn, slightly embarrassed, thought maybe that was the only thing Tercia wanted to prevent. All other possibilities seemed allowed. Still, he swore on his warrior's honor. Tercia accepted the oath and left. Before going, however, she sincerely thanked him for saving her sister in the labyrinth. Once alone with Bjorn, Erwin leaned against the table, visibly shaken, and commented that she had never spoken to her sister like that before. She asked if he thought Tercia was angry, but Bjorn told her not to worry about it. Erwin then thanked him for the proposal he had made earlier, but explained that she had already decided long ago to work with her family. When she apologized, Bjorn said it wasn't necessary. He wouldn't refuse if a high-ranking elf offered to carry him into a labyrinth after all. Erwin then handed him the additional crystals obtained from the group of adventurers who had tried to rob them earlier. She said she had already set aside his share and that the 2 backpacks were at her house. She suggested he check for himself, as there was quite a lot stored up. Bjorn realized she knew exactly what he wanted without him even needing to ask. Although he had given up on having her as his companion, he truly thought it was a shame. Then Erwin asked how she could repay him for the help she had received. Bjorn understood that was what Tercia had feared, that he might ask for something inappropriate. That was why she had made him swear before leaving. At that moment, Bjorn said he still didn't know what to ask for, so he asked if she was hungry. Erwin said no, so he decided to order something just for himself, but she had an idea. She suggested they drink instead. She revealed that she hadn't had a single drop of alcohol the previous night on purpose. She wanted to have her first return drinking with him. Bjorn remembered that tradition. It was typical in that world. The first return drinking carried great significance, especially for elves, who lived protected in sanctuaries until adulthood. It wasn't just a drink. It was a symbol of passage, of trust, and of belonging. During the return drinking, Erwin remarked that they had been through all kinds of things together in the labyrinth. For her, it was a blessing to share such a special moment by his side. Then, teasing, she said it surely wasn't Bjorn's first time at such an occasion. But he surprised her by saying that, yes, it really was his first time. He reminded her that he was also only 20 years old, and that this had been his first labyrinth incursion. Erwin was astonished and asked if he was serious. Bjorn confirmed, and that made the moment all the more meaningful. Later, the two were enjoying a feast. They ate heartily and laughed a lot, immersed in the tradition of the return drinking. As time passed, Erwin grew quite merry from the alcohol. In a playful tone, she commented that she was glad he was at least wearing a shirt that night. Bjorn, observing the atmosphere, decided to go straight to the point. He said he had thought of a way to be repaid, but it wouldn't be there since they could be interrupted by the city guards. Erwin, now more relaxed, suggested that maybe they could continue the conversation in his room. Later, the two were in the room. There, Bjorn began testing Erwin's flexibility, asking her to relax her shoulders a little more. He seemed to be assessing some kind of physical or motor attribute, but perhaps he was trying too hard since he nearly dislocated her shoulder. It wasn't clear what exactly he was trying to do, maybe a massage, maybe a test, but the fact was that barbarians didn't really have a sense of physical limits. Erwin, laughing, remarked that she had never been so flexible before. Bjorn suggested taking a break, and she, still laughing, asked how her arm was even still in place. He thought that if just 4 more points of flexibility were enough for her to notice, then that information was already useful. Erwin, a little suspicious, asked if he had really brought her there, alone, just to test her skills. Bjorn confirmed. In the city, the use of any special ability in public was forbidden, and they could be arrested if they tried doing it outside. He explained that he wanted to understand, more precisely, how abilities worked in the real world compared to the game. She felt a bit disappointed. It all seemed mechanical. She realized that Dungeon and Stone was a much more complex game than it appeared. The attribute system was just the surface. It was divided into 3 major areas: physical, spirit, and special abilities. Each of them contained dozens, or even hundreds, of sub-attributes. These sub-attributes appeared when clicking on the small plus sign next to the main numbers. Bjorn explained that, for example, strength was a sub-attribute of the physical attribute. By increasing strength, one could carry more items in their inventory and also deal more physical damage. That was why 2 characters with the same physical level could fulfill completely different roles, one as a tank, the other as a damage dealer. This difference he had discovered in practice after years of playing. Despite having 9 years of experience, Bjorn admitted that there were still attributes he didn't fully understand. Obsession, for instance, was a spiritual sub-attribute he only noticed when Erwin consumed the goblin's essence. He still didn't know how it worked and wanted to understand it better. He asked if Erwin had noticed any changes since they left the labyrinth, something like recurring thoughts or difficulty controlling certain impulses. She replied that maybe cookies. Ever since leaving the labyrinth, she felt an uncontrollable craving for cookies and had even eaten an entire bag by herself. Bjorn reflected. Maybe that really was the influence of the obsession sub-attribute. He realized that in the game, he never would have noticed this kind of thing, since some updates probably added new effects and variables. It was like playing a new version of the game, but with rules not yet completely clear. Tired, Erwin asked to go to sleep. Later, already lying down, Bjorn remembered Tercia's warning. She had asked him not to sleep with Erwin, but at that moment, they were just resting. Nothing more than that. When they woke up, they began reviewing all the collected items together. Erwin commented that they had gathered a lot. No wonder everything felt so heavy that morning when they returned from the labyrinth. Bjorn decided to sell everything unnecessary for continuing their journey. Erwin asked if she could keep the leather outfit he had given her, and he agreed. Later, Bjorn managed to sell a sword for 350,000 stones, the armors for 180,000, and some tools for 250,000. Altogether, they raised 1,450,000 stones. Erwin was surprised at the amount and said it was a lot of money. Bjorn, on the other hand, reflected on how he had never imagined achieving all that in his very first visit to the labyrinth. For him, it was already an excellent start. Right after, Bjorn said it was time for each to follow their own path. That caught Erwin by surprise, but he suggested they go together to the main square, since he needed to head there as well. Even though she wanted to spend more time with him, Erwin accepted. When they arrived at the square, they witnessed a public execution. The people being killed there hadn't committed serious crimes like murder. The only reason reason for their execution was the failure to pay the city's mandatory taxes. Rafdonia was the last remaining city in a world on the brink of obliteration, the consequence of a terrible curse cast by a witch. In that game's universe, the labyrinth was the only source of resources. Anyone who failed to pay the high taxes was executed on the spot. Nobody showed empathy since they considered it one less mouth to feed. Some citizens even ran to steal the dead's food. There were even those who dipped pieces of bread in the victim's blood and ate it right there, without hesitation. According to a popular myth, those who tasted the blood of executed criminals would be blessed. Faced with this, Bjorn wanted to know the tax amount for the first year. Erwin explained that for non-humans, the fee was 700,000 stones. Bjorn mentally confirmed that nothing had changed since the last time he saw this system in the game. He then asked about the second-year tax, and Erwin replied that it increased to 800,000, in addition to the appearance of exchange fees. Bjorn noticed that the tax system seemed even more oppressive. He understood that taxes continued to rise year after year until the adventurer became a veteran. That was why novices needed to make as much progress as possible in the very first year, when there were no additional charges yet. If he was careless and couldn't return to the world he came from, he might end up executed like the others, with his blood spilled in that same square. To avoid that fate, he knew he needed to accumulate as much money as possible. His goal was to reach the 6th floor of the labyrinth. There, he intended to gather resources. For him, that was the bare minimum needed to survive. Later, Bjorn went to the library. The place looked exactly as he remembered it from Dungeon and Stone. However, people watched him with strange looks. It wasn't common to see a man like him there. In addition, another warrior was present, Einar, who was sleeping and drooling on top of a book. When she woke up, she recognized Bjorn as Jendel's son. He was relieved to see her alive and well. Einar expressed her happiness at the reunion, but Bjorn asked her to keep her voice down since they were in a library. She apologized, explaining that she got excited to see another barbarian warrior in that place. Bjorn asked what had brought her there. Einar explained that she remembered the advice he had given her before they entered the labyrinth. She thought she needed to acquire knowledge through books in order to learn how to think better. Bjorn reflected that, compared to other barbarians, she really was wise. Einar said that she realized something important during her exploration in the labyrinth. Monsters weren't the only dangers that existed in there. Bjorn grew curious, since he knew most barbarians preferred to brag rather than admit difficulties, but she was honest. That's why she decided to study. However, she confessed that reading was very difficult. Her plan now was to return to the sacred lands and ask the elders to teach her how to read. Bjorn thought that was a good idea, but she needed to act quickly before forgetting that goal. He thought being a barbarian really wasn't easy at all. Finally, Einar mentioned that she still needed to pay back the debt she owed him. Erwin said that if Bjorn ever needed help, he only had to look for her at the Brave Rhinoceros Inn. She promised she would help in the best way possible. Bjorn thanked her and thought she shouldn't forget that promise, because he might need it in the future. The problem was that the library was enormous, and he had no idea where he would find the book he was looking for. As he walked through the corridors, he found the librarian asleep. He had to wake her up, though awkwardly. When he explained he was searching for history books, the librarian cast some kind of spell, but Bjorn didn't feel any difference. Sleepily, she explained that from that moment on, he would find the book he desired according to the wish of his heart. She also added that the library didn't do loans. He just had to return the books to the shelves, and then she fell back asleep instantly. Bjorn began exploring the library to understand how the spell worked. Then, a book shone right before his eyes. It was exactly what he was looking for. He understood that the spell identified a keyword inside the person's mind and made the association with the right book. It was an extremely convenient magic, and no wonder that woman was the only librarian in such a massive place. The first book was called The World Destroyer. It told how, thousands of years ago, a witch cast a plague upon the land, making all life disappear. Rafdonia was the only civilization that survived. To save the citizens from starvation caused by the scarcity of resources, the royal court sent people capable of opening portals to other worlds. Bjorn thought that wasn't so different from the game's prologue. The second book was Understanding the Fundamentals of Alchemy. It explained how mana stones dropped by monsters could be transformed into bread, water, or metal. Bjorn still didn't fully understand how the process worked, but he decided to memorize as much as he could. The third book was titled The War for the Sacred Items. It narrated the beginning of the feud between elves and barbarians. But the fourth book was the most important, The Evil Spirits of the Abyss. It spoke about entities from other dimensions that possessed the bodies of innocent people. Bjorn found it interesting, because even without a theory about how the spirits entered that world, the book explained that the royal court had hunted those creatures. That gave him an idea on how to avoid looking suspicious, since technically he himself was an evil spirit in that world. The fifth book was about the death of the king. The kingdom's founder was Rabigion the Immortal, and records said he had died 150 years ago. The beginning of the game, in Bjorn's original timeline, took place one day after this death. That meant he was now 150 years in the future. Next, Bjorn found a book about dimensional instability, which might have been the same mentioned by that knight in the labyrinth. The text presented the hypothesis that if someone entered a portal right before it closed, they might end up being thrown into another dimension. That was exactly what had happened to him, which made him blame himself for being there. But he decided to stop thinking about it so as not to feel worse. Before he realized it, night had fallen. So he returned to the inn. 3 days had already passed since his return from the labyrinth. Knowing that a month in that world had exactly 30 fixed days, and that the labyrinth opened at midnight on the first day of the month, he knew he had exactly 27 days to prepare. The next morning, he woke up to Erwin knocking at his door. She had managed to form a new contract with an elemental spirit. She had failed 9 times, but on the 10th attempt, she succeeded with a wind spirit, which combined very well with her fire element. Bjorn acknowledged she was lucky. A spirit stone allows one attempt to form a contract with a new element, but the success rate is only 10%. She had to use 10 stones to succeed. Bjorn wondered how wealthy her family must be. While he was reflecting, the wind spirit caused chaos in the room, throwing everything into the air. Erwin apologized and quickly tidied up and cleaned everything. Bjorn remembered that she had said she was good at cleaning, and she truly was. First, he congratulated her for succeeding with the contract, but he also explained that she didn't need to come all the way there every time, since she lived far. He said it would be better to use the remaining time efficiently. Erwin replied that she knew that, but she wanted to share the news with him before telling anyone else. That made Bjorn wonder if it was because he had been her first companion in the labyrinth. She seemed attached to him for mysterious reasons. Even so, he wanted to keep everything professional, without letting feelings get in the way, at least under normal circumstances. Still, he said he would be staying in the room for a while, and that she could feel free to drop by whenever she wanted. For Bjorn, this was barbarian business time. Building a friendship with Erwin would be mutually beneficial. After all, they were companions. And deep down, he knew connections were valuable. Now there were 26 days and a few hours left until the labyrinth reopened. It wasn't much time, but enough to prepare, and Bjorn knew exactly how to do it in the most efficient way. Later, he headed to the Angry Rhinoceros Inn, where other barbarians were starting to gather. As soon as Bjorn stepped into the Angry Rhinoceros Inn, all the barbarians there shouted his name, causing such a loud explosion of sound that it felt like his eardrums would burst. One of the barbarians approached and asked if he would also be staying there. The price was only 300 stones per night. Bjorn thought it was very cheap and wondered why, until the barbarian explained that everyone slept piled up together in the same space. Then it made sense. It was indeed a low price for little comfort. Bjorn replied no, he wouldn't be staying there. He was only looking for Einar, daughter of Fenelin. The man corrected him, saying that she was the second daughter and that she was already in the corridor. Bjorn went straight to the point and said he had come to ask her for a favor. He wanted to fight her. It would be a training duel. He knew he was still inferior to the other barbarians when it came to direct combat. Einar replied that if he wanted a training partner, he just had to go to the inn's courtyard, where there was always a barbarian sparring. Even so, she accepted to be his partner, but warned that she could only do it later, because in the mornings, she was busy learning to read. When the time for training came, the two were already prepared. Einar wielded a large sword while Bjorn carried his shield. He knew he was there to learn, but he didn't intend to hold back. However, with the very first strike, he was hit so hard that he fell to the ground with his face bruised purple. He realized then that she truly was very skilled. It would be a productive training. They fought repeatedly throughout the day until at night both were already exhausted. Bjorn declared that was enough for the day. He thought Einar was excellent company, strong and honorable, unlike the other barbarians he knew, who seemed foolish. Then he asked if she planned to enter the labyrinth again alone. She replied yes, because she didn't have enough money to form a group. Bjorn invited her to join him the following month. He said the split would be 8 for him and 2 for her, but that he would cover all the other expenses. Einar simply shook his hand, ending the conversation. In truth, she didn't understand anything about profit sharing, but she trusted Bjorn, and that was what mattered. He was satisfied with her decision. He had found another reliable knight companion. The next day, the two of them were together in the land of the barbarians, where the tribe chief received them. He asked if, by chance, Bjorn had also come there to learn how to read, like Einar. But Bjorn replied that no, he had come to obtain a spiritual imprint, specifically the imprint of immortality. This was a powerful ability unique to barbarians, making the game much easier for those who possessed it. It was explained that each non-human race had a special racial ability. Elves could form spiritual contracts. Dwarves had efficiency with tools. Beast-faced humanoids could forge pacts with ancient creatures. And barbarians possessed the spiritual seal. The tribe chief grew suspicious. He wanted to know how Bjorn knew that kind of information, which normally wasn't accessible to young warriors. Bjorn had expected this suspicion. He only said that he had read it in a book. The tribe chief was impressed. He said he was proud to see a barbarian seeking knowledge through reading. They had no reason to deny the spiritual seal to anyone who asked, but they explained that the process cost 800,000 crystals. They asked if he could pay. Bjorn confirmed that he could. He remembered how difficult it had been to obtain that seal at the beginning of the game, not only because of the money, but also the rare rare ingredients required when choosing higher-level seals. He handed over the payment without hesitation. The tribe chief then wanted to know how Bjorn, son of Jandal, had gotten so much money. Bjorn had already expected this question and decided to create the biggest lie he could invent. He said that he had captured an elf and made her a slave, gaining a large quantity of magic crystals by forcing her sister to pay for the essence. He told the whole story as if they had been powerless before him. The lie was so absurd that the tribe chief burst into laughter, saying it had been a long time since he had heard something so funny. All the other barbarians around also gathered to congratulate Bjorn, believing his story. The tribe chief even gave him a gift as a reward for the great potential he had demonstrated. Bjorn received 200,000 crystals back just for telling that story. The chief encouraged him to keep screwing the long ears, referring to the elves. Bjorn started to feel more sympathetic toward those people. They were far more fun and welcoming than he had imagined. The spiritual seal functioned as a strengthening technique. It caused the user's body to absorb the essence of magical ingredients, creating special power. It was one of the most important and coveted abilities for barbarians, and now Bjorn was closer to becoming truly strong in that world. Barbarians are tattooed when they are still newborns, at a time when their souls are still pure. This is done to ensure that the spiritual path remains visible even as they grow. For that reason, all barbarians carry these marks on their bodies. Before beginning the seal process, the shaman gave Bjorn one last chance to reflect on his decision, since choosing this path meant he could never receive another seal in the future. But Bjorn was certain of what he wanted. The immortal seal was ideal for those who wished to become a tank, with increased resistance and regeneration. It was an obvious choice for experienced players of that world. The process began, and the shaman pierced Bjorn several times with ritual needles. The pain was intense. He realized that he would have to go through it many more times if he wanted to improve his abilities. After the ritual was completed, he activated the first level of the immortal seal. His natural regeneration increased significantly, and his physical attribute rose by 13 points. Before leaving, he gave thanks, but the shaman laughed, saying that it was the first time a warrior had ever thanked him for that. Bjorn, however, began to feel uneasy. He thought he had already said too much and decided to leave before anyone grew suspicious. The next morning, he went to the commercial district to buy equipment. During training with Einar, he realized he had no knack for swords. Since he had chosen the immortal seal, he decided to focus exclusively on shield techniques. Investing in swords would be a waste of money. Upon entering the forge, the blacksmith already knew what he wanted: blunt weapons like hammers, maces, and flails, favorites of barbarians. Bjorn chose a moderately sized mace and paid 220,000 crystals. That raised the level of his item to 85. Next, he bought a full set of armor for 530,000 crystals. With the purchases finished, he still had 50,000 crystals left. Since leaving the labyrinth, quite some time had passed, and a routine began to take shape. Every day at 7 a.m., he woke up and had breakfast with Erwin. Then, he went to the library and read until 4 p.m. At the end of the afternoon, he dined in different places, taking advantage of the opportunity to gather information he couldn't find in books. After 5 p.m., he went to the barbarians' territory to train. On the 7th day of training, he began dueling with other barbarians. He discovered that there was no rigid combat structure. Everything was based on reflexes, instinct, and muscle memory. With practice, he improved in all three aspects. His reflexes, flexibility, and vision increased, and his physical status rose by 1 more point. Over time, he even began defeating Einar in some duels, and she acknowledged that he had become much stronger. She was skilled, but her movements followed a fixed pattern, something Bjorn easily noticed. He gave her a few tips to correct this. At 9 p.m., he returned to the inn, took a bath, and then Erwin arrived. They dined together, and at 11 p.m., they went to sleep. On the last day before the labyrinth opened, Erwin wished him good luck. Bjorn realized how quickly time had passed and returned the gesture, wishing her luck as well. After repeating this routine for days on end, the month flew by. Only 24 hours remained before the labyrinth opened. At 8:10 a.m., Bjorn and Einar were at the Exploration Guild to perform the Union Magic ritual, necessary to form a party. Since both were rank 9 explorers, the cost of the magic was 15,000 crystals. Einar was shocked at the price, saying that kind of money could buy a lot of meat. Bjorn also thought it was expensive, especially since it was a one-time use spell, but he knew it was necessary. When entering the labyrinth, the starting point was random. If they were separated, it could cause serious problems. The Union magic would ensure they fell in the same place. He wanted to know who decided an explorer's rank, and the attendant explained that it was based on the amount of essence present in each individual's soul. The higher the rank, the higher the price of the Union magic. Later, the two of them were having dinner. Bjorn had ordered the most expensive dish in the tavern, costing 800 crystals. It was his last luxurious meal before the next entry into the labyrinth. He He told Einar she could eat as much as she wanted. She was so moved by the taste of the food that she almost cried. Einar then began crying non-stop, emotional and determined to earn a lot of money so she could eat well again. This made Bjorn wonder what exactly she had been eating until then. Could it have been rats? Cockroaches? Something even worse? With only 10 minutes left before the labyrinth opened, the duo was completely prepared. Bjorn then noticed, perhaps calmly for the first time, how gigantic the portal really was. The last time it had seemed much smaller. Over time, other barbarians arrived who had also completed their coming-of-age ceremonies. Bjorn wondered how they managed to get there every time, since they didn't seem to come from the same path. Einar commented that it reminded her of the old days, but Bjorn thought that was an exaggeration, since only a month had passed. When they finally received permission to cross the portal, Bjorn asked them to wait. He wanted to run a test. With only 1 minute left before the portal closed, Einar grew desperate, insisting that they should cross immediately. Bjorn noticed that the portal was already shrinking, returning to the size it had been the first time he passed through it. As soon as the guard announced the imminent closure of the portal, they rushed inside. They came out exactly in the same place as last time, the dark lair of the first floor. They were already before the secret passage to the second floor, and Bjorn received 2 experience points for being the first to open the portal this time. His character leveled up. His capacity to absorb essences increased by 1. Einar grew curious and asked how he had managed to do that, since the chief had said it would take at least 3 days to reach the second floor. Bjorn replied that he had read about it in a book. Even so, he thought the place was nothing special. It was just the land of the dead. He asked if Einar also felt something strange, as if an energy was passing through her body. She answered that his spirit status had probably increased. Bjorn concluded that this meant he had leveled up. In the world of Dungeon and Stone, level determines the amount of mana available, used to activate abilities, and also defines how many essences can be consumed. Now, Bjorn could consume 2 essences. Even so, Einar thought it was strange that his spirit status had increased without him killing any monsters. Bjorn thought that perhaps opening the portal had counted as a great achievement, and in fact, he had already done it intentionally. In Dungeon and Stone, there is a system called achievement, different from the experience obtained from killing monsters, which is limited to once per each race faced. But achievements, such as completing portals quickly, can generate experience repeatedly. Thus, if someone knows how to use this wisely, they can farm XP just by going through portals. Bjorn decided to keep this secret to himself and take full advantage before other players discovered it. He then asked Einar to keep the secret, and if anyone asked, to say that it had taken them 2 days to get there. He knew that soon experienced explorers would also arrive in the place, so it was better not to draw attention. He feared other explorers more than the monsters themselves. Later, Bjorn improvised a torch tied to his head with chains, becoming what was called a torch barbarian. Although strange, it was a very practical method. The creatures of the land of the dead were stronger than the monsters of the goblin forest, but the path there was free of traps, which made progression smoother. In short, it was a much more favorable territory for barbarians. During the exploration, Einar spotted 3 ghosts approaching. Bjorn assumed there were only a few because it was the first day. Soon they would come in hordes. Excited to fight, Einar drew her sword and easily eliminated the creatures. But soon after, a piercing scream echoed through the land of the dead, sending shivers down Einar's spine. It was a banshee. Bjorn knew that they rarely attacked first, and most of the time only reacted when provoked. If attacked, they would cast a curse that would pursue the culprits even outside the labyrinth. Einar grew frightened at the possibility, and praised Bjorn for being a clever warrior. But when another scream rose, she grabbed his neck tightly, nearly choking him. Immediately after, a horde of skeletons appeared. Einar quickly regained her composure and went to fight them. Bjorn tried to give her a tip on where to strike, the core between the ribs, but she simply smashed all the skeletons with a single blow. She didn't even need technique. After that, they continued their journey north for almost 8 hours, naturally facing several monsters along the way. They encountered elder ghouls, which were twice the size and strength of common ones, as well as warrior and archer skeletons. Despite the difficulty, the battles went smoothly. Bjorn's combat skill had improved a lot, and his mace had the perfect weight and size. With it, he could easily crush the skulls of his enemies. His armor protected him well from behind, and his helmet shielded him from arrows. He was confident in his own abilities, but he recognized that Einar was even better. She was simply destroying everything in her path, shouting the name of the barbarian's ancestral deity, Virella. Bjorn didn't really understand that whole thing about shouting like a barbarian until he started doing it himself. He realized it was actually quite fun. That was what it truly meant to be part of a barbarian group. At the end of the battle, he had a cut on his arm, but his regeneration was so fast that the wound disappeared completely in a short time. Einar was impressed and commented commented that it must have been the effect of the spiritual seal. Bjorn knew that by activating the first level of the immortal seal, his body gained a much more effective natural regeneration. Small scratches would heal in just a minute, and his physical stamina also recovered quickly. This gave him much more endurance to keep fighting. As they advanced, he noticed the ground was changing. The terrain was no longer damp as before. Bjorn warned Einar that they were about to enter a dangerous area where rank 8 monsters appeared. A deep sound echoed through the labyrinth walls, frightening Einar. Bjorn confirmed that the sound came from a death demon, a monster known for devouring any source of light within the labyrinth. The torch Bjorn carried had probably attracted the creature. The monster was even scarier than he remembered from the game. Bjorn told Einar to aim directly at its head, since attacking anywhere else would be a waste of time. While Einar faced the monster head-on, Bjorn tried to strike from behind, but caused almost no damage. The creature's skin was as hard as stone, and its strength was enough to hurl Bjorn away, even with his shield. Einar's next attack was also useless. She was struck violently and realized that the monster was extremely resilient. Bjorn knew that the death demon was famous in the game for its absurd defense, but now he could see with his own eyes that it wasn't an exaggeration. Einar's sword managed only a superficial cut, which healed immediately. The creature had a passive ability called body preservation, which allowed its wounds to heal rapidly. At that moment, it also activated its special skill, Death Call, which summoned a horde of ghouls. Knowing the difficulty, Bjorn asked Einar to take care of the ghouls while he tried to face the demon, but the creature's blows were incredibly powerful. Once Einar had easily dispatched the ghouls, she joined the fight against the demon. They began to attack in sync, one striking from the front and the other from behind, until Bjorn finally managed to open a hole in the monster's head. Even with that breakthrough, the death demon counterattacked with a strike so strong it would have killed a goblin instantly. The problem was that the monster regenerated too quickly and Bjorn couldn't strike at the same pace. He considered giving up and moving on, but Einar clearly didn't think the same. She grabbed the creature's leg, creating an opening for Bjorn to topple it with a blow to its other leg. The monster was so muscular and heavy that it couldn't stand back up on its own. Bjorn remarked that the creature was in trouble, and with a smile on their faces, the two of them began pummeling it together, as if they were tenderizing meat for lunch. He thought it was great fun, and so did Einar. They battered the poor demon to death, and after the fight, Einar was delighted with the magical crystal the creature left behind. Bjorn, however, explained that the giant crystal was only worth about 100 normal crystals. Nothing special. She was disappointed, asking if that was really all one got for defeating a death demon. Bjorn explained that, counting the ghouls, they earned around 300 crystals in total, which was still little considering the effort. Einar then asked how much that delicious tavern bread cost. Bjorn replied it was about 300 crystals. She concluded that, in that case, she could eat that bread every time she killed a demon and return to the hunt motivated by the power of food. Bjorn thought it was good to go on a mission with a true barbarian. Irvin had been a bit more passive. Out of nowhere, he felt a strange pain in his ear, as if Einar's sister had gotten upset, though without any clear reason. They then patrolled the area, searching for more death demons and using the same method, knock the creature down and beat it until it died. That way, they managed to defeat about 70 death demons. Early in Dungeon and Stone, when the essence drop rate is extremely low, players generally evolve based on monster essences. That's why Bjorn focused on the death demon's essence, which matched well with the immortal seal. But even after so many victories, they didn't manage to obtain a single one. On the second day, death demons started appearing in pairs. They already knew how to fight them, but it was much more dangerous, since there were twice as many ghouls as well. By the afternoon of the second day, the monsters began appearing in trios, and the pair started avoiding most battles. By the end of the second day, they stopped hunting and decided to set up a base in a safe spot. However, when they arrived, they found other explorers there. Einar, impatient, asked what exactly they were staring at. She wasted no time and told the other explorers to get out of her way. The opposing group retreated immediately. She said they needed to leave quickly because now their location was known. It was necessary to find a different place to camp. According to her, humans couldn't be trusted. Bjorn remembered that last time, Einar had also been bothered by human explorers. He suspected something bad had happened to her in a previous labyrinth, but decided to ask about it later. While searching for a new area to set up camp, they heard cries for help. However, it didn't sound like a monster attacking someone. It was a person killing another. When they reached the scene, they saw several dead explorers lying on the ground of their own base. The woman there was clearly a raider. Unlike normal hunters, raiders hunt other explorers. They don't collect magical crystals from monsters, but instead steal other people's equipment. This kind of action was considered a serious crime in Rafdoya, punishable by death. But since no one monitored the labyrinth interiors, they acted with impunity. Just like Bjorn, who had killed 6 explorers in self-defense and was never investigated, raiders escaped consequences. Bjorn quickly realized this was a problem. That woman seemed like a true professional. She had sharp features and even a tattoo under her left eye. Since she wasn't known, it meant she never left survivors. Einar also thought she was powerful. 4 bodies were on the ground, all well-equipped explorers, including a mage. Clearly, they weren't beginners. Bjorn suspected she might have been part of that group, but quickly saw that wasn't the case. The woman simply turned her back on them, as if showing she considered them too weak to bother with. Bjorn understood the only option was to flee. He ordered Einar to run with him. They managed to gain some distance, but they knew they would soon be pursued. To avoid getting lost, Bjorn began following the marks he had left on the trees. These were precautionary signs to help him navigate. They decided to head toward the portal of the first floor. However, along the way, they were intercepted by another group of explorers. Bjorn didn't like trusting humans, but he didn't have many options. He told them they were being chased by a raider. The leader of the group, a bald man, asked if there was any guarantee that Bjorn wasn't the raider himself. Bjorn swore on his warrior's honor. The bald man believed him. Bjorn knew that this oath was a kind of trick from the game itself. Anyone who made such a vow could not break it without consequences. The bald man then proposed a deal. If they helped defeat the raider, Bjorn and Einar could keep all the reward. Bjorn accepted. The group then used a gnome's special ability, stealth smoke, that disguised everyone within a 3-meter radius. It was a powerful skill that avoided direct combat but prevented movement while in use. However, it was all just a trap. As soon as the smoke spread, the enemy group used a suppression technique that paralyzed its targets. It was a typical stone golem ability. Bjorn hadn't expected that. The only way to escape suppression was by taking direct damage. While paralyzed, the raiders began robbing them. They also considered killing the 2 of them with a single strike to prevent any chance of counterattack. A barbarian's heart was very valuable on the black market, and they knew they had to kill quickly to ensure suppression worked. When Bjorn was struck in the neck, he finally managed to move. Thanks to the immortal seal, he couldn't be killed easily. Even injured, he managed to react, crushing the attacker's head. With no time to waste, he threw a knife at Einar, lightly wounding her on purpose just so she could also escape suppression. He was already too weakened, so he had to rely on her for the rest. Einar did not disappoint. She wiped out all the enemies, except for the bald man who managed to escape because Bjorn was on the brink of death. Even so, he achieved a rare feat, surviving with less than 0.1% HP. His mentality stat increased by 3 points. After the fight, Einar gave Bjorn a potion. She said that wound on his neck would surely leave a beautiful scar. Bjorn was grateful for having chosen the immortal seal when he had the money to do so. Without it, he would have died. Einar said she thought it was incredible. According to her, he was probably the only barbarian with a scar on his throat, and that it looked like a medal of honor. Bjorn asked if she had gathered all the equipment. If so, they needed to hunt down the bastard who had escaped. He couldn't have gone far. And indeed, later, they managed to find the bald man again. Bjorn said not to kill him yet. For now, they needed his gnome ability to deal with the raider, but it was already too late. She appeared suddenly and killed the bald man with a poisoned dart straight to the neck. The raider praised their earlier fight, saying it had been impressive. She admitted she had been watching everything from the beginning. It was clear to them both that they could no longer run. It was time to fight. When they charged forward, the raider dodged Einar's strike and even blocked Bjorn's blow, demonstrating terrifying strength. Bjorn thought that if he couldn't bring her down with a strike, at least he could shove her. But suddenly he felt his whole body lose strength. It was as if she had struck him from the inside, piercing through his armor with ease. Einar, who tried to attack from behind, also failed to land her strike. She suffered a serious wound and fell. The raider explained that she had poisoned them both with basilisk paralytic toxin, which was now spreading quickly through their bodies. Even so, she didn't kill Bjorn immediately. She said she would let him live, as long as he swore not to tell anyone what he had seen. That had been her proposal from the start. According to her, she didn't want to kill barbarians because she owed them a debt. Bjorn considered the possibility that this was true. If she had really wanted to, she could have killed them both when she first had the chance. But Einar insisted it wasn't safe to trust her. Bjorn asked what would happen if he refused. The raider replied that she would kill him. It was that simple. With no choice, Bjorn swore on his warrior's honor that he would tell no one. The raider said he was a unique man. She threw the antidote onto his body, easing the effects of the poison. Einar, however, refused to make the same vow. The raider lamented and said that even though she didn't want to, she would have to kill her. But Bjorn insisted that Einar accept. He said she had promised to do everything he told her, and now was the time to trust him. Einar gave in. She swore she would tell no one. With the two of them safe, Bjorn took the opportunity to ask which floor she came from. The raider replied that she was from the 8th. Bjorn was deeply impressed. If that were true, they were only alive because she had shown mercy. But he knew that next time, it would be different. They returned to the first floor using the portal. Einar, exhausted, collapsed face first on the ground, saying she was in great pain. Even so, she said she had no right to complain. She said she was no longer a warrior. Bjorn understood that begging for her life had hurt her pride, but he believed that the warrior who survives is the strongest, and now, at least, they had a real chance of winning next time. Einar reflected on that. Maybe it was true. Bearing the shame and still desiring to defeat that woman one day could mean that she was a strong warrior, just like Bjorn. She was certain they would have their revenge in the future. Later, Einar was the first to rest during the night shifts. Bjorn thought that they had already been awake for more than 20 hours. He felt mentally exhausted, but still couldn't sleep. Even though he wasn't as bad as Einar, he felt terrible. It reminded him of when he had once been saved by a blonde knight. The priestess had refused to heal him. The swordsman had tossed him a potion, as if pitying him. That day, Bjorn had felt like a dog. He swore to himself that he would never feel that way again. But now, perhaps he really had made the best possible choice in that situation. He stayed focused on the present. He knew he couldn't have done much more than he had. Since arriving in that world, the first thing he had seen was someone being decapitated right in front of him. Since then, absurd things kept happening all the time. That's why he had no choice but to prioritize his own safety. Even so, Bjorn knew he needed to change his plans. He asked Einar if she would accept a method to become much stronger, even if it involved great danger. She replied that of course she would. She said that either way they would die if they didn't become stronger. With that, Bjorn stated that they would enter the rupture. They decided to search for chaos first, since that life was chaotic by nature. What didn't kill him only made Bjorn stronger. Later, he and Einar were facing 4 different kinds of monsters at the same time: gnomes, wolves, razor-mane creatures, and other enemies. Bjorn commented that this region of the labyrinth wasn't popular. It was a dark place, full of monsters, and without much reason to be explored, unless someone was trying to save time on the way. However, something was hidden in that forgotten corner of the labyrinth. There, a memorial existed dedicated to the first man who discovered the labyrinth, the last sage, Diflan Grondel. It was a tribute to his first great steps as an explorer, and Bjorn recognized the inscription carved into the stone. It was the same one that appeared in the game, which meant the hidden condition was probably the same as well. He then told Einar that he would open the rupture, but everything that happened from that point on had to remain a secret. Einar didn't know what exactly a rupture was. That was when Bjorn explained that it was a labyrinth inside the labyrinth itself. In the game, this kind of area was known as an instance dungeon, an isolated space accessed only by selected members. To open the rupture on the first floor, it was necessary to place magical crystals from 4 different types of monsters into the memorial stone. Bjorn inserted the crystals of goblin, gnome, ghoul, and wolf. Once he completed the process, a shadowy and chaotic rift opened before them, like a living portal. To finish, he added the crystal of a death demon, which activated a dungeon with capacity for up to 5 people. The difficulty of the instance increased according to the number of members in the group. They crossed the portal and entered the first floor of the rupture. That was a new realm, generated randomly each attempt. Normally, this type of rupture only appeared naturally after 3 months of waiting in city time. But waiting that long was inefficient. That's why over time, players began finding ways to force these instances open. On the first floor, there were 4 known methods to manually activate ruptures. The setting where they arrived had an oppressive red sky, a dark forest, and in the distance, a castle. This floor was known as the Blood-Stained Castle. Einar was impressed by the size of the place. Bjorn, on the other hand, recognized the environment and knew exactly how it worked, but being there in person was suffocating. The positive side was that all the ruptures on the first floor could be cleared, despite their natural difficulties. But then, while exploring the place, they realized someone else had entered the rupture. The narrative shifted back in time to show what was happening with Erwin and her sister Tercia. Tercia asked if Erwin had used her spirit once again. Erwin admitted she had, because she still found it very hard to fight only with her dagger. Her sister, however, insisted she needed to learn to defend herself without depending on the bow or the spirit. Even so, Erwin reminded her that their master always said the best path was to specialize in what each person was good at. The duty of an explorer was to trust their group and fulfill their role. Tercia partly agreed, but explained that the real world didn't work that well. Teammates were just that, temporary companions. It didn't make sense to place so much value on them, but Erwin still believed Bjorn wasn't a bad person. She then asked if she could finally go up to the second floor. She thought Bjorn was probably making a lot of money there. Tercia explained that climbing floors only by hunting monsters wasn't enough. That was why the two of them would try to access a rupture. The last time a rift had opened was 8 months ago, and that was the maximum time for their natural reappearance. Soon a new rupture was about to emerge. Erwin commented that Bjorn hadn't said anything about it. Tercia thought that Barbarian must just be a beginner, probably probably climbing the floors inefficiently. She asked Erwin to trust her. Then, before the two of them, a rupture really did form, but they were too slow and couldn't enter. Someone else had already passed through. The first member of that new group was a dwarf. The second, a mage. Bjorn was surprised to see that there were still mages on the first floor. The formation of that group wasn't bad. In fact, it was excellent. Einar wanted to know if the mage was really good, comparing her to the librarian. Bjorn confirmed she was. The librarian was a 9th rank mage. People with that level of ability were very valuable to the city. That was why only those with high performance in combat were authorized to enter the labyrinths. In other words, if that mage was there, it meant she was truly strong. Otherwise, she would be working safely within the city. The mage commented that Bjorn was quite clever for a barbarian. She then introduced herself as Alua Raven, a 6th rank mage. The professional porter accompanying her was named Tarjan. The dwarf in the group introduced himself as Hikarad Murad, an experienced explorer who had been working in the labyrinth for 3 years. Bjorn observed that the dwarf's equipment was of high quality, which made sense considering his experience. However, he found it strange that such strong adventurers were still on the first floor and asked how they had found the rupture. Alua replied that she couldn't give details, but said she had heard that a new rupture would open. Hikarad stated that it had been the same for him. Bjorn realized that both were hiding the real method and therefore wanted to keep the secret for themselves. Alua declared that the loot would be divided among everyone except Tarjan and that she herself would be responsible for leading the group. Hikarad agreed, saying it was common sense to follow a mage's orders inside a labyrinth. Bjorn recognized that, indeed, mages were intelligent strategists in this kind of environment. He remembered that the one who had convinced the royal family to exterminate evil spirits had been a mage. However, Einar disagreed. She insisted that she wanted Bjorn to be the leader of the group because she considered him the wisest warrior of all. According to her, he read for 6 hours a day. Alua remarked, with a hint of mockery, that it was unusual for a barbarian to be a reader. Einar insisted that Bjorn was not only unique, but the best warrior of them all. The statement left everyone in shock, and Bjorn was visibly embarrassed. Hikarad remarked that it must feel great to receive so much respect from one's own wife, and admitted he felt envious of the barbarian. Einar quickly corrected him, saying she wasn't his wife. Alua then suggested they should start moving, since there were many areas to investigate. Hikarad questioned if they were leaving already, since up to that moment they had only exchanged names. According to him, it was important that everyone knew each other's abilities. Alua explained that the monsters of the blood-stained castle were all of lower 7th rank, so she and Tarjan could handle the combat. In addition, she said she would also keep the boss's loot, since she needed the items for her research. Hikarad challenged that decision, thinking she just wanted to keep everything. To him, it seemed unfair. Bjorn, knowing how common conflicts were in the world of Dungeon and Stone, understood that 100% of group fights arose over money. The most valuable item from that boss was the Rupture Flower, a rare resource. For a financially stable mage, research was the priority, but for an explorer, money was what mattered. Alua stated she would give all the magic crystals to the others. She didn't care about them. She only wanted the boss's items. Even so, Hikarad refused the scraps. Alua countered, saying the Rupture Flower wasn't even guaranteed to drop, and that even so, she would leave that item to him, as long as she kept the boss's essence. Hikarad accepted the deal. Bjorn, realizing he was being left out of everything, decided he also needed to secure his share. He couldn't leave the Rupture empty-handed. He said he didn't care about essences or items, but he wanted the Rupture Stone. Alua snapped back, saying he was a greedy barbarian and that they didn't need 2 barbarians in the group. Hikarad also thought the stone was too much for him. Bjorn understood that his strategy had failed, so he changed the proposal. He would give up the Rupture Stone, but wanted 2 essences that weren't from the boss. The two agreed without hesitation. Alua concluded they had reached a consensus, and Bjorn reflected on how everyone seemed to act normal after such an intense argument. Explorers were terrifying. Once again, he realized he needed to become stronger. The blood-stained castle was divided into 4 distinct areas: the drawbridge, which served as the entrance, the urban war zone located on the walls, the underground prison inside the structures, and the demonic worship hall, situated within the central and mysterious Lalo chamber. Right at the entrance, they encountered 2 gargoyles, 8th rank monsters. These creatures stayed motionless like statues until they detected an enemy, at which point they attacked without hesitation. Their most feared ability was petrification, and the first victim was Bjorn. The traditional strategy to defeat a gargoyle was to temporarily sacrifice one party member while the others attacked. But the presence of a mage changed the game. Alua cast a spell that canceled the curse, freeing Bjorn from petrification and allowing him to counterattack with full strength. With Hikarod's help, they managed to defeat both creatures. Hikarod acknowledged that barbarians were truly formidable in combat. Bjorn also thought that the dwarf was more skilled than he seemed. Then Einar noticed something strange. A magic crystal was moving on its own toward Tarjin's backpack. Alua explained that it was an automatic collection spell. All the crystals would be gathered by Tarjin and later divided among the group members. When they finally entered the first section of the castle, they came across a horde of bizarre creatures. These were the so-called fat zombies, rankless monsters that granted no experience and dropped no magic crystals. Their bodies also didn't disappear unless they released an essence. Alua Raven commented that it would be a waste of mana to spend magic on such enemies. That's why, when the zombies advanced, the front line handled them with ease. Einar chopped off several heads. Hikarod Murd smashed the monsters mercilessly, and Bjorn took them down without trouble. In the middle of the fight, one of the zombies dropped an item, the horn of the fat zombie commander. Einar noticed the horn was large and asked how it worked. Hikarod said he would show her later. The next door they encountered was made of steel, and Hikarod couldn't break it even with his hammer, so Alua used fire magic to melt the gate. Bjorn was impressed and thought that mages truly were overwhelmingly powerful. At last, they reached the first main area of the castle, the drawbridge. At that moment, Alua asked Einar to blow the horn. When she did, the sound activated a dormant magic seal, causing the bridge to begin lowering. However, at the same time, the river of blood surrounding them rose and revealed countless creatures emerging from its waters. The objective of that part was simple: hold out until the bridge was fully lowered while facing endless waves of zombies. Alua had already prepared for this. She gathered everyone around her and cast a powerful spell that simply devastated all the zombies at once. Hikarod was impressed and commented on how incredible it was, but Alua replied that it was nothing special since they were only zombies. Even so, Bjorn was unsettled by the woman's power. He hadn't expected them to finish that section so quickly. And just like that, the first stage of the castle was over. Simple as that. Bjorn found it disappointingly easy, and that bothered him, just as it bothered Einar. Normally, in the second part of the castle, they would face many enemies, but Alua kept wiping out every monster she saw as if they were insignificant. She defeated nearly 90% of the enemies alone. Only the Death Demon remained standing, and that one was left to the front line. Bjorn and Hikarod used their secret tactic, the double Barbarian formation, which consisted of knocking the monster down and then punching it to death. Hikarod asked if that was how they usually hunted. While the two pummeled the demon, Alua cast a spell that weakened the creature's regeneration, making the fight much easier. Without regeneration, the Death Demon was nothing more than a slab of meat. Einar remarked to Bjorn that now she understood why everyone praised mages so much. Hikarod added that having a mage in the group opened up many possibilities. Alua explained that this was because mages studied a lot, and of course, talent was also necessary. Bjorn thought he was beginning to understand Alua's true nature. She pretended to be humble, but in reality she loved to show off, and now he knew how he should behave around her to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Even so, Bjorn noticed something strange. The mage had thoroughly investigated the entire area, but she hadn't taken something specific that he knew was there. It was something easy to find. All it took was breaking the statue. It was explained that some players had the habit of pressing the interaction button whenever they saw a unique object or a suspicious wall. Bjorn was like that in the game. Because of this, he always found hidden items. However, if he revealed that now, Alua would probably feel humiliated that a barbarian knew something she didn't. So he decided to avoid drawing attention for the time being. They moved on to the third section, known as the Inner Castle. Alua commented that she had heard about that place before, but it didn't seem like there was anything of real value there. So they hurried to the next sector. Later, they entered the first floor of the underground prison. Alua explained that here they would encounter rats, banshees, death demons, chimera wolves, and G-lords, as well as a few golems. Hikarod mentioned that he had already fought all those monsters, except the corpse golem. Alua explained that it was exclusive to that area, which meant Hikarod would finally have a new experience. As they advanced, everyone chatted casually with one another, as if they had been friends for a long time. Bjorn wondered if the others had already forgotten the heated discussion they had just a short while ago. The atmosphere of the group seemed to have changed completely. While walking, Einar found a small skeletal-looking rat and asked if that was also a monster. Just as Bjorn was about to answer, Alua Raven stepped in and explained that those were the skeletal rats she had mentioned earlier. However, Einar pushed back, saying she wasn't talking to her. The situation became even more uncomfortable when suddenly a piercing scream echoed through the corridors. It was a banshee. The terrifying sound left Einar horrified. She immediately clung to Bjorn, trembling. Alua remarked that it would be very bad for Einar to face a banshee. Although not especially dangerous in combat, the emotion emotional toll would be traumatic. That made Einar even more nervous. Bjorn commented that he had heard mages had specific methods for dealing with banshees. Alua admitted with a slight smile that Bjorn was truly clever to remember that. Then she decided to resolve the situation right away. She cast a spell that drew in all the nearby banshees, and then burned them to ashes as if they were insignificant creatures. The whole group thought the same thing at that moment. Alua was strong, perhaps far too strong. Right after that, they reached the second floor of the underground prison, where they came face to face with Chimera Wolves and G-Lords, considerably more challenging enemies. From that point on, the real fun was only beginning. Shortly after, they reached a part of the labyrinth where Alua said there was a secret passage. Bjorn recognized the place. Normally, in the game, it was necessary to use the map to locate that false wall leading to one of the prison's hidden rooms, but she seemed already fully prepared and well-informed. When they opened the secret door, the group was met with a grotesque sight. The place was horrible in every sense. The stench was so intense it burned their nostrils, and the sight before them was simply abominable. A massive pile of rotting corpses stacked together with no dignity whatsoever. For a barbarian, this caused no physical effects. Their strong, resistant bodies weren't so bothered by the smell or the scene, but the same could not be said for the others. The first to react was Tarjan, the porter, who vomited immediately at the sight. Soon after, even Alua couldn't hold back and vomited as well. Hikarad Murad, trying to keep his humor, commented that at least the barbarians were holding up fine. As they walked through the area, they found another mountain of corpses, even larger than the first, blocking the way. But this time, something was different. A strange sound began to echo from the pile. Voices whispered horrifying words. The bodies were speaking, begging for help, forgiveness, and mercy. It was as if every corpse was pleading to be freed from endless pain. That was how they realized. They were standing before the first boss of the area, the dreaded corpse golem. Bjorn shivered. That creature was horrifying in itself. But what truly unsettled him were the sounds and voices, something that didn't exist in the game. In the digital version, the boss was mute. Here, in the real world, it spoke with human voices, pleading voices, which made everything far more disturbing. Bjorn urged the group to pull themselves together, but Hikarad was paralyzed with fear. Alua wasn't faring much better. She seemed shaken, unable to act. Bjorn then understood that this fight would be left to the barbarians, and he decided that he himself would take command. It was explained that Dungeonstone was considered the pinnacle of its niche in the gaming world. Even so, the game included elements that appealed to many other types of players. One of its biggest draws was the vivid illustrations, with such high quality that they looked like real photographs. Because of this, the game's images were frequently used in memes, and many people recognized those memes without even knowing which game they came from. When Bjorn saw one of those images, he realized the illustration was indeed impressive. But even the most realistic graphics couldn't compare to what he was witnessing with his own eyes at that moment. Before him stood a mage who should have been used to terrifying scenes, a dwarf who looked like he'd crossed every type of terrain imaginable, and a porter whose main job was to be strong. Even so, all of them had become useless in the face of that boss. Only the most resilient were able to continue. The barbarians. Einar tried to protect and evacuate everyone, but Bjorn pushed her aside when he saw she was nearly hit. At the same time, she also had to protect the dwarf, who ended up getting acid in his eyes. Bjorn saw that he was knocked out of the fight in seconds. The mage, who was supposed to be powerful, couldn't stop vomiting. So he asked Einar to take the dwarf to the back and protect the mage, while he bought time for the group. The attack pattern of the corpse golem was relatively simple. It would hurl explosive corpses at distant targets and try to crush or grab nearby enemies to devour them. Bjorn needed to keep a strategic distance, close enough to draw the golem's attention, but far enough not to get grabbed and eaten. He decided to hold this position until the group could recover. When the mage finally managed to cast a spell, she launched a massive fireball that completely burned the corpse golem, eliminating its initial form. However, the problem was that the monster had a second form, the bone golem. With that, the barbarians returned to the front line. Although the corpse golem was a rank 7 monster, its new form was made mostly of fragile bones. For 2 barbarians, that was an easy task. They shattered the creature's bones until they reached its core, finally eliminating the monster. When the dust settled, the golem's essence appeared before them. It was explained that rifts like that one functioned like true treasure chests. Elite monsters that don't usually appear in regular fields emerge in these locations, along with treasures of immeasurable value. But what stood out most was the fact that essence drop rates increased exponentially in rifts. Bjorn found it strange that it had taken them so long to obtain an essence. Einar wanted to know what they should do with it. Bjorn explained that, as agreed, the group had the right to collect it, since practically all the effort in the battle had been theirs. Bjorn was looking for 2 specific essences: the Death Demons for its great regenerative power, and the Chimera Wolves for its strength. He truly didn't expect to get the essence of a rank 7 elite monster, especially one with such good attributes for a tank. The essence granted plus 78 pain tolerance, plus 12 poison resistance, minus 5 perception, plus 21 weight, plus 55 bone density, plus 15 strength, and plus 9 appetite. His body would become slower due to the perception reduction, but the other attributes compensated for the negative effect, making it very useful for Bjorn's combat style. The problem was the active skill of the essence. The so-called flesh explosion caused massive damage to a specific body part, but in exchange consumed the character's own life. The passive skill turned blood into acid, which was terrible for equipment durability, requiring more spending on repairs and healing potions. In short, the essence was great, but came with a high cost for whoever used it. Because of that, Bjorn decided to leave the essence on the ground for now, while he tended to the dwarf and the mage. He knew it would remain there for at least 30 minutes. Later, Hikarad felt deeply ashamed of what had happened. Things could have gone much worse if it hadn't been for the group's barbarians. Bjorn said it was good that Hikarad knew that. He would be dead if not for Einar. Hikarad admitted that, when he saw that creature, he froze completely. He thought he'd faced every kind of monster before, but realized he still had much to learn. Bjorn reflected that they had almost died to a simple mini-boss, not because of a lack of strength, but because of the group's weak mindset. Even the mage acknowledged that and apologized. With the fight over, Bjorn brought up a new subject: wages. He said they had defeated the corpse golem on their own, which made the mage comment that, in the end, she was glad she had forced herself to use that spell. Bjorn, however, found it curious how explorers always acted like that. Instead of showing gratitude for the help, they started talking about what they had done as if trying to justify themselves. He pointed out that they had saved the entire group and that taking responsibility for more than one life came with a cost. That's why he wanted to keep the Riftstone. Hikarad agreed. He said he would have died if not for the Barbarian. The mage, on the other hand, disagreed but suggested that if they found the Riftstone, they could have a fair discussion. Bjorn also reminded them that the corpse golem had dropped its essence, which surprised the mage. She explained that kind of drop was extremely rare, even more so than the essence of the dungeon's main boss. She immediately became interested, saying she wanted to study the essence's properties. Bjorn had expected that reaction. He then made a proposal. He would give her the corpse golem's essence, but if they had managed to get the boss's essence, it would be his. A fair deal. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The mage commented that there was no guarantee the boss would drop an essence, but Bjorn said he would take the risk. She agreed to the deal since she was more interested in the current essence. Bjorn was satisfied with the negotiation. Hikarad then asked if the mage was really going to give the essence to the porter. He had heard that mages don't absorb essences, which the mage quickly clarified. She explained that actually an essence was only worthwhile for research if it remained in its natural state. For that, she used a magical test tube, a very rare item she owned, and successfully stored the essence. She said it was extremely expensive, which was why she had only one. After storing the material, she stated it was time to get out of that horrible place. Meanwhile, Bjorn remained silent, hoping the boss would drop its essence. In the next area, they found demonic statues resembling gargoyles. They didn't move because they were part of a puzzle that the mage was able to solve. Thanks to that, she obtained a valuable item, the Necronomicon, an ancient grimoire on black magic, highly valuable on the market. Bjorn thought he might come back for it later, but he realized the mage already knew how precious it was and wouldn't let the opportunity slip. The way she laughed showed she was fully aware of how valuable that book was. Since the Necronomicon was treated as an item, she could carry it out of the dungeon without needing to break any enchantments. On the other hand, she wasn't aware of one of the nearby statues, which made Bjorn a little suspicious. They continued onward and reached the chamber of the demon worshippers. There they faced various monsters: gargoyles, wolves, chimeras, and finally, the second mini-boss, a skeletal knight. The mage considered it a stroke of luck. They had already obtained the corpse golem's essence and now faced a desire-type skeletal knight. Bjorn agreed. He knew there were 3 types of skeletal knights, all rank 7. The Sorrow Knight used a mist that induced psychosis. The Hate Knight had an ability called Soul Assassination, which reduced opponents' levels, and the Desire Knight, the one before them, could regenerate by absorbing the life force of its enemies. The mage said she could nullify that regeneration with one of her abilities, a healing reduction spell. That made the battle much easier, and to their luck, the monster dropped its essence. Bjorn thought that luck was finally on their side. Hikarad congratulated them, saying the essence was excellent. Even though he wanted the essence badly, Bjorn suggested that Einar take it. He admitted he'd be lying if he said he didn't want it, but from a player's perspective, it made more sense for Einar to absorb it. The ability to absorb life force synergized better with swords, while Bjorn intended to focus on heavy weapons and tanking. Besides, since they entered the labyrinth together, he felt Einar was someone he could trust. Einar sincerely thanked him and promised to repay him. But while she was absorbing the essence, there was something important Bjorn had forgotten to tell her. As soon as Einar absorbed the essence, her body began to change. She became slimmer and shorter. Confused, she asked Bjorn why he seemed bigger all of a sudden, but he explained that it was actually her who had shrunk. He estimated she was now around 1.70 meters tall. Alua joined the conversation and explained that this was a basic side effect of the Skeletal Knight's essence. Einar's bones had become denser and more resistant, which resulted in a smaller body structure. In the status window, the gains and losses were clearly displayed. Plus 12 slashing strength, plus 15 agility, minus 7 flexibility, minus 25 height, plus 15 endurance, and plus 55 bone density. The passive ability halved all injuries and negative effects. The active skill was life force absorption. Despite the benefits, Einar was disheartened. She said no one would see her as a warrior anymore. She was already underestimated for being a woman, and now, with this new look, it would be even harder to assert herself. Alua, trying to cheer her up, said she looked more beautiful now, with softer features. But to Einar, that only made things worse. She felt like she would never again look like a warrior. Even the narrator seemed bothered by the change. It felt like poorly executed fan service. Einar used to stand out with her strong, unique appearance. Now she looked visually generic, even if her personality remained firm. The visual change took away part of her character's identity. Bjorn, trying to genuinely cheer her up, said that everyone still saw her as an incredible warrior. But in his thoughts, he admitted that, without the tattoos, she looked like an ordinary woman. Even so, he suggested that she test her new strength. Einar took a deep breath. She knew that, appearance aside, she still had a job to do. With a single blow, she eliminated the death demon. Bjorn acknowledged that it had all been worth it. Her strength was even greater now. Einar then asked if she could still be called a warrior. Bjorn replied that she wasn't just a warrior, she was the warrior, the strongest of them all. Hikarad praised the duo, saying they made a good team. The group finally reached the doors guarding the dungeon boss. Hikarad commented that it had been a fun journey, but now it was almost over. Alua found it a bit sad. For the first time, she understood why so many people chose to become explorers. Bjorn reflected on how lucky they had been. Einar had obtained a powerful essence, and since they had defeated the corpse golem, the group received a larger share of the loot. Even so, he couldn't stop thinking about how his life had always been marked by bad luck. So he asked himself, if something bad were to happen now, what would be the worst possible scenario? That was when he noticed something. Hikarad was already opening the boss's doors, but Bjorn realized that the handle looked different. He tried to stop the dwarf, but it was too late. The master of the castle had awakened. His body was covered in dried blood, and his eyes gleamed with cruel intelligence. He wasn't a death knight, as they had expected. He was a vampire, and not an ordinary vampire, but a named, intelligent monster. Duke Cambormer, the vampire. It was explained that monsters could be divided into 4 categories. The first was mutant variants, monsters with the same base stats but different classes. The second was advanced variants, with higher ranks than usual, like the death demon. The third category consisted of rare monsters, which only appeared in specific rifts. Lastly, there were the name monsters, those with memory, personality, and intelligence. These were the most dangerous of all. Hikarad, in shock, asked why a vampire had suddenly appeared. Bjorn said it wasn't time for questions. They needed to run. He asked if they knew who that being was. Cambormer, the vampire duke, a rank 5 monster, highly skilled in both physical combat and dark magic. Alua, stunned, said she had never seen anything like it. A guardian who was a mutant, advanced variant. Bjorn was also surprised. He knew such monsters could appear on the 3rd floor of rifts, but on the 1st floor, it was extremely rare. Even with thousands of hours in the game, he had never encountered the vampire duke there. He only knew of his existence because he had once watched a live stream. Alua asked how he knew something was wrong. Bjorn replied that he'd explain later. He had just felt that something was different, and he noticed it because of the color of the doorknob. He had tried hundreds of times to find Cambermere, following every step from that streamer's video, but it never worked, until he rewatched the video and realized the one unique detail, the color of the doorknob. If Bjorn hadn't been so thrilled with the streak of good luck they'd been having, he might have noticed the danger before Hikarad opened the door, but it was too late. Hikarad still asked if it wouldn't be better to fight the enemy right away, but the answer came first. Cambermere spoke with contempt, saying they were very rude guests. Then, he activated his spiritual form. Without wasting a second, Alua shouted for everyone to close their eyes. She cast a light spell, managing to temporarily repel the vampire. The spiritual form, or spiritualization, was a dark magic used by vampires. It allowed them to move quickly while their real body stayed behind, and when they used realization, they could teleport their body to wherever their spirit had gone. It would have been a disaster, but thanks to Alua's light, they bought at least 3 more minutes to escape. At that exact moment, the mage fainted in the assistant's arms. Bjorn wondered whether she had internal injuries, which seemed odd since vampires usually didn't inflict that kind of damage. Perhaps it was the effect of some other monster's essence. In the video he had watched, the player didn't manage to do much, so he never found out what Cambermere's essence was. He had some theories theories, but survival was the priority now. He told everyone to keep running. Hikarad asked how they were going to escape if only the mage knew the way. Bjorn said that he himself knew the route. He had memorized everything, not from real life, but from the countless times he had played the game. He had explored that location thousands of times. Even so, Cambermere caught up with them again. At the last moment before they were caught, they reached an open area where sunlight still shone. That stopped the vampire's advance. His weakness, and that of the spiritual form, was exactly that, sunlight. Fortunately, the sun was still in the sky. Hikarad, surprised, asked if it was true that Bjorn had memorized everything on his very first time there. He even joked about Bjorn's coming-of-age ceremony happening just a month ago. Einar cut in to defend him, saying he was a great warrior, the smartest she'd ever known. Hikarad laughed and said that he definitely was, but he wanted to know what they would do now. The sun was about to set. Bjorn confirmed that they didn't have much time. They had to keep moving. Even if they had to carry the mage, they needed to find shelter, and for that, they needed to reach the outer walls of the castle. Tarjin suggested the mage should rest first, but Bjorn firmly replied, asking if he wanted everyone to die there. He said he would protect the mage, even if it cost him his life. Later, the group found a seemingly safe spot. Bjorn offered to keep watch while the mage remained unconscious. He took the opportunity to retrieve an item they had left behind earlier. He broke the neck of a statue, causing its head to fall and reveal a hidden flask. It was a bottle of the Tears of the Goddess, a one-time use item, excellent for healing and highly effective against demonic monsters. When he returned, he saw the mage had already woken up. He asked what exactly had caused her to faint. Alua said she wasn't entirely sure, but suspected it was the damage transfer effect. Bjorn was familiar with this phenomenon. It came from the essence of an 8th rank monster. He asked how long she would need to recover. Alua answered that in about 20 minutes, she would be well enough to cast a 7th rank spell, though she'd only be able to use it up to 5 times. Bjorn found that worrying and asked if she knew any spells with a solar attribute. Alua, with a slightly critical tone, said it was rude to ask a mage what spells she knew, but Bjorn didn't care in the slightest. He was a barbarian, in the peak of his rudeness, and he knew what he was doing. He had read the story and knew he needed that information. Alua then replied yes. She could cast Sunspot Sphere, a 6th rank spell similar to a fireball, but with a solar attribute. Bjorn asked if she could also apply an attribute buff. She said yes, but only after another 10 minutes. Bjorn decided that was just enough time. He said he'd hold the creature off for 30 minutes, by any means necessary. Until then, she was not to intervene or waste mana. She would need to save everything for the right moment. Alua, curious, asked why he was acting like the leader of the group. Bjorn calmly answered with a question. Who else would it be? He didn't care about titles, but he knew someone had to make decisions. Hikarad agreed and apologized to the mage. He said he trusted Bjorn, and for now, that was the only certainty they had. Bjorn had always had a good eye for judging people's character. Maybe that's why he was more focused on strategy than risk. But when night fell, it became clear that he could no longer avoid the inevitable. Cambermere, consumed by bloodlust, confessed he could no longer hold back. He was there to kill all of them. The plan was simple. Bjorn needed to hold him off for 30 minutes until the mage was ready to finish him with solar magic. Wasting no time, Bjorn ordered Tarjin to take Alua and run. He knew this wasn't like the game. Even intelligent monsters like the vampire could barely say more than a few words during combat. Their focus was always on killing. As Cambermere charged forward at incredible speed, Hikarad was the first to block his attack. The dwarf surprised everyone, even Bjorn himself, by not being knocked back. It was the effect of the first essence he had absorbed. Antros, a rank 7 monster with an absolute balanced skill. With both feet on the ground, he became resistant to being pushed and absorbed impact. It was a perfect essence for tanks. Meanwhile, Bjorn took command of the fight. He ordered Einar to attack from the left. Her strike made the vampire recoil for a moment, giving Bjorn a clear shot to strike directly at the enemy's chest. But Cambermere blocked it. The block was so intense that it made Bjorn's hand tremble. He realized it instantly. That was the pain exchange skill. The vampire felt nothing, but Bjorn felt everything. Suddenly, the vampire's body dissolved into a cloud of crows. It was a technique used to evade physical attacks and create confusion. Hikarad activated his second essence, Emergency Restoration, while Bjorn tried to block as many attacks as he could. Even so, blood was splattering everywhere. The worst happened. The three, Bjorn, Hikarad, and Einar, were marked with the sacrificial seal. This turned them into offerings, temporarily increasing the vampire's power based on the number of victims. In addition, Cambermere possessed 3 typical vampire abilities: Immortality, which boosted his regeneration as he took damage; Blood Dominion, which allowed him to absorb enemy abilities by consuming their blood; and Dark Magic. With these, he could make his crows explode or summon blood monsters. He was a high-level boss. The battle reached its limit. Hikarad fell. Bjorn had to act fast, blocking an attack purely on reflex. Alua, Weakened, warned they only had 5 minutes left, but time seemed to drag on. The dwarf, who had withstood much of the fight, also collapsed. Exhausted, Einar and Bjorn were out of breath. Even so, Bjorn stepped forward so that Einar could carry Hikarad away. He knew he didn't need a weapon anymore. What he was about to do wasn't about technique, it was about endurance. Before advancing, he muttered something about Verla, calling her a daughter of Octavia, and was then impaled by the vampire's claws. But that was exactly the plan. He wanted to be the creature's focus. While being pierced, he kept drinking healing potions. He was beaten, stabbed, torn apart, yet he remained standing, sustained by a frenzy of potions. Alua, watching from a distance, thought she had never heard of anyone fighting like that. Bjorn was enduring the pain of the attacks, the violent regeneration, and the potions themselves. The pain kept increasing. Smoke started to rise from his body. The state he was in was so extreme that she wouldn't be surprised if he died right there from shock. Even so, Bjorn stood tall, blocking every blow. His body was mutilated repeatedly, but he endured it all. Then Alua remembered something she had read earlier. The true value of a barbarian was not in his physical strength, but in his mindset. And now, finally, she understood what that meant. Tarjin, seeing everyone's condition, suggested they run away. But Alua firmly asked, run where? There was no way out. The only way to escape the rupture was to defeat the boss. As she looked at Bjorn's state, she questioned what she was doing. Even that barbarian, who had just recently undergone his coming-of-age ceremony, was being more rational than she was. She realized that if Bjorn died there, everything would be lost. Without hesitation, she told Tarjin to stay with Hikarad. It was time to stop hesitating. She knew what needed to be done. Einar decided she would help in the fight. She felt she needed to make that choice to ensure everyone's survival. As a mage, it was the best decision she could make at that moment. So, she activated her support spells, target assistance, projection range, and auto-aim, and then cast the essence of the flesh golem directly into Bjorn's body. As soon as the essence was absorbed, Bjorn's body underwent intense changes. His pain tolerance increased by 70%, strength by 15%, bone density by 55%, poison resistance by 12%, appetite by 9%, and body weight by 21%. He transformed into a true human wall. His mind went blank, and his vision blurred slightly. But even in that state, he knew he had to choose a path. Faced with a crossroads, he had to decide what to abandon and what to protect. To move forward, he needed strength. He knew he couldn't block every attack, so he gave up on protecting his arms and legs. At that moment, the essence of the flesh golem completed its fusion. The vampire's claws could no longer pierce his bones. Seeing this, Bjorn felt frustrated, knowing he would have to change his interior progression plan. But at the same time, if he thought short-term, the situation looked promising. Bjorn, who had previously served only as a meat shield, was now able to move and fight. In addition, Einar began throwing healing potions at him. For the first time, she seemed to have regained her focus. With his new strength and constant healing, Bjorn realized they had a real chance at victory. He grabbed the vampire tightly, taking several blows to the back, but it was all part of the plan. He just needed a moment to spit his acid blood directly into the enemy's face. The damage he suffered was regenerated by the potions and magical essence. At that moment, Einar returned, creating an opening for Bjorn to finally corner the vampire. While restraining the enemy, Einar announced that the solar flare orb was finally ready. Bjorn, gathering all his remaining strength, slammed the vampire into the ground, creating the perfect opportunity for Hikarad to act. The ally then cast his lightning and expulsion spell, completely paralyzing the enemy, who fell unconscious. Knowing this was the decisive moment, Bjorn decided to use the emergency item he had saved, the goddess's tears. He forced the item into the vampire's mouth and punched his teeth hard. The sacred tears blessed the enemy's body, completely sealing all his abilities. The solar flare orb was launched right after, hitting both the vampire and Bjorn himself. He realized maybe he should have fled when he had the chance. The explosion destroyed everything around them and Bjorn fell unconscious. In fact, they all passed out, but in the end, they had won. After a few seconds, Bjorn was the only one to wake up. However, the vampire was still alive. His immortality had activated along with the source of darkness. Bjorn looked around and saw everyone unconscious. Only he remained standing, and at that moment, he understood there was only one thing he could do: kill the vampire before he fully awakened. The monster's body was destroyed, except for the heart, so Bjorn began beating it with all his might. He then remembered a new ability he had acquired: Flesh Explosion. He activated the technique, making his own hand explode on impact. The pain was unbearable, but he didn't stop. He used Flesh Explosion several times until his health dropped below 1%. When his HP reached 0.tx%, a countdown to death began. Even so, he kept using the skill. His mentality bar started dropping rapidly. When only 16 points remained, his hands were already completely destroyed from so many explosions. With no alternative, he began attacking with his own body. In the end, he managed to defeat the vampire count. He received 5 experience points for it. He had fought to the very end, and with all the bonus accumulation, he leveled up. But something unexpected happened. With only a 33% chance, Bjorn absorbed the vampire's essence, also gaining the immortality ability. The system detected an abnormal progress rate, and because of that, the administrator began to closely monitor his character. Later, Bjorn woke up on Einar's lap, still dazed. He asked about the others, and Einar explained they had left 3 days earlier. She asked if he was feeling okay. Bjorn was shocked to have been unconscious for so long. Einar revealed she had been worried. He wondered if that might have been the 7th day. There were no visible wounds on his body. However, as he moved, he realized he was completely naked. Einar explained that his clothes were completely destroyed, so she had thrown them away. She told him not to be embarrassed. After all, she had seen the true warrior he was. As he was still recovering, Einar explained that while he was unconscious, the dwarf had gathered the loot and the mage had taken all the rupture stones. Bjorn knew that if he was still alive, it was because he had absorbed the guardian's essence. That also meant he had probably secured at least 3 of the items the boss had dropped. The mage had taken all the stones, claiming it was the only way to compensate for her own losses. The dwarf didn't care. He said everything was fine. He didn't seem to feel cheated at all. The mage, in turn, argued that Bjorn had ended up with all the most valuable things, so he couldn't complain that she had taken the stones. Reflecting on the situation, Bjorn acknowledged that it was true. He had obtained the boss's essence, and the mage had even given him the flesh golem essence. For that reason, he wasn't exactly angry about how the loot was divided, but Einar was. She thought it was unfair. She didn't like that they took everything without even waiting for Bjorn to wake up. To her, the mage had been disloyal and greedy. Bjorn disagreed with Einar, but still chose to take her side. He told her he considered her a very trustworthy warrior. Einar replied, "Of course." They were partners. She then asked if he was ready to leave. Bjorn answered that he still needed to take care of one last thing before they left. Even if the mage had taken all the items, there was still something important there. He wanted to make sure he got it. At that moment, he asked if Einar had any spare clothes he could borrow. Later, the labyrinth finally closed, and everyone returned to Rafdoya. Bjorn appeared wearing only a loincloth. Upon arrival, he traded the stones and received 231,000 crystals. It was a small amount compared to the effort they had gone through, but he had absorbed 2 essences, making the mission more rewarding than the first time he entered the labyrinth. Still, the receptionist, upon seeing the amount, was suspicious. She said it was too much for a 9th rank explorer. She wanted to know what was inside his backpack. Bjorn, surprised, asked why she was questioning him, but before he could understand what was happening, several guards appeared, subdued him, and he was taken directly for interrogation. Meanwhile, when everyone exited the portal, Erwin was still extremely tired. She hadn't expected the 3rd floor to be so difficult. She had never faced 7th rank monsters before. They were incredibly powerful. Even though only her sister had truly fought, 6th rank monsters also appeared during the journey. That adventure had been very different from the first, where all she could think about was surviving. This time, Erwin felt more prepared. She believed Bjorn would be surprised to hear everything she had to tell him. Although she hadn't seen him, it might have just been a matter of timing. She also wanted to show him the new essence she had acquired, and maybe even test it with him like they did the last time. Even if it hurt a little, she really wanted to see him again. Later, Erwin exchanged her crystals. It was 184,000. The attendant also thought it was a lot for a 9th rank explorer, but Erwin explained she was with her sister Tercia. Upon hearing that name, the employee recognized her as a certified explorer and allowed her to receive the crystals without issue. After that, Erwin took a bath and got ready. She wanted to see Bjorn and hear everything he had to say. However, when she arrived at the inn, she was told that the guest in room 302 hadn't returned yet. Still, she was sure he would come back. A week passed. The innkeeper finally began clearing out the room. He said he had waited long enough. With the labyrinth closed, there was only one explanation. Bjorn had died inside. The news deeply shook Erwin. Her sister later found out what had happened and asked how long she planned to keep living like that. But Erwin replied with conviction. She said she wanted to become stronger, strong enough to protect the people she loved. Meanwhile, Bjorn had been imprisoned for a week. He had been accused of being a looter. During the first interrogation, the guards asked where he got that crossbow. Bjorn explained the situation, stating that he had been attacked first. Even so, the interrogators didn't believe his version. They said the guild rules had changed. They were now investigating lower-ranked explorers more thoroughly to reduce looting incidents. They asked again where he got the weapon. Bjorn, exhausted, repeated that he had taken it from the attackers who ambushed him. He told them everything about the incident involving the looter, but left out the name of one specific woman. He didn't want to break a promise he had made. At one point, the interrogator questioned how he had survived a stab to the neck, given that there wasn't even a scar. That's when Bjorn realized the scar had vanished because of the golem essence and vampire essence he had absorbed. He spoke about the rupture he had faced, but again, the interrogator didn't believe a word. The interrogator asked why a vampire would be involved in a rupture on the 3rd floor. He made it clear that Bjorn was a barbarian, and based on his expression and posture, he seemed like a terrible liar. Bjorn, irritated, suggested they just bring in a mage so they could use memory reading magic and confirm everything. After that, the interrogator walked away. The first day of interrogation was as bad as it could be. 2 days later, they tried to use mental magic on him, but it didn't work. Bjorn had over 90 mentality points, which made him resistant to that kind of magic. Still, he mentioned the mage and the dwarf, but the interrogator refused to listen to anything he said, merely stating that it would be better to confess soon. On the morning of the 7th interrogation, the investigator returned with a concerning statement. He said they had found definitive evidence. Apparently, this wasn't the first time Bjorn had looted other people. They checked the message stone number and discovered it belonged to a deceased explorer. They also received the record of a crystal contract that Bjorn had signed. With that, they decided he would be executed in 3 hours. At that moment, Bjorn realized there was no longer room to resolve anything with words. If he simply destroyed the place, he'd be labeled a fugitive looter. There was only one way out now: prove his innocence. And the first thing he did was commit a crime. He used his flesh explosion skill to destroy the cell. Then, he kicked the nearest guard and knew he had to get out of there no matter what. He grabbed the keys and used the opportunity to free the other prisoners. A riot then broke out, with everyone smashing everything around. While the guards were busy trying to control the chaos, Bjorn assessed the situation. He knew the prisoners would be recaptured soon. Unlike explorers, most of them had no weapons, except for a few they'd managed to steal. What he needed, however, was just 5 minutes. Bjorn didn't just want to escape, there was something he wanted to do. When he faced a new group of guards, he used flesh explosion again, spreading his own blood on the prisoners and activating a sacrificial seal. For him, that was better than simply blowing everything up by force. The first guard was crushed like a piece of candy. The second one even managed to land a sword strike on Bjorn, but the wound closed instantly, and he reacted violently, taking the opponent down with ease. The guards were confused. They couldn't understand how someone of 9th rank could do that, but Bjorn knew. That branch only dealt with low-rank explorers and would never imagine he was that strong. He continued defeating them one by one until he reached the office of the branch manager on the 3rd floor of the Explorers Guild. As soon as he entered, he fell into a trap that had been waiting for him. However, the knife slash did almost nothing. Bjorn quickly healed and counterattacked. His blood was acidic, and that deeply frightened the branch manager. The man who tried to attack Bjorn warned him not to touch her, saying she was the daughter of the district manager. Bjorn was surprised. He didn't know the manager had a daughter. He figured he had hit the jackpot. Without hesitation, he knocked the assistant out. He hadn't planned to do that at first, but now that the manager's daughter was there, he decided to use her. The girl said she knew he would show up that day and asked if he had been planning this all along. Bjorn, tired of her arrogance, completely ignored her. He thought she was too narcissistic. He took her as a hostage and demanded they bring an inspector and a mage from the magic tower immediately, or she would die. Then he took the girl to the balcony of the building and shouted as loudly as he could. It was time to draw attention. There, Bjorn introduced himself as Bjorn Jandel, a 9th rank explorer who the Explorers Guild had tried to frame and kill. He swore by all that was sacred to his race that he was innocent, but even so, they were trying to destroy him. He knew that to have a chance, he had to be heard. And to do that, he had to make a scene. At that very moment, in the magic tower, everyone already knew what had happened. One of the elders commented that apparently a madman had freed the prisoners, taken the manager's daughter hostage, and was demanding a mage. Alua heard that and said she would handle the situation. She was curious to see who this man was. When Alua arrived at the location, she recognized Bjorn immediately. She approached and, surprised, asked what he was doing there. She hadn't expected it to be him. Bjorn responded urgently. He said she could fix everything. All she had to do was use a memory verification spell on him. He explained that there wasn't much time. Alua agreed but imposed a condition. She would only cast the spell if he agreed to grant her a favor in the future. Bjorn replied that it was fine, as long as it was something he could do. Alua then said that it was a promise. Shortly after, she cast the reading spell, but the magic didn't work either. Bjorn was too resistant, with mentality far too high. Not even Alua could break through that barrier. The former interrogator entered the room, visibly desperate. As soon as he saw Bjorn, he pointed at him as the one responsible for all the chaos. The branch manager's assistant wanted to confirm whether that barbarian was really the man claiming he had been framed. He asked whether the interrogator himself had conducted the investigation, and what exactly the evidence was. The interrogator confidently replied that Bjorn hadn't been framed. He explained that Bjorn had brought too many magic crystals for a 9th rank explorer, and that his backpack was full of equipment that didn't belong to him. Moreover, the communication stone he carried had been tracked and identified as belonging to a dead explorer. Because of that, they concluded he had looted corpses inside the labyrinth. Bjorn, on the other hand, insisted that there was a valid testimony in his favor from a member of the Crystal Union. The assistant then questioned why the interrogator hadn't used magic to confirm the facts, calling him reckless for not verifying something so important. The interrogator tried to justify himself, saying Bjorn lied frequently. He said Bjorn claimed to have been stabbed in the neck and survived, but had no visible scar. According to him, Bjorn himself said it was because of the vampire essence he had absorbed. Only then did they realize the man sitting there was actually the branch manager, and the young woman beside him was the daughter of the district manager. The interrogator continued, saying that since magic didn't work on Bjorn, it was further proof that he was lying. He was convinced that the barbarian deserved to be punished. However, Alua intervened and confirmed that everything Bjorn said was true. She had been present during the rupture when he consumed the vampire's essence. Some doubted her words and suggested that a spell should be cast on her as well to verify her sincerity. The interrogator, suspicious, argued that simply knowing him wasn't a good enough reason to defend him. Alua, irritated, took offense at the insinuation and asked if he was calling her a liar. She reminded him that the little power he had didn't give him the right to disrespect a mage of the tower. The interrogator immediately backed down and knelt before her. It was then explained that mages of the magic tower held status equivalent to that of aristocrats. Although there were different factions within the tower, they all belonged to a single organization structured to protect their rights and authority. Despite this hierarchy, the branch manager tried to end the discussion, claiming it all sounded like baseless confusion. Alua didn't accept that. She stated that no vampire had ever been recorded on the first floor of a labyrinth, but that didn't mean it was impossible. There were still many mysteries about the labyrinths, even after so much time since their appearance, and no one could predict what would happen inside them. She asked how the manager could be so certain about something inherently unpredictable. Bjorn, hearing that, admired her firmness. He recognized he was in the presence of a true mage, someone who couldn't be intimidated by anyone. The discussion was interrupted when a new man entered the room. He introduced himself as Niall Urbans, father of the girl who had been taken hostage. He was also the district manager. Niall explained that the Explorers Guild was responsible for managing clans, applying group formation enchantments, and selling useful information to explorers. The guild structure was simple. Each branch had its own manager, and above them were 13 district managers, all subordinate to a single guild master. These 13 held the second highest position in the hierarchy. While he spoke, the man from the Crystal Union who had forged the testimony was thrown to the floor. Bjorn recognized him as the true culprit. He said he had heard about the false testimony, built on a manipulated communication stone. Alua cast a memory-reading spell on the man and confirmed that he had lied. There was no denying it now. A mage of the tower had proven the deception. Niall Urbans then confirmed the name of the accused, Bjorn Jandel, and officially declared him innocent. Bjorn released the hostage and asked what would happen to the real culprit. The district manager replied that for having caused the entire situation with a false testimony, the man would be thoroughly investigated. Bjorn took the opportunity to request that his entire group be investigated as well. Niall agreed, saying the Crystal Union had been problematic for a while, and that the inspector responsible for the case would be fired. In addition, all his previous cases would be re-evaluated. If any irregularities were found, he would be duly punished. To compensate for the damage caused to Bjorn, Niall announced that he would be promoted to 7th rank and receive new equipment. Bjorn, however, found the reward insufficient. He asked if this promotion meant he was already qualified for 7th rank. The manager replied that he only had 2 months of experience. Bjorn didn't hesitate and proposed a challenge. They should bring a 7th rank explorer so he could prove his strength. Niall hesitated, saying they had never dealt with anything like that before. Alua confirmed this was truly unprecedented. A 9th rank explorer had survived a fight against a 5th rank vampire and absorbed its essence. It was far too unusual to ignore. She remarked with some sarcasm how curious it was to see the manager finally making the right decisions, even if he treated it like a favor. Faced with everything, Niall looked at Bjorn seriously and asked what reward he actually wanted. Bjorn made it clear from the start he wanted money. He asked for 5 million magic stones, straight to the point. The branch manager was shocked by the amount and said it was absurd, but Niall accepted the demand. Then, Alua also wanted to clarify her part. She asked for 1 million magic stones separately for her work. Once again, Niall agreed and asked that the guildmaster be told he remained grateful for the services provided. Sometime later, in the magic tower, inside Alua Raven's personal laboratory, Bjorn stood amidst the chaos, not understanding why the place looked so messy. Alua, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, handed him a strange liquid and asked him to drink it. She said it was just water, but it was clearly not. The liquid seemed to contain odd substances, possibly even monster organs. Bjorn, suspicious, decided to drink it later. He asked why she had brought him there. Alua explained that he had promised her a favor, and now he was there because of it. She wanted to study the magical essence he had consumed. She said this research would be useful for both of them, since no one in the world had ever ingested an essence like that. There might be effects or nuances they didn't yet understand. Bjorn noticed her eyes shined with a passion for knowledge. To her, studying a golem made of bodies was already extremely rare, but the essence of a vampire, even more so one that had been a floor boss never before encountered, was something even rarer. She looked like a university student, excited about her thesis topic. So Bjorn, still suspicious, asked if the papers she had made him sign earlier, saying they were just bureaucratic forms, were actually a contract about this. Alua confirmed. She said that if the manager promised to keep secret the fact that Jandel had consumed the vampire essence, then she would accept those terms. She proposed that Bjorn go to the laboratory once a week, helping with the research for 3 hours over the next few months. But Bjorn thought that was too much and said he'd only agree to a 3-month deal. Otherwise, there would be no agreement. He also demanded access to all the research results. Alua, annoyed, reminded him that he had survived thanks to her and still received 5 million stones. She said he should be a little more grateful, but Bjorn thought differently. That was a separate issue. According to him, the one who should pay was her, not the other way around. He stated that he was forced to consume the golem's essence without his consent. Alua, indifferent, replied that she had given him an essence for free and asked if that was really a problem. Bjorn insisted that yes, it was. He said she forced him to consume something he didn't want just so that she could survive. To him, that was a serious issue. Alua tried to argue, saying she hadn't done it with the intention of saving him, but rather as part of a plan. Bjorn replied that he didn't care about her intentions. He simply didn't want that essence. Still confused, Alua wanted to know why someone would get rid of something so valuable. She called him a crazy barbarian. Bjorn, however, explained that precisely because he didn't want the essence, it had become a burden. Instead of helping him, it caused him harm. She insisted that the essence was extremely valuable to any explorer. So Bjorn countered, saying that if that were the case, maybe she should be the one paying him compensation. Alua, a bit sarcastic, said he was only saying that because he didn't know other explorers. Then, without hesitation, she opened a magical communication channel with another explorer, someone who claimed to know Bjorn's own master. She asked a direct question. If someone fed you an essence you weren't planning to consume, how would you feel? The other explorer found the question strange, but answered honestly. He said he would probably be furious. Even if it were a rare essence, it wouldn't change anything. If it wasn't what he wanted, it would only cause problems. According to him, mages would never understand that. Bjorn, upon hearing that, felt satisfied. The explorer went on to say that one doesn't survive in the upper floors by accepting the first essence that shows up. Planning was essential. Alua finally asked how someone should be compensated for a situation like that. The explorer answered firmly he would accept money. Something like 15 million magic stones would be a good start. Alua was surprised by the response and asked again, as if she hadn't understood correctly. The explorer explained that erasing a consumed essence costs a lot of money, and with each new attempt, the cost increases. He said it seemed like guilds loved money, and that there was no god in that world to regulate it. He commented that those organizations were extremely mercenary. Alua then asked what could be done if money wasn't an option. She wanted to know what alternative would be viable in that case. The explorer replied that he wasn't sure. He said that if something like that happened to him, and the person responsible was standing right in front of him, he would probably end them on the spot, without thinking twice. Bjorn, listening to all of that, thought those people lacked creativity. The explorer that Alua had contacted seemed to be someone experienced, strong enough to be in contact with a mage of the tower. He probably understood the importance of balancing the essences one consumed. If they had asked a beginner, someone who didn't yet know how to survive, he probably would have accepted any essence without question. Bjorn then asked if Alua would finally admit she was wrong. Before she could respond, her mentor appeared. He walked into the lab and remarked with an ironic tone that a barbarian had won a verbal battle against a mage. He said Bjorn must be someone special. He introduced himself as Dion Tevahilian. Bjorn immediately recognized the name. He thought that meant the man was a master of the Altemion school, the one that occupied 5 whole floors of the magic tower. That made it clear how powerful the man was. Dion Tevahilian said he had enjoyed the conversation. Alua was shocked and asked how he had heard it, since she had cast a soundproofing spell. But he replied that her magic still needed a lot of improvement. There were many holes in the formula. He confessed he had been curious to see that his youngest apprentice had brought a living barbarian to the tower. Usually when someone like him arrived, they were either dead or had only their heart ripped out. He said that with a smile and a stare at Bjorn as if it were just a joke. Bjorn, wasting no time, figured that must be a mage's sense of humor. So he decided to play along and said he also had a joke. Maybe he should split the old man's skull in two. He assured him it was just a joke and asked the mage to laugh along. Dayan asked if he had just called him an old man, and Bjorn responded with a light tap on the mage's head, insisting it was only teasing. Alua panicked and asked if he had lost his mind. Bjorn reflected that maybe he had gone too far, but the mage laughed loudly loudly anyway. Even so, Bjorn noticed there was some hidden anger behind that laughter. He even considered taking back the old man comment, but Dian replied that he too had a bold side. Changing the subject, the mage offered a deal. Instead of paying the 10 million stones, he asked if Bjorn would be satisfied with a rare magic item. He extended his hand and showed the Ring of the Frozen Spirit, number 9,425. He said the number was high, but it was still a numbered item, which meant it could only be obtained by defeating a Rift Guardian. Each of those items had a unique, exclusive ability. Bjorn found it strange that they were offering something so valuable so easily and asked what was special about the ring. Dian explained that the item sealed one of the essences the user had consumed. He knew that Bjorn wanted to get rid of the golem of flesh essence, especially because of the acidic blood, which must have been a major inconvenience. Bjorn, surprised, realized that this mage really was experienced. He not only understood about essences, but also knew the specific abilities they granted, so Bjorn accepted the deal. On the way out, Alua reminded Bjorn that he should stop by twice a week. She thought to herself that she was worried he might forget. She also apologized to her master for everything that had happened. Dayan replied that it was fine. That item was useless to him, but it looked like it would be useful to the barbarian. He commented that the ring was actually only worth 1.5 million stones. He chuckled to himself, imagining the face Bjorn would make once he found out the true value of the item. Bjorn, however, had his own thoughts. He believed that in this world, mages were supposed to be the smartest, but Alua didn't even know what the tear of the goddess was. When he realized that, he was sure those mages were still beginners, at least compared to him. They were far from understanding the true value of the Ring of the Frozen Spirit. Later, he returned to the inn, where everyone thought he was already dead. The owner informed him that he had thrown away all his belongings. Bjorn calmly reminded him that he had paid for an extra week. The innkeeper, realizing his mistake, said he would compensate him. But what truly caught Bjorn's attention was realizing how much his mind had changed. He was more violent than before. He noticed this when he realized that watching a head fly off no longer affected him. He remembered that when he killed for the first time, it had felt easy, and although he had hesitated when escaping from the cell, now he no longer felt any barrier to acting that way. He realized he was arguing with powerful mages as if it were natural, something a simple 20-year-old office worker would never have done. Bjorn believed the changes he was experiencing were merely a consequence of the environment he lived in. He didn't stop to reflect deeply on it, but perhaps he really was becoming a barbarian, and deep down, he thought that was the best thing to do, especially if he wanted to stay alive in that world. At the inn, he proposed a deal. He said he would let everything slide if the man paid him 30,000 stones. The innkeeper found it absurd, claiming it was a ridiculous amount, considering he had only sold some of the belongings. That caught Bjorn's attention, and he immediately noticed the contradiction. If the man had sold them, then he hadn't thrown them away as he had claimed earlier. Later, Bjorn was already staying at a much better inn. The room was more spacious, well decorated, with a window, a bathtub, and close to the city. Even though it was more expensive, he felt more comfortable there. As he settled in, he thought about Einar. He wondered what might have happened to her. He decided it would be better to find her the next day, so they could divide the profits from their last mission. The next morning, he went to the Furious Rhinoceros Tavern, where he found Einar. She was overjoyed to see him, and immediately asked where he had been all that time. She said that even if he had fallen into hell, she knew he would return. He replied that he had faced some problems, but before he could continue, she quickly asked if he had seen the news. Before he could answer, several other barbarians surrounded Bjorn, excitedly talking about a man known as the Barbarian of Freedom. They said the whole city was stirred up because of him. Bjorn, upon hearing this, immediately suspected they were talking about him, but preferred to keep his disguise. He said he didn't know anything and asked what the hero's name was. One of the barbarians replied that this was the most curious detail. No one knew his name. That left Bjorn relieved. At least his anonymity had been preserved, which was wonderful. The other warriors continued speaking with pride about that mysterious barbarian. They claimed he had faced more than 100 men alone and freed all the prisoners from the jail. Bjorn, listening to all of this, was surprised at how much the story had grown and just hoped it wouldn't get out of control. Later, they were in Komelby, the name given to districts 2 through 5 that formed a circle around the first district of Karnan. This was the region inhabited by Rafdonia's middle class, also known as the Free Market. There, Bjorn carefully separated Einar's share. She would receive more than 300,000 magic stones. Einar was surprised at the amount and asked if that was really all for her. Bjorn replied that it was a fair price. She thanked him, but quickly became distracted when she spotted a cotton candy vendor. It was obvious she wanted to try it. Not long after, she was already seated, eating a massive meal while holding cotton candy in her hands. During the meal, Einar thanked Bjorn for treating her the way he used to. She explained that, as he must have already noticed, her appearance had changed a lot. In recent days, the other barbarians had begun avoiding her. They thought she no longer looked like a warrior. At the same time, many humans had started singing and praising her beauty, saying she fit perfectly within human standards. That had never happened to her before. For that reason, with a sad smile, she asked if she had become that ugly ugly in the eyes of her fellow barbarians. But she had already made her decision. She could no longer enter the labyrinth at Bjorn's side. Later on, Bjorn was drowning his sorrows in drink as Einar had left the group. One of the barbarian elders, known for his swordsmanship skills, had recognized Einar's potential, and that day, she decided to begin special training with him as her new mentor. This training would demand full dedication and wouldn't allow her to leave the temple for several months. Bjorn even asked if she could spare at least one day to accompany him into the labyrinth, but Einar replied that, although she truly wanted to, it simply wouldn't be possible. The training was far too strict. Bjorn understood. He knew exactly what kind of method this was. It made sense, and it was also a great opportunity for her to grow. Einar made it clear that she wouldn't ask to rejoin the group, nor did she want him to wait for her. However, she promised to train hard and return as a great warrior. As he listened, Bjorn took another swig of his drink, feeling helpless. He remembered that during their second adventure, Einar had been forced to submit to a looter and swear on her honor. Even during that fallout, all he had done was stand and watch. Maybe that had been the final straw for her. Now he had to accept that he would need to find another group member, or perhaps go on alone. Still, Bjorn knew it wouldn't be that easy. He had become much stronger over the past 2 months. He had consumed the essences of both a flesh golem and a vampire, which had greatly increased his base attributes. With his new regenerative abilities, he was practically unbeatable on the second floor of the labyrinth. However, from the third floor onward, the difficulty rose sharply. Dungeon and Stone was a game that forced players to form parties. No matter how strong someone was, it was impossible to clear all the levels alone. The deeper floors became more dangerous, and it was essential to find companions of similar strength to hunt monsters in the higher levels. That's when Bjorn met Alua, a possible new recruit for his team. But he wasn't there just to invite her. He was also there to help with some research. Even so, it was impossible to ignore the experiment chair, which looked more like a torture device. Alua questioned who in their right mind would join a group with only 2 members. Now alone, Bjorn got the message. If he wanted a chance with her, he would need to gather more members, preferably of a decent level, and ideally include a priest. He already expected to be rejected. Before he left, Alua asked him to look at something, an analysis of the vampire's essence. Bjorn thought the research was shallow, but that didn't bother him. He already knew exactly what he wanted to do. He had a great idea. Besides the essence, he possessed the passive fountain of darkness, which allowed him to resist death as long as his heart remained intact. He also had the seal of sacrifice, the domain of blood, and the title immortal. Now, with the immortal's seal combined with the guardian's essence, Bjorn had essentially become a regeneration machine. He had played Dungeon and Stone for a decade, but he had never experienced growth this fast. He was already ready to leave when Alua called him back again. She wanted to know what he had placed in the vampire's mouth during the fight. She said she had felt a kind of divine power coming from it. Bjorn, trying to hide the truth, said she had probably imagined things. That day had been chaotic. He figured he couldn't tell her, but Alua insisted, claiming she was sure of what she saw. He dodged again, saying he was hungry and quickly left. Alua grew suspicious. She felt like he was hiding something, and she promised herself she would find out what it was. Later, she decided to investigate on her own. She grabbed an old book about the rupture, a rare text from an unknown author and still uncatalogued. During the reading, she found a part that mentioned the blood-stained castle. The passage was badly damaged, but she could make out references to a golden mask and something called the Tear of the Goddess. However, the locations were unreadable. Next, Alua picked up another book focused specifically on the Tear of the Goddess. She learned that it was a consumable relic of mysterious origin that released a powerful blessing when shattered. According to the text, around 150 years ago during the dimensional collapse, Cardinal Androne used all the remaining tears to save the Pope. Since then, none had been seen again. Alua then made the connection. The way the item was described matched exactly what she had seen Bjorn do during battle. Maybe it was just a coincidence, or maybe not. It made no sense that a barbarian who had just reached adulthood would know the location of such a rare relic. And yet, sometime later, Bjorn stood before the golden mask, a special item that could only be obtained after meeting certain requirements. To earn it, one had to defeat the boss of the blood-stained castle, which allowed the user to change their face freely for 1 month. The mask could be used 5 times in total. When he played Dungeon and Stone, Bjorn didn't care much about his character's appearance, so he sold the mask for 500,000 stones and forgot about it. But now, this world was real. He had already been imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. So if he ever needed to disappear from the city, having a resource like that could be a lifesaver. Meanwhile, in a tavern, rumors began to circulate that the Crystal Union had disbanded. Tercia listened closely and pondered the matter. The Crystal Union was a clan of explorers that had grown explosively over the last 10 years. They had built an elaborate communication network linking several magic stones and provided various services and conveniences for first-floor explorers. Even so, so, many seemed happy with the organization's end. Most said they were nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. Tercio remembered that, at first, they really did seem good, but as they gained power, they changed drastically, began discriminating against outsiders, abusing their authority, and even committing crimes against beginners. She thought of Erwin, her sister, as a clear example of that. Something very bad could have happened if it weren't for that barbarian. She had once considered doing something against the Crystal Union, but now she felt it might no longer be necessary. She heard that the person who caused the split was someone called the Barbarian of Freedom. At first, she thought it was just a coincidence, until they mentioned that this barbarian was only rank 9. Too much of a coincidence. Suddenly, she began to doubt that Bjorn was really dead. If that barbarian was him, it would explain why he hadn't returned for a week. With suspicion lingering in her mind, Tercia went to see her sister, Erwin, who was looking very downcast and sad. She wondered whether she should tell her the truth or keep it to herself. Later, Bjorn went to the guild and requested help forming a new group. He wanted to build a team of at least 4 people to operate from the 3rd floor onward. The receptionist read his full name aloud. Bjorn Jandel, ranked 7 with 5 stars. Bjorn, confused, asked what that meant. The receptionist simply replied that it was nothing and handed over a list of potential members. Bjorn found it odd. It seemed like the receptionist had deliberately changed the subject. He figured it might be some kind of internal guild code. But in the end, he decided he didn't care. One of the names on the list was Hikurod, who met with him later. Hikurod confirmed it was Bjorn, although he hesitated at first when he saw the registered rank. He said it was good to see him again. However, he mentioned that someone else would be joining the group, apparently a mage. Soon after, the new member appeared. Bjorn was visibly surprised. The blonde mage introduced himself as Lior. Hikurod welcomed him kindly, noting that he was a rank 6 explorer. Lior explained that he was an 8th rank mage from the royal family of Rafdonia. Hikurod, confused, asked what he meant by royal family. Bjorn answered in his place, saying that it meant he wasn't affiliated with any guild. Then he inwardly grumbled. Why was he, a barbarian, the one explaining things to a dwarf? It felt unnatural. Lior then complimented Bjorn, saying he was quite smart for a barbarian, and asked his name. Bjorn was already losing patience and cut straight to the point. He asked why Lior wanted to become an explorer. The young man replied that he wished to become a famous adventurer to boost the reputation of Baron Martin's family. Hikurod asked if he was a noble. Lior said yes. He explained that the husband of his mother's sister was the 3rd brother of the Baron's wife. Bjorn thought that made no sense at all. In practice, they were practically strangers. He tried to make sense of it. The boy's aunt's husband was the Baron's brother-in-law. That didn't make Lior a real noble, and the young man himself admitted he didn't intend to threaten anyone beneath him. Bjorn concluded this guy was full of himself. Every time he spoke, he sounded more like a fraud. He was good-looking, with neatly styled blonde hair, about 1.60 meters tall and thin. He knew some basic household and administrative magic, along with a few curse spells. However, his ice magic wasn't particularly strong, even though he knew the basics. Lior was an inexperienced, arrogant mage who constantly lied. Bjorn was wary of him, but decided to accept him into the group. He knew that having a mage present would improve their chances of attracting better candidates. And, as expected, more interesting proposals started coming in. Hikurod and Bjorn began meeting 3 to 4 times a week to review those proposals, although it seemed like Bjorn was doing most of the work. In one of those meetings, Hikurod suggested an option that looked promising, though he seemed afraid that Bjorn would reject it too. Still, they managed to form the team and even upgraded their gear. One day, Bjorn went to the library fully geared up. He was wearing armor and a shield made of latinium and had an expansive backpack on his back. The librarian, surprised by the sight, asked what all of that was. He simply explained what items he was wearing, but she politely asked him to remove the armor, saying she'd received complaints. Bjorn agreed, though he thought she didn't have much of a sense of humor. As he walked through the streets, he ran into a barbarian in an alley. The man wasn't carrying any weapon, something extremely unusual. Every barbarian treated their weapon like a part of their body, even when starving. Curious, Bjorn told him not to be afraid and asked where his weapon was. The man replied that he had sold it because he had no money. Bjorn noticed that this barbarian, even in such a miserable state, still spoke politely. He had parted with his own weapon. For a moment, Bjorn wondered if he was dealing with some kind of evil spirit in disguise. Later, Bjorn bought him a meal. The man introduced himself as Lion, son of Tarika, and promised he wouldn't forget what Bjorn had done for him. During their conversation, he said he had gone through the coming-of-age ceremony a month before the D. He claimed he got lost and couldn't enter the labyrinth. To Bjorn, that sounded like an excuse. He believed the man had fled out of fear. Escaping the crowd of enthusiastic barbarians during the ceremony was easy. The real problem came afterward. A barbarian without a weapon and without entering the labyrinth had no job opportunities. That was the biggest disadvantage. Even skilled players who had unlocked the abyss, or boss gate, knew how barbarians were treated in that world, but Lion hadn't even tried. Bjorn asked what he had done during that month. Lion said he hadn't tried to go in again. When Bjorn asked if he had lost his mind, the man said there was no way to fight monsters without a weapon. That made Bjorn think he should have gone on his first try. He couldn't think think ahead and didn't seem to grasp how serious the situation was. Bjorn began to doubt whether this man had ever played Dungeon and Stone at all. Lion explained that once he ran out of money, he was kicked out of the lodging. After that, he had to endure cold, hunger, and weakness. He tried returning to where the other barbarians were staying, but was turned away. Bjorn wondered how anyone could survive 3 months like that. If he himself had fled on the day of the ceremony, maybe he would have shared the same fate. Lion then asked if his story was the reason Bjorn had helped him. He said he knew the labyrinth well, even if it was hard to believe. But Bjorn replied that he wouldn't enter the labyrinth with him. He intended to help in another way. He handed him 150,000 stones and told him to buy a weapon and return to the labyrinth. Lion promised he would repay the favor one day, but Bjorn made it clear he didn't want to see him again. He told him to leave and not come back. It didn't matter if he lost the money, became rich, or even managed to repay the favor. It was better if he never appeared again. Later, Bjorn reflected on his actions. He thought maybe he had been cruel. A logical person would say he was foolish. An emotional one would be upset, thinking it was too little. None of them would be wrong. In the end, it might seem like hypocrisy, but he had done the best he could. He hoped Lior would survive. On the day they entered the labyrinth, Lior was dazzled, enthusiastically asking questions about the team's destination. At 25 years old, Lior, an 8th rank mage, carried himself as someone important, but Bjorn already saw him as a foolish spellcaster. The second member was Bron Rotmiller, a 7th rank explorer, 34 years old with 8 years of experience. He commented that they'd follow the route previously discussed, and Bjorn believed he was probably the most normal one in the group. Hikarad was the team leader. Bjorn considered him his loyal shield man. And finally, there was Misha Karlstein, a semi-human explorer of 7th rank, 25 years old, with 5 years of experience. Her only comment was that she wanted to cut off several monster heads. Bjorn noticed something odd about Misha. She had a strange habit of ending all her sentences with a ni, which made conversations with her feel awkward. She also introduced herself as the 13th princess of some tribe whose name Bjorn couldn't even remember. Despite her quirks, the group moved forward together, starting their first run as a real team. With Rotmiller's guidance, they reached the portal to the second floor in just 10 hours. Bjorn thought it was good time, but noticed that Rotmiller seemed unsatisfied. The reason was simple. Even though he wasn't an official guide, Rotmiller had a special pathfinding ability that allowed him to sense the direction of the portal. He was excellent at it. The only downside was that he didn't gain experience points from activating portals. Bjorn thought that if Einar were with him, he might have used a little trick to reopen the portal and gain that XP. For now, he'd save such strategies for when he was with more trustworthy allies. They soon entered the so-called Beast's Den, located on the second floor and accessed through the portal in the eastern region of the first. The name suited the place. Beast-type monsters appeared frequently. Lior was already feeling sick. The stench was strong and foul. Bjorn asked Rotmiller if he was all right, remembering that the man had an essence with heightened smell. Rotmiller said he was fine. He'd been there before. He warned there were many puddles of waste scattered along the path and recommended everyone stay close to him to avoid stepping in them. Bjorn thought Rotmiller was surprisingly good at leading others. The Beast's Den was actually a valley, so even though it was a natural labyrinth, it wasn't easy to get lost. There were no traps, but the role of the Pathfinder was even more important here than in the Goblin Forest. The monsters weren't particularly dangerous, considering the group's strength and composition. They managed to defeat many creatures: giant wolves, werewolves, large tigers, saber-tooths, and even moles. Thanks to Walk's magical alarm, they were able to divide the night into 4 watch shifts. This allowed Bjorn to rest for 6 hours. During a conversation, Lior asked why a shift system was needed if they already had alarm magic. Bjorn replied that it wasn't about trust or distrust. The truth was that alarm spells only detected monsters, and the greatest threat in that place wasn't the monsters, but other explorers. That's why even Lior needed to rest, so he could be alert in case of a human threat. In truth, Bjorn was awake, just pretending to sleep. He kept thinking that this might be his last expedition with that mage. On the second day, shortly after noon, Rotmiller announced they were getting close to the portal that led to the 3rd floor. He said they would face monsters between difficulty levels 7 and 8. The 3rd floor was known as the Pilgrim's Passage, a massive and fixed map. On the 2nd floor, depending on where the group entered, they could end up in different areas. But on the 3rd, everyone was funneled into the same general zone. However, the exact point of arrival varied based on the portal used. Bjorn hoped they would land in a favorable spot. Misha then asked if Bjorn had ever been to the 3rd floor. She said it had taken her an entire year just to reach it. Bjorn, curious, asked how long it took her to reach the 4th floor. She replied it took about 2 years. Bjorn found her conversations extremely tiring, mainly because of that damn NI at the end of every sentence. It was annoying. And to make matters worse, she started arguing with the dwarf in the group over some petty reason. Rotmiller, visibly irritated, told them to cut it out. Bjorn noticed he was more tense than before, but he understood. Rotmiller was putting in a lot of effort, which explained his frustration. They finally arrived at the 3rd floor, the Pilgrim's Passage, located in the Steelstone Valley. As soon as they appeared in the new map, Bjorn sensed enemies approaching. Instinctively, he raised his shield to protect Rottmiller, who was more vulnerable. If he hadn't done that, the man would have been struck by a wild boar charging at full speed. Hikarad quickly activated his emergency recovery skill and explained that they were up against 7th rank monsters called orcs. He instructed the group to focus on not getting shoved. The orcs' main ability was weight balance, which made them resistant to being knocked back. This ability was similar to the one Hikarad had used when they faced a vampire some time ago. Using exactly the same type of power, Hikarad clashed with the creature, while Lior took advantage of the opening to cast a corruption spell on the monster's body. Hikarad remarked that it was a good opening and struck a crushing blow with his hammer, smashing the creature's head. Only one enemy remained. Misha, fast as lightning, rushed in to finish the fight and secure the essence of the last orc. Bjorn received 3 experience points for defeating a new creature, but found it strange. That area should have been swarming with orcs, and yet only a few were scattered around. Bjorn asked Rottmiller if there were people nearby. Using his body heat detection skill, Rottmiller said there was no one in the area at that moment. However, based on the scent in the air, it was clear others had passed through recently. He estimated they were probably less than 2 minutes ahead. Bjorn guessed they might have left after seeing the group hunting. Hikarad asked if there was a chance someone was waiting for them near the portal. Rottmiller explained that it wasn't necessarily about them, but about any group of explorers. Luring monsters near a portal was a common tactic used by looters. They took advantage of the moment when other teams were distracted or vulnerable. Misha, outraged, said that people like that deserved a good beating. Rottmiller confirmed there was a bounty for eliminating looters, but added that they were hard to find and even harder to kill without trouble. If anything went wrong, the group could end up blamed instead of the real criminals. Hikarad decided they would leave a warning for the looters at the portal before moving on. Meanwhile, Lior was listening to the whole conversation, terrified. He admitted he didn't even know such tactics existed. Rottmiller replied that he had only heard of it before. This was his first time seeing it in practice. Misha remarked that looters shouldn't be so common. That made Bjorn raise an eyebrow. He asked how many times she had fought looters. She replied about 8 times in the last 5 years. Bjorn, surprised, thought that was low. He had already encountered looters 5 times in just the last 3 months. Misha said he had terrible luck. Hikarad found it impressive, remembering that such attacks used to be common around 150 years ago, but the number of looters had dropped significantly since then. Bjorn, deep in thought, began to wonder what kind of life he was living. Seeing the mood shift, Rottmiller told them to stop teasing the Barbarian. Everyone knew Misha had absurd luck. He asked Bjorn not to worry, saying that encountering looters once every 3 months wasn't unusual. Still, Bjorn felt a little discouraged. He asked them to move on. The conversation was making him sad. Along the way, the group faced more creatures and finally reached the edge of the region. They camped at that specific spot because it was almost completely free of monsters, a safe place. Hikarad asked Lior if he was okay, since he seemed down ever since they entered the new portal. Bjorn had noticed too. Lior, usually so talkative, had been quiet. Lior confessed that his fantasy of being an explorer had been completely shattered. He said they probably saw him as a naive, innocent kid now. He explained that he'd heard stories of explorers killing each other for money, and that was very far from the dream he once had. He said that if things kept going like this, maybe one day he would also end up killing someone. That's why, during the journey, he had tried to mentally prepare himself, but admitted he didn't know if he could actually go through with it when the time came. Bjorn thought the boy was suffering from a lack of self-confidence. It was clear he was scared and confused. Still, Bjorn believed that was better than people who faked bravery but collapsed when death became real. Rottmiller, serious, said the most important thing was not being arrogant. He found Lior's attitude far more trustworthy than any bold speech. After that, Rottmiller wanted to show the group something. They climbed a cliff and from there saw a stunning view. A massive castle could be seen in the distance, and bright lights floated in the sky. Rottmiller said that view could only be seen at that time of day. It was something unique to the 3rd floor, and no one knew exactly why. But the reason didn't matter in the face of such beauty. He then asked Lior if that had reignited his motivation as an explorer. Later, the glow in the sky faded and darkness once again enveloped the labyrinth. Everyone, except for those standing guard, went to sleep. Lior took a while to fall asleep, still shaken by everything he had experienced. The next morning, Bjorn reflected on his progression. The amount of experience points he had accumulated so far exceeded 50. He needed 150 to reach level 4. There was still a long way to go, but he was in no hurry. At the moment, he was level 3, which meant he could absorb one more essence. Since he still had room for it, he wanted to wait for a really good one. Then Rottmiller announced they had reached their destination. From here on out, it was the Orki habitat, the area with the highest concentration of monsters on the entire 3rd floor. Only rank 8 or higher creatures appeared there. It was the 2nd most difficult region of the entire floor. Still, if they weren't planning to ascend to the 4th floor immediately, this was the best place to hunt. Hikarad suggested they keep working together for now. After that, they could decide the next steps depending on how the exploration progressed. But there was no no time to lose. A group of orcs was already approaching, and everyone took their positions in the standard combat formation. Lior began the fight with a ranged attack, casting his ice spear. Meanwhile, Bjorn and Hickrod advanced as the front line, serving as shields to protect the others. Misha was responsible for intercepting monsters trying to approach from the flanks. In the rear, Rottmiller and Lior continued focusing on dealing as much damage as possible from a distance. During the fight, Lior noticed among the enemies a sorcerer orc casting a frenzy spell. This spell tripled the resistance and offensive power of the warrior orcs. One of the orcs, overtaken by rage, charged with such violence that he broke through the defensive line as if it didn't exist. Luckily, the blow aimed at Rottmiller was blocked at the last second. Fortunately, the frenzy had a limited duration. As soon as the effect wore off, Misha seized the opportunity to finish off the weakened orcs, slitting their throats with precision. With the warriors down, the sorcerer was left vulnerable. That's when Bjorn charged in and decapitated him without hesitation. At the end of the battle, Bjorn estimated the fight had lasted about 8 minutes. Even though they had won, he realized the group's damage output was still insufficient for longer fights. That made sense, considering they had 2 shield bearers and 1 pathfinder. Despite being slow, the group maintained excellent defense. Bjorn concluded they were well balanced and was satisfied with their performance. The group then resumed their journey toward the center of the orc habitat, fighting off any creature that crossed their path. As they advanced, the number of enemies increased steadily until they came across a large orc warrior, ranked as a 7th level monster. Despite his intimidating appearance, they managed to defeat him with relative ease. Later, they ran into an explorer mage who tried to block their way. The man informed them that the region belonged to the Jarwi clan and demanded they look for another place. Although Dungeon Stone was a single-player game, there were mechanics that restricted access to certain areas, similar to the methods used to block teleportation between maps. A player who formed a clan could eventually protect a hunting zone, although this process was tedious and, most of the time, considered a waste, except in cases involving a boss habitat or a rare creature. Bjorn was intrigued. It made no sense for a clan to be restricting a common area on the 3rd floor. Hickrod remarked that he had always heard the Jarwi clan operated more on the 6th floor and questioned what they were doing here. The clan's mage answered curtly, saying he wasn't obligated to explain anything. Hickrod mentioned that clans with achievements could exert some authority, but he had never known that territory to belong to the Jarwi clan. They didn't even know if that man was truly a member of the group. Meanwhile, Bjorn noticed how Hickrod was acting boldly, likely feeling responsible as the leader. Misha, on the other hand, seemed uneasy and hid behind Bjorn. That's when someone called Misha a black sheep. One of the clan members, who was also her brother, asked not to be called that in public. He made a point of emphasizing he was of impure blood and spoke strangely, ending every sentence with an irritating "ni." An older man in the team revealed he owed a debt to the Karlstein family. Upon realizing Misha was his sister, he suggested they let her pass. However, Sir Karlstein refused, saying he couldn't explain the reason. It was a family matter. He also stated that their father wouldn't care about that decision. Faced with this, the man insisted they at least explain why they were blocking their passage. He revealed that the group was after the essence of a great orc warrior as part of an urgent clan mission. If all went well, they wouldn't even be there by the next labyrinth cycle. So, he politely asked the group to withdraw. Bjorn was surprised. Had the 6th floor clan really mobilized all that just for the essence of a rank 7 monster? That wasn't even considered rare. The mage explained that from that point on, no more monsters would be found along the path. That meant the group would only interfere with the hunt if they stayed. Bjorn understood that, in that labyrinth, might made right. They couldn't push their luck. Though he understood Hickerod's feelings, he knew that, if they wanted to stay alive, they had to recognize when retreat was the smarter choice. At that moment, Lior stepped forward and tried to intervene, saying it was a pleasure to see that mage again. But the man treated him with disdain, calling him trash and ordering him to stop calling him senior mage. He said Lior had only learned basic spells, bragged for no reason, and lived off tricks. The older man backed him up, demanding that Lior never call himself a mage again. Hickerod was outraged by the insults, saying the man had gone too far. The mage replied that he was only telling the truth. Hickerod, losing control, fired a lightning bolt in response. Bjorn, seeing that a confrontation was about to erupt, acted quickly. He slammed his axe into the ground like a spike and ordered everyone to calm down. He thought to himself that they had nearly gotten themselves killed over something meaningless. In the end, the senior mage from the other group acknowledged Bjorn's composure, saying he was a valuable ally. He said everyone should be grateful to have a barbarian like him on the team. Later, Hickerod apologized, saying he had lost his temper and acted without thinking. thinking. Rottmiller replied that such reckless behavior nearly got them all killed. Bjorn silently agreed, thinking the group needed to blame Hickarod so he would learn from the mistake. However, Rottmiller quickly softened, saying that, in the end, nothing bad had happened, so there was no need to drag the matter out. He even praised Hickarod, saying his action had been loyal. Bjorn, however, was furious. He thought that if he were the leader, he'd be yelling at Hickarod right now. He felt Rottmiller was far too soft for the job. Meanwhile, Misha said everything would have worked out if not for her. But Lior disagreed, saying the only reason they had been expelled instead of attacked was because of her. Bjorn noticed how the atmosphere in the group had completely changed. It was that emotional kind of mood he had always found embarrassing as a child. He even got chills. Misha, embarrassed, admitted she hated talking about her family. She said she was the only one who had never been able to form a contract with a spiritual beast. As explained before, semi-humans had the ability to form pacts with ancient beasts known as spiritual beasts. These contracts could manifest in different ways. Some allowed the beast to be summoned for battle, others enabled temporary possession, boosting attributes, and some simply granted blessings or special abilities. However, this was only possible for semi-humans who had been chosen by their beast. Misha was directly descended from the Karlstein family, a lineage known for its deep tradition with spiritual beasts, so her failure to form a contract was seen as a major disgrace. She explained that, in her youth, she had a good relationship with her brother. However, once she reached adulthood without being chosen by a beast, everyone around her began to ignore her. They started calling her the Black Sheep, implying she was either a half-breed or even an illegitimate child. Her mother had died when she was very young, so she was never sure of her origins. Unable to withstand the discrimination, Misha ran away and decided to learn how to fight on her own. That's how she became an explorer. Hickarod, moved by the story, said it must have been very hard. Misha, with tears in her eyes, said she saw everyone there as true companions. Bjorn, on the other hand, was growing increasingly uncomfortable with the mood. All this story sharing and emotional bonding was getting to be too much for him. That's when Lior also decided to share his past. Lior said he had only managed to form a contract with magic thanks to his family's social status. Even so, he never had enough talent to be accepted into the magic tower. He said that if he were a real mage, surely he would have been respected by the man who insulted him earlier. Hickarod immediately disagreed, saying it was that other mage who was wrong, that Lior was a great mage. Bjorn, now feeling completely out of place, wondered what was happening to the group. And to make things worse, even Rottmiller began to apologize. He confessed that, during their earlier conversation, he had been overcome by envy. He thought Misha and Lior had no right to complain about life, being non-human, without realizing what they had actually gone through. Hickarod replied that humans also had advantages. Misha added that humans could use aura, become mages, spiritual magi, or even saints, but Bjorn silently thought that these options were only available to an extremely talented minority. Hickarod then concluded by saying that the group seemed to be made up of black sheep, and once again Bjorn noticed that everyone was opening up and comforting one another. All eyes turned to him, as if it were his turn to speak. He hesitated, wondering whether he should participate. He even considered whether they might kick him out of the group if he stayed silent. He wasn't used to situations like that. Unsure of what to do, Bjorn simply shouted that he had no mother. He said his mother had died shortly after giving birth to him, and that, while he was still young, his father had gone into the labyrinth and never returned. He was now an adult, but wouldn't be able to find his father even if he wanted to. Although all of that was true, he didn't actually remember any of it. That information had been told to him by Einar, since his soul had been transferred into that body when he was 20. Rottmiller commented that it must have been really hard for someone so young. Misha, regretful, apologized for complaining about her own family without knowing anything about Bjorn's story. The whole group gathered around to comfort him, thinking he was suffering because of his mother. Bjorn, however, felt strange. He was surrounded by tearful companions trying to console him, but he couldn't help thinking that he had become the most pitiful member of the group. Still, he realized it wasn't completely untrue. After all, he was a lowly barbarian who had reached rank 7 as an explorer in just 3 months, and had then been dragged into that game world where he'd risked his life multiple times. Thinking about it, maybe his life really was a complete mess. All he could think was, what a shitty life, huh? But what the others didn't know was that Bjorn wasn't just upset about the losses from his past. He also felt ashamed for getting caught up in that kind of emotional conversation. He knew the others thought he was sad about his mother, and for now he preferred to let them believe that. After the break, Rottmiller asked what they should do next. Hickarod replied that he was considering heading toward the Witch's Forest, but the journey would take 6 days. Upon hearing that, Lior suggested they go straight to the 4th floor instead. He said he'd heard rumors that the forest wasn't a good place for warriors. Hickarod disagreed. He thought it was too soon to explore the 4th floor. He had seen many teams underestimate that floor, and end up dead. Bjorn also reflected on that. He knew that the witch's forest was known as a place only entered out of extreme necessity. It wasn't good for hunting. He figured Hikarod's reluctance came from the fact that the fourth floor posed a serious danger. The monsters there were mostly rank 7 and 8, like on the third floor, but with one major difference. Rank 6 monsters could also appear. These monsters were rare and hard to find. It wasn't unusual to go 4 days without seeing one. But at the same time, that meant you could run into one at any moment. Back when he still played the game, Bjorn had died many times for that very reason. Even so, he told Hikarod that he thought going straight to the fourth floor was the better choice. Hikarod and Bjorn were both sturdy shield bearers. Even if they ran into a rank 6 monster, they could handle it. In fact, Bjorn thought that with the vampire essence he had absorbed, he could probably endure attacks from such a monster alone. Though their group lacked offensive power, they still had a mage and 2 veteran members. Misha agreed, but admitted she still felt a bit nervous. After all, Bjorn was a barbarian. Lior supported the idea too, but quipped that even a broken clock was right twice a day. Bjorn, upon hearing that, thought he could hear the stupidity from a mile away. Hikarod insisted it was too risky, but the group decided to vote. In the end, the pitiful little team decided to try their luck on the fourth floor. On the third day since entering the labyrinth, they camped in an open area with few trees and almost no monsters. It was a good place to rest. Even so, Hikarod said he still had plenty of energy and wanted to keep moving a bit longer. Rotmiller disagreed, arguing that they didn't need to walk another 3 hours just to find a better spot. At that moment, it was exactly 9 p.m., the same time they had set up camp the previous 2 days. Bjorn realized Rotmiller must have calculated the entire route based on distance and walking speed. It might not seem like much, but that was impressive. He thought Rotmiller was like a human GPS, reliable and experienced, just like a veteran should be. Bjorn asked what the plan was for the next day. Rotmiller replied that they would reach the witch's forest before noon, but he warned that once inside, the path would be exhausting, so they needed to rest as much as possible that night. Hours later, Rotmiller woke Bjorn, even though it wasn't his turn to stand watch. He said monsters and explorers were approaching. They began to hear cries for help. Explorers were running, fleeing from a group of monsters. However, Rotmiller noted that he could smell something familiar, the same scent he had sensed another day. He suspected it could be looters trying to infiltrate, pretending they needed help. Misha, concerned, asked what they should do. The unknown group was already very close. Bjorn said that if they weren't confident enough to talk, then they shouldn't do anything at all. He stepped forward, taking control of the situation. When the strange group approached, he ordered them to stop immediately. He said he'd crush their skulls if they took one more step. The man in front replied that all of his companions had died and that they could offer a reward if they received help. Bjorn, however, demanded that they drop their weapons, even with monsters nearby. The orcs who had been chasing the group, upon seeing others entering their territory, merely watched. They seemed to be assessing the situation. Bjorn made it clear the choice was theirs: drop the weapons or leave. The group, hesitant, gave in. They left their weapons on the ground to receive help. Rotmiller quickly gathered them, and at that moment, the orcs simply turned and left. Bjorn thought they were incredibly smart monsters. Right after that, a priestess from the group deeply thanked them for the help. She introduced herself as Elisa and said they had saved their lives. A tear in her dress caught Hikarod's attention, and he commented that it must have been something terrible. Bjorn, observing the situation, thought that the dwarf from their team had easily fallen into the priestess's charms. The man who had spoken first introduced himself as Irida Tyson, and the other as Hans Argot. When Bjorn heard the name, he found it suspicious. He asked, "Hans?" He remembered that the first looter he had ever met was also named Hans. What a coincidence. Hans replied that it was a pretty common name. Elisa remarked that she didn't even want to imagine what would have happened if they hadn't been helped. She said that the goddess Liatlis had probably sent that group to save them. Rotmiller asked if Elisa actually possessed divine power. She replied that she served the goddess of light, the one responsible for protecting exploration and relationships. She said she was devoted to the star that appeared at twilight. But Bjorn wasn't convinced. He already suspected they were looters, and were now just pretending to have a priestess among them. However, at that moment, Elisa used a genuine divine power to heal one of her companions. Hikarod, confused, asked if she was really a priestess. Misha, worried, asked Rotmiller if he still thought they were looters. Rotmiller admitted that he had been certain before, but now he wasn't so sure. Bjorn understood how he felt. In the world of Dungeon and Stone, a priestess was considered a sacred being, especially among humans, who were usually devoted worshippers. However, Bjorn thought differently. That might apply to humans, but he was a barbarian, a race that worshipped its own ancestors, not human gods. That's why he didn't care about her status. He immediately demanded a reward for saving them. Elisa said she had heard of that barbarian custom and asked how much would be enough. Bjorn replied that 2 million should cover the price of her life. She explained they didn't have that amount at the moment, but could pay once they left the labyrinth. Bjorn, skeptical, stated that he didn't trust anyone from another race. If they couldn't pay in stones, they would have to make up for it with valuable items. Their armor and equipment looked decent. Hans accepted the proposal, saying that it was nothing compared to the value of their lives. Later, Bjorn gathered everything the group had of value. Meanwhile, Rottmiller was already offering them shelter so they could rest, and Elisa said she would help with any wounded. But Bjorn appeared with his mace in hand, ready to crush her. He believed the rule was always to eliminate the healer first. Without hesitation, he delivered a brutal blow to Elisa's skull, sending her broken body flying. The group was in shock, and someone asked what he was doing. Bjorn apologized, saying it was a mistake. He explained that he thought they were looters and had acted too rashly. The others, outraged, called him a crazy bastard. But before they could react, something strange happened. They were struck by a curse. Hikarad asked if Lior had cast a spell, but he denied it. The truth came out when Elisa's completely shattered body stood up. She radiated dark magic and glared at Bjorn, asking how he knew she was the enemy. She said that even so, it was already too late for them. Bjorn, frustrated, wondered why nothing ever worked out in his life. His group was frozen in fear, but he reassured them and promised he would handle the situation. With the next strike, he smashed the priestess's body even further. Hikarad, confused, asked what he was doing. Bjorn replied that he was attacking a corpse, claiming he had no choice. The best defense was offense. He thought that if the woman had come back to life, it could only mean one thing. She was one of Kurui's priests. This was a hidden class that could only be obtained after becoming a priest and reaching the 5th floor. It mixed divine and dark magic, but it came at a cost. To maintain this class, frequent sacrifices of living beings were required. Furthermore, Kurui was an evil god. That's why anyone who revealed this class in Raphidonia would be decapitated without hesitation. The easiest way to get sacrifices was to become a looter, and that's what Elisa did. She killed her own companions. She accused Bjorn of having caused the death of 2 of her precious subordinates. But he countered, saying she was blaming others for a situation that was clearly her fault. He figured her parents probably didn't raise her very well. He began a speech, saying she should have died the moment her skull was crushed. He declared that he would now avenge Hans and Arita Tayson, the fellow explorers. Even knowing he would later take all their equipment, he saw Elisa use a skill called Death's Call, resurrecting the corpses as zombies, a typical necromancer spell. She ordered her servants to eliminate the enemies. Bjorn and Hikarad managed to hold off the zombies, while Misha and Lior finished them off. Bjorn was impressed with the teamwork. No one needed to say anything, but everyone acted in perfect sync. Still, the zombies were resistant to poison and ice, which made Misha's attacks ineffective. That's when Rottmiller finished preparing a Molotov cocktail. When he threw the fire, they finally managed to burn the undead. But Elisa declared it was useless. She used a magic called Flame of the Dead, which absorbed the zombies' flames and empowered her. Seeing that, Bjorn thought they were in serious trouble. He mentally complained that it was the worst possible time to be without someone with divine powers. Even so, he ordered everyone to attack Elisa directly, and he was relieved that, at least, he had taken the precaution of removing the other group's armor beforehand. Bjorn managed to buy a lot of time with his initiative. Meanwhile, the other 3 rushed at Elisa, who retaliated by summoning a skill called Guardian Shadow, essentially an army of shadows that charged straight at them, ignoring all attacks. To make things worse, she cast a curse on Misha, creating an opening for the shadows to strike her. Hikarad, however, defended Misha without hesitation, saying that Bjorn had ordered them to protect one another. Because of this, Hikarad ended up alone, fighting 2 zombies, while Elisa commanded the creatures to protect her, calling her enemies pieces of shit. Even so, Bjorn didn't apologize. He was busy smashing the 2 zombies with ease, as if they were nothing. Elisa, furious with the situation, swore she would never forget that humiliation. She then used spiritualization, activating her spirit form to try to escape. Bjorn immediately realized she was attempting to flee and concluded that the damned woman was planning to return later for revenge. Before disappearing, Elisa cast a final spell, declaring that none of them would leave that place alive, and indeed, she managed to escape at the last second, leaving behind a heavy curse. Bjorn was struck by 15 curses at once. His body was afflicted with energy drain, decay, tracking, vengeful spirit, and several other effects. He was completely screwed. He desperately begged Lior to remove the curses, but Lior explained that he knew how to use curse magic, not purification magic. Bjorn was furious, thinking he was a useless piece of shit. The system warned him that if he wasn't healed with divine magic, his attributes could be permanently reduced. Hikarad was visibly worried, but Bjorn assured him he would survive. Still, he admitted he wanted to die. He'd been carrying those curses for over 5 hours. If it weren't for the resistance granted by the vampire essence, he would have been dead long ago. The others had also been cursed, but only with 2 or 3 effects each. Bjorn, on the other hand, had received 15. He cursed Elisa in his mind, calling her insane and blaming her for dumping all of that on him alone. He was getting tired far faster than he should and felt his body weakening. He knew that if his energy dropped below 10%, his body would simply stop moving. Rottmiller told him to hang hang on just a bit longer. They were almost there. In fact, they were approaching the witch's forest. Bjorn reflected that 5 hours ago they were still deciding what to do, and now they were cursed, exhausted, and being hunted by a priestess of Karui. Rottmiller remarked that he couldn't believe they had encountered a priestess of Karui, and that she would probably hunt them down through the labyrinth. Bjorn noted that, judging by her abilities, it was clear her class came from at least the 5th floor. In a direct battle, unprepared, their group would have been wiped out. He knew that if they hadn't taken the weapons from Elisa and her companions, at the very beginning, they all would have died right there. Misha, still shaken, said that trustworthy barbarians really were the best. After all, Bjorn got straight to the point and crushed the priestess's skull before she could do something worse. Then Bjorn asked Rottmiller if there was any way to track the woman, but he replied that he couldn't find a single trace of her. Bjorn concluded that, now that her identity had been exposed, Elisa would surely try to kill them before they could escape the labyrinth. Leor, ever optimistic, said they could just handle her like they did the first time. He thought they had done a great job, but Bjorn snapped back, asking what they would do if they were ambushed while fighting monsters. He knew that was a real possibility. They headed for the witch's forest. The forest surrounded the portal that led to the 4th floor. It was a dangerous place, with 7th and 8th rank monsters appearing frequently. Many of them had spiritual bodies, immune to physical attacks. That made it a bad place for a group with only 2 melee fighters, but it was still their best option. The system notified them that they had entered a special area. All external effects had been disabled, except for those belonging to the field itself. That meant all curses were removed. Bjorn finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rottmiller, impressed, commented that he hadn't expected Bjorn to use the forest terrain so strategically and asked if it was really his first time there. Bjorn replied that he had studied a lot in the library. He noticed Rottmiller was incredibly sharp, attentive to even the smallest details. Misha, surprised, said she had never seen a barbarian read books. At that moment, a new abnormal status effect was triggered. The surrounding trees began to scream in terrifying voices, calling Bjorn a motherless bastard. He heard it all, but wasn't fazed. He thought, yes, he had a mother. It didn't bother him that much. His mental fortitude was extremely high, but he knew the same didn't apply to the others. Misha, frightened, asked how he could hear those voices and still remain calm. Rottmiller and Hickarod luckily also seemed fine. None of the 3 appeared affected by the demonic voices. But Bjorn knew that place still held more surprises. Leor was feeling sick, vomiting non-stop, and Bjorn knew it was caused by the hallucinations and directional dyslexia induced by the forest. It was as if the mage was seeing everything through a convex mirror, the world distorted around him. Even so, when Bjorn asked if he could still use magic, Leor said yes. The barbarian then reflected on how mages had such weak stomachs. Hickarod suggested they take a break to adapt to the environment, since no one had slept well the night before. He offered to stand watch while the rest of the group rested. Bjorn, exhausted, had already thrown himself on the ground, lying on his back, feeling like that place was literally draining the life out of him. During that time, Hickarod started a conversation about Elisa, but Bjorn, irritated, corrected him by saying he preferred to call her just the bitch. Hickarod said that when he was at the Explorers Guild recruiting new members, a mysterious woman had been asking a lot of questions, and now he suspected it might have been Elisa in disguise. Bjorn was intrigued. Hickarod explained that she looked different from how she had in the city, and that now he realized she had probably overheard their conversation at the tavern. That would explain how she set up the ambush. At the time, Hickarod had been wearing the wrist guard of Guardian number 3112, a rare item that only appeared in level 4 or higher rifts. When he entered the blood-stained castle rift with Bjorn, he ranked up and obtained that item, which was worth about 50 million. Bjorn was outraged that he had risked his life for an essence while the other guy had gotten a treasure without even trying. When asked how he hadn't recognized Elisa, Hickarod said she was wearing torn clothing, completely different from what she wore in the city, which distracted him and kept him from seeing the truth. Hickarod commented that treasures bring out greed and hatred, and it really did seem to be true. Bjorn, however, admitted that it was his fault for not being more careful. Hickarod suggested that everyone rest. Later, Bjorn woke up from a deep nap and was surprised by Misha, who asked how he could sleep with all that noise. Unbothered by the question, he simply wanted to know where the monster was. Soon after, they spotted a group of monstrous fairies, classified as 9th rank, the type that doesn't engage in direct combat. These creatures' main ability was vomiting, and their bile was loaded with poison similar to magic potions. Bjorn deduced that if so many fairies were gathered there, the real enemy must also be nearby. Hickarod confirmed that the monster would be tough to deal with. Since the group had mostly recovered, he decided to draw the creature's attention. With his attack called Lightning Slash, he eliminated all the fairies at once, revealing the real enemy, a rank 7 half-troll, a monster unique to that region, known for following fairies. The half-troll charged straight at Hikarod, making the dwarf tremble. Though resilient, he didn't have the same pain tolerance as Bjorn. The witch's forest was especially dangerous for physical fighters, as pain was amplified due to magical enhancements, and most monsters in the area were immune to physical attacks and used mental magic. Even while still shaken, Lior cast an enhanced ice spell and launched a powerful spear that pierced the half-troll's chest, killing it instantly. Hikarod lamented that the rare monster didn't drop any essence. Rotmiller then suggested they keep moving, since that place wasn't safe for prolonged rest. On the way, the group ran into Elisa again, this time accompanied by several other explorers. She accused them of attempted murder and played the victim. The other explorers immediately took her side, believing her twisted version of events. Bjorn realized they couldn't win in that situation and concluded they had only one option left: use the special item. Hikarod activated the Guardian's wrist guard, creating a protective field around the allies, repelling enemies and granting temporary immunity. The group took the chance to flee as fast as they could. Misha, confused, asked how Elisa had managed to track them there if Bjorn had said the forest was safe. Bjorn thought that Elisa had probably lost their trail as soon as they entered the forest, but she must have encountered other explorers, fed them a twisted version of the story, and pretended to be a survivor, deceiving everyone and setting up an ambush to sacrifice them all at once. He told Misha it was time to run. The item's effect would only last 5 minutes. And right then, the protection faded. Rotmiller, acting as the group's scout, was up front. His role was to detect enemies first and guide his companions through the safest paths. Using his learned skills and vast experience, he searched for an exit from the witch's forest's natural labyrinth. Only those who could cross that place were considered true scouts. Rotmiller's main ability was his sense of smell, enhanced by several specific essences he had acquired. Bjorn was surprised that even in such a hostile environment, he could still find the correct path to the 4th floor. Once a person's sense of smell reaches a certain level, they can detect the scent of mana itself and follow its trail to discover safe routes. Rotmiller remarked that the enemy group's scouts seemed to be fairly average, which explained how accurately they were closing in. Because of this, he decided to pick up the pace. However, the quickened march was too much for Misha, who stumbled and fell, exhausted. Bjorn thought that if she twisted her ankle now, it would be a serious problem. Without hesitation, he hoisted her over his shoulder like a sack of cement. As they continued, Bjorn noticed the dwarf ahead had vanished. Misha, still recovering from her fall, asked if they had gotten separated from the group and why he hadn't followed the others. He told her to be quiet. The fall was her fault. Even so, he believed Rotmiller had already noticed the separation and would come back for them soon. But time passed, and no one showed up. They couldn't find a way out. Soon, they heard screams coming from their own group. Bjorn considered that following the sounds could lead them into a trap or dangerous place, especially if their companions had been attacked. In a disaster like this, one had to choose wisely what to prioritize. Water, food, tools, and energy were essential, but above all, mental strength was the most important. Misha, overcome with despair, said she didn't want to die like that. Bjorn told her to calm down. He believed that, in chaos, the only way to keep going was to accept reality with inner strength. He said they needed to focus on the present. First, she had to drink a potion from his bag. Then she'd have to start walking on her own. After a while, they took a brief break. Misha, surprised, said she could hardly believe she'd taken a potion while being carried over a barbarian's shoulder mid-run. She thought she was going to die, but now she could walk on her own. Her foot felt better. Bjorn thought they had been inside that labyrinth for 4 days already, and the remaining days wouldn't be any easier. They still had to survive another 11 days before leaving the 3rd floor. The problem was that most of the monsters on that floor were spiritual type, immune to physical attacks. That meant they needed special attribute powers. Knowing that, Bjorn made a decision. He asked Misha if she had any beliefs that would prevent her from showing her body to someone else. A bit confused, she replied no. She found his question strange and wanted to know what he was planning. When he got closer, she flinched and asked what he was trying to do, saying she wasn't ready for that. But Bjorn simply handed her a ring. He explained that he had been saving that ring for someone truly worthy. He asked Misha to swear, in the name of her guardian god, that she would stay by his side in exchange for that gift. Misha, surprised, asked if he was serious. It was the first time she'd received something that felt like a declaration, even if a weird one. She said she had never thought of him that way. It wasn't that she saw him as a bad person, but her type had always been different. She preferred skinny guys, and thought Bjorn was a bulky, somewhat dumb barbarian. To Bjorn, that sounded like a rejection. He tried to clarify, saying it wasn't a confession. He just wanted her to be his contract companion. Misha pretended she had known that all along. Then Bjorn said the contract could be ended at any time. Just return the ring or pay 15 million stones. Misha, curious, asked what was so valuable about that ring to be worth that much. Bjorn replied that, in fact, that was a bargain. The ring could grant the deepest wish of its wearer. He wouldn't have chosen this route if he hadn't played Dungeon Stone for almost a decade. He was about to awaken Misha's hidden power. The Frozen Spirit Ring number 9000 2425, which he had acquired, had a secret ability. When destroyed, it would activate a rare effect. Although it didn't cause direct damage, its destruction released a special condition, the summoning of the glacial magical beast Escadia, which had been sealed. Upon being freed, Escadia offered to form a contract with Misha, who accepted. Misha could hardly believe she was forming a contract with a spirit beast so quickly. She wanted to know what kind of ring that was and why her father had never mentioned it. Bjorn explained that her father probably didn't even know about the ring. A mage had studied the artifact for a long time and had only recently discovered its true function. Misha asked how Bjorn had found all that out and where he had gotten the ring. He replied that it wasn't the time to discuss that. At that moment, she realized she was naked and asked when that had happened. Bjorn pointed to the corner where her clothes were and told her to get dressed quickly. Misha also noticed that he had equipped new gear taken from the bodies of previous enemies. She asked why exactly she was undressed. Bjorn replied simply that he was the one who took her clothes off, as old equipment gets destroyed during the contract ritual. She then asked why he had asked about marriage. Bjorn explained that if she had a husband, he would likely have been offended by the whole situation. She fired back, asking if he even considered what she thought about all of this. Bjorn, a bit awkward, said he was in a hurry and asked if she had anything to say. Misha said yes. She thanked him. Bjorn, surprised by her response, was expecting something more. That's when Misha shared something more serious. She admitted that, in the past, she had tried to take her own life. She said it wasn't a pretty thing to talk about, but that her father found her in that moment and saved her life. Even so, when she woke up, the first thing he told her was that if she wanted to die, she should do it inside a labyrinth so she wouldn't dishonor the family any further. Bjorn thought that her family was even more insane than he had imagined, and that's why Misha ended up entering that labyrinth, not for adventure, but due to a heavy and cruel fate. Misha didn't enter the labyrinth to die, as her father wanted. In truth, she just wanted to escape that cursed house. She thought that if she became a great explorer, even without a spirit beast, and earned recognition, maybe her father would finally forgive her. She still didn't know if the contract with the beast would be enough for that, but she felt that this new power was definitely a good thing. For that, she thanked Bjorn deeply and said she would never forget that favor, not even on the day she died. Bjorn then asked if she swore by her guardian god. Misha confirmed that yes, she did. As already known, spirit beasts grant different types of abilities to their contractors: summoning, enhancement, or special powers. In Misha's case, the power she received was enhancement. Her punches, now imbued with magical energy, were capable of defeating specters easily, even if those creatures had no physical body. Finally, they could fight against those cursed entities. Even so, Misha was still getting used to the feeling of her new power. Bjorn concluded that with magical attacks and attributes, she could finally fight on her own. However, just like spells and spirit seals, beasts also had different stages of development. Misha was still at the first level, so she couldn't yet imbue her weapon with attributes and was forced to fight with her fists alone. She mentioned that there were many specters in that area, so they decided to flee. Bjorn understood that the true fight for survival was just beginning. Around 11 hours passed. In that time, the two avoided unnecessary confrontations and escaped various threats: witch lamps, spirit bears, owls, and other monsters. By the end of the day, Misha was exhausted, practically defeated, but Bjorn still took the time to collect various magic crystals. He thought that fortunately, they hadn't encountered any rank 7 monsters, and there was also no sign of that damned Elisa. However, the frozen spirit ring had disappeared the moment Misha awakened her power. The absence of the ring triggered the passive ability of the corpse golem, which was now corroding all of Bjorn's equipment. His Latinium breastplate and Tier 2 shield had already lost their shine. He knew he'd face heavy repair costs. Another problem was that he still hadn't obtained any essence with attributes. Evaluating the situation, Bjorn concluded that the chances of both he and Misha leaving that place alive were very low. They had already been in the witch's forest for over 12 hours, and the effects of the area had intensified. He asked Misha to tie a rope around her waist so they would stay connected in case one of them fell into a trap or got lost. It was then that the abnormal effect of the witch's eye was activated. From that moment on, they could no longer stop moving. This field debuff, called Witch's Eye, would cause a 7th rank monster known as the Cannibal to appear if anyone stood still for too long. After 70 hours inside the forest, the effect rose to level 5, becoming even more dangerous. It had already been more than 60 hours since the group split up, and Bjorn and Misha were still completely lost. Since the activation of the Witch's Eye, they hadn't been able to rest even once. At level 5, standing still for just 10 minutes would summon the Cannibal. They didn't have the luxury of sleep. The only difference since the beginning was that they were now tied together by the rope. This allowed them not to get completely separated. At one point, Misha asked Bjorn to slow down. He knew her condition had worsened a lot. She wasn't hurt or sick. She was simply completely exhausted. Her steps were too slow, so Bjorn told her she should climb on his back. It would be better if she rested for a while. Even reluctant, she had no strength to resist. He picked her up and put her on his shoulders again, like he had done before, as if she were a sack of cement. Normally, she would have argued argued with him, but in that state, she only sincerely thanked him. It had already been 87 hours since they entered the forest. The witch's eye was now at level 6, and Bjorn had been carrying Misha for 17 straight hours, only putting her down during combat. He himself was nearing his physical limit. Then suddenly a voice came out of nowhere. It asked why he didn't just leave Misha behind, since that would solve his biggest problem. The voice also questioned whether he would at least try to seduce her. That caught his attention, because he immediately recognized that voice. It was the voice of his ex-girlfriend. Even knowing it was an illusion, Bjorn couldn't shake the strange feeling that it was real. Her figure appeared and began to provoke him, saying he always tried to understand everything on his own without ever opening up to others. To her, that was unfair. She also said she knew every curve of his body better than anyone else. Bjorn, physically and emotionally exhausted, recognized that crazy woman instantly. That kind of provocation was exactly the sort of thing she would say. He knew it was a mental trap, part of the forest's effects, but even so, he couldn't entirely ignore her presence. The creature was clearly trying to seduce and bewitch Bjorn, and had already succeeded. He was completely captivated by her, without realizing he had fallen under a magical charm. But before anything worse could happen, Misha suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful punch to the creature's head. She acted quickly, striking Bjorn's ex-girlfriend with force. After the blow, Misha said she had taken care of the dryad and that he needed to come back to reality. Still confused, Bjorn wondered what exactly a dryad was, but the charm effect was instantly dispelled. The enemy had been defeated. He realized that it wasn't just an illusion caused by the environment, but a real ability. So, he sincerely thanked Misha, knowing he would have been done for if she hadn't arrived in time. Shortly after, they encountered another group of explorers. It was the first time they had seen other humans since they had separated from their allies. Bjorn stayed on alert, suspecting they might be attacked. The strange group asked if they had been separated from their team, and Bjorn answered yes, but knew he couldn't trust them so easily. Misha, on the other hand, commented that they were now saved, but Bjorn told her to stay quiet. The group insisted they meant no harm. They said they had kids their age back in town and even offered help. Even so, Bjorn refused. He thought that, precisely because they had children to feed, they might do anything for money, even betray or kill other explorers. Misha still suggested they could accept the help, but Bjorn replied sharply. He reflected on how he should behave when encountering other groups. His conclusion was that the ideal would be to ask for help, offer a reward, maybe lie about a treasure, and then evaluate the type of people he was dealing with before negotiating seriously. Resolved, Bjorn introduced himself as the son of Jandal. In response, the other group's scout said his name was Hans Stove. Bjorn immediately grew suspicious. He asked if there was another Hans, and the man replied that it was a common name. That only deepened Bjorn's doubt. He thought there were too many people with that name in that world, which seemed suspicious. The group consisted of 2 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 scout, a dangerous formation. Bjorn asked Misha if she trusted his judgment, and she said yes. Even thinking he might be overreacting, Bjorn couldn't ignore the danger, so he warned that they had to leave immediately. Hans Stove asked if they didn't need help, and Bjorn, even knowing they did, chose to follow his instincts. He said they would manage on their own. That's when the ambush happened. As soon as they turned around, an arrow was fired. Bjorn, who was already expecting it, managed to block the shot. The archer complained about his companion, a more mature woman, who replied that he wasn't paying attention to Bjorn's gear, made of latinium, which was clearly worth a fortune. The archer tried to justify himself, saying they were explorers too, but Hans Stove snapped that if he didn't have the guts, he should step aside. They had noticed that Bjorn's backpack was also an expandable one, an extremely expensive item. They knew that even working all year, they couldn't afford something like it. While the archers hesitated, the knights accepted the attack plan. They said it wouldn't be the first time. Bjorn realized the situation was extremely unfavorable, 5 against 2. He and Misha were exhausted. Moreover, the enemy had a scout. If they tried to run, they'd be caught easily. The only chance of escaping was to buy time. Bjorn then suggested a negotiation. He said he'd hand over his backpack and shield in exchange for their lives. At that moment, Misha pretended to panic and declared they should kill the barbarian and not her. She claimed to be a princess from a tribe and that her family would pay a fortune if they spared her life. Bjorn was impressed with her acting, though he didn't know if she was faking or telling the truth. Hans Stove asked if that was true, but the older woman in the group interrupted and said they should just kill them both. She argued that if they escaped, they would report them. The knights and the scout charged. It was the perfect moment. Bjorn knew it. The cannibal, a cursed creature, had been summoned. Hans Stove was shocked and asked how long those two had been lost in that place. Bjorn warned Misha to hold on tight. Then the two of them ran together, past the cannibal, and went straight toward the enemy group, with Bjorn ready to crush Hans Stove's head. He thought it was perfect. They had managed to attract the cannibal's attention, and now it was the enemy's problem. The creature activated an ability that turned the area into a minefield of magical bombs. Hans Stove shouted for everyone to focus on killing the monster first. Meanwhile, Bjorn, still running, knew he wouldn't be able to avoid the monomines, so he simply chose to run through them. He stepped on one after another, and the explosion shattered his feet. Right after that, the cannibal summoned its rabid hounds. In the chaos, another Hans died. That was the third person with that name to die in that world so far. The other knights died almost at the same time. Some exploded after stepping on the mines, while others were taken out by precise arrows. The older woman, who had been so aggressive and determined to kill Bjorn for the money, was now terrified. Bjorn stepped on another mine and also took a brutal bite from one of the hounds summoned by the cannibal. To get rid of the beast, he used the meat explosion ability, eliminating the creature. However, he realized he could no longer feel his ankle. Looking down, he saw he had lost his own foot. Knowing he couldn't continue like that, he decided to change plans. He told Misha to take care of the creature and threw her toward the enemy like he was summoning a battle monster. With her dagger and spiritual power, Misha managed to dispel the presence of the cannibal, but it wasn't truly killed. As such, no experience was earned. That creature would return if they remained still for another 10 minutes in that place. The only survivor from the enemy group was begging for help. She pleaded for mercy and a potion, but Misha replied that she'd pay her back when they got out, and then killed her right there without hesitation. Meanwhile, Bjorn began to regenerate using the vampiric essence. A wound as severe as losing a foot was no longer a big deal for him. His foot returned to normal almost instantly, which left Misha deeply impressed. She commented that he didn't even need to use a high-quality potion for that. Bjorn reflected that such rapid recovery was the result of a combination: the vampire essence, the natural regenerative power of his immortal seal, and the active skill called Immortal. Together, they formed a powerful trio. Misha asked what exactly he was, since he didn't even seem to feel pain. Bjorn simply replied that he had a strong mentality because he was a barbarian. He recalled that Einar, a former companion, also never complained when taking potions. After that, he put on new boots, since the old ones had been destroyed. He tied the rope again and warned Misha that they had to leave before more cannibals showed up. She then asked how he knew that explorer group was dangerous. Bjorn replied that one of them was named Hans, and he didn't like that name. Misha was confused that this was the reason, but commented she never would have imagined that older woman would take such drastic action. Bjorn explained that if they hadn't looked weak or weren't wearing expensive gear, maybe the woman would have acted differently. However, she was the first to attack them. He asked Misha why she thought that woman was in the labyrinth. She answered, for money, and he agreed, saying it was exactly the same reason they were there too. In the world they now lived in, money was an effective form of protection. People died if they couldn't pay fees or taxes. The woman, besides looking after herself, also had children to care for. Misha admitted she was learning a lot from that expedition. Later, they finally found the only safe place in the witch's forest, the witch's hut. Bjorn silently wished nothing bad would happen this time. The hut appeared randomly somewhere in the forest and remained there for only 8 hours. During this time, the forest field effects were temporarily disabled. Because of that, the hut was considered a safe zone. It was hard to find, but it was also the only real place of rest inside the forest. They took a long time to locate the shelter, but thanks to Misha's sharp eye, they managed to find the hut faster than expected. They still had 53 hours left until the labyrinth would completely close. Upon entering the hut, they noticed it was surrounded by a beautiful garden, illuminated by sunlight. Misha was excited by the discovery, but Bjorn realized they weren't alone. The hut only allowed up to 5 people at once, and the entrance portal closed as soon as the limit was reached. The portal sealed behind them. Inside, Bjorn saw a man lying on the ground next to Elisa, that cursed woman. The man looked like a beggar, and Bjorn wondered what had happened to him. Misha confirmed there were other people inside and assumed they were some of those they had seen before. Bjorn, wasting no time, said he'd knock that one out first. He crushed the man's skull, and Misha commented that she thought he would just knock him out. After a while, they realized the guy was still alive, even after being badly beaten. She was surprised he was still breathing. Then, Bjorn intentionally used a healing potion to cause pain and wake up the 3 men lying there. One of them, upon opening his eyes, recognized Bjorn as the barbarian from before and said everything had been a misunderstanding. He explained that they had been deceived by Elisa, who, after their explorer died, began sacrificing her own group. He said that when they tried to catch up with Bjorn's team, only 3 of them were left. Their tracker, Rottmiller, had been injured, and then a burst of light pushed them back. Their explorer was killed by an ice spear to the head, making it impossible to continue the pursuit. Bjorn deduced that Hickarod and the others had managed to escape, and that the scream he heard earlier had been Rottmiller getting hurt. The man continued, saying that after the explorer's death, they began wandering aimlessly. That's when Elisa revealed her true colors. He said everything that had happened was because of her. He swore he hadn't meant to hurt anyone and begged for mercy, claiming he didn't want to harm Bjorn or anyone else. Misha said she wouldn't give her opinion this time. The decision was Bjorn's. He found himself facing a difficult choice. He had killed many people since arriving in that world, but always in situations where his life was at risk. Those men, however, hadn't killed anyone. They had merely been manipulated. It was a completely different situation. He imagined himself in a courtroom, like in the old days of his past life, and questioned whether it was really worth killing them. The barbarian's instincts told him they would cause problems in the future and should be eliminated. But the protagonist felt it wasn't right. He said that logic only made sense in the civilized world they once knew. Then he asked Misha what she thought. She replied that she didn't trust those men. Even if it was a mistake, they had tried to kill them, and she was learning that this kind of behavior isn't something you should forgive. Bjorn felt his mind becoming clearer. Now it was just like the old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Bjorn didn't want to end up dead because of hesitation. Maybe this time it really had been a mistake, but if he let them live, he knew he might regret it in the future. So he made his decision. He executed the survivors, and by doing so received a new achievement for reaching 10 confirmed kills. This achievement permanently increased his mental stat by 1 point. From the moment he opened his eyes in that new body, Bjorn knew he'd have to take on not just a new name, but a new way of thinking. From that moment forward, he had to live as a true barbarian. That was the only way to survive in that brutal world. Misha noticed that he was trembling and asked if he was okay. Though shaken, Bjorn said yes and told her to collect the equipment, but she quickly questioned what he was doing. Without hesitation, Bjorn replied that it was something they needed to do to survive. Then, he began burning the corpses of their enemies in the witch's hut fireplace. This sacrifice had a specific function. By doing so, the hut would remain active for another 8 hours. It was a known game mechanic that had now become reality. He and Misha would have plenty of time to rest safely. Bjorn, tired and emotionally drained, decided to sleep first. He lay down on the bed without a second thought. To his surprise, the mattress was comfortable, much better than sleeping on the hard forest floor. As he surrendered to sleep, he reflected that the more he acted like a barbarian, the more human he began to feel again. It no longer seemed ironic to him. It was a strange kind of balance. During his sleep, Bjorn dreamed of his old life. He remembered his ex-girlfriend, how he used to work all day and still found time to be with her. They would go out to eat together, laugh, enjoy each other's company. It was a simple life, but full of happy moments. That was happiness. When he woke up, he was out of breath. He didn't understand why he had dreamed about all that at that particular moment. He was now in a monstrously strong body, fighting monsters and people just to survive. That was his new reality. He realized he had slept for about 7 hours. Misha was lying next to him, her head resting on his lap. Bjorn called her name to wake her, but she asked for 5 more minutes. He gently started to shake her, and grumbling, she finally gave in, saying she was getting up. Now there were only 24 hours left until the complete closure of the labyrinth, and 1 hour until the hut would disappear. The end of the expedition was near. They just had to hold on a little longer to leave that cursed forest and return to civilization. Still drowsy, Misha commented that the expedition had been brutal. The first thing she would do upon returning was take a long, hot bath. Bjorn, on the other hand, honestly didn't know what he would do first. But when they stepped out of the hut, they were faced with something completely unexpected. The sky had changed. Above them, a red eclipse blanketed the heavens with a heavy, ominous atmosphere. As soon as Bjorn saw it, he immediately understood what was happening. He recognized that scene. He knew exactly what it meant. When 7 sacrifices are made in the witch's hut, the Lord of Chaos, Reincarnates, awakens and begins to roam the forest floor. He is the supreme boss of that region, the final threat, the ultimate danger. Bjorn took a deep breath. Yes, now it was him. The Lord of the Floor was a monster that acted as the boss of an entire area. In the game, these monsters were known as floor masters, and each floor had its own. Misha was surprised to hear this, as she had heard rumors that this particular floor didn't have a master. Bjorn explained that the problem wasn't the absence of a master, but the fact that the method to summon it had been kept secret. This had been done on purpose. If some lunatic decided to summon the creature, the result wouldn't just be a few isolated deaths. He revealed that the master of that floor was the Lord of Chaos, Reincarnates, a creature so powerful that even the other monsters on the floor would hide when it appeared. When Reincarnates showed up, it destroyed everything in sight, and even the portal on that floor would be temporarily disabled. Escaping was not an option. Being on the 3rd floor during its appearance basically meant certain death. Upon hearing this, Misha wanted to know what they would do if the monster appeared. Bjorn then admitted that it might actually be their fault. One of the requirements for summoning Reincarnates involved human sacrifices in a cabin. Since it had been over 10 years since the last summoning, Bjorn figured that burning just 3 people wouldn't cause any problems. However, someone else had already burned 4 corpses beforehand. The sacrifice had been completed. Misha became furious and said everyone was going to die because of his mistake. Bjorn begged her not to tell anyone, because if people found out they were responsible, they'd be in serious trouble. Misha muttered muttered that she was now going to die because of a barbarian. Even so, Bjorn noted that at least the debuff had been removed, which would make it easier to cross the forest. The plan now was to get out of there as quickly as possible. They intended to head toward the orc habitat, where they might find members of the Jarwi clan, a large and influential group active on floors above the 6th. This clan had hundreds of members, and Bjorn believed that even if not all were on the 3rd floor, at least 10 teams were likely present to maintain order. The situation was already chaotic. Many people were shouting, pleading for organization. One of the clan members spoke up, claiming the area was safe. The priestess had activated a skill called Proclamation of the Destruction of Evil, while the investigators maintained vigilance. They knew the labyrinth of the 3rd floor would close in about a day. Until then, the Jarwi clan, according to their contract with the royal family, would do everything possible to ensure the survival of as many people as possible. However, anyone who broke the rules or caused trouble would be expelled without exception. Bjorn thought the speech was necessary and well-structured. Thanks to the priestess's skill, they could rest a bit. Destruction of Evil was one of the most important priestess skills. It allowed humans to enter and leave the protected zone freely while preventing monsters from invading it. The only requirement was to maintain order. Still, Bjorn remained on alert. He knew another problem would soon arise. He asked Misha if she was confident in her hearing. She timidly replied that she sometimes got compliments. When Bjorn insisted, she confirmed that yes, her hearing was very good. He then asked her to listen to the surrounding conversations and report anything useful. People were mostly talking about Ryakis, surprised that it hadn't appeared in 10 years. Many felt lucky to be under the Jarwi clan's protection. Bjorn believed betting on that clan was their best chance of survival. Later, Misha ended up falling asleep on him, but suddenly woke up and accidentally knocked him over. Alarmed, she asked if something was wrong. Bjorn replied that something soon would be. Around 500 people were gathered there, and at least 50 belonged to the Jarwi clan. The initial plan was just to observe how they would manage such a large crowd. The same man from earlier returned, stating that, thanks to Destruction of Evil, this was the only safe zone on the 3rd floor. He said the priestess wished for everyone to show respect to God by paying a fee of 1 million stones per person immediately. Bjorn thought this was a smart move. No explorer walked around with that absurd amount of stones in their pockets. Most would have to pay with equipment. The man explained that the payment was both a sign of faith and a fee for the protection being offered. People might lose some items and potions, but they'd still have the clan's protection. So there was no reason to panic. Still, Bjorn was concerned. Destruction of Evil was a powerful skill, but it was nothing compared to the power of the floor's master. He knew that if Ryakis appeared, the barrier wouldn't hold for long. Even so, he planned to follow the clan's rules. He asked Misha to pull out the gear they didn't need as much from their bag. Fortunately, they carried several items looted from dead people during previous expeditions. Meanwhile, some people were complaining that the 1 million stone fee was absurd. Those who refused to pay simply left the protected zone. Misha had already handed over their payment. Bjorn estimated that around 300 people had remained, meaning the Jarwi clan had collected 300 million stones with that measure. With fewer people to protect and so much money in hand, the plan had worked perfectly. 2 goals achieved at once. However, even with that advantage, they still had to hope Ryakis wouldn't appear, because if it did, they were all doomed. Since the 3rd floor was massive, many assumed the Lord of Chaos wouldn't pass through that area, but Bjorn preferred to prepare for the worst-case scenario. At 7:07, with about 5 hours remaining until the labyrinth closed, a phenomenon began. The Rain of Despair, a passive ability of Ryakis. Everyone caught under the rain received continuous damage and had their resistance reduced. Prolonged exposure to the Chaos attribute could even apply a dangerously powerful debuff. Misha was terrified when Ryakis appeared before everyone, even inside the magical barrier. Panic quickly spread. One of the Jarwi clan members acknowledged the situation was critical. He said the damage from this expedition would be devastating, but that they would use everything they had prepared. They activated focus support scrolls, regeneration scrolls, sacred magical items, and many other resources. In less than a minute, they had used equipment and items worth hundreds of millions of stones. The leader urged everyone to use their resources wisely, but reinforced that the goal was to stay alive. Bjorn was impressed. For the first time, he wasn't the only one who had prepared for the worst. Those adventurers had risked their lives countless times to get there. It couldn't have all been just luck. The expedition leader declared that their mission was to stop Ryakis. That was when Ryakis began his devastating attack. The Jarwi clan assumed a combat formation to face the Floor Lord, but even so, many people died within the first few minutes. The leader ordered everyone to stay focused and not get distracted. A frontline warrior was instantly killed, crushed by Ryakis. 3 long-range shooters died after being hit by the monster's breath. Some adventurers began to complain, saying they had paid for protection and were still dying. But Bjorn knew they didn't understand the gravity of the situation. The Jarwi clan was truly doing the best they could. The warriors held the front line, and the mages tried to keep Ryakis contained within a restricted area. However, the monster soon unleashed its hidden power. Bjorn was worried about that, but he realized the clan knew exactly what they were doing. One of the leaders ordered the immediate destruction of the Dark Orbs, which indicated they were aware of the second phase of the fight against Ryakus. They were coordinating their attacks to prevent the boss from evolving into its most dangerous form. That meant there was, in fact, a chance of survival. There was about 1 hour left until the complete closure of the labyrinth. By then, around 11 clan members had died, about 20% of their total force. While that number wasn't yet catastrophic, the psychological impact was already being felt. Every time Ryakus entered a rage state, more people died, even those who had paid the protection fee but stayed too close to the battle, watching instead of keeping themselves safe. In Bjorn's opinion, it was their own fault. They were distracted, watching the fight as if it were a show. Misha, worried, said the situation was terrible and asked if they shouldn't do something. Bjorn replied that he was still thinking about how to act. The screams and panic around them made it hard to think. At that moment, several people began demanding their equipment back, saying they needed it to escape or fight. The situation became even more chaotic. Everyone started looking at the equipment piled in the corner. Bjorn then spoke to Misha because people nearby were beginning to fight the Jarwi clan itself. He had already expected something like that. After all, an average explorer wouldn't know how to defeat Ryakus, the Lord of Chaos. In the middle of the chaos, a battle broke out along the escape route. During the confusion, everyone ended up encountering the chaos spirits summoned by Ryakus. At that point, there was no choice but to run. Bjorn knew that by reaching that stage, they would be moving away from the center of the forest. However, Ryakus managed to fully absorb his own power, activating a field effect called Rift of Evil within a 5-kilometer radius. Everyone was caught in the supreme darkness that spread when Ryakus consumed all 10 orbs. Misha, in despair, asked what would happen to them now. Bjorn remembered it clearly. The Rift of Evil was a supreme move that Ryakus activated after absorbing all his orbs. In the game, this effect had a time limit of 45 minutes. If someone failed to escape the affected area within that time, they would die instantly. The skill had another special trait. No matter where someone was, the effect would pull everyone directly to the center of the floor. Because of that, those trying to escape ended up being teleported to the same place. Bjorn estimated that around 200 explorers remained, of which only about 20 were still members of the Jarwi clan. Naturally, the clan members began blaming the other explorers for the whole situation, claiming everyone was about to die because of their recklessness. One of the explorers, however, commented that he had read in an ancient manuscript that there was a way to escape. According to the text, they had a limited time to run 5 kilometers to rid themselves of the curse. Bjorn thought, surprisingly, that he was right. The real problem was that Ryakus's clones and the Chaos Spirits would chase them during that run, trying to stop them from escaping. Even so, more than half the people chose not to risk it. For them, that chance was far too small. Instead, they preferred to bet on something with a higher chance of success. At that moment, Bjorn approached Misha's brother, asking if he had obtained the Hero Orc's essence. The brother, surprised, wanted to know how he knew about that. Bjorn thought that his first guess had paid off. Meanwhile, the Jarwi clan's vice captain, named Urjin, realized they had very few fighters left. Since the revolt began, many warriors had died, and Ryakus had absorbed the orbs left behind by their corpses. One of the mages asked the group's strategist, Maglaine, what he planned to do next. They knew they were running out of time, and the lack of warriors was a serious problem. With only one swordsman and one lancer remaining, the group had no way to secure the rear. That was when Bjorn stepped forward, claiming he could clear a path. Maglaine, curious, asked who that man was. The mage explained that, from what he had heard, Bjorn was the teammate of Karlstein's younger sister, but he was demanding the Hero Orc's essence in exchange for the task. Bjorn stated that he would carve a path if they gave him the item. At that moment, Maglaine activated his special ability known as Survival Instinct, which illuminated any target with true potential to save them in dangerous situations. Bjorn shone like a star in his eyes. Maglaine fully trusted that skill. It had saved him countless times before. Now he knew Bjorn was the key to getting them out of that situation alive. Bjorn, in turn, thought that his second bet had also been a success. Maglaine then wanted to know who had told Bjorn that the group was after the Hero Orc's essence. Bjorn explained that he had simply assumed it. A large-scale clan exploring the 3rd floor and destroying the orc habitat wouldn't be there just to face a simple orc warrior. The amount of supplies they had brought indicated they were preparing for something much greater, the rare summoning of the Hero Orc, a rank 5 monster. This hidden boss was summoned by offering 77 magic crystals to the great orc warrior at the altar located in the center of the orc habitat. The true goal of the clan was to find this legendary being, and the reason for so many supplies was exactly that. Bjorn concluded his reasoning by saying that if they were really that well prepared, then they still hadn't found the Hero Orc yet. Maglaine commented that Bjorn was quite smart and wanted to know why they needed him. In response, Bjorn explained that he was a barbarian marked with the immortal seal, and that he possessed 2 powerful essences, the vampiric essence and the body golem essence. Upon hearing this, Glenn said no further details were needed. That alone indicated Bjorn was capable of fighting while taking potions. For a third-floor explorer, that was truly impressive. Compared to other warriors, Bjorn stood out. Faced with that, McGlane declared he would invest in him. However, Hernexion mentioned that the essence had been requested by a noble. Even so, McGlane ordered them to simply say the essence wasn't found, because investing in Bjorn would be worth it. He was their best chance of getting out of that place alive. Karlstein was then sent to retrieve the essence. It was explained that there were 3 hero orcs, summoned through the sacrifice of magical crystals. Each one was a named monster, advanced mutants with extremely difficult essences to deal with. That's why, even though they were classified as rank 5 monsters, a strike squad was required to face them. They were called the 3 Orc Brothers, and each dropped an essence with a distinct color and unique ability. Danish dropped the red essence, which held the cry of passion. Velta offered the blue essence, with the banner of fighting spirit. Targus granted the green essence, containing the base roar ability. It was exactly this green essence that Bjorn obtained. When he absorbed the hero orc's essence, his body was strengthened with plus 70 strength, plus 35 agility, plus 40 fighting spirit, plus 20 physical resistance, and plus 30 bone hardening. He felt the power boiling inside him and, perhaps influenced by the fighting spirit, wanted to use it as soon as possible. McGlane then asked Bjorn to remove his gear and use scrolls and potions. Bjorn asked Misha to look after his equipment, and then use multiple resources: a scroll of physical defense, focus support scroll, regeneration support, strength boost, and spiritual tears. He consumed everything at once. He also received the spirit of protection from the priests, regeneration flames, and the coffin of sacrifice. Finally, he obtained the ability Blood Proprietor, originally from C. Stein. This ability granted the corrupt effect, which reduced the maximum attributes of an essence by 1 point, but increased the power of all active abilities by 1.5 times. Bjorn then declared they were ready to depart. He activated the new essence's ability, Gigantification. His body grew immensely, along with his physical stats and attraction value. He had entered Hero Orc mode. However, since he had taken off his equipment, he ended up completely naked, which shocked Misha, who gasped. The others were stunned as well, and Glenn asked someone to bring cloaks to cover the boy. Bjorn believed he was truly ready to advance now. Glenny informed him they had only 30 minutes left and asked if he could make it. Bjorn answered with confidence, shouted the name of his attack, and said nothing was impossible for him. He ran off, leading the Jarwi clan's charge. Behind him were 23 clan members and another 43rd floor explorers. According to McGlane's judgment, everyone there was paying not only with their equipment, but with their lives. That's because Bjorn had also used the sacrificial seal, which granted him so much power that he believed he could destroy anything. He charged directly at Riakis and his miniatures. The small clones posed no threat and were destroyed by brute force. However, the clones were self-destructive, damaging their opponent upon death. Fortunately, Bjorn had the vampiric essence, which allowed him to stay alive as long as his heart was beating. McGlane grew worried, saying that strategy was too dangerous, and urged him to be more careful next time. Bjorn knew that with Gigantification active, the likelihood of attracting monsters increased drastically. The aggro value was proportional to size, and since barbarians were already large by nature, he had become massive and extremely provocative. Because of that, everyone behind him was safe. The monsters would focus solely on him. At that moment, Karlstein attacked a creature and received reflected damage. Annoyed, he asked where the priests were and why they hadn't healed him yet. Bjorn simply told him to stop hurting himself for no reason and called him an idiot. Bjorn needed to be the only one on the front line. When his health dropped to 50%, all his resistance and endurance attributes increased thanks to a skill called Hero's Path. And when his health dropped to 20%, the effects of that skill were maximized. In other words, to unlock his full potential, no one else could be near the front. He would face everything alone. Hernexion, the mage, praised the vice captain's choice, saying that man was a brilliant decision. Karlstein, on the other hand, thought that if he attacked, he'd suffer unbearable pain. So he preferred to stay back, even if it made him feel useless. He wondered who Bjorn really was. He used to think Bjorn was just some third-floor explorer dating his sister. Until now, he seemed like just a common barbarian. But now Karlstein realized how different he was. Even in such a dire situation, he didn't hesitate and kept pushing forward without stopping. Some started saying that this man would be a great addition to the clan. They said the vice captain had a great nose for talent and asked if anyone knew his name. No one answered. Misha remained silent. Hernexion then commented that if the legendary barbarian Valken, hailed as a hero among barbarians, ever returned, he would look just like Bjorn. They could already see the end of the labyrinth. The light at the end of the tunnel was near, and the field effect of the Rift of Evil had finally dissipated. Bjorn thought they were almost there, just a little further. As he crossed the rift zone, the system notified him that his character lacked sufficient soul power. As a result, gigantification was cancelled. Still, they managed to escape Ryakis's area, while those who didn't make it in time were simply vaporized. Everything behind them was completely destroyed. Bjorn thought they had barely escaped. Gigantification ended at the perfect moment, and it was a miracle they were still alive. Maglaine praised the feat, but emphasized that they still needed to keep their guard up. Bjorn agreed. He knew what came next. After escaping the Rift of Evil came the Supreme Move, an attack that instantly killed one of the survivors from the first phase. Then, one of them would be chosen as the prey. There was a 1 in 15 chance that it would be either him or Misha. Bjorn thought it was unlikely they would be chosen, but then Misha collapsed to the ground, saying she couldn't move. She had been chosen as the prey and entered a state of paralysis. Bjorn was in shock, trying to understand why it had to be her. Meanwhile, Misha wondered what was happening to her body. Everyone around her stared in silence. The reason was simple. The one who received the prey debuff became completely immobilized and the sole target of Ryakis. In other words, Ryakis would chase the prey until they died. Maglaine regretted that Bjorn's companion had been the one chosen. Even so, he assured that they would do their best to protect her and asked if Bjorn was interested in joining the clan. Bjorn replied that he had no intention of working for anyone at the moment. Maglaine said that was a shame. If he had been the one chosen as prey, there would be nothing to do. He declared that this marked the end of their agreement, but hoped to see him again in the city. He also asked the priests to bless Bjorn before his departure, hoping it would help him on his journey. Bjorn thanked them for the support, and Maglaine emphasized that he needed to make it out alive. If he died, Ryakis would come after all of them. Bjorn acknowledged this and departed. There were only 15 minutes left before the labyrinth closed. Ryakis awakened once more, and Bjorn started running as fast as he could. Misha, still on the ground, was deep in thought. She wasn't stupid. She knew the monster wasn't after Bjorn, but her. She could tell by the way everyone looked at her. Even her own family and brother were ignoring her situation. Her mere existence was a threat. She acknowledged that Bjorn had already done so much for her and would end up dying like this too. They weren't even that close, but if it weren't for him, she would have already died. Besides, Bjorn had helped her fulfill an old childhood dream. Still, Bjorn knew how ironic that was. She said these things, but clearly didn't want to die. He understood that deep down, her real fear was being abandoned. Misha said she didn't want to be a burden. Bjorn looked at her and asked if that feeling was more important than her life. He told her to stop stalling, as if she were testing him. If she truly wanted to live, all she had to do was ask for help. That way, at least, there was still a chance. Misha thought about it and realized what he meant. Since the witch's forest, Bjorn had been showing them the path they needed to follow to survive. She recognized how weak she had been, giving up and saying miserable things to someone who was only trying to save her. So, sincerely, she said that if Bjorn saved her, she would follow him forever and help him for the rest of her life. Bjorn replied that she had already said that before. She insisted and promised to give him all her money. This time, he agreed, saying that would be better. At that moment, all the buffs from Kandar's priests disappeared. The rain began to fall, which meant the enemy was already near. Several spirits were also chasing the group. Facing the imminent threat, Bjorn activated gigantification again. This increased all his stats and made him faster, with wide and powerful strides. With the remaining soul time, he could keep this form for about 2 to 3 minutes. Misha reported there were exactly 196 seconds left until the floor closed. Bjorn asked her to count the time. The battle continued. He charged against the creatures, destroying everything with punches, kicks, and knee strikes. With 90 seconds left, they were nearly vaporized by Ryakis's breath, which meant the monster was close enough to kill them. At least the breath also wiped out the spirits, making the escape slightly easier. But Ryakis himself was already chasing them, trying to crush them. Bjorn promised he would save Misha from that place. She said she wasn't worth saving, but he replied that he had made a promise. Besides, he asked where his money and the ice spirit's ring were. Misha wanted to know if he would really die over a promise. Bjorn said with conviction that they wouldn't die. The next moment, Ryakis's attack tore off Bjorn's arm, but he didn't stop. He asked Misha how much time was left. She said 60 seconds and that they were about to be hit by another breath. Bjorn knew he had to endure with only one arm. Running was no longer an option. The only chance was to charge at the creature and try to dodge the breath and attacks until time ran out. With 25 seconds left, he was almost crushed. Ryakis's stomp knocked him down and nearly killed him. But, by luck or fate, the timing coincided with the end of the gigantification, which made his body shrink, allowing him to dodge the fatal blow. That was already the end. With 10 seconds remaining, Bjorn clung to Ryakis's body, sinking his teeth into its skin to hold on and not be thrown away. With only 3 seconds left, Ryakis prepared to devour them both. In the last second, Bjorn still latched onto the creature, shouted to the massive monster that it was already too late. In the next instant, the labyrinth closed and everyone was teleported directly to Rafdonia. The entire group returned in critical condition. Many were on the brink of death. Bjorn, among them, was completely destroyed, missing an arm, suffering from both internal and external bleeding. Misha ran in desperation to help him and noticed his heart was still beating. She said he had to be just taking a nap, calling him a son of a bitch, and saying he had truly scared her. Later, the news spread quickly. It was reported that Clan Jarwi and several explorers had been decimated by the Lord of the Third Floor. But thanks to one person, all the survivors managed to escape. His name was Bjorn, son of Jandal, a barbarian who had entered the Third Floor only 3 months after becoming an explorer. Now, everyone called him the Little Valken, the bravest hero of all. Bjorn's fame skyrocketed after that feat, greatly increasing his chances of being invited to special events. Meanwhile, someone was analyzing Bjorn's profile, intrigued by his journey. He had accumulated many achievements in a short time. He possessed the essences of the Golem Corpse, the Guardian Vampire, and the Hero. He had the best experiences. It's true that others like him existed. There are beings in this world with special destinies. These people are called heroes, but the man looking at Bjorn's name couldn't tell if he was truly a hero or a wicked spirit. After all that battle, Bjorn finally woke up. Misha was lying on top of him like a kitten. 2 days later, rumors about the Third Floor were still circulating everywhere. Everyone was talking about the little hero, and Bjorn's fame continued to grow. Later, he reunited with the group. Everyone was alive. Rotmiller commented with relief, saying it was good to see they were all okay. Bjorn asked them to order some food before continuing the conversation, saying he was starving. Later, he asked Hikarad what had happened, and Anon replied that the story had to be short since everyone already knew how Rotmiller had gotten injured. After that, they used the Guardian's protectors again to buy time. That allowed them to run to a safe location and treat Rotmiller's wounds. They then tried to find the two who had separated, but were already too far away for Rotmiller to track. On the third day, they encountered that crazy woman, and Hikarad said they escaped through the portal to the 4th floor. They were the only ones who managed to get there. Bjorn assumed they had taken advantage of the portal's entry restriction. The color of the portal that leads to the 4th floor, the Sky Tower, changes regularly. If someone enters right before the color changes, they can block access to those coming behind. However, to do that, they had to climb a 100-floor tower. Once a floor is completed, it doesn't regenerate, which made that path relatively safe. Hikarod commented that staying on the first floor doing nothing for 10 days was torture. Bjorn thought to himself that calling that torture was a joke, considering everything he and Misha had gone through. To make things worse, Hikarod said they got lucky and obtained a rare essence right in the first challenge, the essence of a mimic. Hearing that, Bjorn was even more shocked and furious. The mimic was a 7th-rank monster, extremely rare, and its essence was valuable. Though not focused on combat, it granted an active skill called Treasure Room, which allowed access to a dimensional pocket. The most important detail was that, upon the first opening, all kinds of items were randomly distributed. Hikarad revealed he got 2 million mana stones, 3 high-grade potions, and 2 numbered items. Bjorn couldn't believe what he was hearing. He wondered how that damn dwarf had such incredible luck. He was so irritated he even bent his utensils, but out of politeness only said, "Congratulations, my friend." Hikarad noticed Bjorn's frustration and asked what had happened to make him feel that way. Bjorn then decided to tell the whole story. After hearing everything, the group was in shock. Rotmiller congratulated Misha for her contract with the spirit beast, but asked what she meant by thanks to Bjorn. Misha answered that without him, they wouldn't have survived. Hikarad said the protection rate was absurd and that they would compensate Bjorn with 1 million stones, since they felt partially responsible. Bjorn thought that dwarf was an angel in disguise. Lior said it was the most impressive story he had ever heard, and that no one could argue with the nickname Little Valken. Bjorn, however, had no idea people were calling him that. When he found out, he wondered if he already had a nickname. It all seemed too fast. In games, increasing fame was a good thing, but this was real life. Becoming famous so suddenly would only bring unwanted attention. Misha took the opportunity to say they still needed to discuss something important, how to divide the money. Later, with the contract in hand, Bjorn ended up keeping Misha's share, since she had promised it. She didn't mind and said, "Keep it all, you barbarian." A few days later, Misha was complaining that the labyrinth was a drag, but that the real world wasn't much different. Bjorn had already resolved most of his pending tasks. He sent his gear for repairs, bought consumables, and even checked the auction. Misha was still tagging along, maybe a bit down about the money, since he kept all of it, but Bjorn believed it was better this way, so he could manage things properly. He knew that 7.65 million mana stones weren't that much when considering the future. Essences, weapons, and equipment were essential, and he needed to invest in in Misha as well, since she was now his main partner. Bjorn asked what she planned to do now. Misha replied that she intended to visit her family and might spend a couple of days there. He noticed she said it with a hint of hesitation. Of course, Bjorn was concerned, but in the end, that was her problem. He wished her good luck, but she didn't react. So he nudged her and repeated more firmly, "Good luck." Only then did she finally smile. Misha said goodbye, saying she was leaving, and told Bjorn not to skip any meals. She also said he needed to eat vegetables, not just meat. Bjorn thought she would treat him like a savior, but she sounded more like a mother or an older sister, which reminded him of his ex-girlfriend. His first mission, however, was to level up Misha, so he headed to the 8th district. He decided that, for now, he would stay with that team. Misha could also increase the level of her spirit beast contract if she obtained an essence. Upon arriving at the location, Bjorn found himself witnessing an execution about to happen. The victim was Tarakan, son of Lian, the same man he had tried to help before, who was considered a wicked spirit. Bjorn felt uneasy about it, thinking Tarakan hadn't even used the money to buy a weapon or enter the labyrinth. At the moment of execution, Tarakan shouted Bjorn's name, which made him even more frustrated. He began thinking he should stop helping people just out of pity. At that moment, a blond young man approached and asked if he was Bjorn, son of Jandel. The guy mentioned places like the United States, Thailand, and Europe, trying to guess his origin. But Bjorn just thought he had been expecting something strange like this to happen eventually. The blonde said he was from the United States. Bjorn, however, used the Einar method and told him to stop saying things he didn't understand. The guy laughed and said he almost fell for it, acknowledging Bjorn's acting skills. He commented that he too ended up there because of Guayim, that bastard, and that it had taken him 3 years to establish himself in that place, while Bjorn had earned a title in just 3 months. The blonde said everyone there was human, and it no longer mattered where they came from. Bjorn then asked a direct question. He wanted to know if the guy was a wicked spirit. The blonde, somewhat embarrassed, admitted that he was. That's when Bjorn shouted in anger, remembering that the chief of his tribe always said wicked spirits should be killed. As a true barbarian, he never backed down in the face of injustice, so he punched the guy straight in the face. Later, Bjorn was taken to the security agency. One of the guards thanked the little Valken, saying that thanks to him, his brother had returned alive from the labyrinth. Bjorn replied that it was fine, but wanted to know how long he had to stay there. He was annoyed that he hadn't managed to kill the wicked spirit once and for all. Meanwhile, the guards were restraining him, and he insisted that the blonde guy was a wicked spirit and had tried something weird with him. The guard explained that they were still investigating, so he would have to wait a little longer. Another soldier entered with news. The suspect had a token of a wicked spirit hunter. Bjorn was confused and wondered what a wicked spirit hunter was. Then a doctor informed them that the boy was not a wicked spirit. Bjorn, outraged, said the guy had confessed himself and that he wouldn't fall for that. The doctor tried to explain that this sort of thing happened to people who did too many things in a short time. It was part of the system. Bjorn said he didn't understand explanations like that. The guard summed it up by saying that, in the end, everyone had thought Bjorn was the wicked spirit, and the blonde was just an infiltrator trying to catch him. Bjorn was outraged, and later left the agency thinking how strange that world was. He hadn't expected them to know so much about Earth's inhabitants. The blonde boy, for example, knew places like the United States, Thailand, and Europe. Not everyone there was an idiot, after all. Bjorn realized that when the guy tried to say gua, which was actually game in English, everything started to make sense, including the reason Tarikan had been executed. The city was strange and lonely. Sometimes people showed up connected to his past experiences. The more he thought about it, the more absurd that world seemed. At least he had made it out of that mess without any punishments. Sometime later, he received a letter with a pill inside. The letter was sent randomly to people the senders believed to be players. If the person could read the content, it meant they were a player. The message said not to tell anyone about it and to never translate its contents. It explained there was a community where anonymity was guaranteed. Whoever took the pill would join the secret group called Ghost Hunters. At the end of the letter, there was a PS saying the king of Raphidonia was a son of a bitch. Later, in a sector directly affiliated with Raphidonia's royal family, inside the secret security agency, a man asked about Bjorn, who had been beaten. The order was to keep watching Bjorn. The messenger commented that he thought it would be easier to catch him, considering he'd only been in the city for 3 months. But the results spoke for themselves. They had reviewed the footage of the conversation and the beating. The chief concluded that if Bjorn were really a wicked spirit, he would have run in that situation. Instead, he attacked without hesitation. That meant he wasn't a wicked spirit. Even so, he had earned a title in only 3 months, which made the chief wonder if Bjorn was truly destined to be a hero. And in that city, heroes were always needed. The next morning, at the Magic Tower, Bjorn reflected on the letter he had received the previous day. He began to believe it was real, which meant he needed to act as if he were merely investigating. When he met with Alua, She commented that he must be getting famous, as everyone who gained a certain level of recognition eventually received that letter. However, the text of the letter had vanished. Alua was disappointed, saying she could have analyzed it if he had come straight to her. She asked if he wasn't curious about what wicked spirits would say, revealing that the letter was actually from a wicked spirit. Alua explained that the pill sent with the letter was made by a very skilled mage, an expert in psychological magic, dimensional magic, and alchemy. Whoever took the pill would enter a specific spiritual realm, a sort of separate dimension where the physical body remained in the real world while the consciousness was transported. The wicked spirits likely used that space to exchange information. Several people had tried to infiltrate the space by taking the pill, but all of them were found dead the next day. Bjorn realized he could have died if he had taken the pill. He wondered who had sent it to him. Alua denied it was poison, but even so, he asked why those people had died. She said there were several theories, the most accepted one being that the spiritual realm could distinguish who was a wicked spirit. It would then sever the soul from the invader's body. Alua also explained that the souls of wicked spirits were very different from those of Raphidonia's people. Still, Bjorn wanted to know if it wasn't possible to identify by magic who had taken the pill. Alua explained it wasn't, because if it were, all wicked spirits would have already been discovered. Then, the day's tests began and Bjorn had his blood drawn. He thought that maybe the community's anonymity really was legitimate. It might be a good place to get information. Maybe there was even a way to return to his own reality. Meanwhile, Bjorn sat in Alua's testing chair, wondering whether or not to take the pill. No matter how much he thought about it, he came to the conclusion that the best choice was to take it. He carefully weighed the pros and cons. He figured that if it were truly that dangerous, the community wouldn't even exist. But he also knew he couldn't take the pill right away. Even if anonymity was guaranteed inside the community, the person who sent the invitation would know who the newcomer was. For example, if he were the only one to receive the letter during that period, it would be obvious who he was the moment he entered. So, he decided the best thing would be to wait a few months, since it wasn't an urgent matter. 15 days after his return from the labyrinth, on the highest floor of the tower, inside a research lab, a mage asked the Queen of Souls how the newcomer had done. She replied that he hadn't arrived yet. The mage assumed that meant he wasn't a player. The Queen asked what would be done with the letters that hadn't yet been sent. The mage said they shouldn't wait for him anymore and ordered that all the letters be sent at once. He admitted he had high expectations because he had heard it was him, but realized that for now, it wasn't the time. Later, at a branch of the Explorers Guild, Bjorn was promoted to rank C Explorer. Every day he went about his tasks as if they were homework, which made time pass faster. During this period, he spent mana stones like water, but didn't regret it. He had spent them all on important things. He spent 400,000 stones buying a massive heavy mace and another 510,000 on acid resistance enchantments for his shield and chestplate. At the weapon store alone, that was 910,000 stones. After that, he bought a pair of protective pants from the DL family for another 900,000 stones. The pants had enchantments for auto recovery, shapeshifting, and acid resistance. In total, that was already 1,810,000 stones. Misha grew increasingly concerned with each crystal he spent. She remarked that it must have been hard to find gear that fit him since Bjorn was so big. He then asked if the pants fit her too. Misha replied that she wasn't sure since they were still larger than most, but probably bigger than the ones she used to wear. Later, at the training field, Misha was already adapting to her new elite twin blades, now enhanced with the power of her spirit beast, which she could imbue with ice. And just like that, another 550,000 stones were gone. Bjorn purchased another beast blood consumable for 200,000 stones. In total, he had now spent 1,810,000 on equipment, then another 550,000 on Misha's blades, plus 200,000 on the consumable. And he had also invested 100,000 stones on the level 2 spiritual seal. During the seal application, he experienced excruciating pain. He thought only 10 minutes had passed, but it felt like 20 hours of intense suffering. What surprised him most was that even with his natural resistance, the pain and usual bodily tolerance meant nothing in that moment. The shaman commented that he had never seen someone stay conscious until the end of a sealing ritual, and he asked Bjorn to pick a fortune stick. He said he'd take a look into his future. Bjorn wondered if this was some sort of tarot game. He pulled out a stick, and the shaman asked for his date of birth. Bjorn thought that barbarians usually didn't know such things. The shaman replied sarcastically, saying that of course a barbarian wouldn't know. Then he explained that Bjorn's fate, whether good or bad, was marked by intensity. Everything that others would experience once or twice in a lifetime, Bjorn would face several times. It was the fate of a hero. Bjorn thought that didn't change anything. He'd still do what needed to be done. Later, Misha showed up with a delicious breakfast. After that, Bjorn was ready to undergo the third seal. The shaman was amazed by his speed, saying he had never seen someone move so quickly through that process. Now, Bjorn had three paths ahead: the spirit of fire, the spirit of steel, and the spirit of savagery. He chose savagery since it was closest to what he was used to in games. Of course, the pain hit him hard once again, and another 200,000 stones were spent. With the spirit of savagery, Bjorn gained a considerable boost to his base threat level. He could now use a skill called Savage Burst, which tripled his threat level and temporarily enhanced his physical stats. It was the perfect ability for someone like him, a warrior focused on presence and impact in combat. If he combined that with his gigantification skill, the threat level would increase even more. Bjorn thought he never expected to come this far in just 3 months. The shaman dismissed him, but added one last warning. He had forgotten to mention something important about Bjorn's destiny. He told him to be careful around people filled with hatred, because Bjorn seemed to attract those kinds of individuals. As he left, Bjorn thought he had now reached level 3 of the seal. Only one thing remained. Suddenly, Einar appeared hiding behind some bushes. She said she was just there quickly and couldn't be seen. She had heard from the elder that Bjorn had received the title Little Vulcan, and that was great. She wanted to hear the full story. Then she asked if he was really in a party with Rikor Rod. That relieved her, since she was worried he might be alone. Bjorn noticed she was very skinny and asked if she was starving. Einar explained no, she was just condensing her muscles, though she didn't fully understand what that meant. It was something her master was making her do. Then her master called her, and Einar replied she had to go. She thanked him for sharing everything and asked him to visit her again. She said it was fine, she just needed to double her training. Almost forgetting, she added that she was really happy with Bjorn's progress, and that he seemed to be doing very well. She commented that before he had been driven by a survival instinct, which wasn't bad, but now he seemed calmer and more disciplined. Master Danar called her again, and Bjorn wondered if maybe he really was calmer now. Later in the library, the librarian herself commented that he was becoming famous. Bjorn wasn't sure if she was actually talking to him. She said it seemed like it, and changed the subject. He reflected that in the past, he had tried to get closer to her because she was a mage, but now that no longer made sense. He was rank C, had a title, and already had a mage in his party. Even if the mage wasn't strong, he was still a mage. He thought that since she worked in a library, she probably wasn't much different from Lior. He realized all of this was just rationalization. For someone like him, who only cared about survival, worrying about what others thought wasn't normal. He had never been able to care about others, which is why he always doubted everyone. He evaluated people by the value they could bring, and eliminated anyone who posed a threat. He had always lived that way, until the day he saved Misha. Now Einar's words made sense. Bjorn no longer wanted just to survive. He went back to the librarian, told her to stop staring at him, and said they should get straight to the point. From now on, he would act as he pleased. He was no longer bound by the logic of survival. The librarian asked how he knew she had something to say. He replied that her eyes gave her away. The next day, Bjorn went to the Cafe Promise of Flowing Waters and could barely fit through the door. He figured he should have guessed just by the name. The place was a dessert cafe, full of delicate decorations with a princessy vibe. But he was there for a meeting with the client, Shavin Imur, deputy director of the administrative agency and a friend of the librarian. When she asked what they should order, Bjorn said he wanted beer and meat. It was fine if there were no sweets. He didn't like them much anyway. Still, he asked what exactly Shavin wanted. She asked if Lagna hadn't told him, and Bjorn wanted to confirm if that was really the librarian's name. Shavin said it made sense he didn't know her name. The librarian's full name was Lagna Lataniel. Even though she wasn't noble, there was a story behind that surname. Still, Bjorn didn't want to care about that now, and asked again what Lagna wanted. Shavin explained that the mission was to patrol the sewers, since criminals and tax evaders sometimes hid there. However, the people who had been patrolling those areas were killed during the third floor incident. That's why they urgently needed a replacement, and Lagna had suggested his name. Bjorn was surprised, thinking there surely had to be more qualified people for the task. He wondered if it wasn't just more of those evil spirit hunters. Shavin replied that she had chosen him because he was becoming popular. People were calling him Little Vulcan, and she admitted she wanted to meet him personally. She added that she'd grab some cookies later and could tell her colleagues that it was Bjorn who gave them to her. Bjorn said that was fine. Shavin then asked what he planned to do. The reward was low, just 2,000 stones, but it shouldn't be such a bad mission. Still, The clients tended to be demanding. Working with them was like a seal of approval, and it would make Bjorn more sought after for better missions in the future. Bjorn reflected that this was his first official mission despite having a title. After all, no one expected a barbarian to be good at any kind of job. Still, he accepted the mission. As soon as he left, Chauvin thought it had been a long time since she'd met someone that interesting. She was already curious, especially because Lagna never talked about other people. Bjorn seemed like a pure person, and she noticed he really knew nothing about Lagna's past. That only confirmed how genuine he was. Chauvin felt maybe it was time to make new friends. 2 days later, Bjorn and his group were complaining about the stench of the sewers. The renegade team had gathered for the mission. Bjorn reminded everyone not to lose the sewer map or the lanterns. The lanterns also had recording devices that needed to be kept on at all times. He said he had mentioned the mission during the team's regular meeting. Rick said he couldn't pass up the chance to explore the sewers, as the place was full of ghosts. Lior asked if he could join too, because he was tired of just reading and needed to get out of Ares for a while. Rotmiller warned that it was easy to get lost in the sewers, but he wanted to test his new ability. Misha said she also needed to get used to her new daggers. And of course, Bidor wasn't dumb enough to turn down free help. He said he didn't know about the others, but Rotmiller would be a great help. Then he remarked that the sewers were larger than he expected. Hikarot explained that this was why people hid down there, teasing Bidor by calling him silly. But then he asked if the others had heard the rumor about a terrifying monster that lived in the sewers. Misha wanted to know if Ledcha believed that monster was real. He replied that he'd heard all the magical tower's waste was dumped there. If that waste included potions or chemical reagents and came into contact with a monster's body, it could create a creature no one had ever seen before. Bjorn thought that the officials had claimed there had been no issues down there in the past 2 years. However, Rotmiller suddenly stopped and said that because of the smell, he couldn't smell properly anymore, but he could sense someone nearby. Bjorn remembered that the mimic essence Rotmiller had consumed had given him 50 extra points in Sixth Sense and 20 in luck. So, if he said something was there, he was probably right. Sure enough, there was a man stuck in a hole. Bjorn pulled him out like he was lifting a sack of potatoes, but was caught off guard by a counterattack. Still, when Bjorn grabbed the man's thin arm, he ended up breaking his bones. He asked why the man was hiding there. The man replied that he hadn't hurt anyone and was just bankrupt. He said he was hiding because he couldn't pay taxes. However, Rotmiller pointed out that the mark on his forehead was only given to people who committed horrible crimes, which meant tax evasion wasn't the only thing he had done. Hikarod remarked that it reminded him of the old days. Many men with that kind of tattoo used to show up at the blacksmiths. Misha asked what they usually did in those situations. They informed Bjorn that capturing the man alive would earn them an extra 5,000 stones. However, it was also fine to kill him, as long as it was all recorded on video. Lior asked what they'd do if he was just a regular civilian. Bedorni replied that if someone was hiding in the sewers, they couldn't be considered a regular civilian. The man said he was willing to negotiate. If they let him go, he would give them information in return. Bjorn warned him not to try to trick them. The man insisted he was telling the truth and claimed that if they captured a certain woman who had raided his hideout a few days earlier, they would get a much bigger reward. According to him, she had used dark magic and was accompanied by several bodies that looked different from normal undead. He said if they turned her over to the temple, they would definitely get a big reward. Bjorn suspected it might be Elisa, a woman he'd had conflicts with before. Misha wanted to know what they would do now. Bjorn said that if it really was her, they couldn't let her roam freely, since she was seeking revenge against him. So he asked the group what they thought. Everyone agreed that they should deliver justice. Rotmiller warned that they shouldn't put themselves at risk, but since the majority had voted, he decided to go along. Half an hour later, the group was leading the bandit with them to serve as a guide. The place was extremely complex, truly a good hideout. Eventually, they reached a manhole that led to an even deeper area. Bjorn asked if there were other exits nearby. The bandit replied no, that was the only entrance and the only exit. Bjorn thought it was time to show Elisa what true justice was. The bandit went ahead. When they reached the location, they found several bodies scattered around, but the man in front stepped on a trap. Elisa's power was triggered and hit him directly. Meanwhile, Elisa received a call from the evil god through her system. That confirmed there were people down there. Since she hadn't yet found the path to the underground city, Elisa needed a sacrifice to stay alive. Bjorn was desperate, having nearly died, but said he was fine. The bandit, however, was killed by the blow. Bjorn commented that if the man hadn't gone ahead, someone else in the group might have died. Hikarod found an ID tag on the man's body. His name was Hans Markon. Bjorn found that strange, as it was the 5th Hans he had encountered, giving him a bad feeling. In the hideout where the new Hans had been, the place was surprisingly well organized, with furniture and decorations. The man seemed like a good homemaker, but Bjorn warned the group not to lower their guard, as that damn Elisa could still be hiding somewhere. Lior suddenly said he felt a faint faint trace of mana coming from under the floor, as if something was hidden there. Bjorn removed his armor and said he would destroy the floor. Lior remarked that it might not work without a specific kind of magic, but Bjorn disagreed. He activated his gigantification and smashed the floor using sheer brute strength. Beneath it, a hidden passage was revealed. Rottmiller said he could smell Elisa, but the trail had vanished. She was probably alone, so it seemed safe to proceed. With that, Bjorn decided to go in. Meanwhile, in the underground city, a desperate messenger was warning that a door had been destroyed. One of the men asked if it had been the royal family. The messenger replied that it didn't seem like it, but that it was the same door that had been forgotten since the incident involving the Karui cult. Another man suspected it might be a fleeing priest. They needed to investigate. Nearby was Amelia, the looter from before, and she decided to handle the matter discreetly. At the same time, Bjorn's group encountered a fork in the path. Misha asked if Hikarad had any idea which direction to take. He said not all dwarves understood architecture, then asked Lior what he thought, since he was a mage. Lior admitted he had no idea why that place had been built in such a way. Suddenly, Rottmiller stopped and said the scent of the woman was stronger. It wasn't an old trail. She was getting closer. Elisa, on the other hand, was lost until she heard the laughter of the evil god. Every time she heard that sound, something bad happened. She suspected the cursed ones from the temple might be there, but Rottmiller warned that the scent was getting weaker. That meant she was running away. When Elisa heard that voice, she recognized it immediately. It was the Barbarian and that group of idiots. She laughed to herself, saying this was even better. They had dug their own graves. Elisa then used a portal to the demonic realm and summoned the Shadow Guardian Knights. Misha, however, easily sliced through the shadows with her ice dagger. Bjorn declared that this time would be different from the last, activating his Savage Burst skill to lure enemies in and strike them down with brute force. The other group members began dealing damage from a distance. Elisa swore to kill each one of them in the most painful way possible and cast several curses. But Lior used a 7th level support spell, removing all negative effects. Bedorni celebrated, saying it was amazing, especially because he had convinced Lior to learn a spell capable of removing curses. And indeed, Lior had learned a large-scale purification spell. With that, Bjorn managed to break through Elisa's defense. When she used spiritualization to try to escape the attacks, Lior activated a materialization spell with aim assist, forcing Elisa back into her physical body. At that moment, Bjorn landed a punch and began pummeling her with full force. The group was shocked by what had happened. Lior asked if they weren't supposed to capture Elisa alive and claim the reward. However, after such a beating, her face was already disfigured. Bjorn said that was good enough. She was all tied up like a loaf of bread. But then Bjorn noticed something strange. Everyone in the group had collapsed. He himself had been poisoned by a combination of basilisk venom and paralysis. At that moment, Amelia appeared. Bjorn thought to himself that things had been going too well. His luck never lasted. He really did feel cursed. Amelia remarked that she was impressed he could still move, considering how strong the poison was. She said the Barbarian had gotten much stronger than before. Bjorn recognized her immediately. It was the psychopath from the land of the dead. Amelia asked if he was running because of his friends. Bjorn found it all very suspicious. He suspected she was only there to make sure he didn't say anything. He figured she let him live the first time because he was just a beginner. But now that he had a title and was gaining fame, maybe she saw it as an opportunity, especially after he entered the sewers. Bjorn stated that he had kept his promise and asked why she was following him. Amelia replied that he was the one who opened the door first, invading that place. She asked how he had found that path. Bjorn said he didn't know anything and asked where they were. She found it odd that he had entered the place without knowing anything and asked how he had opened the door. Bjorn explained that he simply smashed it with his mace. He asked if there was a problem with that. Amelia said there wasn't, but wanted to know why he had done it. Bjorn answered that it was to catch that damn woman. Amelia then mentioned that the woman was a priestess wanted by Karui. Bjorn asked if she now understood why he did it. He said he meant no harm, but even so, she probably wouldn't let him go now that he knew everything. He asked if she'd let him leave if he swore not to tell anyone. Amelia replied that things were very different now. Bjorn then took off all his armor, set up his helmet to record everything, and asked if Amelia knew the 2 ways to enrage someone. Before finishing the sentence, he attacked her. First, he threw his mace, then his shield, creating a massive opening. Amelia retreated just in time to dodge, but Bjorn used gigantification to grab her and landed a punch straight to the assassin's neck. When Amelia infused her dagger with aura, Bjorn activated his flesh explosion skill along with acid blood. She retaliated with full force, and he countered with a kick to the ribs. However, her voice came from behind him. It was just a clone. She had used self-replication and, with a single kick, broke Bjorn completely. Later, he woke up to Amelia saying that his regeneration was insane. Just 1 bottle of potion had healed all his wounds. Bjorn asked why she hadn't killed him. Amelia said he was just like the last time, always reacting with violence without thinking. He shot back, saying she had tried to kill him again. What else was he supposed to do? Amelia asked what made him think she really wanted to kill him. She reminded him that she had let him live last time too. Bjorn argued that she had said she couldn't just let him leave since he now knew the place. Amelia clarified that she hadn't said that with that intention. She had only meant she couldn't simply let him walk out. To him, that was the same thing. He asked what exactly she intended to do. Amelia asked him to stop and assured him she wasn't going to kill him. Bjorn, however, insisted that the best defense was offense. Suddenly, she coughed up a lot of blood. Bjorn asked if she hadn't healed herself. Amelia explained that she couldn't take potions. Some essences react badly to that type of treatment. Then, she handed him a Let Blessing, a remedy made by an alchemist from the underground city of Nor. This remedy had the ability to erase the last hour of memories. Bjorn questioned why she would do that. She would gain far more by simply killing them all. Amelia asked what kind of person he thought she was. Bjorn wanted to be honest and say she seemed like a lunatic, but he decided to keep that thought to himself. Amelia told him to take the medicine quickly if he wanted to live. Bjorn figured that was better than dying. He asked if the only effect was really just memory loss. Amelia said she had never heard of side effects and that he just needed to sleep. There weren't many other options. Before he passed out, she asked what the other way to make someone angry was. Bjorn answered, and then fell asleep. The blessing of Let tried to merge with Bjorn's soul, but his soul could not be blessed. The blessing was rejected and removed. The next morning at the administrative agency, the mission was confirmed as completed. He received the payment and a bonus of 180,000 stones. He asked if he needed to pay for the equipment he had broken. Shavin replied that everything had already been taken care of, since this was a special case. Bjorn reflected that they had almost died. The day before, he had woken up in the sewers. Fortunately, he still had his equipment, although his lantern and recorder were destroyed. He believed Amelia had been telling the truth, since the other group members remembered nothing. However, he still had all his memories. Meanwhile, Elisa's body remained at the site, bloody, disfigured, and dead. The others assumed some monster had done it. No one remembered that it was Bjorn who had defeated Elisa, so Rottmiller gave everyone a recap. They had caught up to her and defeated her. They had tried to bring her back alive to the city, but she had awakened on the way and done something to them. Her wounds indicated that she had been brutally beaten, most likely by Bjorn himself. Leor, looking more closely, noticed traces of his own mana on the woman's body. Rottmiller's theory started to make even more sense. After that, when the group emerged from the sewers, they were greeted by Shavin, accompanied by Lagna herself. Bjorn found their presence odd and asked if the reinforcements sent were just an administrative worker and a librarian. Shavin replied that Lagna was actually a very skilled mage. Lagna, for her part, said he should thank Shavin. She had practically dragged her there. Bjorn couldn't tell if Lagna was truly powerful, but she at least seemed very wealthy, as her equipment was extremely advanced. Shavin found his remark strange and asked what he meant by saying she was late, pointing out that Lagna had seemed very worried about him. Lagna denied it, saying it wasn't true. Misha then wanted to know who those women were, but quickly recognized the librarian from the library Bjorn always visited. Bidor didn't notice any jealousy in Misha's tone. He just thought she didn't like the other woman because she was rich. Soon after, a paladin with a huge sword arrived and thanked the group for capturing Elisa, confirming the reward. Meanwhile, at the administrative branch, people were talking about the so-called Little Vulcan. They said he got gigantic when he used one of his skills, and the comments had a vulgar tone. Bjorn thought those girls sounded like a bunch of animals in heat. He thought it was all complete nonsense. Shavin, upon hearing the comments, said she would punish them for sexual harassment and mentioned she'd be submitting a report. Bjorn decided to forgive them for now and said he was leaving, since his teammates were waiting. Shavin reminded him to stop by the library when he had time because Lagna was preparing something for him. Later, everyone was at the tavern celebrating, completely drunk, except for Rottmiller, who remained sober. Bjorn looked around and commented that everything was a complete mess. Hikarad showed up, announcing that the bag of gold had arrived. Bjorn immediately understood why everyone was so excited. The reward for defeating Elisa had been 10 million stones. Each of them received 2 million. It was a huge amount. To the others, it felt like winning the lottery. To him, however, it came at a high cost. His hand had exploded, and his head had been blown off. Since no one remembered what had happened down there, only he was aware of the real danger. Misha then approached, whispering that her father had asked her to bring him there. But before the conversation continued, Hans Horg interrupted, asking if Bjorn remembered him. He did. It was Hans number 2, the one who had advised him to join a guild after Einar left the group. Bjorn also remembered how he successfully removed the target and completely dismissed the man. However, something unexpected happened. The Moslin entered the tavern. They were members of one of the most powerful organizations, composed only of knights of noble blood, and they were heading straight for Bjorn's table. He wondered what he had done this time, until he remembered the shaman's words that he attracted people with hatred in their hearts. But surprisingly, the Mazlan weren't there for him. They were there for Lior. They said he was under arrest for defaming nobles. Lior was drunk and unconscious, dragged off by the knights without resisting. 3 hours later, at the Mazlan headquarters, the whole group was waiting for Lior's return. When he finally came back, Hikarad asked what had happened and what they'd done to him. Back at the tavern, Lior explained that he thought it would be best to leave the group. He revealed that his older brother was actually Baron Martoin. He had lied before. He said he was his half-brother, an illegitimate son of the former Baron and a maid. After birth, he had been adopted by the third brother of Baroness Terva. That way, he was raised surrounded by wealth and had the opportunity to learn magic, even though his background was complicated. Hikarad asked what that had to do with him leaving the group. Lior explained that a year ago his father died, and his second brother took over. The problem was the first brother. After the former Baron's death, everyone from the indirect family line was assassinated. So Lior's oldest brother sent the Mazlan as a warning, making it clear he should continue living in the shadows, like someone who never existed. Now that he had joined a group and was drawing attention by being associated with someone famous like Bjorn, he was exposing himself too much. And that was dangerous. Bjorn asked if Lior was really going to stop being an explorer just because he was afraid of his own brother. Lior replied that that wasn't a wrong conclusion. He didn't have many options. In exchange for not being punished for defaming nobles, he had been banned from entering the labyrinth. To Bjorn, that was an utter disaster. Nothing ever went the way he expected. There were only 9 days left until the next labyrinth, and now this had to happen. They decided to leave the deeper conversation for the next day and said goodbye. Before leaving, Bjorn told Misha that he needed to take care of a few things with the librarian. Misha asked if she could come along. She had nothing else to do. Bjorn found that odd, asking how she could have nothing to do. He said she should be training like a true warrior. Misha thought she would rest that day and train the next, but ended up deciding to follow his orders instead. When Bjorn arrived at the library, he immediately said he wasn't there for books that day. He asked Lagna why she didn't take a break from her job and enter the labyrinth with him, but Lagna responded with a simple and dry no. Bjorn accepted it, saying that if she was so weak she couldn't even enter a labyrinth, then there was nothing he could do. Lagna wanted to know if that was all he had to say. Bjorn replied that since he couldn't convince her, that was it. He only mentioned that Shavin had said Lagna had prepared something for him. Lagna found that strange and asked if that was really what Shavin had said. Bjorn wanted to know what was going on. The librarian explained that Shavin had said she wanted to repay Bjorn, since her professional reputation had improved thanks to what had happened. That's why she had asked Lagna to do something for him. So the offer was Shavin's idea, not Lagna's. Bjorn accepted that, but still wanted to know what exactly she was going to give him. Lagna said she would give him a special book. To do that, she used a spell that helped her locate high-security books, which didn't respond to common locating spells. These books were available only to nobles or an extremely restricted group. Bjorn asked if she was really allowed to do that. Lagna replied that she was, as long as he didn't go around telling others what had happened. In fact, she had only used that spell a few times in her life, and no one really cared about that place. The high-security books were very different from the ones Bjorn was used to reading. The contents were so useful that he wanted to devour them all. Although it was almost closing time at the library, he still managed to read some truly valuable ones, thanks to Lagna's help. Among them, he read Rafdonia's Organizational Chart, a book that listed and described all the city's public facilities. It contained information that ordinary citizens would never know, like the existence of the secret police. He also read The World of Evil Spirits, a masterpiece written by an agent of the secret police itself, who had entered the realm of evil spirits and barely made it back alive. The book he was reading at the time was called Complete Analysis of the Ruptures 2. It was a deep study on the ruptures, but it only covered 4 of them due to the book's length. It worked like a true tutorial, detailing hidden pieces, structures, creatures, and systems. It was exactly the kind of reading he loved. In the middle of the reading, Bjorn was startled by a particular name written there, Ariel Gabus. That was the name of the developer of Dungeon and Stone. That raised 2 possibilities. Either Ariel Gabus really was the author of the book, or the developer himself had deliberately inserted that content into the game. If the second hypothesis was true, things became much more complicated. It would mean that the reason Bjorn was in that world might be directly related to the developer, and that would suggest he wasn't just an ordinary human, but possibly some kind of divinity. Despite the confusion, finding that clue was good news. Bjorn had always been told that his situation was special, but he still didn't know exactly why he was there. He also didn't know if opening the Abyss Gate would be the key to returning to his world. Either way, if he could track the name Ariel Gabus, he might someday find a way back home, but he had to be careful. Asking around about that wouldn't be a good idea. He decided to reread the entire book carefully. He ended up spending the whole night reading. When he realized it, it was already morning. Bjorn asked why Lagna hadn't said anything earlier. If she had kicked him out, he would have left. Lagna replied that she was just resting, since the organization had taken a while to act. She hadn't slept there. Even so, Bjorn thought the library was probably about to open again, wasn't it? Lagna asked if he wasn't leaving, and Bjorn thought to himself that she was actually a really cool woman. A few hours later, still early in the morning, Bjorn was at the magic tower looking for Alua. When she opened the door, she warned him to be quick. She was sleepy. Bjorn explained that he needed a mage for the team. She immediately slammed the door in his face. However, Bjorn had another favor to ask. He had torn out a piece of the book, Complete Analysis of the Ruptures too, and wanted Alua to find out when that piece of paper had been made. Alua said she wouldn't do it for free and told him to come in. She asked how he knew about the goddess's tears. Bjorn replied that he didn't even know what that was. He had already explained before that he had simply smashed a statue in front of the fountain because he was bored. After all, he was a barbarian. Alua found that suspicious. She asked if he had read about it in some book, maybe even in Complete Analysis of the Ruptures. Bjorn denied it. He said he just figured it might be useful, since there was a drawing of a goddess on the statue. He swore on his warrior's honor. Alua remarked that she had finally thought she would get access to that book, but Bjorn knew he couldn't tell the truth. He had promised Lagna to keep it secret. Alua then said she would do him that favor if he helped her superiors with a research project they had been pushing for a while. Just once would be enough. As soon as he agreed, she revealed the results of the analysis and told him not to show up again anytime soon without warning. Later, during the promised meeting with the group of misfits, Misha commented that he wasn't at the usual place. Bjorn replied that he had spent the night at the library. Misha asked if he had really stayed there all night, and he confirmed it, saying he had been reading. She wanted to know if that was true, but before she could continue the conversation, the group arrived and she dropped the subject. Bjorn found that odd. Something about it felt off. Later, Hikarod said that if anyone had any ideas, now was the time to share. Bjorn started by saying that he wanted to look for a new person for the group. He had already asked 2 mages, but both refused. Hikarod asked if he was already replacing Lior, but Lior himself told them to calm down. Bjorn was not wrong. Hikarod had another idea. He and Lior had thought about it a lot the night before and concluded that it would be good to speak with Baron Martois in person. Misha, however, questioned how they could possibly meet him, since he lived in the capital, and they could not even get inside. Hikarod then revealed that he knew of a place the Baron used to frequent, and believed he would be there at that moment. Bjorn asked if they would go after him right away. Hikarod replied that if not now, then only next month, and this was Baron Martois, a rare opportunity. If Bjorn went along, the situation would seem less intimidating. Besides, they could offer 300,000 stones to persuade him. Bjorn reflected that he would have refused immediately, if not for the money. Later, at the house of Shays, Lior's second brother, Baron Martois himself walked in. Lior bowed, kneeled, and begged him to listen once more. The Baron asked what he wanted, but Lior was left speechless. At that moment, Bjorn stepped forward and introduced himself as Jandel's son. The Baron remarked that it had been a long time since he had spoken with a barbarian and wanted to know what business had brought them there. Bjorn explained that Lior had been dragged off by the Mlan and banned from entering the labyrinth. That was the problem. The Baron, however, asked why they were appealing to him in particular. Bjorn found it odd. It seemed the Baron was not even aware of what had happened. The butler then whispered the full situation to him, explaining that he had not considered it relevant to mention before. The Baron praised the butler, saying he had acted well, since it was indeed nothing important, and that the visitors had merely wasted his time. Even so, Bjorn asked if the Baron could not undo the banishment. The Baron questioned why he should do that. Then he turned to the butler and asked whether that man was not young Vikan. The butler confirmed. Surprised, the Baron declared that he had not expected to encounter in such a way the explorer in whom the Count was so interested. He said that he could indeed lift Lior's banishment, or anything else, but he would demand a favor in return. The Count would be hosting a grand banquet in 2 days and wanted Bjorn to be a special guest. That was all. The Baron also asked if Bjorn had any skill to demonstrate at the event. Something simple like bending a chair. Bjorn seethed in silence. What kind of wretches thought a barbarian was worth no more than that? Even so, the Baron offered 1,000,000 stones in exchange, and Bjorn replied that he could call on him whenever needed. Deep down, he would do anything for the sake of his comrades. But it was clear he had accepted because of the money. The next morning, everything went smoothly. Lior was cleared to enter the labyrinths again. It was an easier process than they had expected. Bjorn reflected that with enough power, anything was possible. He began to think he also needed to raise his own status. After that, Hikurod prepared the promised reward, but no one wanted to accept the money. Everyone declined. Hikurod was touched by that and said he would never forget the gesture. He promised he would find a way to repay Bjorn. Lior said he would return the favor tenfold. However, Hikurod insisted that he should do that as the team leader. Bjorn said it didn't matter who would repay him, and Misha teased that he was all embarrassed. Time passed quickly, and the day of the labyrinth's opening finally arrived. As Bjorn led his team, he could hear the crowd around him, loud and cheering for him. Along the way, he came across young warriors who looked lost. He guided them, showing each of them the true path of a warrior. Some older barbarians grumbled, telling them to just get going. But Bjorn wished all the rookies good luck while they greeted him respectfully, calling him Little Valken. Hikarad remarked that Bjorn's people were actually pretty nice. Bjorn replied that he simply did what he could. He knew that learning through experience was hard, but it was also the most effective way. Recalling conversations from a few days earlier, Bjorn thought about what Karak had said. Morale among the barbarians had dropped a lot. Karak, who was in charge of protecting the second-floor team, said most of the members had died. He had asked Bjorn to truly teach, not just follow old traditions. Bjorn reflected that even though he had only entered the labyrinth 3 times, they had already lost many people. He also remembered that Rottmiller was unarmed, having left his weapon in the treasure room. Rottmiller said he was getting used to that subspace. Bjorn also thought about his own experiences. The last 3 expeditions had been quite bad. This was already the 4th time he was entering that cursed labyrinth, and he had no idea what he would find this time. He just hoped it wouldn't be another ultra-rare event that pushed him to the brink of death. Still, he was determined to be prepared for anything that might appear. When they entered the crystal cave, they were lucky with their starting point. They reached the stone desert in just 9 hours. They hunted many types of monsters to gain experience and, even with all that, reached the nearest portal in just 4 days. Thus, they re-entered the 3rd floor. On the 8th day, they crossed the Witch's Forest and arrived at the portal leading to the 4th floor. For the first time, they reached the Sky Tower, a place packed with monsters, in other words, a great opportunity to farm experience. Bjorn thought it was no wonder so many called it the Training Tower. He truly gained a ton of experience there. The group hunted so intensely that they collected 3.9 million stones, 780,000 for each person. Hikarad commented that even though it was a good amount, he was a little disappointed with the tower. The others felt the same. They had only managed to get that much because of Rottmiller, who used his mimic passive ability and increased the drop rate of magic crystals by 30%. Even so, Bjorn ended up earning less than he did on his first time in the labyrinth. Now he understood why there were so many looters. That amount was what most people normally earned, but he decided not to be disappointed. His time in the city was productive. He helped Alua with some experiments and discovered that the complete analysis of the ruptures had been done 150 years ago, the same year the game began, and also when the founding king died. Everything had happened at once. Bjorn wanted to know what really happened back then, but there was no way to find out yet. For now, his only option was to keep going into the labyrinth. More time passed, and the moment of his 5th adventure came. This time, they earned 790,000 stones per person. Nothing too extraordinary happened, except that Bjorn leveled up. When he returned, he thought there was no reason to be anxious. Everything was going well. But then, he remembered something very specific. Bjorn concluded that when everything is going well, that's when it becomes the most dangerous. Bad things always happened when he let his guard down. That's why he couldn't stop. He needed to keep getting stronger. That was the only way he would survive. And if, in the end, it made him look like a madman, so be it, as long as he was a madman who was alive. The next day, while Misha was eating a meal, she asked if something bad had happened. She felt that his gaze was more aggressive than usual. Bjorn thought he might have been a bit cold toward her. Being idle was a personal problem of Bjorn's, and he knew it. So he decided to reflect a bit. That's when Misha suddenly came close and said she wanted to let Bjorn touch her ears. He was so startled he even spit out his soup. According to her, touching her ears made people feel better. It was something her older brother had told her, with whom she had been talking a lot lately. Bjorn thought that was weird. He figured her brother must be some kind of pervert, no doubt. After all, the environment one grows up in is important, right? Misha seemed to just be trying to be kind, but it was definitely strange. She probably thought he wouldn't see anything wrong with it. Still, Bjorn told her not to say that kind of thing to other people because they might take it the wrong way. He himself didn't misunderstand it only because he knew Misha liked thinner men. Otherwise, he would have thought she was trying to seduce him. Later, at the library, Lagna remarked that he looked like he was doing well. Bjorn confirmed, saying there was no reason not to be. In fact, he wanted to ask a question, but before that, he realized Lagna also had something to say. She was surprised and asked how he always knew those things. Then she said it wasn't certain yet, but she thought it was best to warn him. As an explorer, he should know that a dimensional collapse could happen soon in the labyrinth. That type of collapse was a real disaster, worse than facing a floor lord. Bjorn thought that this event happened once every 100 runs in the game. That explained why things had been so calm lately. He never got a moment of peace, so he asked Lagna what her source was for that information. She explained that she knew a mage named Charnel Colonel Ferg from the Tarapan school, who had been studying dimensional collapses for a long time. Bjorn thanked her for the warning. Lagna asked if he was already leaving, and he confirmed. He had received a new mission and needed to complete it first. At first, Bjorn couldn't find any clues about the so-called mage. He even started to doubt if the man truly existed. However, after 10 days, rumors began to spread. Misha asked if he had heard about the possible dimensional collapse. Everyone at the tavern was talking about it. Bjorn found it odd. For a rumor to spread like that, someone must have provided some evidence or had a reliable source. But in this case, there was nothing concrete. Maybe someone was spreading the rumor on purpose. He wanted to find out what people were saying in the more private corners of the city. But as a barbarian, he had no way to discreetly obtain that kind of information. Only one option remained. He took the pill that had come with the letter and remembered he had intended to wait 3 months before using it. But he figured 2 months was acceptable. As soon as he took the GB27 pill, the system acknowledged the action. Bjorn's soul was pulled into a different realm, and he once again found himself in his original body. Meanwhile, at a police station, they were investigating the disappearance of Lee Hansu. The company where he worked had reported him missing after he failed to show up for an entire month. His only known relative was his mother, but she stated that she didn't care about the boy. The chief investigator was surprised and asked why the case had been forwarded to that particular precinct. An officer explained that security cameras showed Lee Hansu entering his house but never leaving. The windows were locked, and there were no signs of break-in or theft. His bank card hadn't been used for a month either. In his room, the clothes were oddly folded, as if he had simply vanished from within them. The chief asked if anyone had tampered with the scene. Forensic support from the National Service would be requested. Then the officer showed something even stranger. There was a monitor turned on in the room, working without being connected to a computer or power source. Suddenly, something began to type on the screen. The officer mentioned he had heard of similar cases in other countries. People vanished, leaving only the computer behind. Meanwhile, Bjorn thought it had already been 5 months since he opened his eyes in that world. He had done everything he could to survive, but did he still retain his nature as a member of modern society? When he saw his old computer, he began typing instinctively. He entered a password, the same one that had come in the letter sent by the king of Rafdonia, that son of a... That's when Lee, now in his original body, realized that the environment around him had changed. The virtual zone he was in had faithfully recreated the room where he used to live. Everything felt very real. He even opened the fridge and grabbed a Coke, but it tasted like nothing, just water. That frustrated him. Suddenly, someone entered the room. Later, Lee understood that the whole thing was a manifestation of the place where he felt most at ease. Since his defense stats were high, the woman could only see everything as smoke. The password he had entered at the beginning was fake. That's why she had appeared to check on things. She explained that someone from the game shouldn't be able to manifest Earth-like clothes and environments. Lee then realized she had introduced herself as the Queen of Souls. She seemed to be the guide of the ghost hunters. Now that Lee had a moment to think, he noticed that everything came from his own mind. The clothes the Queen of Souls was wearing were identical to those his ex-girlfriend used to wear. The Queen told him to relax, as he was now an official member. They could no longer use the old method of separating souls from bodies to kill people, as they did with NPCs. Later, the Queen began teaching him how to use the community forum, which was similar to most internet forums. When he tried to create his account, he found that someone was already using his old username. So, he simply changed the spelling, keeping the same base name. The Queen asked if he was a fan of some Stony Ivan, but didn't wait for an answer and just said she was heading out. She added that he could ask for help on the forum if any problems came up. Lee felt like he had just gone through a tutorial, but had no trouble navigating the community. He entered a random chat room to get used to the environment and found several other players gathered there, like a virtual reality space similar to VR7. A man introduced himself as the room's leader and asked where Lee was from. Upon hearing that he was from Korea, the leader explained that the space was still poorly decorated because they didn't have many points accumulated. He also asked Lee to make his nickname visible above his head. That's when Lee noticed the leader's name was Dartman. The man commented that Lee had probably never been in a room like that, where one could manifest objects and actions using only their thoughts. Then, Lee revealed his current nickname in Stony Ivan, Elf Nuna. Everyone in the room was absolutely shocked. Up until that moment, they had assumed Elf Nuna was one of the game's developers. When he confirmed the name, everyone started commenting that they had suspected the user was Korean. The commotion was so great that Lee had to play it off. He said he was just a fan of Elf Nuna, even though he was Elf Nuna himself. After all, he had slightly altered the username. This caused some disappointment among the players in the room, and later he ended up being isolated because of it. Sometime later, a player approached him and asked how long he had been playing the game. Lee lied, saying it had been a year. The player, who went by the nickname Pink Guy, found that strange. He commented that usually, if someone was a malicious spirit, the letter came much sooner. It was rare for someone to receive that kind of invitation just because of fame. In addition, Pink Guy said that Lee probably had no idea what was happening in the real world. It was estimated that only 70 days had passed out there. Lee was confused, but Pink Guy explained that time in the game was different. 1 month on Earth equaled 5 months in the game. That left Lee even more puzzled, as he felt only a month had passed. During their conversation, Lee took the opportunity to ask some questions. The first was how to return to the real world. Pink Guy replied that no one knew for sure, but there were many theories. The first player to enter the game, for instance, had already been there for 20 years, which coincided with the creation of the community. That revelation shook Lee's pride. He had considered himself a veteran player, but learned that someone else had cleared the game before him. Everyone there had already reached the gate of the abyss before he did. Pink Guy then asked what difficulty Lee had cleared the game on, and Lee looked confused. The player explained that there was a special mode in Korea called Hack Mode, based on a version of the game uploaded 5 years earlier. In that mode, it was possible to modify XP and item drop rates. He himself had used a hack that multiplied item acquisition by 50. That's when Lee understood what had happened. Those players had cheated. They had reached the max level 30 with ease. He himself thought the cap was 11. In hack mode, players could open rifts whenever they wanted. It was all way too easy. Even though he was fuming inside, Lee had to lie and say he also cleared the game with a 50 times item drop hack. But deep down, he was furious. He was the only person in the world who had truly beaten the game the right way. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a group of people was investigating this feat. A man asked whether Dungeon Stone had beaten Oriel's legacy. A woman replied that the game world was well built, but development had ended 5 years earlier because no one had been able to beat it. The man, however, believed that the fact someone had cleared it wasn't a failure, it was an extraordinary achievement. The name Lee Han-soo was mentioned. As the only one who managed to finish the game, everyone thought was impossible. He wasn't just any player, he was a machine, a beast in a cage. Later, Lee reflected on everything. The conversation with Pink Guy had been helpful. Not only had he learned new information, but he was also able to relieve some stress by talking about Earth. He knew the space they were in would automatically close when the time ran out. Only 7 hours remained. So, he decided to investigate the dimensional collapse. He went straight to the trading market, a space where players bought and sold goods or information. He started selling every bit of data he had, quickly accumulating points. He was so well informed that he practically became rich in the game system. There was nothing in that world Lee didn't know. As soon as Lee posted an ad using the ghost points he had accumulated, a vendor appeared saying he knew a little about the magic schools. In previous posts, Lee avoided asking directly whether the dimensional collapse rumor was true, because it was hard to tell if someone was lying. When he entered the room with that vendor, he explained that he wanted to know more precisely what the magic school had been doing lately. His goal was to uncover the origin of the rumor involving Charnel Fergan. The man then asked if he was after that information because of the dimensional collapse. It was true that Charnel had spoken about it, but the vendor assured him that a dimensional collapse would not happen. He said that, in truth, it was just a story involving members of the upper hierarchy and some political disputes. Lee, wanting to know more, paid extra points. The vendor then explained that the Tarotane Magic School specialized in dimensional magic, particularly in researching labyrinths. The school's master wanted to carry out a certain type of experiment, but for that, fewer people needed to be inside the labyrinth. That's why he had spread the collapse rumor to discourage explorers from entering. The vendor asked if it was okay to share that kind of information, reminding Lee that it wasn't free. He was selling knowledge in exchange for points. He also commented that the royal family would soon intervene to contain the rumor, since with fewer active explorers, the production of magic stones would drop, directly affecting the market. Despite everything, the man gave Lee a discount, saying he was a fan of Elf Nuna, without knowing he was speaking to Lee himself. Lee was impressed by the vendor's influence. He already had a surplus of points, which meant he was extremely well informed, with access to data that even Lee hadn't uncovered after days of effort. But by that point, Lee no longer cared about how others were playing. He knew he was the only one who had truly beaten the game, and that was enough. After all, this world was no longer a game. It was a harsh reality, governed by strength, where only the strong would survive. Lee knew he still had a long road ahead, but even so, he felt that all of it was incredibly fun. He remembered the people who had bought information from him, the man who wanted to know how to defeat the Floor 1 Lord, the woman interested in the skeletons with helmets, and the man currently in front of him. These were places that had taken him years to reach, but he didn't feel inferior. It never crossed his mind that he wouldn't be able to catch up. In fact, he felt more motivated than ever. Meanwhile, an older man was analyzing the records of Lee Han-soo, also known as Bjorn. He asked his secretary how many people had reached the second floor on their very first attempt. She replied that yet, in all these years, only 117 people had achieved that. The man wanted to know if any of them were in as bad a condition as Bjorn, and the secretary replied that there were no similar cases. He found it hard to believe Bjorn's stats, even when compared to veteran players. The most surprising part was that he had achieved all that in just 2 months. The secretary commented that, even with bad luck, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. But the man insisted, if luck alone were enough, there would be other similar cases, and there weren't. This was an outlier. According to him, the larger the sample size, the less relevant the luck variable becomes. However, there are always exceptional cases like Bjorn who, for the first time, had accomplished something considered impossible, becoming number 1, a unique individual. While analyzing the system messages, the man read that the character's growth rate was extremely abnormal, and that a moderator was watching everything. That reminded him of the time he was called a failure, and of the last words he left behind. He stated that he had made a rational judgment. Even if just one person succeeded, that would be enough to justify his decision. And in this case, the odds had been on the right side. That's when Bjorn woke up. In the real world, 1 hour equaled just 1 second inside the game. Since 12 hours had passed outside, he had only napped for 12 seconds. But he realized he needed to be more careful. He was completely defenseless during that time. If someone had tried to kill him, he would already be dead. He was surprised by the ghost hunters. They exceeded his expectations and turned out to be an excellent source of information. Getting in touch with them early had been a wise decision. Still, he felt a bit tired after being awake for 12 hours straight. The next afternoon, in the first district of the imperial capital Karnan, Bjorn wore extremely powerful equipment, but he was still uneasy about the possibility of a dimensional collapse. If it wasn't that, then what was about to happen? He needed to finish the mission quickly so he could use the auction house. At that moment, he was escorting Baron Martoine, as agreed. However, the bald butler scolded him, asking him to maintain the Baron's dignity by always walking ahead and keeping the posture of a leader. Bjorn thought it ironic they were the ones who had assigned a barbarian to that role. The distance from the Count's mansion to Martoine's residence was approximately 6 kilometers, and to make things worse, it was summer. When they arrived at the venue, Baron Martoine commented that it was the first time he had received so much attention just by entering a room. He acknowledged that Bjorn's work was already making an impression. Bjorn replied that he was glad to see the Baron in a good mood, and the Baron went directly to greet the Count, suggesting that Bjorn enjoy the banquet. Left alone, Bjorn noticed everyone around whispering about him. It was obvious the general reaction was one of discomfort. They said he looked terrifying, huge, full of horns and spikes like a real demon. Bjorn thought he might develop PTSD, as he was being treated like a wild animal locked in a zoo cage. Then, an explorer gently approached and asked if Bjorn wanted to rest for a bit there. Surprised, Bjorn thought the man seemed like an angel. Later, while sitting on a bench, he asked the man if he didn't mind not mingling with the other guests. The explorer explained that even if he wanted to, he wouldn't be welcome. He said that in the past, he had also been an explorer like Bjorn, but now he wasn't anymore. His name was Carls Edmore. Bjorn had a good impression from the start. He felt that Carls was a decent person, perhaps because he had left the explorer's life behind, along with the typical arrogance of knights. He thought that bald butler could learn a thing or two from him. Ironically, the butler showed up at that exact moment, interrupting the conversation and asking Bjorn who had given him permission to sit down. Carls immediately replied that he had told Bjorn to rest. The butler then said that if it was an order from him, it was fine, but whispered to Bjorn that if he had already rested, he should get up. People might think a seated barbarian was a weakling. He needed to maintain the image of a fierce and bloodthirsty warrior. Bjorn thought that if it weren't for the 1 million stone reward, he would have walked away already. Still, he stood up. Since he was there, he decided to act exactly how they expected of him, like a bloodthirsty barbarian. So he stood and let out a powerful roar, scaring all the guests except for a little boy who was amazed and thought it was awesome. The butler asked what Bjorn was doing. Bjorn said he just felt comfortable. Then he walked to the table and grabbed meat with his bare hands, eating like a starving animal. The guest commented that such behavior was typical of a barbarian. He couldn't even control himself. Despite everything, the butler himself started to find it amusing. Now everyone was talking about the barbarian Bjorn. That's when Bjorn approached him and said, with a dark smile, that he felt like crushing his skull. The butler nervously laughed, saying the joke was going too far. But Bjorn stared at him and asked if it looked like a joke. At that moment, the butler remembered the crazy things this same barbarian had done in the guild. Somewhat frightened, he said he had a commitment and confirmed that Bjorn could rest. Carls then commented, surprised, that he didn't know Bjorn could make such a threatening face. He asked if Bjorn's teeth were real. Bjorn replied yes, he had once chewed a bear. His teeth were as tough as iron. From that moment on, the banquet started to become fun for him. He indulged with intensity, like a true barbarian. Some curious nobles approached to chat. Some young women asked to touch his arm, fascinated by his massive and firm muscles. An elderly man asked him to roar, but instead of just roaring, Bjorn surprised everyone by performing something like a powerful opera with his deep voice. An old couple was moved by the sound. They said they could imagine spring in full bloom. It was so beautiful it felt like he worked as a mascot for some theme park. However, not everyone was pleased. A group of knights started making jokes, saying the little Vulcan looked more like a little clown. Bjorn noticed they were just apprentice knights. Then, Baron Martwan appeared and apologized for interrupting the fun. He said he needed to take the Barbarian with him. Bjorn followed him, and together they met other nobles in the banquet hall. The nobles, upon seeing Bjorn, were clearly impressed by his presence. He explained that Baron Martwan had helped him in a time of need, and that's why he chose to protect him in return. One of the nobles confessed to being envious. The Baron simply replied that there was no need. He had told Bjorn many times that he didn't need to repay anything. Bjorn then thought it was time to stick to the script. He declared that a warrior never forgets the goodwill offered to him. That phrase marked the moment. They went on to have around 13 similar conversations with other nobles, and Bjorn's fame continued to grow rapidly. The truth was that fewer than 15 nobles were present at that event, and Bjorn ended up introducing himself to all of them. Normally, he would have had to accumulate a great deal of fame to access that kind of environment, but that day, due to the circumstances, it happened naturally. At the end of the introductions, he was asked to demonstrate some of his skills. He crushed a steel bar in front of everyone. That's when a knight he already knew appeared. It was Captain Paul Krovitz of the Order of Leetless. He remembered Bjorn well, but wondered why someone like him was doing side jobs like corpse retrieval. Before leaving, Paul Krovitz asked Bjorn to visit the Order of Leetless someday if he ever needed allies. He said that, as he had stated before, the Order would never forget what Bjorn had done for them. Baron Martwan, curious, asked what he meant by that. Later, at the end of that conversation, Paul calmly explained that everything had happened exactly as he described, and that the Order deeply valued the bond created with Bjorn Jantel. The Baron was even more surprised and said that Bjorn was better than he had imagined. That statement only boosted the Barbarian's fame even more. Soon after, the Count of Ferdehilt appeared, and Baron Martwan informed Bjorn that they needed to meet him. He said the Count truly wished to see him. Bjorn, on the other hand, had a bad feeling. Still, he went. The Count said he was eager to meet him. Bjorn thought the whole thing was a bit strange. Even though he had recently gained some fame, he doubted it was enough to attract the attention of a Count. Not even during his time in the game had he ever experienced such a high-level event. The Count began by praising Bjorn, saying he shouldn't be called Little Valken, but rather Great Valken. That kind of attention started to make Bjorn nervous. The Count then mentioned that he had an interesting idea. Soon there would be a sparring event between apprentice knights, and he suggested that Bjorn participate. At that moment, a sudden quest appeared. Bjorn panicked. He knew something wasn't right. When he went to the knights, all he could hear were whispers and murmurs. They said he was nothing more than a low-level floor explorer. Still, just participating in that fight would guarantee a reward of 2 million magic stones, which was tempting. But the true reward was the Garpa's necklace, number 777, a rare artifact that, when combined with a magic crystal, melted and formed a completely new magical substance. This necklace could only be obtained through breaches located on the 5th floor, making it extremely hard to find. It had properties similar to the frozen spirit ring, highly unique, but since it had no immediate practical use, it was treated as a worthless item. What few knew was that it hid a special event. Bjorn reflected. He knew he needed to prioritize his safety, but thought, screw it. If he started avoiding challenges out of fear of an uncertain future, the only end awaiting him would be obliteration. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't nervous, but he understood that he had to face his fears to move forward. Baron Martwan was direct with him. He didn't want Bjorn to win the fight, but he couldn't lose too quickly either, or it would damage his image. Bjorn replied that he only needed 10 seconds enough time to crush most opponents' skulls. The Baron, excited, said that if Bjorn won, he'd give him another 1 million stones as a bonus. Bjorn thought the man was practically an angel of light. He felt a new wave of motivation. While the Baron stepped away for a moment, some knights approached to provoke him. One said he'd be dead in 10 seconds and called him the party clown. Another said that if they faced off, he'd slit his throat. When the third showed up, Bjorn lost his patience. He asked if they were out of their minds for coming together like a pack of cowardly rats. He said not even a newborn warrior would make such a foolish mistake. He accused the knights of ganging up on a mere participant, just to try to intimidate him with numbers. It was clear something was wrong with their heads. The nobles nearby began to watch them, whispering and giving them disapproving looks. The knights stormed off in anger. Bjorn, on the other hand, declared that next time, he'd fix each one of their heads. The tournament draw determined that his first opponent would be precisely one of the most irritating among the provocative knights, one of the so-called Three Musketeers. The knight formally introduced himself as Sylvania, sword of the Baron of Hessen, and swore on his pride. But Bjorn only roared in response, unleashing a barbaric howl that made the entire crowd erupt. When the fight began, Sylvania launched several direct thrusts at Bjorn's chest, but he deflected them all with a single strike. Even so, he acknowledged that Sylvania was not a weak opponent. At least he wouldn't be, if they were on equal footing. Bjorn activated the Savage Explosion skill, which drastically increased his physical attributes and threat level. This skill, though theoretically ineffective against humans, amplified fear in the insecure, and fueled the fighting spirit of the brave. In Sylvania's case, the result was clear. He was the type who grew more determined. Bjorn noticed he was without a shield. Not ideal, but he made do. He blocked the attack with his bare arm, and then threw his acidic blood directly into his opponent's face. Taking advantage of the shock, he grabbed Sylvania by the neck, and asked, looking into his eyes, if he remembered what he had promised. Next time, Bjorn had promised he would help the knight with his head problem. According to him, if the problem is in the head, just get rid of it. After the punch he delivered, the knight was taken to the medical tent. Later, Bjorn asked if Sylvania had died. The priestess replied no, but commented that he should have gone easier. Bjorn explained that he didn't think Sylvania was that weak. He was a knight, after all. He said he had only used his fist, not even the axe, since he just wanted a knockout. However, the priestess explained that the blow was so strong it caused cerebral fluid to leak. Still, Bjorn argued that if he was alive, then it still counted as a knockout. When Sylvania finally woke up, he seemed to believe he was still heading to the duels. He was confused and didn't know what had happened. The priestess explained that he had lost his memory, likely as a side effect of the recent healing, but that it might return over time. Bjorn then approached, curious, and asked if he truly didn't remember anything. Sylvania replied no, and found it uncomfortable that Bjorn was standing so close. Bjorn, in turn, thought the knight didn't seem to be lying. He then said he would leave immediately if Sylvania did one thing for him. Nothing major, just repeat everything he had said before. As soon as he did, the knight seemed to regain his memory, and Bjorn encouraged him to go on, saying that now that he remembered, he might as well finish what he started. The knight then apologized repeatedly, saying he was wrong and begging for mercy. Bjorn, satisfied, commented that the knight's mental illness had been cured. He had solved a problem not even a priest could fix. He joked that they could call him Therapist Bjorn. Later, Baron Albatross came looking for him. Bjorn said he was checking on the knight's condition. The Baron was surprised, since Bjorn had nearly massacred the guy. Bjorn explained that if it had been inside the labyrinth, he would have used the axe. He also said he hadn't expected the knight to be that weak. The Baron replied that it wasn't Bjorn's fault, it was the knight's, for not training hard enough. Bjorn then asked if everything was okay with the Baron. Baron Albatross assured him it was, that this was part of the process. He said that if someone died there, he'd take care of it, and the important thing was for Bjorn to focus on winning. The more savage he was, the more pleased the Count would be. Bjorn agreed, saying it was time to crush some skulls. In the next match, he faced the second of the so-called three idiotic musketeers with mental issues. The knight, Quartain, complained, saying Bjorn had no shame for leaving someone in that condition, and warned that this match wouldn't be as easy as the last, but Bjorn ignored him and charged straight in with his axe. A single clean blow to the head ended the fight in just 3 seconds. The crowd erupted in celebration, shouting Knight Slayer. Meanwhile, Bjorn wondered if people really enjoyed watching someone's head get crushed. Either way, his fame only continued to grow. In the third round, he showcased a technique called Spine Splitter, literally breaking the opponent's spine with a knee strike. Unfortunately, the third musketeer wasn't his opponent if he had been. Bjorn could have offered him some physical therapy as well. The third knight was so terrified that he ended up becoming a devout follower of the church. Afterwards, Albatross praised Bjorn, saying he was incredible, and asked where he had learned that technique. Bjorn thought to himself that he saw it in a cartoon, but simply replied that he would rest a bit before the next fight. There was only one knight left, one personally trained by Count Ferdehilt. He introduced himself as Sir Albatross, and Bjorn had already observed him in earlier matches. He knew the man had the essence of the giant, golem warrior, and the cyclops, a classic combination focused on brute strength. He also knew the Count liked to show off, and Albatross asked where Bjorn's gear was. Bjorn said he felt uncomfortable wearing it. Albatross understood, saying he also found it hard to fight with all that stuff, but was relieved to see that Bjorn was taking the match seriously. When the fight began, Albatross didn't attack right away, and Bjorn realized he was preparing something. Good thing he had saved his final move for this moment. Bjorn then activated both Savage Explosion and Gigantification, massively increasing his size and becoming even more threatening. He was enormous. Albatross panicked and, instead of fighting, ran off the battlefield calling for help. Bjorn then deactivated his Gigantification, and the judge declared that the opponent had abandoned the match. Albatross tried to justify himself, saying he didn't want to do that, but the Count interrupted, saying it was enough, and asking how far he intended to tarnish his reputation. Bjorn, on his side, was left with the feeling that he had made a mistake. Meanwhile, at Erwin's house, she was obsessed with the idea of becoming stronger. She kept repeating in her mind that she needed to grow stronger so she wouldn't lose anything or anyone ever again. When Tertia showed up and asked if she was okay, Erwin pretended to be fine. She said she was just talking to the spirits during her training. Tertia, however, wondered how she should talk to her. Everyone was talking about little Vulcan, and she couldn't let Erwin stay uninformed. Still, Tertia also understood that there might not be another chance for Erwin to grow as an adventurer. At that time, Erwin had managed to form contracts with the 4 great spirits, and had awakened 3 of them, granting them free will. To Tertia, that was astounding. Such talent had never been seen before. Erwin had also improved greatly with the bow, and even in martial arts, including dagger use. She was already strong enough to handle Sinna-class monsters. Tertia believed that if she said nothing, Erwin might become even stronger. However, lately, she had noticed that Erwin was becoming increasingly unstable. She started to wonder if that was because of the essences Erwin had consumed. Then she found a book that talked about the effect of essences on behavior. The Cannibal's essence, an S-class one, was known to drastically increase obsession, and Erwin had also consumed 2 others that reinforced that trait: the Goblin Archers and the Iron Hill Guardians. Together, these 3 essences were dangerously strengthening the obsession attribute, now manifesting as an obsession with power. Tertia thought that maybe it would be better to replace at least one of the essences so that Erwin wouldn't remain in that state. Now that she knew the cause of the problem, she believed she could handle the rest. However, as she lay down to sleep, Tertia remembered something disturbing. If Erwin found out he was still alive before she could resolve the issue with the essences, there was no telling what might happen. That left her uneasy. Meanwhile, Bjorn finally returned around 2 in the morning. When he organized all the items he had obtained, he realized he had accumulated a total of 4.3 million magic stones. That was a huge amount of money. After everything he had done, it was only natural that the Baron was satisfied with him. But on the other hand, it seemed they had seriously irritated Count Ferdehilt. When the night tournament came to an end, the Count himself approached Bjorn to congratulate him. He also said that he would call on him again when he was more prepared, and advised him to ignore any invitations from other nobles until then. Bjorn thought that refusing might cause trouble, so he immediately agreed. After all, he might be dumb, but not that dumb. He also remarked that he hadn't expected to get that necklace so soon, an item nearly impossible to obtain. He wondered just how much luck he had accumulated up to that point. He figured that from now on, so much misfortune would follow that he'd have to be careful even just to breathe. The next morning, what the Count had said proved true. Bjorn received several letters from nobles, all essentially asking the same thing: that he attend banquets, with the promise of rewards. Just by doing that, he could be set for life, but if he accepted, he'd end up angering the Count, so he decided to reject all of them. He knew he couldn't just ignore the letters, so he handwrote a refusal for each one. He thought that people like this, who get mad over any minor inconvenience, are the scariest type. The Count's intentions had been strange from the start. Why would a Count take interest in a barbarian? Bjorn decided he would ask questions about the Count next time he went to the forum. On second thought, he realized that this month would also mark Alua's farewell. When he arrived, he asked her who would be helping with the research this time. Alua gave a vague answer, and then Dion himself appeared, saying it had been a while since they'd last met. Bjorn said he would help Alua with the elders, not the literal elders. Alua commented that he had been quite persistent. Dion explained that he wasn't going to ask anything difficult. He just wanted to test a magical tool he had created, supposedly capable of detecting the soul of an evil spirit. Bjorn immediately grew concerned, imagining the worst-case scenario. If the old man really suspected he was an evil spirit, then the one who would react to the tool wouldn't be the spirit, it would be him. He asked if that thing was really safe. Dion, in turn, asked if he didn't trust him. He said he was the director of Altemian, and accused Bjorn of underestimating him. Either way, Alua declared that she would prove the tool was safe. Bjorn reflected that the chances of her siding with her master were high, and that he couldn't trust either of them. The mere fact that they were so eager to prove the tool was safe meant they weren't fully confident in it themselves. In other words, a magical tool like that probably didn't even exist. A magical tool like that had never existed in thousands of years. If it were real, they would have already made Bjorn sit in front of it, without asking or warning him. So, it could only be a trap. Still, he decided he just needed to stay calm and not make any mistakes. Daeon insisted it wouldn't be dangerous, and that it would be quick. He asked if Bjorn wouldn't accept. Bjorn, still suspicious, asked how could he not accept it if it was supposedly safe. Daeon confirmed it was. So Bjorn, pretending to be casual, agreed and said he just wanted to get it over with quickly. Later, Dion and Alua spoke alone. He explained that it might seem strange, but it was just a regular chair, with no spells. Alua then asked if he really believed Bjorn was an evil spirit, and if that's why he was so suspicious of him. Dion admitted that he had thought so, but acknowledged that he was wrong. Alua said she understood her master's concerns, but asked why he had gone so far. If Bjorn really were an evil spirit, it should be the secret security department dealing with it, not him. Daeon, however, explained that if Bjorn were caught by the department, he would be killed. Alua was surprised and asked why. When Dion left, she began to wonder whether he had some reason for wanting to keep an evil spirit alive. It didn't make sense. What exactly was that old man planning? Later, Bjorn had stayed up all night. He was lying down in the morning, thinking about how terrifying that had been, but even so, he hadn't reacted badly or made any mistakes. Suddenly, Misha appeared above him. Bjorn said she had arrived at the perfect time, because he really needed her. But instead of something emotional, he just pulled Misha to help him sign a bunch of letters. Misha asked if he was sure it was okay to send those messages to nobles. Bjorn replied that it was enough. The message was direct. "I'm too busy. Find another barbarian, Bjorn." And that was that. Later, during the group meeting, just 10 days before the labyrinth would open, Hikarad declared that he wouldn't join the next expedition. He was afraid of a possible dimensional collapse, and he wasn't the only one thinking that. Lior commented that where there's smoke, there's fire. Rotmiller suggested they rest that night. Bjorn thought he could try to convince them otherwise, but concluded that it wasn't necessary. It had already been 3 months since he was in the blood-stained castle. He knew, like any experienced player, that after completing the rupture of the first floor, the system always granted a waiting period at the start of the game. But he couldn't tell them that, much less reveal how to open the rupture. He decided he would take only Misha with him. He said that this time, it would just be the two of them. Misha, surprised, asked if he meant her. Bjorn could tell from her face that she didn't want to go and offered to go alone if she was worried. Misha then asked if he shouldn't at least ask her first or try being a little more polite. So Bjorn took a deep breath and politely asked if she would accompany him. Misha replied that she would never let him go alone. So it was settled. They would enter the rupture together, just the two of them. The next day, a special edition of the newspaper began circulating in the market. Some articles claimed that the dimensional collapse was fake. Hikarad looked for Bjorn to ask if he had seen it. Bjorn confirmed he had, but said he had already accepted a mission and couldn't go. Then, he shut the door in the dwarf's face. Misha then asked if he really had a mission. Bjorn replied no, it was just an excuse. In truth, he was already preparing to head to the rupture. Misha wanted to know why he was hiding the plan from Hikarad and the others. Wouldn't it be better if they all went together? Bjorn asked if she, by any chance, had told anyone about the ring or the contract with the beast spirit. Misha answered that she hadn't told anyone. Bjorn explained that this was exactly why everything needed to be kept secret. If she told Hikarad, he'd definitely spill everything once he got drunk. Lior would probably reveal it by accident. Rotmiller, on the other hand, was the most trustworthy. He would likely keep the secret, but then he'd start wondering how Bjorn knew all of that in the first place. Misha commented that it made sense that Rotmiller would keep the secret, but she wanted to know why Bjorn also trusted her. Bjorn thought there were many reasons. Misha was meticulous about everything, didn't share secrets easily, and, on top of that, was terrible at lying. So, if anything leaked, he'd know right away. But instead of explaining all that, Bjorn simply said that he trusted her. Misha blushed at the response. Bjorn knew there were only a few days left before the labyrinth opened, and that he'd be busy preparing. This time, instead of buying new equipment, he focused on enchantments. With the power of thunder, he also acquired other expensive items. With just a few days remaining, he returned to visit the shaman, who commented that Bjorn was doing very well. In just 2 months, he had gathered 4 million magic stones. Because of that, the shaman activated level 4 of the Immortal Seal. This upgrade made Bjorn's gigantification ability even stronger, to the point that his enlarged body nearly filled the entire room. Misha asked if she could accompany him to the library. Bjorn, curious, asked if she knew how to read. Misha replied that of course she did, and that she liked reading from time to time. When they arrived at the library, Lagna cast a different spell on them, one specifically made for Bjorn, and therefore couldn't be used in front of others. She pretended not to notice Misha's presence, maintaining complete discretion. No one saw, no one knew a thing. With 5 days left, Bjorn went back to help Alua, and as thanks, she gave him a pass to enter the magic tower. She knew he was a magnet for trouble and for bad luck. Finally, the day of the labyrinth opening arrived. New barbarians, fresh from the coming-of-age ceremony, showed up to thank Bjorn for his advice. He felt proud of the boys, thinking they were very polite. Hikarad commented that they must have had a good mentor like him. Bjorn replied that he had simply shown them the path they should follow, but left an important warning. They shouldn't trust anyone who acted too friendly. Hikarad replied that he didn't seem like a fool after all. He wasn't born yesterday. But Bjorn thought to himself that, actually, Hikarad did seem a bit foolish. Even so, he still trusted Rotmiller. When the others said they were heading into the labyrinth, Bjorn and Misha said they'd wait a bit, claiming they were expecting a client. Half an hour later, Misha asked if they weren't going in. Bjorn replied that they needed to wait. He was using his favorite trick, entering at the last moment, opening the portal to the second floor, and gaining 2 bonus experience points that way. Misha asked if it was really possible to use the stable dimension phenomenon like that. Bjorn admitted he didn't know how to explain it, he just used it. Misha said she felt a bit bad for Rottmiller. She figured he'd see this kind of shortcut as devaluing all of his hard work. It was the same feeling she had when using the ring. Bjorn agreed that could be true. If Rottmiller knew about that trick, he would probably think all his effort had been for nothing. After all, his dream was to open a portal with his own hands, through dedication and effort. He took his role as an explorer very seriously. However, Bjorn and Misha ended up in one of the worst possible places, the Stone Desert. Since it was a place Bjorn wanted to visit anyway, they returned to the first floor and headed east. 3 hours later, they were fighting a group of gnomes. Misha said that killing gnomes wasn't the problem. The hardest part was collecting the crystals. Bjorn thought that, if Lior were there, everything would be much easier. At that moment, Misha noticed another group approaching. Bjorn concluded that, since they had arrived so quickly, they were probably trying a speed run. The adventurers ran past them. Misha noticed that their gear was very good, and asked if they could also open portals like that. Bjorn replied yes, that there was no reason to be surprised. One day, they'd be at that level too. Misha said he was very ambitious. Bjorn asked if that was supposed to be an insult. Misha laughed and said, of course, not calling him a barbarian was like saying he was stylish and really cool. Bjorn got a little embarrassed and thought Misha could be a bit too blunt sometimes. 19 hours had already passed since the labyrinth opened, and once again, people were starting to pay a little too much attention to him and Misha, impressed by their equipment and presence. Bjorn even laughed, remembering the old days. He thought about everything he had been through before meeting Erwin, and then he wondered how she was doing. He knew she had a rich sister, so she was probably doing fine, but still, the curiosity hit hard. Bjorn was thinking that maybe it was a good idea to pay her a little visit when he noticed a man staring at him persistently. He could clearly feel the envy and greed in that look. It bothered him, and he approached, asking if the man had something to say or why he was staring so much. Misha, nearby, noticed the situation and asked why the man was acting like that, asking him to stop. At that moment, Bjorn thought they looked almost like a couple, but this was serious. The man's expression was really irritating him. Out of patience, Bjorn asked for his name. The man answered that his name was Hanst Ivan, but now he went by H.S. Tan. Bjorn, confused, asked if his given name wasn't Hans, and the man confirmed, saying he thought it was too common, so he changed it. Bjorn then warned him that from that moment on, he was forbidden from using his original name. He was to be known only as Hanst Ivan. Soon after, a tremor shook the labyrinth. Bjorn instantly recognized what it meant. A rift was about to open. Normally, this kind of phenomenon takes about 3 days to form naturally, but it was still the first day. That could only mean one thing. Someone had forced the rift open exactly the method Bjorn had intended to use. Maybe it had been a player, or perhaps a very intelligent person from that world. As they ran toward the rift, Bjorn realized there wasn't enough time for both of them to enter together. So, without hesitation, he picked Misha up in his arms and jumped through the crack, carrying her with him. On the other side, they found a group that was already inside. At first glance, they seemed trustworthy. One of them was a warrior named Carlson, another was a beastman called Abman Urikfried, and there was also a woman named Zensia Nifreen. Bjorn introduced himself as Bjorn, son of Thor, and introduced Misha as Michelle. She took a few seconds to understand but tried to play it cool with a forced expression that wasn't convincing at all. Bjorn asked what roles each of them played in the group. He explained he was good as a guardian and tank. Zensia said she was an archer and warrior, and Carlson stated that he used a sword and shield, usually acting as the front line. Bjorn quickly assessed the group. He thought Zensia was at the typical level of the first floor, and Carlson seemed somewhere between the first and second. With 2 beginners outside the main force, he was already expecting something like that. Normally, a rift takes 5 to 6 cycles, that is, 5 to 6 months to appear naturally. Since the cooldown wasn't over yet, no intermediate or experienced warrior should be on the first floor. If Bjorn had followed his original plan, he would have returned to the beast's lair and opened the rift after 3 days. In that case, only he and Misha would be there, along with a few beginners who had never gone past the first floor. Among the 3 they had just met, the most suspicious was Abman Urikfried, who carried a giant crossbow, a rare weapon inaccessible to just anyone. Bjorn explained that that kind of weapon was class 6, whereas Michelle, being S-class, usually operated on the 4th floor. Abman claimed to be class C, which made Bjorn even more suspicious. He asked what exactly Abman was doing there, but Abman threw the question back, avoiding any real explanation. Bjorn concluded that they were probably part of a group that had been separated due to some circumstances in the labyrinth. Without a warrior in the team, they remained on the first floor. When they saw the rift, they jumped in. Abman said it was just coincidence, and that he'd been separated from his group for some time. Bjorn, however, believed he was clearly bluffing. Abman probably didn't even know there really was a strong solo-playing archer. Now, with that tough guy attitude, everything made sense. If not for him, no one would have passed to the second floor, or mined 8th class stones. Of course, the same could be true for Carlson and Zensia, if they were hiding their true abilities. Even so, Bjorn wanted to find out who had opened the rift, and asked who had entered first. No one answered. To him, they looked like a mafia, so Bjorn suggested splitting the group. He, Misha, and Abman would take one side, and the other two would take the other. It wasn't a bad deal since they'd be left with the leftover essences. Bjorn figured Misha would take the Guardian Essence, but if a rare item or rift stone appeared, they'd decide together with the bearded one who would keep it. And so, they continued in that formation. After so long in the dark, that sunny environment felt strange to Bjorn. The thought that someone else had opened the rift he had planned to use was unsettling. Still, it was a relief not to have spent his items. About 30 minutes later, the group came across a Yeti, an S-class monster. Bjorn wondered whether they had the strength to face it. Abman remarked that, in rifts, the path usually continues through where the monsters are, something typical of a player which made Bjorn even more suspicious. Even so, he warned the group not to get involved, as they could die. It was better to stay back. Abman agreed and said he would handle the creature. With his enormous crossbow, he fired a powerful arrow that pierced the Yeti's arm. The arrow wouldn't come out, as it used the hook arrow skill. Abman said he and Bjorn would take care of the rest. When Bjorn and Misha advanced, he went straight for it, enduring the Yeti's first blow as if it were nothing. That created the perfect opening for Misha to strike the creature's eyes, finishing the enemy and earning them 3 more experience points. Bjorn sent a message to Abman Urikfried, recounting the action they had just performed. He said that's what he and his girl, Misha, were capable of. A direct warning. It was best that Mafia didn't cross their path. Abman replied, admitting the two of them worked very well together. Then the group entered an ice cave, where they fought and killed several snow wolves. Bjorn and Misha did most of the work, but Abman helped too, using his extremely powerful crossbow. Even after this display of strength, just as Bjorn expected, no one volunteered to lead the group. He knew the path exactly, as he had memorized everything. After all, he had already cleared that game, and was probably the only one there with that knowledge. That left 2 possibilities. Either the others weren't players, or they were doing a very good job pretending not to be. When they found a passage leading underground, Bjorn was the first to go, as usual. On the way, he wondered whether the group would ignore the hidden item inside the pillar. Even if they knew it was there, they would avoid interacting with it. Doing so would be too obvious, and would immediately reveal they were players. Down below, everyone was impressed by the place's appearance. In the center of the room was a pillar that glowed when touched. Abman commented that it was probably a key, and that after some monsters appeared, the path would open. Once again, Bjorn recognized that as typical player thinking. Though it was partially wrong, it wouldn't be just regular monsters that showed up, but rather the final boss of that area. The seal on the pillar had awakened the great boss. First, ancient beasts appeared in hordes. 20 snow wolves came. From the second wave on, rank 8 monsters like snow tigers and even an ice golem began to show up. This golem had the ability to slow everyone in the area, and the effect grew stronger over time. But Bjorn had no trouble destroying it. With a single blow from his mace, he crushed the creature. Then the intermediate boss appeared. Katumba, the Lord of Ice, an advanced level It-type mutant. Katumba's first ability was suppression, the same technique the raiders had used earlier on Bjorn and Einar when they pierced his neck. The other 2 members of the group were easily paralyzed, but there were ways to break the spell. Getting hit, biting your own tongue like Misha did, or simply having absurd resistance like Bjorn. The paralysis didn't even work on him, and he immediately charged forward with his wild dash. Misha, annoyed, complained that he shouldn't fight alone, but Katumba tried to retaliate with a snow explosion. Bjorn, however, charged right through the skill, feeling only a slight chill, and landed another powerful blow to the enemy's head. Katumba started taking a serious beating. Then Abman warned everyone to step aside. He activated the enhancement skill on his crossbow and loaded a special arrow, a dangerous material, an arrow imbued with magic. The shot was powerful enough to finish off Katumba and also eliminate nearby enemies in the blast radius. Misha, impressed, asked what kind of arrow that was. Bjorn had assumed Abman could only target one enemy at a time, but was surprised to see he could perform area attacks as well. Thanks to that, the 9th wave of monsters ended quickly, and the group obtained 2 essences at once, a stroke of great luck. Bjorn, however, didn't care about the Snow Wolf essence, and decided to keep the Yeti's essence. The 2 newcomers, Carlson and Zensia Nifreen, didn't even argue. Misha, on the other hand, was preparing to grow even stronger, but Bjorn was confused when he heard her say that. He asked what she meant after all. The essence was hers. Misha replied that she actually wanted the essence, but wanted to know how much it would cost her. Bjorn, surprised, surprised, wondered what kind of monster she thought he was. It was then explained that the Yeti's essence granted excellent attributes: plus 10 strength, plus 10 agility, plus 15 bone resistance, plus 25 cold resistance, and plus 15 ice affinity. It was an extremely useful essence for Misha. Now that she held the power of the ancient ice beast, she also got lucky because the essence was blue. Passive effects don't change with color, but the active ability does, and the blue one had exactly the effect Bjorn hoped for: ice concentration, which temporarily increases ice affinity. Misha kept insisting, asking how much he wanted for the essence. She was clearly worried about the price. Bjorn, on the other hand, found it amusing. He told her to relax. That kind of worry only made sense when you didn't know the person or were in a temporary group. But they knew each other. They were companions. Misha said it was nice to hear that. Then she took the essence. Bjorn, looking at the two newcomers, asked, "What about them? Didn't they want the other essence?" Carlson and Zensia Nifrin said, "No, neither of them would take the essence." Bjorn found it strange and wondered why two newbies would waste such a rare essence. Carlson explained that the Snow Wolf essence didn't match his style. He didn't know much about it, but figured it was rank 9. Bjorn found that suspicious at first, but the answer sounded convincing. Zensia explained that it was very expensive to erase an essence after using it and regretting it, and she didn't want to make the same mistake again. Bjorn remembered that Zensia used a sword, enchanted with the essence of a goblin archer. He thought that if either of them had taken the essence without thinking, he'd judge them as possible members of a mafia. But since neither took it, their answers seemed well thought out, and maybe they weren't as suspicious as he'd initially imagined. Suddenly, something attacked from above. It was the final boss of that place, Tarumbus, the Tyrant, a monster who flew into a rage and activated the frozen destruction skill to wipe out the intruders. Bjorn knew exactly what that meant. They wouldn't face Tarumbus yet. The third chapter was beginning. They had entered a special zone called the Ice Cave. After falling into the frozen water, everyone received a hypothermia status, which drastically reduced agility and caused all ice-based damage to be doubled. To get back up, Bjorn had to ditch part of his equipment. As he swam, he cursed that damn reality update. In the game, you would just wait for the loading screen, and the third chapter would begin outside the water. But in this reality, he had to climb everything by force, suffered in the cold, nearly drowned 3 times, and reached the top completely sore. He finally understood why. In the game, you started the third chapter with reduced HP. Shortly after, Misha appeared, soaking wet, asking if he was okay. Later, everyone gathered around a makeshift campfire. The two rookies were shivering from the cold. They had all left their clothes to dry and wrapped themselves in towels to warm up. Abman Urikfried commented that the area felt like a special region, similar to the Witch's Forest. Misha, on the other hand, wasn't feeling so cold. She had natural ice resistance, which increased even more after consuming the Yeti's essence. Bjorn was also doing fine, despite the discomfort. Misha suggested he hug her, saying it would warm him up. Bjorn, surprised, mentally asked himself what was going on. Even Abman started whistling to break the tension. They decided that the area was safe and made camp there. However, Bjorn couldn't sleep peacefully, surrounded by people he still didn't trust. He and Misha moved a bit away and made a separate fire. Misha said he could sleep first, but Bjorn wanted to talk to her before that. He asked if any of the three seemed suspicious. She whispered something no one else heard, and Bjorn said she had done a great job. Maybe that guy really was the culprit. 6 hours later, they followed the main route. They fought some monsters along the way, mostly rank 8. The difficulty of this place was higher than the blood-stained castle, which featured rank 7 knights. That was due to the hypothermia effect, which made ice attacks twice as dangerous. 4 hours later, they encountered 3 frozen orcs. Abman noted that the one in the middle was likely an ice orc, due to his white skin. Zensia asked if they should fight them too. Abman replied that they were probably there for a reason, and sure enough, the 3 orcs broke free from the ice. Bjorn asked everyone to stay calm and told them to get into formation. He thought this would make it easier to protect Misha. He was still pondering the true objective of the Mafia. Maybe they were just explorers trying to complete the rift, but he preferred to be ready for any possibility. Bjorn easily blocked the hammer strike from the first orc, but intentionally held back part of his strength. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of the group were facing the axe-wielding orc. Abman, observing, asked why Misha didn't run in to help her beloved. Misha replied that someone could show up from behind, and besides, Bjorn wasn't her beloved. Abman said, "Not yet," and added that the newbies were useless. Then he acted. He used his beastman power and summoned the Iron Bear Iratum. Bjorn didn't expect Abman to be a summoner, and the bear finished the orc off with a blow. Bjorn decided it was time to end things before the Mafia made a move, so he went to plan B, pretend he had been hit. On purpose, he took a blow to the head from the orc, fell, and spat blood. Misha panicked, but it was all part of the act. Thanks to his reinforced helmet, his bone strength, and his regeneration, the hit was was barely a scratch. It was time for his kitty to act. Carlson, worried, asked if he was okay and tried to help him. But the orc ended up being killed by an arrow fired by Abman. The last enemy, an orc shaman, attacked Abman and Misha directly. Abman dodged and once again used the dangerous substance, a magical arrow. Even though the orc created a metallic ice wall to defend itself, the arrow pierced the barrier and killed it too. Bjorn thought that at this rate, Abman Urikfried could kill all the enemies with just 3 arrows. But just when he thought his plan had failed, the Mafia finally revealed itself. Zensia Nifreen, who had been hiding her true power until now, activated a weapon-switching skill, combined with Beast Step, an advanced stealth technique. With it, she pierced Abman's chest, thanking him sarcastically, saying that it was worth about 30 million stones. Bjorn thought, finally, they've made their move. It was time. At that moment, the summoning of the Iron Bear Iratum was cancelled. But of course, they were ready. Misha threw a vial directly at Zensia's head, while Bjorn charged at her with his wild dash. Zensia managed to dodge at the last second, but she was weakened and couldn't activate her stealth again. She had been hit by the witch's solvent lamp, which neutralized such abilities. Bjorn thought she'd been foolish. She should have stayed quiet after hiding her identity. If she hadn't mentioned the goblin archer's essence, he never would have suspected her stealth skills. It was many small clues that led him to believe Zensia was the raider. She already seemed to know the strategies and pretended to be innocent, while subtly pointing out all the key details. But what really made Bjorn realize the truth was what Misha had said. After they fell into the water, Zensia's scent changed. She used to smell like a beast's den. She still had dirt from the beast's lair stuck to her shoe, and to open that cave, you had to go through there. That could only mean Zensia was the one who opened the rift. With Zensia slowed down, Misha took the opportunity to strike. She nearly hit Zensia's face. Bjorn was already ready to crush her. With a single blow, he made her spit blood. He was surprised she had even survived. Then Zensia said something revealing. She called them all idiot NPCs. At that moment, Bjorn was certain she was a player. But that didn't change anything. She would die all the same. An axe-wielding orc tried to attack him from behind, but Bjorn simply ignored the blow. It was like a flick to his helmet. Zensia tried to escape when she saw that, but realized the way was blocked. Bjorn thought she loved bragging about being a player, but didn't even know the basics. When the orcs wake up, the cave ceiling collapses and blocks the exit. Then the orc attacked again. Bjorn, already annoyed, said not to kill the orc because that would open the way out. As she approached, Zensia tried to talk. She said it was all a misunderstanding, but Bjorn realized she just wanted to buy time. He knew her skill's cooldown was around 2 minutes. He easily blocked her strike and counterattacked, breaking her arm. He said that if it was a misunderstanding, she should explain herself. Zensia replied that she doubted he would believe her, but Bjorn interrupted her with a violent punch to the face. He thought she must have assumed he was an idiot. Later, Bjorn took all her equipment. It wasn't bad, some parts would be useful for Misha. Now that Zensia was disarmed, they could talk. Bjorn wanted her to use her weapon-switching ability, so he broke the bones in her body until he succeeded. Then he asked why she had attacked them. Zensia said the guild knew about her. She was trying to prevent an information leak. Bjorn asked if she planned to kill anyone she came across. He wanted to know why she had opened the rift. Zensia said she had heard that an item called Heart of Ice had appeared there. She claimed she didn't want to kill anyone. She asked how Bjorn was so sure that it was her who had opened the rift. At that moment, Bjorn realized he had said too much. She asked if he was also a player. Bjorn answered by asking if she was an evil spirit. Zensia begged for mercy. She said she just wanted to go home, that she had survived so far by believing everyone else was an NPC. If she had known they were players, she never would have done it. She pleaded for them not to kill each other. She screamed at him to respond, but Bjorn was thinking about how surprisingly calm his heart felt. He felt no remorse, no sorrow. Then he said she was an evil spirit. And so, Bjorn killed a player for the first time. Whether it was easy or hard, whether he felt excitement or fear upon seeing the blood, none of that mattered. It was something that had to be done. Misha, very worried, was looking for him, asking where he was. Meanwhile, Carlson was calling for help, getting beaten badly by the ice orc. Bjorn said he could handle it now. He told Misha to use her new ability. She activated her enhancement along with concentrated frost, boosting her ice affinity. With that, she easily froze the orc's axe-wielding hand. Bjorn knew that ice affinity didn't just deal more damage, it also prevented bleeding and disrupted regeneration. Depending on the enemy, it was extremely useful, but most importantly, it limited the enemy's movements. The freeze was restricted to the orc's wrist due to his high resistance to ice. On a normal monster, it would have frozen the entire arm up to the elbow. Bjorn then gave Misha the final instruction. Aim for the back of the neck this time. Misha's attack was strong enough to paralyze the orc, even though he didn't die immediately. Then Bjorn approached and said it was time to face the boss. The moment he finished off the orc, the tyrant Tarumbas burst through the ceiling in a brutal entrance. Bjorn knew that enemy well. It was an enlarged version of a regular lycanthrope, about 1.5 times bigger, with stats twice as high. It wielded an ice club that intensified hypothermia damage. Even so, Bjorn believed he could finish the fight in 10 seconds. He easily blocked the creature's attack and, with his bare hands, ingested a scroll along with a thunder herb. Electricity surged through his body and struck the tyrant with such force that it paralyzed him. Despite the physical resistance, Misha threw more thunder bombs, completely burning the monster. Bjorn knew the tyrant had a weakness to electric attacks. Within 3 seconds, it was already down. After that, the two of them beat it until it finally died. That reminded Bjorn of the times he used to beat up death demons alongside Einar. Those were good times. With the end of the battle, the tyrant dropped its essence. That was rare within a rift, but the chances increased in specific situations like that one. Misha hesitated for a moment, but Bjorn gently pushed her to grab the essence before it disappeared. She managed to capture the guardian lycanthrope's essence. When everything was over, Abman was still lying on the ground, asking for a potion. Carlson and Misha tried helping with a normal tier potion, but it didn't work. The wound wouldn't close. Bjorn quickly realized that Zensia's blade must have been coated with some kind of poison that caused continuous bleeding and blocked healing and regeneration. Not even the antidote worked. Given the severity, Misha asked Bjorn to use a higher tier potion. After 5 of the bear's advanced potions and 1 more superior tier potion, Abman's wound finally began to close, albeit slowly. It became clear the poison was extremely powerful. Later, Carlson praised their work. Bjorn remembered they hadn't yet divided the rewards and handed the boy a pouch full of crystals. When Carlson asked if it wasn't too much, Bjorn explained that he hadn't received any essences, so it was only fair. Before leaving through the portal, Bjorn asked Carlson not to tell anyone what had happened there that day. Once the boy left, only Bjorn, Misha, and Abman remained. When Abman woke up, he said he would pay for the potion that was used. Bjorn said the cost had been around 5 million stones. Abman thought that was excessive and said it should be just 1 million, but Bjorn replied he was probably scammed. Abman accepted the price, saying the value of an item depends on how badly you need it. Not having money with him, he left behind an item as collateral. The Necromancer's Arrogance, an artifact that paused time right before a critical hit and made the user immune to damage for a limited time. Bjorn realized that was how he had survived, and even considered accepting the item instead of payment. But Abman refused immediately and said that as Jandel's son, Bjorn should never keep that item. When Misha asked how he knew who Bjorn was, Abman, already stepping through the rift portal, replied that he'd never forget what Bjorn had done for him that day. Bjorn then admitted to himself that he actually liked the guy. Misha was about to leave too, but Bjorn reminded her they still had things to do there. The two of them consumed a frost crystal they found in the cave, which permanently increased their ice affinity by 3 points. Since the place was now safe and there were no more monsters, they didn't need to keep watch. Bjorn lay down to sleep, sure that this was the safest place at the moment. As he settled down, Bjorn began to wonder what would have happened if he had been alone. He thought about the player he had killed and, for a moment, wished her eyes would open again. He felt disappointed in himself. Even after everything, he had been greedy. He thought he could immediately raise his spiritual seal to level 6, but upon seeing Abman lying there, he decided to help him. He poured potions over his wounds because he didn't want to let someone die, especially someone he might work with in the future. He then reflected on how things would have gone if Misha hadn't been with him, and when she asked what he was thinking about so deeply, Bjorn just called her to lie beside him, saying it was cold. Misha asked if he really wanted that, and so, under a starry sky, with the cold wind blowing and the warmth of the fire surrounding them, the two slept. They did nothing but rest, and this time, Bjorn actually slept. On the 3rd day, they returned to the crystal cave. Misha was testing her new equipment, the ones she had taken from the dead woman. She praised the sword, saying it was excellent. Bjorn remarked that it must be a numbered item. When she said it was too expensive, she bowed to the barbarian in gratitude. He told her he hadn't yet decided whether he'd sell it or not, so she could use it for now. In truth, he thought he'd never take it away from her. He wondered why she seemed to think he'd have that kind of prejudice. Misha continued killing wolves effortlessly, as if they were nothing, even making skewers with their bodies. Then she asked when they would move on to the 2nd floor. Bjorn said that before anything else, Misha needed to get used to the sword. After a few hours of training, she commented that she felt pretty well adapted already. Still, she asked more out of conscience if he wasn't just making her fight out of laziness. Bjorn asked if she was doubting him, but deep down he was proud. He hadn't expected them to obtain such a powerful guardian essence. The lycanthrope's essence was as good as that of a yeti. The penetration skill was essential for a swordsman, and the passive effect of the essence was also very effective. Over time, it would become even more useful, especially because it synergized well with concentrated frost from the yeti. It significantly increased damage from consecutive strikes and could eventually grant a skill that broke any crowd control effect. Bjorn recommended she use frozen destruction right after concentrated frost, since it would deal a lot of damage. From there, there, it was just a matter of charging into enemies. Even so, Misha was already so strong she could kill monsters with a single blow. Seeing that, Bjorn admitted there wasn't much else to do. He said they could test all of this on the second floor. Misha wanted to confirm whether he truly expected her to keep doing the same there. Bjorn answered no. But before he could continue, Misha finished the sentence for him, saying she already knew what he would say. The easiest path is always the slowest. Even so, she agreed to keep going, and Bjorn wondered why she was so excited. Was she just happy to have anticipated his words? Maybe she'd calm down if he just pretended to lose an argument. And that's how he ended up learning a new manipulation tactic used by Misha. Shortly after, the crystals around them turned red. Misha noticed right away and grew alert. Someone had summoned the Floor Lord. She seemed concerned, maybe still carrying the trauma from when they fought Ryakus. Bjorn tried to reassure her. He explained that the first floor lord was pretty calm, nothing like the third floor one. Besides, it could only be summoned if 3 days had already passed, and if there were more than 5 people together in one place. Even then, it was only a possibility. The floor's gate wouldn't close upon summoning, and regional monsters didn't change. Unlike Ryakus, who slaughtered everything, this lord would simply disappear silently if the raid failed. Misha understood but wanted to know who would do such a thing. It was common sense not to group with more than 5 people on that floor. Bjorn suggested maybe someone had done it on purpose, possibly a clan trying to defeat the lord. Maybe even the guy who had bought his tutorial on the forum. If it was really him, then the guy was incredibly impatient. Soon after, they proceeded to the second floor, known as the Land of the Dead. Bjorn could hardly believe it had taken almost an entire day to get there. Without Rottmiller, everything had gone slower. He remarked that it had been a while since he had been in that place. He remembered destroying skeletons, hunting death demons, and even running into dangerous raiders with excitement. It was true, he didn't really like that place. Misha didn't like it either. She preferred the stone desert. This floor was more complicated, full of surprises. Even so, Bjorn chose that path because it was the most direct way to the third floor. They just had to move in a straight line. Since it was only the two of them, they could even summon a Death Knight, a 6th rank monster, which also showed just how strong Misha had become. It would be a good challenge and yield some experience. Later, they encountered several death demons. Bjorn charged in, and Misha tested her consecutive strikes. In a short time, Bjorn blocked enemy blows while Misha froze half of them and sliced them in two. The remaining enemies used Call of the Dead, surrounding Bjorn with zombies. They tried to bite him, but broke their own teeth. The bites were nothing, his wound had already healed. Even so, Misha grew worried, and he told her to stay focused on the fight. He thought that once she leveled up, she might no longer see him as just a barbarian. After that, they kept heading north while Bjorn continued training Misha. She started understanding the amount of damage needed to trigger hypothermia, which was different from freezing. Along the way, they ran into a wolf chimera that had a crowd control ability. That was when Misha used her fortitude for the first time, and Bjorn warned her that it consumed a lot of mana. It should only be used in necessary situations. Misha replied by asking if he thought she was a child, but shortly afterward, she was completely drained from overusing the skill. Bjorn concluded that she needed to learn how to better manage her mana, and recommended that next time she be wiser with her usage. As time passed, Bjorn and Misha were now camping on the second floor. During his night patrol, Bjorn heard voices in the distance. He realized another group had set up camp nearby without knowing they were there. Since it was almost time to wake Misha up so they could depart, Bjorn stayed alert. The voices sounded like they were mocking someone. They joked about a barbarian bastard sleeping around there, as if he didn't care about anything. Said he slept so deeply he wouldn't notice if they tore out his heart. They even joked about mages liking fresh ingredients. That was when Bjorn realized he couldn't ignore the situation. It became clear that there was a young barbarian in that group, lying among hyenas disguised as allies. That deeply bothered Bjorn. He remembered the few survivors of the barbarian coming-of-age ceremony. Less than a third were still alive, and the monsters weren't the only ones to blame. Bjorn acknowledged that the greatest danger sometimes came from other humans. Based on what he had heard, he realized that those adventurers wouldn't do anything that night, but still, he needed to act. Wiping them all out would be the fastest and safest solution, but not the smartest. There was a better choice, especially thinking about that young barbarian's future. So he decided to wake Misha and said they needed to move. Meanwhile, most of the adventurer group was asleep, with only one guard on watch. Bjorn emerged from the darkness and let out a loud roar, waking everyone at once. The guard was startled and warned everyone not to get any closer. He also told Louise to wake the barbarian. When the young man got up, still sleepy, he thought they were under attack by monsters. Louise explained that they weren't monsters, they were explorers. The young man asked why he'd been woken up then, since he was sleeping so well. But Louise insisted, saying he had warned him before. Explorers could be just as dangerous as monsters. That's when the young barbarian noticed there was another of his kind present. Bjorn confirmed armed with a gesture, and the two exchanged the traditional barbarian greeting. The young man introduced himself as Karen, son of Tarson, and Bjorn replied in kind, saying he was son of Jandil. That caught the group's attention. Many wondered what the barbarians were planning. Misha, for her part, knew Bjorn was just putting on an act, but still chose to keep some distance. She felt a bit uneasy. Karen, one of the group members, ordered everyone to lower their weapons and remarked that Bjorn looked like a dangerous explorer. Bjorn agreed, keeping up the persona. When the watchman referred to him simply as Barbarian, he made a point to correct him. "I'm Bjorn, son of Jandil." When addressed by his first name, he corrected them again, saying they weren't close enough for that kind of familiarity. He insisted they call him only by his full name. That irritated the group, but Bjorn knew exactly what he was doing. One of the explorers tried to end the situation by suggesting that Bjorn, son of Jandil, and Misha should just move along. He said they were only resting, but Bjorn replied that was perfect. They were also looking for a place to rest. He proposed they share the camp as nighttime companions. He could tell his plan to provoke the group was working. A man with a hammer protested, saying it was normal to only camp with people you could trust. Bjorn countered, asking if they really thought it wise to waste a chance to rest more comfortably. He explained that if they were smart, they'd split the watch shifts. 4 people on guard, with 2 resting, would let everyone get more sleep. Karen thought it was a great idea, and admitted he'd never thought of it like that. The group started to realize it wasn't so absurd to have a conversation with barbarians. The same man with the hammer noticed Misha, and was surprised by her beauty. He asked her what she thought of the idea. Misha answered politely, saying she wasn't sure. She remarked that, since they had a barbarian in the group, maybe they weren't so bad. But inside, she just wanted to punch that guy in the face. She was only being polite out of manners. She also made up a story that Bjorn had lost his weapon, so he couldn't take the first watch. Bjorn played along and said a monster had taken it during a fight. Karen tried to cheer him up, saying he still had his fists, and another explorer added that things like that happened. In the end, the group accepted that they could all spend the night together at the same camp, albeit with some distrust. It was clear something was being plotted. The first ones to sleep that night were the 2 barbarians and Misha. Even so, Misha whispered a few words to Bjorn, asking if all of this was really necessary. But Bjorn firmly told her to stay quiet and promised that, after this, he'd do anything for her. On the other side, the other explorers started approaching with hostile intentions. Bjorn noticed the movement. He saw 2 of them sneaking in from the flanks and another getting close to Karen. Everything indicated they were planning to strike all at once, with a swift and treacherous ambush. At that moment, Bjorn got up calmly, pretending to have simply woken up. He yawned, as if nothing was wrong, and casually asked if anyone else had woken up hungry. The men, realizing they'd been noticed, quickly hid their weapons and agreed, saying they had some dried meat. Bjorn accepted, turned his back to the man with the hammer, and that's when the attack came. The hammer blow hit his back, but had no effect at all. Bjorn thought the man was incredibly foolish. If only he had struck again, maybe he would have had a chance. Sarcastically, Bjorn said the man's hand must have slipped. It happened to him too when he was hungry. Then, without hesitation, he punched him so hard it shattered the man's face, knocking out 5 teeth at once. Coldly, he said he was hungry too and regretted that his mother's hand had slipped again. It was clear he was being ironic. Bjorn wondered if those men really thought barbarians were stupid. The moment Karen got up, Louise shot an arrow at him, but Karen was fast. He saw the projectiles glint and managed to block it with his arm. Then he approached and grabbed Luis by the neck, demanding to know why he'd been attacked. Meanwhile, another enemy was knocked out by Misha, who admitted she'd been hesitant at first but now recognized Bjorn had been right all along. Those men really were bandits. Later, the group gained access to the traitors' prior conversation, word for word. One of the enemies, frightened, started to confess everything. He said the plan was to kill the barbarian, calling him stupid. But when he went to talk about Bjorn and Misha, he hesitated. Bjorn, impatient with the silence, broke one of his fingers and demanded he continue. The man finally confessed they thought barbarians were as dumb as wandering monsters. Karen wanted to know who had said that. The man replied that he, Victor, and Luis all thought that way. Continuing the log, Luis had also said there was a beastkin woman who was just as dumb as the barbarian, but at least she was pretty. One of them even questioned whether she really wanted to sleep with someone who fornicated with a barbarian. That was more than enough to make Misha furious. She grabbed the conversation log and demanded to know who had said that. When Luis answered it was Bree, she swore she'd kill him, and Luis, unfazed, said she could do whatever she wanted. The group decided to ignore the rest of the obscene content and skipped straight to the part where the traitors discussed their plan to assassinate Karen and the others at the same time. Karen himself, confused, asked if he had done something wrong and, not understanding the situation, sought advice from Bjorn. Later, the archer's head was decapitated. Misha crushed the group leader's testicles and killed him right after. The last of the enemies, terrified, swore he would change his life and become a good person from then on. He said he would do whatever they asked, even if it meant being a kind-hearted bandit. But Bjorn, with a merciless gaze, snapped his neck. For people like that, there was no other answer. Afterwards, Karen treated himself with a potion, but deliberately left a visible scar. Among barbarians, scars are like medals, reminders of past mistakes and sources of strength. Bjorn told Karen he could take whatever equipment he wanted, since he had killed one of the traitors himself. Karen picked a few items, including a hammer, saying he would use it when the axe wasn't enough. Bjorn approved of the choice. For him, wielding two weapons was the true way of the barbarian. The group continued to accompany Karen to the first floor. When they reached the southern portal of the Crystal Cave, Badarn formally introduced himself as Little Valken. Karen was impressed. He said it was an honor to meet him, and that he would accept the equipment, sell it, and grow stronger. Bjorn emphasized not to forget that. The stronger he became, the easier it would be for younger warriors to survive. Karen agreed, saying he would do it for the sake of his own people. Bjorn knew that barbarians were currently among the weakest, but they also had tremendous potential. The problem was that, when isolated, they became easy targets and died too young. But if they united, if more skilled barbarians emerged, they could start a new generation and regain the power of their race. Whether he liked it or not, Bjorn was now a barbarian. If his people's influence grew, he too would benefit. The mages were proof of that. Without the magic tower, they wouldn't be so arrogant. He knew he was doing little, but maybe this was the beginning of a major change. So he advised Karen to always form parties with at least one member of another race. Over time, he gave many pieces of advice, and Karen underwent a true transformation, becoming a full-fledged psychopath and grateful for it. He said that from now on, he would hide his axe, use it as a strategy, and only choose humans as night companions. If any of them revealed their true colors, he would kill them. When Bjorn looked into Karen's eyes, he knew that anyone who messed with him was doomed. 2 days later, back in the land of the dead, Bjorn wondered whether he should give up on the Death Knight. Misha, noticing his frustration, tried to cheer him up. She explained there was a theory. If someone raised a powerful tombstone, the Death Knight would be summoned on the 7th day. But not all books were reliable. Then she invited him to leave the library. She said he needed to stop locking himself in there and go out with her for a while. He hesitated, wondering if there was another option. Still, they went together until they both felt a strange chill in the air. Something was coming. They had been affected by the resentment effect, which drastically reduced healing and regeneration. Bjorn understood immediately. The Death Knight was very close. Without wasting time, he and Misha ran toward the origin of the skill, hoping to locate it before it was too late. That meant someone was already there, fighting the knight, most likely a player. Even if the monster was already in combat, there was still a way to solve it. The plan was simple. Bjorn arrived in the middle of the battle and delivered a brutal strike to the Death Knight, eliminating it instantly. Pretending to be a hero, he said he was there to save them. It was all part of his act as the typical dumb barbarian. As expected, the group there was not pleased. The team's archer complained, but upon closer look, recognized Bjorn. He called him Little Valken and said he remembered him. Bjorn also recognized him. He was one of the explorers who had paid the clan's protection fee and had helped during the escape from the battle against Reincarnates. Bjorn thought that maybe the archer really was a player. Deep down, he figured he was lucky to be famous. His plan, though risky, had worked. The archer suggested they should properly introduce themselves, since this was their second meeting. That's when the man said his name, Hans Christen. At that moment, Bjorn froze. Apparently, he had a personal curse against anyone named Hans. Abruptly, he said he had to go, that he was very busy. He turned around, grabbed Misha by the hand, and ran off, determined to get away from that man as quickly as possible. He thought a player with Hans's body was far too dangerous. Bjorn's heart raced with anxiety about what it could mean. Meanwhile, in Rafdonia at noon, many explorers were returning to their families. At that same moment, Karen was laughing maniacally among the other barbarians. Some recognized him and asked if he was Karen, son of Tarson. They wanted to know if everyone was still alive and if the equipment he carried was the result of looting. They asked if he had robbed players. Karen firmly denied it and said he would tell the whole truth. He recounted everything that had happened inside the labyrinth. As expected, the barbarians were furious about the events. But one thing was certain: the name Bjorn, son of Jandel, was gaining even more fame. Little Valken was now a symbol among the barbarians. Karen openly expressed his gratitude. He said that it was thanks to Bjorn's teachings that he had accomplished all that. For a long time, barbarians had been at the bottom of the labyrinth's food chain. But now, Karen promised to teach everything he had learned, to change that reality, and help his companions grow stronger. On the afternoon of the 9th day, Bjorn and Misha were already entering the 3rd floor of the labyrinth, through the mouth of the River of Darkness. Bjorn thought that next time, he would make sure to bring another explorer with them. They spotted a group and followed them to the portal. Along the way, Misha commented that if the name Hans really was a bad omen, maybe they should leave the labyrinth altogether. Bjorn replied that there was no concrete evidence about that curse. On the other hand, if it were true, perhaps returning to the city would make them immune. But for now, the best thing was simply to keep doing what they came to do. Misha said maybe he shouldn't have told her that, because now she was covered in goosebumps. Bjorn, with a faint smile, replied that even if he didn't want to admit it, he felt lighter after sharing that burden with her. Misha, blushing slightly, told him he should share his feelings more instead of carrying everything alone. But Bjorn, in his usual style, said he was just teasing her and ran off toward the center of the floor. Later, they found a resting point near the mouth of the River of Darkness. They were getting closer. Along the way, they reunited with their companions, Hikurad, Rottmiller, and Lior. Hikurad asked where the request Bjorn had picked up was. Bjorn replied that he left it back on the first floor and returned to the city afterward. He assumed the group would stay on the second floor longer. Hikurad explained that they had already taken care of their business there and were now holding a new request as a precaution. This new job involved dealing with a particularly ugly creature, but they managed to complete it successfully. Less than 3 days later, Lior remarked that even his spells were working, as if they had become some kind of good luck charm. Rottmiller said it was all thanks to Bjorn. It seemed luck followed him wherever he went. Bjorn was skeptical, thinking it was just nonsense. But then he wondered, why not go to the 4th floor already? The group agreed. They said it would be a shame not to push forward. So everyone decided to head to the 4th floor. After a 3-day journey, they finally arrived. Bjorn praised Rottmiller for the excellent work, but before they stepped into the portal, Bjorn heard a voice. It sounded like Erwin's voice. He hesitated. He thought it couldn't be her. The place was huge. Maybe it was just his imagination. Even so, it unsettled him. Bjorn was distracted, but was quickly called back to action. The reason was simple. They had entered the Sky Tower, a place where monsters spawn as soon as explorers step onto the floor. And this time, it wasn't just a few. Chaos broke out as shaman orcs, stone golems, living armors, and other dangerous creatures appeared all at once. One of those living armors was easily overwhelming Hikurad, putting him at a disadvantage. But Bjorn intervened and brought the enemy down with a direct strike. The group had already dealt with the other monsters when this happened. Hikurad was confused, wondering if it was supposed to be that easy. With quick progress, they cleared several trials until finally reaching a crossroads with 4 different paths. Lior reminded them that time was limited and that they needed to finish the tower as soon as possible. Misha commented that the lower floors didn't offer that many rewards anyway. So Bjorn suggested a more strategic choice: to take the Stairs of Wisdom, a path that required at least one observant explorer, since the routes were full of traps and complex structures. Rottmiller asked everyone to stay close to him. Meanwhile, Bjorn reflected silently. He wondered what might have happened if they had chosen a different path. Maybe fate wouldn't have been so cruel. Maybe they could have avoided what was coming. Going back a bit, they had crossed through the paths of wisdom, courage, and knowledge, repeating the cycle until reaching the 20th floor. That's where they encountered a troll, a rank 5 creature known as one of the hardest to fight. Misha was surprised and asked why that monster was there. Bjorn thought the same. It was rare to see something like that in the Sky Tower. In all his 10 years playing Dangel and Stone, he had only encountered monsters of that level 7 times, and only after the 100th floor. He was convinced the troll's appearance was the result of the Hans effect. Knowing there was no time to hesitate, Bjorn told the group to regroup. He charged in with his wild burst skill, aiming directly at the troll. The monster struck back with full force against Hikurod's shield, nearly making him drop it. Bjorn then stepped in, using his own physical strength to help block, applying resistance, pushbacks, and impact absorption. Even so, a single punch from the troll was enough to shatter Bjorn's shield, forcing him to activate his emergency restoration. He scolded himself, remembering he had warned them to replace that weak shield. Still, he kept striking the troll with force, though it was clear the creature wasn't taking any real damage. Bjorn knew the others would have to deal the actual damage. Lior and Rottmiller prepared ranged spells and attacks, but the troll easily interrupted Lior's spell. Meanwhile, Misha managed to land her daggers, cutting through the troll's thick skin. Her freezing skill should have reduced its regeneration, but the effect was minimal. Lior warned that it would be better to retreat. He said they wouldn't be able to beat the monster like that, but Bjorn firmly replied there was no way to escape that place. He remembered the last time he had faced a rank C monster. Back then, he had a rank C+ mage with him, which practically meant someone of rank B. Even so, it had been an incredibly tough fight. Now, they were up against a creature even more resilient, with the best regeneration and physical defense among all rank 5 monsters. Luck wouldn't be enough. They would need a prolonged battle, and the odds of winning were slim, but it was their only shot. 15 minutes later, they were still standing, holding out against the monster. Lior used curse spells to lower the troll's stats. Hikurad kept restoring his shield failed repeatedly. Rottmiller maintained the distraction with his arrows, and Misha focused all possible damage with successive attacks. In one of those moments, she managed to open a deep gash in the troll's skin, making it roar in pain. It went into a frenzy. The creature charged at Lior, but Rottmiller saved him just in time. Bjorn used Wild Burst once again to block another attack. Meanwhile, Lior warned that his mana was running low. He could only cast spells for 3 more minutes. Bjorn then asked how much time they would gain if Lior stopped using the confusion spell. The answer, 7 minutes. That was enough for Bjorn to order Lior to drop the confusion. Now they had a clear time limit. Misha began focusing all her strikes on the same spot, trying to sever the troll's arm. Meanwhile, Bjorn prepared to use his plan B. He charged alone to the creature's rear with a simple thought. If something needed breaking, a mace was the perfect weapon. He focused all his attacks on the already wounded and frozen arm, injured by Misha's power. But the troll, consumed by rage, temporarily ignored the pain and further boosted its physical stats. In a counterattack, it broke Bjorn's shield once again, but Bjorn didn't back down. He kept hammering with all his might until the troll's arm bones were exposed, creating a clear opening for Misha. The troll then activated its super regeneration, an active ability that can be used on specific body parts. With it, it could recover any localized damage within minutes. Even with Misha's bleeding curse, the monster would take only about 2 minutes to fully regenerate the arm. That was when Bjorn decided to remove all his armor. He would bet everything on this fight. He activated his gigantification skill, becoming nearly the same size as the troll. He believed that at that pace, they could finally kill the creature. The first thing he did was grab the troll in a rear naked choke, using the full strength of his body. He told the others to aim for the creature's eyes. Misha responded immediately, plunging her blades into the troll's face and eyes with ferocity. She kept stabbing until her daggers could no longer pierce through. She had likely reached the skull. Meanwhile, Bjorn used his entire body to maintain the hold, squeezing tightly and urging Misha to destroy the creature's brain. However, the troll, even blinded, suddenly started running toward Lior, surprising everyone. Lior wondered how it could move without seeing. Bjorn, despite holding it with all his strength, was also caught off guard. The troll seemed to know exactly where to go. Maybe it detected mana. Maybe it used its sense of smell. In the end, it didn't matter. The danger only increased the closer they got to victory. Hikarad, already exhausted, couldn't withstand the troll's next blow. Without mana to activate restorative spells or defensive skills, he was completely vulnerable. Still, Misha kept stabbing the creature relentlessly. The moment was critical. Then the troll landed a direct hit on Lior. All curse effects were undone. Even so, Bjorn shouted for Misha to keep going. With the last of her strength, she poured everything she had into trying to kill that monster. Bjorn, on his part, had already exhausted his gigantification. He was back to normal size, drained. Still, the troll remained standing, but before it could land the final blow on Bjorn, it collapsed dead. After all that effort, all they received was a simple magic crystal. No essence. No special reward. That made Bjorn face a harsh reality. This wasn't a dream or a game. The decisions he had made that day, and how Lior got hurt because of them, were now right in front of his eyes. Everyone was exhausted and injured. Luckily, Rottmiller had only suffered a leg wound, and Hikarad had just fainted. But Lior was the real problem. Misha, desperate, asked what they should do. He wasn't responding. Bjorn pushed the others aside and poured a high-grade potion directly into Lior's mouth. He knew that Lior, being a fragile human mage, had an extremely sensitive body. His spine had been broken in 2 places. His legs were shattered. The internal damage must have been severe. Bjorn blamed himself for having used the superior potion earlier in the ice cavern. Now, that decision felt trivial compared to the gravity of the situation. But Rottmiller revealed that he had bought another superior potion just in case, and that was the one they used. Later, Lior was lying down, apparently a bit better. Misha was crying hard, but Bjorn reminded everyone that no one had died. No matter how shaken they were still alive. Even so, something deeply disturbed Bjorn. They hadn't survived because of a well-executed plan. It wasn't due to brilliant decisions. The truth was they got lucky. And now he truly understood what it meant to live as an explorer in that world. Luck like that wouldn't last forever. Hikarad tried to lighten the mood by saying that, in the end, they did it. Rottmiller added that they had survived the troll. He even promised to donate something to the temple he attended once they got back. Bjorn, however, apologized. He said he hadn't expected the troll to act like that in the end. But Hikarad replied that it wasn't his fault. If it weren't for Bjorn, the monster would still be alive. Rottmiller reinforced that Bjorn had made many right decisions. He didn't have to carry that weight alone. Then, Lior, very weak, slowly regained consciousness. He asked if everyone was okay. Misha replied yes, except for him, and told him not to move. Even injured, with a broken spine and covered in blood, Lior managed to laugh. Hikarad joked that no one would believe their story. Who would think a group like theirs had killed a troll? Misha, meanwhile, admitted feeling a bit frustrated. No essence, no valuable item, just a crystal. Rottmiller, more practical, said getting out alive was already more than enough. Misha said he didn't seem greedy at all. Hikurat agreed and reminded everyone that Rottmiller had used a superior potion, so it was only fair that they all helped pay for it. Rottmiller laughed, saying it was a relief to know he wasn't greedy. But then Misha asked the question everyone was avoiding. What now? Would they go further? Bjorn answered firmly, of course not. Bjorn wasn't as crazy as he looked. He decided they would stay there until the labyrinth naturally closed. In the end, that fight against the troll had brought no real benefit. When the labyrinth finally closed, they all returned to Rafdonia, and with that, the group's 6th expedition came to an end. A week had passed. That afternoon, Erwin was very excited she would finally get to see Bjorn again. As soon as they arrived in the city, the group headed straight to the Temple of Leetless. Lior seemed to be feeling much better, as expected thanks to divine power. But still, the priests couldn't heal mental wounds. Bjorn thought it might be good to investigate that later. After that, the group split up again. They hadn't collected many mana crystals, so they decided to divide the profits only after receiving payment from the quests they had completed. Even so, they estimated they'd earn around 400,000 stones each. Bjorn knew he had no reason to complain, but that damn troll still haunted him. Misha then asked what they would do now. Bjorn replied that they were going to take a bath. When she asked if he was inviting her to bathe with him, he immediately denied it. Even so, Misha decided to bathe at the place where he was staying, as she didn't want to walk all the way back again. When they arrived, Bjorn had already taken a relaxing bath and allowed Misha to stay as long as she wanted. Meanwhile, he began organizing his belongings, separating what he would sell from what he intended to keep. In the middle of this task, someone knocked on his door. It was a messenger from the Explorers Guild. The man informed him that a barbarian named Karen Tarson had requested Bjorn to be his witness, claiming he would prove he wasn't a looter. Bjorn immediately understood that the barbarian baby was in danger. He quickly warned Misha about Karen and canceled their plans for the evening. Even without fully understanding, Misha asked if he could at least explain better, but Bjorn simply left, leaving her still in the bath. Meanwhile, in the 8th district, Erwin was beaming. She knew Bjorn had been alive all this time. A few days earlier, in the Witch Forest Labyrinth, Wittenberg insisted that Erwin should find her own way to the 4th floor, even though she wasn't a professional explorer. To do so, she would have to follow the mana waves from the portal. Focusing as much as she could, Erwin managed to feel the waves growing stronger as she got closer. At some point, she heard Bjorn's voice and ran in that direction, certain it was him. When he turned around and revealed his face, Erwin tried to reach him, asking to go with him into the portal. However, her sister intercepted her, saying she could be mistaken for a looter if she tried to proceed. Even so, Erwin insisted that she knew it was Bjorn, and questioned why her sister hadn't told her anything about him. Back in the city, Erwin was surprised to realize how famous Bjorn had become. He was now called Little Valken, Bjorn Jandel. She was confused as to why her sister had never mentioned this, but in the end, it didn't matter anymore. She was now standing in front of his door, nervous about finally seeing him again. She wondered if maybe he had forgotten where she lived, which is why he hadn't come looking for her. When she knocked on the door, Misha answered, still wet from the bath. Erwin wondered who this woman was and if she had gone to the wrong room. She asked if Misha knew where Bjorn Jandel was. Misha replied by asking if she was his guest, and said he had just taken a bath and left not long ago. She also suggested that Erwin could wait inside if she wanted. Erwin, surprised, confirmed that it was indeed his room and didn't understand what was going on. Misha explained that, if she preferred, she could wait with her, but she could also leave a message and go. That made Erwin think the woman was acting as if she lived with Bjorn. She wanted to confirm if he really had just finished bathing, and Misha said yes, asking if she would stay. Erwin replied that she'd like to come in. Misha welcomed her, warning that the place was a bit messy and that it wasn't usually like that. Erwin said she knew exactly what was going on, because she had done the same with Bjorn before. Misha quickly clarified that there was nothing going on between them, that they had only collected some items from a looter, nothing more. Erwin replied there was no misunderstanding. She knew Bjorn would never do something like that. It was natural to want to punish someone who stole from you. Meanwhile, in the 7th district, at the headquarters of the Explorers Guild, Bjorn was questioning why the woman who had once been taken hostage now wanted to see him. Bjorn said he didn't care. He didn't want to meet that woman. He had spent the entire day hungry and really didn't have time to waste with that kind of thing. However, the branch manager stopped him, explaining that, although he couldn't give all the details, she didn't mean him any harm. Then he explained what had happened 20 minutes earlier. When Bjorn arrived at the guild, the mages had already verified that everything Karen had done was in self-defense. In fact, he had merely been bait to lure Bjorn to the branch. The manager commented that he actually just wanted to talk to him. Miss Urbans, daughter of the district director who had previously been taken hostage by Bjorn, was asking to see him. Even so, Bjorn didn't care. It was clear there was an internal dispute in the Urbans family. During another incident, incident, Nee had commented that the branch manager had likely chosen to support the daughter, which explained her presence during the prison episode. The butler revealed that the young woman herself had planned that meeting with the Barbarian. Na, her father, thought his daughter was rebelling. He still saw her as his darling little girl, even at that stage, and actually found it amusing to see another man trying to hold his position using his daughter. That's why Na concluded he would have to get rid of both the manager and the weird Barbarian. Later, Bjorn walked through the rain. He was starving and decided to make the most of his time while waiting for the storm to pass. He found a restaurant and ordered a huge meal. Even so, he felt that Misha's cooking beat that food 10-0. He tried a few dishes that reminded him a bit of the flavors from his homeland planet Earth, but even so, he didn't feel any desire to return there. He had grown used to this new life, the noisy bed, the room with only one bathroom, and the daily life shared with his companions. Sure, he could spend hours complaining about the bad parts of this world, but the truth was that he had grown fond of it. Despite that, Bjorn knew that to reach the higher levels of the labyrinth, he would need a new team. He had already thought about it before, but after the battle against the troll, that certainty became solid. Climbing higher meant facing even worse creatures, and he couldn't count on the same people for that. While reflecting on all this, Abman showed up at the same bar, saying he didn't expect to find Bjorn there. Abman's wife managed the place, so he occasionally dropped by to help. Bjorn was surprised to learn he was a married explorer. Abman commented that the business wasn't doing well, so as a man, he needed to do something. Bjorn didn't feel exactly in a position to criticize, but Abman said maybe it was fate. He had gone there just to avoid the rain and ended up finding Bjorn. He took the chance to ask for a spot in his group. He believed that since Bjorn had saved him from that desperate situation, he was someone he could trust. Bjorn began to consider the positive aspects. Abman was a character with a useful summon, capable of absorbing a lot of damage, and he also had a powerful long-range ability. He could probably handle the 5th floor on his own. Even so, Bjorn explained that he already had a team. Although they were currently separated, it was a fixed group. Abman understood and suggested they talk again if a spot ever opened up, or if Bjorn decided to leave his current team. After that, the two talked about the payment of the 5 million stones. They agreed to meet in the same place in 10 days. Before leaving, Bjorn borrowed a raincoat from Abman, but as he stepped outside, he realized the storm had only worsened. Meanwhile, Erwin, still shaken by the earlier conversation, was deep in thought. As she recalled what she had said, she realized that, in a way, it felt like Bjorn had been taken from her too. Of course, he wasn't an object, but the feeling overwhelmed her. She didn't quite know how to explain it. Misha, on the other hand, remained very polite. She asked Erwin to sit and said she would take care of cleaning the place. Still confused, Erwin asked if she was dating anyone. Misha directly answered no, that she and Bjorn were just companions. Nothing more. Erwin, slightly relieved, admitted she had misunderstood everything. She thought they had taken a bath together, but Misha firmly denied it. Misha explained that she had only borrowed the bathroom and then asked Erwin where she had met Bjorn. Erwin said they had been teammates, but when she referred to him as Sir, Misha found it odd, saying he was only 20 years old. Erwin smiled and replied that it was just a pet name, an intimate way to refer to him, something only between the two of them. Misha didn't hide her surprise. She asked if there was a problem with that, and Erwin replied that she saw none. She added that the two had a special relationship. They had been each other's first companions, and had also shared Bjorn's first drink. Misha then questioned whether all of that wasn't just important to Erwin, since she had been with Bjorn for months and had never even heard of her. Erwin was shocked and said that was impossible, but Misha stared coldly at her. She said she could ignore her behavior, but was it really wise to be so openly resentful? Misha then asked if Erwin thought she was stupid. Still, she admitted she was grateful for one thing. Now she was sure of something. And when she asked if Erwin knew what she meant, Erwin understood immediately. She realized that woman was an enemy, someone trying to take Bjorn away from her. Overcome by jealousy, Erwin even placed her hand on her knife. But before anything could happen, Misha activated the power of the beast and firmly asked if there was a problem. At that moment, Erwin realized how strong Misha was. Once again, she was facing something she wanted to protect, but felt far too weak. With teary eyes, she pleaded for Misha not to take Bjorn away from her. That was when Bjorn appeared completely by surprise. An unexpected reunion. Misha, as if nothing was out of the ordinary, commented that he had finally arrived and said there was a guest waiting for him. Bjorn realized the two hadn't met yet and figured the encounter had happened when Erwin came to see him. As soon as she saw him, Erwin ran to hug him, but Bjorn dodged, and she asked if he was acting that way because of that woman. Confused, he wanted to know what she was talking about. Misha took the opportunity to ask why he had taken so long and whether something bad had happened. He replied no, explaining that Karen had been mistaken for a looter, but everything was already resolved. When Misha tried to hug him as well, he dodged again, asking what she was trying to do. Misha, faintly feigning innocence, said she just wanted to congratulate him after all. They were like a family, weren't they? She said that just to provoke Erwin, and it was working. Trying to ease the tension, Bjorn said he was happy to see Erwin. He had actually been thinking of looking for her. She was moved, thinking he had forgotten her, but he denied it. He said he'd never forget she had been his first teammate, and that meant it hadn't been special just for her. After that, Erwin told him everything she had experienced since then. She spoke excitedly, like a chattering bird. She said she could now control the 4 spiritual elements and had already achieved enlightenment in 3 of them. Bjorn was truly impressed. Not even a year had passed, and she had already achieved enlightenment in 3 elements. If she managed to master the 4th, something significant might happen in the future if it weren't for her sister's interference. Bjorn said he was happy to see her focused on improving herself. He thought she hadn't come to see him because he had changed ins. Misha took the chance to say he was right. She needed to find her own path as an explorer. Bjorn, however, noticed that Erwin seemed afraid of Misha and asked if something had happened while he was away. Misha casually replied, "Of course not." He pressed again, asking if they had fought. Misha said there hadn't even been a reason to. Now, according to her, they were super close friends. She turned to Erwin and asked if that wasn't true. Erwin, forcing a smile, confirmed, "Yes, Ms. Karlstein." Misha replied she could call her by her first name. Still, Bjorn felt something was off. He then said that, since the rain had stopped, maybe it would be best for the 2 of them to step out for a while. He was oddly exhausted. When they left, they happened to walk in the same direction. Misha suggested Erwin go ahead and that she'd follow later, but Erwin politely declined. Both were thinking the same thing, that the other would return to Bjorn's room. After staring at each other for a while, they decided to go back together. It seemed like the best choice. Erwin thought that if Bjorn hadn't shown up at that moment, she might have ended up on her knees, begging him not to leave her. All she could think about was stopping him from walking away. She found Misha really strange. Finally, the 2 went their separate ways. Misha asked if Erwin would return the next day, and she replied yes. Misha then said goodbye, saying she was going home and wished Erwin a safe return. Erwin thanked her especially for not telling Bjorn what had happened. Misha asked her to at least promise one thing, that she would keep visiting Bjorn. That way, the 2 of them could keep everything a secret. After all, Erwin didn't want to worry Bjorn with nonsense either. Erwin agreed. She said she didn't want that anyway. When she returned, she told her sister that Bjorn was indeed alive, but she also made it clear that she wanted to become even stronger because there was someone she wanted to defeat. She asked her sister for help with that. The next morning, very early before the sun had even risen, someone was already knocking on Bjorn's door. It was Misha, who had prepared something delicious for him. Later, everyone gathered to split the expedition's profits, and each person received a total of 640,000 stones. After taking care of everything, selling equipment, collecting the money, organizing things, Bjorn returned to the inn late at night. And to his surprise, Erwin was there, waiting right outside his room. Erwin said she would begin special training with her sister the following morning. That meant she would probably only see Bjorn once a week. Of course, she'd love to see him more often, but at that pace, her progress would take much longer. So she ran off, saying she'd be back next week. Bjorn stood still, with a deep, uneasy feeling. Meanwhile, in the district manager's office, Brown Rottmiller was present. Neil remarked that he liked how Rottmiller didn't ask questions, even though he was clearly curious about why he had been summoned. Rottmiller replied that he preferred to get straight to the point. Nah. The manager said he was cautious about Rottmiller, but that the proposal might benefit him as well. The next day, after lunch at the tavern, the group gathered again to divide the profits. Each core team member received 550,000 stones. Bjorn, after adding everything he had earned alone with Misha and then with the entire group, realized he had made about 1.27 million stones. It was more than he had earned in the past 2 months, an excellent result. And if he counted the essence Misha had obtained and the equipment related to it, the profit was even greater. If he kept up that pace, he would soon reach the 6th level of the Immortal Seal. At the toast, Bjorn downed his beer in one go, but Hikurad complained, saying everyone should toast together. So they redid the toast. A little later, Misha said she needed to stop by her family's house. Rottmiller also called it a day and left, saying he had other matters to handle. Bjorn thought he had taken too long. If he left now, the dwarf would probably freak out. But the dwarf ended up finding some acquaintances at another table and went to talk to them. Bjorn was then left alone with Lior. The atmosphere felt strange since they had never talked, just the 2 of them. Even so, Bjorn asked if he was okay. Lior said yes, though he still felt a bit off due to the divine treatment, but he was fully recovered. Bjorn said that was good, but asked how his mind was doing. He assumed it was Lior's first time having his body split in 2, and asked if he thought he could go back to the labyrinth. Lior was honest. He said that just thinking about going back gave him chills. He was sure he would die that day, but he also knew that every explorer went through things like that and learned to overcome them. He believed he would be able to move past it before the next expedition. Bjorn then asked why he was so determined to be an explorer. Lior replied that it was because he thought it was fun. In the beginning, he had another reason and asked if Bjorn remembered. He had said he wanted to become a great explorer to bring glory to the Baron's name, but he admitted that was a lie. What he really wanted was his father's attention. However, his father died a few months later, and Baron Martwan, as Bjorn knew, didn't care about him. He said it had been disappointing, but also liberating, and he managed to overcome it because he had Bjorn and the others by his side. He said that Bjorn, despite his appearance, was very friendly and caring, and since they were being honest, he asked if Bjorn was dating Misha. Bjorn immediately realized that was the real reason Lior had stayed behind. Later, Rottmiller walked through the streets, reflecting on Bjorn. He remembered the conversation he had with the district manager. He imagined how frustrating that must have been. It had taken him 8 years to reach rank 7, while some random barbarian like Bjorn had reached rank 6 inches just half a year. He doubted the others in the group would keep improving with Bjorn around. After all, they weren't ordinary humans like him. The manager had asked how much longer Rottmiller thought he'd stay in the group. 3 or 4 months maybe, if lucky, a bit more. But soon he'd be left behind, and the manager hoped Rottmiller would make the wisest decision. At the inn, Bjorn stayed late at the bar because Lior had drunk so much he passed out. He swore never to drink alone with him again. And to his surprise, the one waiting for him this time was the daughter of the district manager, the same one he had taken hostage back then. Bjorn realized she had come there personally just to see him. He said he wasn't interested, but she brought up Brown Rottmiller and told him he had met with her father. Later, she explained everything. She knew her father had tried to manipulate Rottmiller somehow and asked Bjorn to be careful. Bjorn asked if that was all the information she had, and said none of it helped him in any way. He wanted to know her real goal. She revealed that she wanted her own father to fall. She knew that if he remained in power, she would be controlled for the rest of her life. She needed Bjorn's cooperation, but he refused. He said there was no benefit for him in that, only trouble, since making powerful enemies like the district manager wasn't something he wanted. So he dismissed her and shut the door in her face. She replied that it was fine, and that if he ever changed his mind, he knew where to find her. She said she was the only one who could stop her father's plans. Bjorn thought to himself that Rottmiller really was getting involved in all of this. He figured it would be wise to keep an eye on him. After that, the days went by in their usual rhythm. In the mornings, Misha made barbecue for him. From lunch until late afternoon, Bjorn went to the library. When Erwin visited once a week, the two always had a meal together. The atmosphere between them wasn't the best. Even so, there was another team meeting. Rottmiller remained silent and didn't mention anything about the district manager. Bjorn figured it might not be wise to ask directly about it. During that same time, Bjorn received the 5 million stone payment, the return made by Abman, along with the bracelet that belonged to him. And so, time passed, until the 15th night arrived. As part of his special routine, Bjorn's soul was once again pulled into another realm. The first thing Lee did upon arriving was check the chat room. There was a chat exclusive to barbarians, but it was completely empty, no active users. Most likely, they had all died early on. In the tank-only chats, there were just 3 people. Eventually, Lee found a Korean-only chat with a single active user. Without much thought, he clicked. A Korean sergeant appeared before him. The man confirmed he was indeed Korean. He said that on the very day he was discharged from mandatory military service, he ended up being transported to that world. Lee found it all bitterly ironic. Just 5 minutes later, they were already venting their frustrations to each other. The sergeant introduced himself as Lee Han-soo, 29 years old. Lee, in turn, revealed his name was Lee Baeko, 23, though technically, he had already spent 10 years inside the game. Still, he preferred to count his age based on the real world, as he still held hope of returning someday. Lee Baeko, suspicious, decided to test Han-soo. He wanted to be sure the man was truly Korean, as he'd had bad experiences with players pretending to be Korean just to get his help. He gave a test involving rapid associations typical of Korean culture. When he said quint, Han-soo instinctively replied with a stream of nonsense. Say it, cowhead, soup, Saudi Arabia, service, principle. Our resolution is something like Patriot Motherland, idolized of him. And he added that he was a public servant before all this. Finally came the most revealing question. Lee Baeko said, Lee Won-yong, and Han-soo replied with a direct curse. In that instant, Lee Baeko was convinced. He said he now believed him only a true Korean would react that way. He explained that name referred to the pro-Japanese prime minister during the colonization era, a traitor in Korean history. Lee Baeko had survived in that world for over 10 years since the day he was transported. He seemed like a good person, but was clearly affected by everything he had lived through. Still, he was happy to have finally found another real Korean. He said he had waited for this moment for 3 years, and someone had finally passed his test. He was emotional. Han-soo understood the importance of that meeting. He knew how much loneliness could eat someone from the inside. Even he, a rational type, missed having conversations like that. Without a community, that world was a perfect place to lose one's mind. He decided he would help Lee Baiko somehow. But Lee Baiko also wanted to help. He asked if Hansu needed anything. Hansu hesitated, saying the other might not be so willing to help if he were the one asking the hard questions. Even so, they kept talking. Lee Baiko asked what difficulty Hansu had beaten the game on. Although Hansu had cleared it on the hardest difficulty, he said he had also beaten it on easy mode, the same one Baiko had mentioned. Lee Baiko laughed and said Koreans were truly the best at games. Hansu found the comment amusing and realized how patriotic Baiko was. Lee Baiko asked if he could help with points, but Hansu explained he didn't even know how to convert that kind of currency yet. In the end, neither could directly help the other, but they exchanged valuable information. Hansu realized that, despite how kind Baiko seemed, he was very cautious and didn't reveal his identity easily. Before saying goodbye, they agreed to meet occasionally. Lee Baiko said they were now brothers, and Hansu could ask him anything. When asked who ran that domain, Baiko said he wasn't sure. He suspected 3 different mages but warned Hansu to never reveal his identity in the community, as there were players allied with the evil spirit hunters of Rafdonia. Lee Baiko said that world hadn't been created by the players but remodeled. What he said next left Hansu stunned. He claimed evil spirits had existed in Rafdonia for at least 100 years, which, in Earth time, would be more than 20 years ago. That was before games like Dungeon and Stone even existed. These spirits came from other dimensions and could be brought in various ways, even just by reading a book about Rafdonia. They were few, but each one had unique powers. One of them had created the current kingdom, and it was said the administrator had inherited that domain. Hansu was surprised by how much information Lee Baiko knew. In the end, entering that chat room had been the best decision of the night. For the first time in a long while, he felt less alone and walked away with valuable intel. However, Lee Baiko said he was in isolation at the moment, so he didn't have much recent information. Still, he gave Hansu the contact for another chat room, where he could find more updated data. It was a community called the Round Table Watcher, used only by veteran players and managed in secret with restricted access. Lee Baiko explained everything in detail, with the care of someone sending a child on a school field trip, but he had to leave. The pill he had taken was an early stage one, and allowed him to stay connected for only an hour. He took it after invading the secret police headquarters, something that left Hansu speechless. Invading the headquarters? He was stunned. As soon as Lee Baiko left the chat room, Hansu immediately accessed the Round Table Watcher server. He first entered a customization room. He wasn't fond of that kind of thing, but he knew it was better to disguise himself. Those were the rules of that place. He put on some very stylish clothes and was later transported to a real round table, a tavula where everyone wore dark suits and masks. All eyes turned to him. No one seemed to recognize Hansu's mask, which meant he was undoubtedly a new member. A figure wearing a fox mask spoke up and asked how he had gotten in. They firmly stated that no new members had been accepted since the previous year and demanded to know who had recommended him. They made it clear that only truth was allowed in that place. If anyone lied, their mask would break the moment the assembly began, and they'd be expelled from the room. But until the assembly began, everyone was merely observing. Hansu understood that meaning. They were either curious about his identity or involved in something deeper. Lee Baiko had given clear instructions. Enter with tension in the air and follow all steps precisely. Now, Hansu understood why he had been so strict about it. With a slight smirk, Hansu replied that he was there because her mother recommended him. He knew that until the assembly began, no one could act against him. The fox-masked woman looked surprised and asked him to repeat that. Hansu calmly repeated, it was her mother who had recommended him. The woman then used an ability that Hansu immediately recognized as belonging to a ghost hunter, a technique that worked through firm thoughts and clear intent. It was a mental world where willpower shaped reality. The atmosphere grew heavy, and a thirst for blood filled the air. A shiver ran down Hansu's spine. It was just a scare tactic, a veteran's old trick meant to intimidate rookies. But he wasn't shaken. The fox commented that he seemed quite confident so far, and demanded he repeat every word. He did so, once again saying that it was her mother who had recommended him. He then asked if there was a problem with that. The fox replied that by now, he should be trembling. Other members at the table began to comment. One found the situation amusing, another said the fox's joke had gone too far, and a third warned that her behavior could turn him into an enemy of everyone present. Hansu reflected on how hard he'd worked to build a serious and strong image. It wasn't that impressive, considering everyone there was supposedly a veteran. Even so, he was already judging each of them. One was interesting, another arrogant, another pathetic, and one irritating. Still not enough. He recalled Lee Baiko's instructions. That bloodlust ability couldn't be used many times. Maybe Baiko had some kind of trauma or disorder related to it. The skill became stronger the more resolute the user's mindset. That was why veterans could activate it with such force. They had killed many, been near death countless times, and their minds were naturally hardened. To use the technique, Hansu only needed one thing: to visualize the fox as an enemy, someone he needed to kill no matter what. The bloodlust he emitted was so intense that the woman collapsed collapsed face first onto the table. Everyone present felt the pressure. Even Hansu himself felt as if his brain was being crushed. He knew that was his limit. He couldn't keep it up much longer, but it had worked. One of the members remarked that it was an extreme reaction for such a simple test. Another, the one wearing a jester mask, said it had been an interesting experience and wondered how many people he'd need to kill to reach that level of bloodlust. Hansu didn't fully understand what had just happened, but it seemed to have worked. He had become the kind of lunatic no one there would dare to challenge. Finally, the doors closed. The meeting was about to begin. One of the hooded members turned to him, asking if it was his first time wearing the lion mask. He said he had initially thought Hansu might be an old member, given the strength of his bloodlust, but the lion mask had been hanging on the wall since the start. He asked, respectfully, whether it was the master who had invited him a question that, deep down, was meant as a test. Hansu understood that the approach was cautious. That's why first impressions were so important there. He answered with another question, asking what made the man think that. A horned masked man replied that Hansu was a newcomer who had joined exactly 1 year after the master's disappearance. It was natural for everyone to make that connection. The jester said that was why the fox had jumped to conclusions and ended up paying the price. Hansu, however, had no intention of revealing anything about his origin so easily. The jester then requested that the meeting begin. When the assembly finally started, Hansu recalled the rules. They were simple. Members took turns sharing information. If half or more of those present didn't know the information beforehand, the crystal in the center of the table would glow green. However, if the majority already knew it or if the information was false, the crystal would glow red, and the speaker would have to share something else. The first to speak was the jester, who announced that the king of Rafdonia's illness had worsened, but the crystal glowed red. Everyone already knew. Hansu realized there were rumors he wasn't aware of, things that didn't normally circulate in the city where he had grown up. During the meeting, the jester said that the information was more important than it seemed. He said the captain of the Order of the Rose Knights had died the day before. The crystal glowed green, confirming the truth. The jester commented that there would be a bloodbath in the palace. Meanwhile, Hansu wondered who this captain even was. He didn't even know the order existed. The next to share was the fox, who reported that the Jagam clan had successfully completed the hunt for the first floor boss. From that, Hansu deduced that the clan had purchased the info from him, since he had searched for clues in the city without finding any. That confirmed attending the meeting had been a smart choice. Next, the hooded one revealed that if someone possessed the hidden piece on the Silent Fairy Island, about 3 Levganis would appear. That was good news for anyone pursuing the essence of that monster. Someone at the table asked what exactly the hidden piece was, but everyone knew explanations were not allowed. Since the question was asked, the crystal glowed red, and the hooded one had to provide another piece of information. He then revealed that the fairies had found traces of the person who had stolen the divine relic, but again, he was too vague. He said that such information was highly classified. Then it was Hansu's turn to speak. He wanted to maintain his image as a mysterious figure, so he chose a piece of information few people knew. He said that if 3 people defeat a half-demon, 1 essence is guaranteed to drop. The crystal glowed green, confirming what he said. Even so, everyone was shocked. They whispered among themselves that they never imagined a rank 3 monster could be defeated that way. For Hansu, it was strange. He thought the 3rd rank half-demon monster was relatively easy to handle. Its difficulty was considered medium to low compared to others of the same level. It was just rare, requiring specific conditions to appear. That's why he chose it as his first piece of information. Right after that, it was the Horned Man's turn to speak. The first round of the meeting came to an end, and the participants began discussing whether to continue with another round or not. The hooded one said he was done for the day. The jester was satisfied as well. The horned one decided to end his participation, and Hansu agreed. However, the other participants were still curious. They wanted to hear more from Hansu. Hansu considered testing someone if only 2 participants remained. He could deliberately share a piece of information just to gauge their reaction. If the crystal glowed green, he'd know he was dealing with a newcomer. Everyone was staring at him, waiting for him to say something before leaving, since he had been the center of attention throughout the meeting. Instead of revealing anything else, he simply asked if that was all they had to offer. Then he stepped away from the table. The fox was still trembling. She commented that his bloodlust was powerful. Even though it hadn't caused lasting damage, she could have gone insane if the pressure had continued any longer. The most terrifying part was that Hansu had stopped exactly when he realized she had reached her limit. The hooded one acknowledged that he had been right about Hansu. Hansu had managed to completely suppress a manifested will in a short amount of time. The horned one brought the earlier topic back up, questioning whether it was truly possible to defeat a half-demon with only 3 people. He said that maybe it could be done on easy mode, but even then, it seemed unlikely. The jester remarked that it was strange how everyone assumed Hansu had learned that from the game. Either way, they all knew they needed to be better prepared next time. After all, someone like Hansu, full of valuable information, had appeared and they hadn't made the most of it. Next time, they would need to offer something more tempting, since he wouldn't let another opportunity pass just out of disinterest. Everyone took pride in being part of the round table, but that pride was shattered by a single sentence, the last thing Hansu said before leaving. That meeting, in the end, wasn't as special as they had believed. After that, he returned to Rafdonia. Bjorn reflected that the place was interesting, ideal for obtaining rare information. Hansu had no intention of staying just to gain Bako's favor, for example. Besides, he found it unlikely that someone who looked like an experienced player would be foolish enough to cross certain lines. Relationships last longer when you know where the boundaries are. He still didn't understand how he had managed to manifest so much bloodlust. Maybe that's why he was so exhausted. He was awakened by Misha, who told him he had slept for an entire day, and asked what he had done the night before. Bjorn replied that he hadn't slept very well, and asked if she'd been there since morning. Misha said yes. She had trained a lot that morning, even met up with Lior, and then went to her family's house. Bjorn noticed Misha seemed like she had something to say, something she'd been holding back for a while. She looked hesitant, but said she needed to share something. Bjorn thought he had to ask what it was. After all, love between party members, even in a game like Dungeon and Stony, could be halfway to death. He insisted, since they were friends, and she eventually gave in. Misha told him about a conversation she had with Lior. According to her, Lior was unsure whether or not to confess his love. Bjorn found it amusing. He'd never seen that kind of strategy in real life before. Lior had basically asked the person he wanted to confess to whether or not he should confess. Misha, unaware of the full context, told him to act like a man and just say it already. Bjorn realized then that she hadn't noticed she was the target of the confession. He already suspected that Misha wasn't interested in relationships, but right after, she asked if he could come to her house that day. She said her father wanted to meet him. Bjorn replied that it was fine, it wasn't a big deal, and asked when it would be. Misha said she wasn't ready yet and needed to inform her father first. Bjorn told her to let him know when it was all set, but Misha commented that her father was always busy and wanted to confirm if Bjorn was really willing to go. Bjorn replied that, being her father, he couldn't refuse. It was a matter of respect. Misha's reaction was unexpected. She asked how he could say something like that, and Bjorn was confused, unsure what was going on. The next day, Bjorn had breakfast and went straight to the Barbarian sanctuary. He discovered he had slept for 36 straight hours. Even though he didn't understand how, he knew it had done him good. He needed to stay alert about his bloodlust. He completed his tasks and reached the 5th level of the Immortal Seal. With that, his mental status increased by 80 points, and his energy rose significantly. He was close to reaching the next level, which would allow him to use a special ability. 3 days later, he finally understood why Misha always slept so much after visiting her family. The trip was long, about 6 hours to get there. When they arrived, Misha said they had reached the sanctuary of the Asterian tropes. Bjorn had heard of the place before, but the reality was far more impressive than he'd imagined. The Asterian tropes had developed much like humans, and the place looked like a normal city. Families lived together, and the structure was highly organized. When a boy tried to call Bjorn a barbarian, he was immediately silenced by his father, and they moved out of the way. Misha noticed the reaction and asked if he wanted to leave already. Bjorn said no. He was just surprised. It was very different from what he was used to. He asked if all sanctuaries were like that, since he'd imagined that Asterian tropes still lived in forests raising animals. Misha explained that used to be the case, but nowadays, the tradition was followed more out of custom than necessity. They finally arrived at her family's house, a huge, luxurious mansion. Bjorn compared it to the tent where his tribe's leader lived, and felt out of place. Misha noticed he was nervous and tried to calm him down. She said her father liked famous people like him. Still, she was more nervous than Bjorn. As she rang the bell, she thought about how not long ago, she believed all her problems would disappear once she made a contract with a spirit beast. Her father quickly asked if she had already told him about Ascadia, the beast she had contracted with. He asked that it be kept secret, at least for now. Even so, he kept looking at his daughter like she was a stranger and spoke coldly. He said he had ordered her to bring the barbarian there someday, and that it wasn't up for discussion. Misha hadn't told Bjorn about it, because even if everyone else found out, he was the one person she didn't want to worry with her problems. That's why she started visiting the Karlstein estate more often, where she felt more at ease. Even with her brothers bothered by her frequent presence and the suspicious looks from the servants, she endured it all. She had learned from Bjorn that running away never solved anything. Meanwhile, her father kept pressuring her to extend the invitation. Misha hadn't expected Bjorn to accept so easily. That made her happy. but also more anxious. She felt that once she crossed those gates, there would be no more hiding. She had no idea what to do. Just before they entered, she told Bjorn that, until that moment, only her father knew about the contract, and she asked him not to get angry, no matter what happened. Bjorn replied that it would depend on the situation, but he promised to try and stay calm. When the gatekeeper opened the doors and asked whether his master's spawn had returned, Misha asked Bjorn not to mind it, but of course he was furious. She pleaded, almost begged for him not to make that threatening smile. She said that smile terrified her. At last, she warned him that her father would soon speak about the contract, and that there was no need for him to react that way. Bjorn wondered how that man still had the nerve to call himself a father. It didn't matter if he had his reasons for staying silent. The fact remained that he let his own daughter suffer alone, and still thought he could just summon Bjorn to a despicable place like that, as if he were some kind of fool. Bjorn felt a terrible sensation even before entering the house, as if he were about to step into a dangerous dungeon. The first thing he did was let out a barbarian roar upon seeing Misha. The gatekeeper, visibly annoyed, asked him to behave with more decorum, but Bjorn questioned if something was wrong with him. Misha urgently asked him to stop. She reminded him that every time he claimed something was wrong with someone's head, he ended up crushing it. She nearly begged him not to do it this time. Bjorn realized she knew him far too well. That bothered him, but he also saw how clearly nervous she was about the whole situation. Bjorn then tried to calm her down, saying she could do whatever she wanted and didn't have to restrain herself so much. Holding everything in would only hurt her, but Misha insisted those people were still her family. Bjorn, without hesitation, asked whether the Karlstein family was more important than her own life. In silence, Misha stepped aside. Bjorn told her to just watch and assured her nothing truly worrying would happen. Then, without hesitation, he flicked and kicked the gatekeeper, launching the man inside the house. All the servants were shocked, and the mansion went on high alert. Soon after, Bjorn spotted the one he called Bastard, Misha's brother, and commented that it had been a while since they'd seen each other. The young man replied that Bjorn was the guest their father had been expecting, but that he would have to explain himself or face the consequences. Bjorn thought about how he'd already saved that ungrateful brat's life once, and yet the man still acted with disrespect. With resolve, he answered that yes, he was the guest of honor, but had been treated like a nobody by the gatekeeper. And worse, the man had insulted Misha, the daughter of the head of the household, despite being just a servant. Bjorn asked if no one else saw the problem with that situation. Misha's brother, however, said it wasn't his business, since it was a family matter. If an insult had really occurred, the gatekeeper would be punished. That should be enough. Bjorn, on the other hand, thought his original plan had been to destroy all those idiots, just to show them that you don't mess with a barbarian. He asked the young man if he was missing a few screws in the head. Misha could see things were about to explode, but Bjorn knew he had to push the boundaries a bit. Another roar from him made everyone around tremble and freeze in place. It was then that Talon Karlstein, the head of the family, appeared and asked what Bjorn was doing. Bjorn, instead of backing off, replied that the real question was why they treated Misha that way. He wanted to know if it was because she hadn't yet formed a spirit contract, even though she was a direct descendant of the family. Talon confirmed that Bjorn knew too much, and for that reason, he should mind his own business. But Bjorn pressed on, asking if, assuming there had been a misunderstanding and Misha actually had made a contract, he would be willing to apologize and accept her back as part of the family. Talon said he highly doubted it, as he considered it impossible for a miracle to happen to someone as weak as her. Bjorn, irritated, said fine and told Misha to reveal the truth, but she hesitated, saying her father would be furious and never forgive her. Bjorn replied that he didn't care. She could apologize later. That's how a real family works. She needed to do what she wanted, and that day, he was there to help her no matter what. As everyone watched the scene in complete silence, Lord Karlstein ordered everyone to leave. Bjorn looked at him and thought that man is the true scumbag in this story. Later, in the private library of the Karlstein mansion, the head of the family formally thanked Bjorn, son of Jandal, for his presence, and commented that he was far more polite than expected. He then asked how Bjorn had managed to do all that. That's when Alberniv activated his skill, Lord of Nightmares, a fear-based ability. Bjorn noticed it immediately. Fear began to spread through his body against his will. It was a horrible sensation. He finally understood why Misha had been so afraid of that man. But even so, Bjorn's resistance prevented him from being fully affected. That ability wouldn't work on him. Alberniv asked why Bjorn wasn't responding, but the barbarian simply brushed his hand away and asked how he dared to touch him. When he first heard about the invitation, Bjorn had two reasons for accepting it. The first was to prevent Misha from leaving the group if she were accepted back into her family. The chances of that happening would increase significantly. The second reason was to hide the secret of the beast spirit. Misha's delayed awakening would certainly draw attention, and if her father found out it was triggered by an item, it could become dangerous. That's why Bjorn was there. But the way they treated Misha hadn't changed. Even so, Alberniv tried to assert his authority over the barbarian, asking whether he wasn't afraid afraid of death? Bjorn replied that even though he didn't exactly know what death was, he knew he wasn't afraid of it. He was aware that Alberniv had once been an adventurer of the 8th floor, but that didn't matter to him. If Alberniv tried to kill him, Bjorn's tribe chief wouldn't stand idly by. The barbarian asked if he truly believed he could kill him here, him, a barbarian that everyone was looking for. In the middle of a sanctuary full of anthropes, it would be impossible. If he were killed there, a new war would erupt, just like the one 10 years ago against the fairies, because that's how barbarians were. Alberniv only laughed, but Bjorn noticed it was a nervous laugh. Soon after, the Lord stated that he knew Bjorn had used a certain item. That made Bjorn wonder if he was referring to the spirit of the Snow King. He decided to play dumb. However, Alberniv said he was a terrible actor. Still, Bjorn thought to himself that he had fooled a lot of people before. So he asked Alberniv to clarify what exactly he meant so he could understand the conversation better. Alberniv revealed he was referring to the item that allowed a contract with the glacial magical beast called Skadia, and claimed that Bjorn definitely knew it. The barbarian asked what exactly that item was, and the Lord replied that he would only explain if Bjorn showed it to him. That's when Bjorn realized it was a trap. Alberniv was bluffing. He knew such an item existed, but had no idea what it actually looked like. His insistence was just a trick to extract that information from Bjorn. Bjorn then concluded that this was why the Lord had made a point of showing how poorly they treated Misha. It was all a manipulation tactic to get what he wanted, even if it meant hurting the girl. At that moment, Bjorn decided to use his greatest weapon, his warrior's oath. He declared upon his honor that he didn't know what item Alberniv was talking about. He sounded so convincing that Alberniv believed him. Bjorn even promised he would search for that item, and when he found it, he'd use it to fix Misha's situation. Deep down, Alberniv began to consider that maybe her awakening really had been natural. Unfortunately, it had to happen with Skadia. He had studied books on destroyed relics and invited the barbarian, thinking he had forced Misha's awakening with an artifact. But now, witnessing Bjorn's oath, it didn't seem like an act. Truth be told, Alberniv didn't care much about this so-called warrior honor, but he couldn't deny that Bjorn seemed sincere. He really seemed to care about Misha, and Alberniv never imagined that such an inferior race could possess so much talent. While all this was happening, a messenger arrived and informed them that Misha wished to see her father. She said she had felt something different, something she had never experienced before. But Alberniv told her not to worry. He would keep his promise and assured her that, from that moment on, no one in the family would treat her like a stranger again. She would now be considered his true daughter. However, Misha remained silent. She remembered what Bjorn had done and asked him later if the oath in front of her father had been real, but she already knew it was a lie. Bjorn confirmed it, saying that she was more important to him than his own honor, and he could only think about how hard it must have been for her to live in a place like that for so long. Then Misha confronted her father. She said she hadn't come there to talk about stupid promises and declared that he was not her father. She recalled that her mother, before dying, had also said there was no bond between them, and now she was finally admitting that she hated him. Alberniv was taken aback by those words. He asked why she was acting that way now. If she had just stayed quiet, he would have accepted her as part of the family. But Misha replied that she was acting that way because it's what she wanted. And so, the supreme chief of the Red Cat tribe, Alberniv Vistein, was faced with an answer he could not comprehend, and he was left behind. 10 days later, in a tavern in the 7th district, Bjorn was alone with Rottmiller. He was tormented by the fact that he couldn't fully trust someone in his own group, all because of something an outsider had said. What a cursed contradiction. Even after N's daughter's warning, Bjorn found it hard to believe Rottmiller could betray the group. To doubt him would be to carry guilt inside. So he thought it would be better to just speak directly. Bjorn asked why Rottmiller had gone to the guild after the last expedition. Rottmiller replied that he already suspected something, as he noticed Bjorn had been acting strange and trying to meet him often. He asked how Bjorn knew he'd gone there, and the barbarian said he knew someone inside the guild. That confirmed his suspicions. Something really had happened. And at last, Rottmiller admitted it. They had asked to see him. The manager of the 7th district wanted to see Rottmiller. He offered a reward if Rottmiller betrayed Bjorn. When Bjorn found out, he asked why he hadn't been told sooner. Rottmiller explained that he thought revealing it would ruin the group's harmony. Bjorn thanked him for his trust and thought that nothing would change. Rottmiller would still be with him on the next expedition. On the day of the labyrinth entry, Erwin showed up and said he would visit as soon as he returned. Shortly after, Misha arrived, asking what they were doing there. Bjorn replied that she had just stopped by to say hi. He was still planning to take a nap until the expedition started. 7 hours later, Bjorn noticed that Lior and Hikarad were running a bit late. While waiting, they came across a group of young barbarians who seemed lost. Bjorn guided them to the labyrinth, but the group questioned why he was stating something so obvious. When Bjorn introduced himself as the son of Jandal, they were all impressed and said it was an honor to meet the young Valken. Bjorn found it odd and asked if they were lost, but one of them, a bandana-wearing barbarian, said no. He explained that they just had to follow the explorers, as they had learned at the sanctuary. Bjorn wanted to know if that was really what they had been taught, or if they were just shown a strange map. The young man replied that they didn't even know how to read maps, but they had learned everything from Karen, son of Tarson. Noticing the organization and confidence of the young barbarians, Bjorn thought a wind of change was blowing among his people, something he hadn't imagined. Shortly after, the rest of the group finally arrived. Hikarat explained that Lior had eaten too much and needed to get rid of the excess. Joner, impatient, told everyone to hurry up. They then entered the first floor, a crystal cave. A few days earlier, Rottmiller had suggested doing a speed run, a race to reach the deepest floor as fast as possible. Since he was usually passive, his idea surprised the group, but everyone agreed enthusiastically. They started running with everything they had. They weren't alone. Other explorers were also doing speed runs. Rottmiller pushed so far ahead that he ended up encountering monsters alone. Misha cleared the way for him, and though a little shocked, Rottmiller didn't stop. He led the group at great speed. Bjorn acknowledged that the group had above-average stamina due to their essences, but even so, they were all sweating heavily after hours of running. He commented that Lior looked heavier, and Lior replied that he had eaten a lot because Bjorn had said Misha liked bigger men. It was just an excuse to avoid confessing to her again. Bjorn thought Lior had made the right call. Everyone was giving their best. When they reached the end of the first floor, they saw that the portal to the second was already open. Rottmiller was furious. Bjorn noticed there was a clear difference in skill between the groups, and realized the time for him and Misha to leave that group was approaching. Rottmiller said it was already too late. Based on the tracks, 3 teams had passed through already. The gap with the first group was about 30 minutes. If they ran, they might catch up on the second floor, but it wasn't certain. The group tried to cheer him up, but Bjorn warned that everyone was tired, and that overtaking them wouldn't be easy. He said continuing with that stubbornness would put the team at risk. Rottmiller acknowledged his mistake and apologized. On the second floor, they arrived shortly after another group. Despite the tension, they continued the exploration. To Bjorn's surprise, Rottmiller still led the way as usual, without losing control. But Bjorn still found his behavior odd. When they reached the same beautiful point on the third floor they already knew, they decided to stop. As always, according to the tradition of the idiot team, they all contemplated the beautiful scenery together. No one suggested it, but they always did it, as if it were a silent promise since the first time. At last, they reached the 4th floor, the Sky Tower. This structure had 3 main staircases and 1 special door. The staircases were Courage, Wisdom, and Endurance. The Staircase of Courage allowed one to ascend a floor by defeating all monsters, and then waiting for a 4-hour cooldown. The Staircase of Wisdom required navigating a maze of traps and monsters, but allowed ascending 5 floors instantly, making it the most popular. The Staircase of Endurance was avoided by most, as it involved reliving painful memories, but it offered great rewards such as rare chests, numbered items, or even 6th grade essences. Finally, there was the Door of Destiny, which appeared randomly. On the 19th day of the expedition, early in the morning, Rottmiller announced that he intended to leave the team after that journey. Bjorn asked if it was because of him. Although he found the decision sudden, he wasn't completely surprised. Rottmiller explained that it wasn't Bjorn's fault, but admitted that the area boss was involved. He had made an enticing offer, a position as scout and a spot in a major clan. Even knowing it was a lie, Rottmiller's heart couldn't help but feel excited. That's when he realized it might be time to follow a different path. Bjorn told Rottmiller not to feel so burdened about it, but Rottmiller explained that talented people shine easily. Over the past 8 years, he had been part of many teams and was often left behind when he couldn't keep up. Sometimes he was expelled, other times he left on his own. That's how he had survived as an explorer. But this time was different. He truly cared about everyone there. He wished the journey could last longer, but he knew everything eventually ends. Before Bjorn could say anything, the magical alarm rang, and Rottmiller said it was time for everyone to wake up. Bjorn thought it would be better to finish that conversation once they returned to the city. After completing yet another trial, the group commented on how difficult that monster combination was to deal with. But then they were shocked to see the next options. 3 Staircases of Destiny. Bjorn had heard of this, but didn't expect it to actually happen. Until then, they had never chosen the Staircase of Destiny. The chance of it appearing was less than 5% compared to the others, and its unpredictability made most people avoid it. Misha asked if they couldn't just go into any of them. She had already gone through one before, and there were only monsters there. But Bjorn thought that, in her case, it was probably a trial of courage. As with Misha, most people who choose the Staircase of Destiny still end up facing common trials: courage, wisdom, or endurance. The problem is that there's a 20% chance of encountering completely different trials. In the game, there were 32 total trials, including one that made everyone return to the first floor. Hikurad commented that it would be a waste to just stand around. If they kept hunting, they could earn at least 1.5 million stones. They asked what Bjorn thought about it, and he replied that of course they could go in. 3 staircases of destiny appearing at once could only mean one thing: a special stage. Beyond the 3 doors, there were 3 possible types of fields. The one they entered was the Larkus Labyrinth. There were no immediate enemies inside. Rottmiller observed that he had no information about that place. The labyrinth had a field effect called Guardian of Balance, which balanced all participants' attributes. Lior asked what would happen if they waited there. The labyrinth would close in 4 days. Rottmiller admitted he wasn't sure, maybe it was like a rupture. Misha asked if that meant they would be trapped forever, but Bjorn knew it wouldn't be the same as a rupture. Still, with the group's current strength, he wasn't sure they'd be able to clear it in time. He suggested they check their condition first. Misha said she felt strangely lighter, and Rottmiller mentioned he had more energy too. Lior said his mana had increased a lot. That's when Bjorn realized he had grown weaker. His attributes were being drained, probably because his physical stats were far higher than the others. The Guardian of Balance effect was distributing attributes evenly, making him weaker and the others stronger. Rottmiller remarked that if Bjorn was feeling that, it meant the attributes had indeed been mixed. Bjorn thought that was typical of Rottmiller, the smartest in the group. He suggested they explore the place and try to find an exit. Since it was a place unknown to others, the reward must be high as well. Rottmiller agreed. That was the mindset of a true explorer. Hikurad reminded them they had only 4 days before the labyrinth closed, and Lior said he remembered something. It might be a mechanism left by the last great sage, Gabrielos's arrangement, also known as the hidden piece. Rottmiller said the theory made sense. With time running out, the final expedition of the idiot team began. Misha commented that something strange seemed about to happen. The silence was too intense. Lior swore to protect her, but she replied that she was the one protecting him, calling him Margot. Rottmiller jumped in, saying they could just agree to protect each other, and Bjorn wondered why they were flirting in the middle of the expedition. Still, Rottmiller wished Lior strength. Then a huge creature appeared before them, a 4-horned demonic goat holding a giant staff. It was Bios, an SE rank creature. Its first strike hit Bjorn's shield, and he immediately realized how much weaker he had become. His once great physical power had been shared with his teammates. In contrast, Lior was incredibly strong. With his enhanced ice spear, he took the creature down in a single blow, killing it instantly. Even he couldn't believe he had done that. In that place, Lior was no longer an idiot. He was a true mage. Bjorn reflected that, at first, he thought it would be impossible to complete that stage. But now, everything had changed. Even his talent as a guide didn't seem to work there, revealing his own arrogance. Rottmiller, on the other hand, had proven extremely useful. With his dagger, he marked the path and managed to draw a map so everyone knew exactly where they were. Bjorn remarked that no matter how many times he saw it, he was always amazed by what Rottmiller could do with a simple piece of paper. But Rottmiller replied it wasn't complicated at all for him. Just walking through the place once was enough to memorize everything. Now that Rottmiller's attributes had increased even more, he began actively participating in battles, just like elite explorers. When new enemies approached, Lior handled them with precision. Even when casting his spell toward the front line, he used orbital adjustment to redirect the attack away from his allies, and hit only the enemies, defeating them all in a single spell. On top of that, he used double casting to dramatically boost his power. Rottmiller said that for the next enemy, he and Karlstein would handle it. Bjorn felt a little ashamed in that moment. After so many months together, he realized he had never truly tried to understand his group. Lior confidently stated that, no matter what showed up, he would handle it. That's when Bjorn realized Lior was no longer unlucky. The Guardian of Balance field naturally favored mages. Since they couldn't absorb essences to boost their attributes, they ended up receiving massive mana increases. Of course, this had its limits, and Lior would need to be careful not to grow arrogant. But looking at the group as a whole, they were now at least twice as strong. It was easy to tell. After all, this was originally a group-based combat game. Instead of one person standing out, the team performed better when each member played their role well. It was strange to think that way, but that was also the reason Bjorn wanted to leave the group. In the end, this would be the first and last time they would truly function as a real team. Around 1 a.m., Bjorn thought that, in just a few more hours, they would finally obtain the item they had been looking for. All that was left was to enter the boss room. With their current strength, the fight shouldn't be a problem. If they had another week, maybe they could even collect everything they needed before leaving. That's when Lior suddenly woke up and asked Bjorn if he remembered what he had said about Misha's preferences. He wanted to confirm if it was true, but after thinking about it, he said it didn't matter. What he really wanted was to be honest. He confessed that he was in love with Misha, and Bjorn asked him to stop with that. But Lior insisted, asking if Bjorn liked her too. The Barbarian, annoyed, asked him once again to drop the subject, realizing that Lior had misunderstood everything. Even so, Lior declared that when they returned to the city, he would confess his feelings to Misha, and all Bjorn could think was that this was definitely going to be a problem. At 4:15 a.m., the group reached a dead end. Bjorn recognized it as the boss room entrance. He wasn't sure which of the 4 intermediate bosses they would face, but he knew they still needed to unlock a secret path without drawing attention. That's when Rottmiller noticed something strange. Even Bjorn was surprised. It was Rottmiller's sixth sense at work. Thanks to that, Bjorn didn't even need to get involved. Rottmiller found and opened the secret passage all on his own. Bjorn took the lead with his shield. Everyone advanced toward the sinister magic circle with a goat's head at the center. The problem was that, to summon the boss, they needed to spill blood into the circle. Doing that openly would be far too suspicious. But before they could think twice, they all felt a sudden change in their bodies. The effect of the Guardian of Balance had activated once more. Everyone grew even stronger. Rottmiller remarked to Bjorn that they were probably thinking the same thing. Another group had entered the labyrinth. At least between 1 and 5 people had reached that stage, and they were extremely powerful. Rottmiller's attributes had adjusted to match their level. That could only mean one thing. At the very entrance of the Larkus labyrinth, a hooded man with horns appeared, commenting that they had finally managed to get in. Beside him, a priest looked desperate, and a third man was gravely injured, missing one of his arms. The hooded man mocked the situation, saying it was pathetic to cry just for losing an arm. He laughed, thinking about how, after more than a year of attempts, he had finally gained such an easy entrance into the labyrinth. All it had taken was sacrificing the arm of a 5th-grade explorer, and the path had opened. He said the evil god truly had a strange sense of humor. The priest asked if the one-armed man wasn't his ally, but the hooded figure answered, of course not. He had only kept him around because he was useful. Then he kicked the wounded man, ordering him to get up, and told the priest to shut his mouth. The one-armed man, however, assured the priest he was fine. Soon, the effect of the Guardian of Balance applied to them as well, and they suddenly felt much weaker. That only confirmed it. Other explorers were already present before them. The horned man revealed his identity. Regal Vagos, the Dragon Slayer, member of the rebel group Orcules, also known as the Recitus. When Bjorn heard this, he honestly didn't know what to do. Misha commented that they could work together, but Hikurod already imagined the Barbarian was thinking they were looters. Lior said that even if they were, they could handle it. After all, power inside this place was balanced. But Rottmiller suggested that, as a precaution, the best choice was to look for an exit and avoid contact with them as much as possible. Bjorn decided to act before debating further. He threw his own blood into the circle, summoning Baphomet, the demon of the labyrinth. He knew this was an intermediate monster of the area. Under normal conditions, they would have to exploit its weaknesses to win, but now they were so empowered that it wouldn't be a problem. They defeated Baphomet in less than a minute, earning 5 experience points and an additional point as a high-rank mutant kill bonus. On top of that, they obtained the full map of the Larkus labyrinth. Bjorn knew they needed to hurry. He told Hikurod they should move quickly before running into the other group. The dwarf agreed, saying caution was never a bad idea, though he still found everything strange. Bjorn said it was always better to assume the worst. In that last battle, they had been absurdly strong, which could only mean the newly arrived explorers were much more powerful than they were. Despite the balancing field, the grade of essences, unique skills, and equipment still made all the difference. If a fight broke out, defeat was certain. Misha remarked that, to a lion, a rabbit may seem insignificant, but if the rabbit meets the lion, it must run, and that's exactly what they did. They kept running through the labyrinth, but now with a clear objective. To escape and prepare for the worst, they had to defeat the labyrinth's boss first. When they came across a horde of monsters, Lior, with his ice storm, wiped them out easily. Bjorn thought that originally that spell was used in combination with Misha's attacks, but this time Lior handled it alone. After defeating them, Bjorn destroyed the monsters' bodies to clear the way. After hours of running, they finally stopped to rest. Hikurod mentioned they had been running for more than 6 hours, with only short pauses, and asked if Bjorn still felt that strange sensation. Bjorn explained that, after the fight against Baphomet, he had felt something very similar to what he had experienced when they encountered the Lord on the 3rd floor. He asked them to trust him this time. Lior questioned if this wasn't an exaggeration. After all, they were ahead in this place. Even if the other group was hostile, it was unlikely they would meet here, but Bjorn insisted they should keep going. Rottmiller said he couldn't explain it either, but he felt that following this path was the right thing to do. He added that, if he didn't, something bad would happen. And that shocked everyone, because when someone like Rottmiller, with his 6th sense, said something like that, the weight was completely different. Misha said she wanted to get out of there quickly. Lior and Hikurod agreed, and so, even exhausted, they kept running. They ran for another 12 hours, almost without stopping. Finally, they reached their destination. The master of the labyrinth sensed the challenger's presence, and the battle began. It was Larkus, the Minotaur. Bjorn knew Larkus was not an ordinary 4th grade monster. He was a boss, a high-level mutant. Still, Bjorn could block his attacks with ease. He hadn't thought he would need to use gigantification, but changed his mind when Larkus activated his flaming skin, an ability that covered his body in heat, dealing fire damage to anyone who touched him and burning enemies nearby. Fortunately, Bjorn had fire resistance level 3, so he could endure it, though he knew that if he stayed too long, he would end up cooked from the inside. That was when Lior used the Cold Blood ability on everyone, further increasing the group's fire resistance. With that, the others joined the battle. Hikurod struck with an electric blow. Lior weakened the boss and cast slow with support spells, while Misha used her venom infusion with precision. Bjorn had a strange thought. It felt like he was in an idle game, where you simply place the units on the field and they fought on their own. In the end, Larkus was defeated in less than 10 minutes. Everyone gained 6 more experience points. They had taken down a high-level mutant with perfect synergy. If the idiot team had a final form, this was it. A highly stable formation, with 2 tanks, a fast melee striker, a mage with high damage and curses, and even a scout who, unlike usual, wasn't dead weight. In that setup, Rottmiller wasn't a burden. If they could keep going like this, they might really reach the last floor together. Bjorn, even though he wasn't the sentimental type, realized he felt something genuine for this group. Rottmiller remarked that there was something strange behind the nearby stone door, and said he would check it out. Bjorn knew there wasn't a portal there, but there was something they needed to retrieve. When they arrived at the spot, his guess was confirmed. A gem with extraordinary power was hidden behind the door. But Rottmiller added that, for some time now, he had strongly felt that a portal had been opened at the blue point on the map. Bjorn thought the worst part was that he was right. Rottmiller was truly skilled. And then, the other group appeared. Regal Vagos smiled, saying he knew he had been right. There really was another group there. Regal told the Barbarian that he should be grateful. Thanks to his power, they had managed to defeat the boss with ease. Beside him, the priest begged him to spare the group, but no one said a word. Silence filled the place, and everyone was terrified. The sound of the attack still echoed in their ears like an alarm. The heart of a true warrior senses danger even before the mind understands what is happening, and it begins to prepare for the worst. Every second becomes valuable. Eyes stay wide open, ears attentive. Bjorn realized those men already knew about that place. As soon as he noticed the presence of another group, he ran straight to the boss's chamber. Even so, they were far too quick. It seemed they had sacrificed one man's arms, probably as an offering to Karui. The priest who had performed it was likely the old man standing next to Regal. But there was something odd. The priest of the evil god didn't seem to be truly on Regal's side. Perhaps he had been kidnapped. Piecing everything together, Bjorn reached a conclusion. Regal was completely unstable. None of his plans made sense. From plan A to plan D, every single one had failed. When the conversation continued, Bjorn pretended to be surprised and asked if Regal knew how to leave that place. He needed to look naive, as if he knew nothing. The weaker he appeared, the better. But Regal was more prepared than he had expected. He had a powerful item, a fate tracker. Green indicated a positive event, red a negative one, and yellow a mixture of both. This numbered item was incredibly rare. When Bjorn had seen the yellow glow earlier, he realized there was at least a slim chance of killing Regal. From that moment, he knew Regal would never lower his guard again. Regal asked if he recognized the ring. That was when Hikurod remarked that he was wielding a sword made of arc, a stage 6 metal capable of devouring most numbered items. It was one of the highest grade materials in that world. Bjorn then understood that the enemy before him was at least an explorer of the 8th floor. He had at least 8 essences, all rank 5 or higher. Given that, Regal demanded Bjorn hand over everything he possessed if he wanted to leave alive. Bjorn knew the conversation was going nowhere, so he revealed a large magic crystal. Regal said that if he handed it over, he would let the group live. Misha suggested giving it up, since they didn't even know exactly what it was for. Hikurod agreed, saying it wasn't worth fighting at that moment. But Bjorn trusted none of it. Without warning, he suddenly declared that he was hungry and swallowed the crystal whole. The action was unexpected. The moment he did it, Regal attacked instantly. Even raising his shield to defend, the arc blade pierced right through the material. However, Regal noticed something important. If he pierced Bjorn's body, he would end up shattering the crystal inside him. That was Plan E, the emergency plan, replacing all the previous ones. Bjorn thought that if he had hesitated with the sword, his stomach would have been torn apart and the crystal lost. Ron was incredulous. He said Bjorn was utterly insane and asked what he wanted out of all this. The Barbarian replied that Regal had given up faster than he expected. The enemy retorted that he should just say what he wanted right away. Next time, he wouldn't strike at Bjorn, he would strike at the others. Bjorn asked for just one day. He said that way, he wouldn't resort to cowardly methods. Regal found it strange. The warrior wasn't begging for his life. Many had done that before, but Bjorn made it clear that a true warrior never pleads for mercy. When Regal questioned how he could trust him, Bjorn swore on his honor as a warrior. They were exhausted, sleepless for days, but if they were given that time, they would face the enemy head-on. Regal asked if he truly believed he could defeat defeat him. Bjorn knew the odds were slim, but still said he wouldn't give up. Later, the group resumed moving through the labyrinth. They stopped to rest a little, for they were truly worn out. Rottmiller remarked that 3 hours had already passed since the encounter. Since there had been no sign of attack, it seemed Regal was keeping his word. However, he hadn't given them 24 hours, only 12. He said he would warn them in advance before the final attack, but made it clear the same trick wouldn't work twice. Bjorn thought that, if not for the yellow glow of the ring, he might have gained an entire day of peace. But nothing ever went according to plan. What he needed now was to strengthen his resolve. He had to remember all the hopeless past he had already endured, clear his mind of distractions, and engrave a single goal in his heart: to survive. Rottmiller warned that they would soon reach the next point on the map. He had a vague idea of where they were, but wanted to know what the plan would be from there. Lior questioned if they would really fight, since it didn't seem like a good choice. Hikarad remarked that Bjorn had already seen what the enemy could do. His shield had been cut as if it were made of clay. Even so, Bjorn asked if they were willing to trust him and follow him one last time. Hikarad replied that if not for Bjorn, he would have died in the blood-stained castle. For that reason, he would always trust him. Lior added that he believed in Bjorn's heroic destiny. Rottmiller said that when everyone else was paralyzed by fear, Bjorn was the only one who moved. No matter what was said, they were all ready to follow him. But before they pressed on, Rottmiller wanted to make an important remark. He explained that if the enemy carried a sword made of arc and had burned scars on his face, there was a chance he was a dragon slayer. Hikarad asked if those were the cursed ones. Lior wanted to know if he truly belonged to the Orquiles. Bjorn then realized the situation was even more serious. The Orquiles were a group of lunatics who openly declared their goal was to kill kings, but they couldn't be dismissed as mere fanatics. Each member had an enormous bounty on their head, and only 7 had been killed in decades. Every single one of them had already proven their strength to the world. Bjorn asked if Rottmiller knew more about the Dragon Slayers, and he confirmed it. He said he would tell them everything he knew. Regal Vagos was a dragon man. He had killed the leader of his own clan, the Ancient Dragon, and for that he was cursed. He disappeared for 10 years and, when he returned, attacked the elves' sacred land all by himself. Since then, he had begun acting as a member of the Orquiles. The only good news was that his most dangerous ability, the Dragon's Discourse, had been sealed by the curse. His main weapon was the Arc Rapier, called the Dragon Slayer's Sword. It was known that he possessed 6 essence cores, 3 rank 5, 2 rank 4, and 1 rank 3. He was a swordsman heavily focused on attributes, which left him with virtually no weaknesses. Bjorn thought that it had already been 10 years since Regal first appeared, so it was possible that some things had changed. Still, he knew that essence cores could not be erased. Perhaps Regal was in that labyrinth precisely to compensate for some weakness. Later, they advanced toward the last known point. Bjorn reflected that the enemy was an even greater threat than he had imagined. If not for the Guardian of Balance, his head would have been torn off in the blink of an eye. The mere thought of a direct fight with Regal sent chills down his spine. But the more he thought about it, the more certain he became of one thing: running away was not the best option. On their path, they ended up encountering the labyrinth demon, Argos, and, as expected, faced the creature without hesitation. After the battle, Argos was defeated. The group received 5 experience points for the victory, and 5 more for the bonus of killing a high-rank mutant. They had already defeated 2 intermediate bosses, which triggered the conditions for the appearance of a new room. They then obtained the Scroll of the Flame of Greed. Bjorn thought it was exactly what they needed and told Rottmiller that they had to find the hidden room. With Rottmiller leading, they began finding at least one secret room every 2 hours, but none of them was the one Bjorn sought. Time passed quickly, and before they realized it, the 12 hours promised were nearly over. That was when Rottmiller located another hidden room, and, upon entering, they saw it was exactly what Bjorn had been looking for. He locked the entrance and told the group they would rest there. He said that if they managed to come out alive, he would explain everything. For now, they simply needed to trust him. The group accepted his decision. No one questioned his choices anymore. But Bjorn already felt a headache just thinking of what excuse he would have to invent later. Saying he had read it in a book probably wouldn't be enough this time. Still, somehow he would manage. Then, he broke the magic crystal that Regal desired so much. The system informed him that he was now under the effect of restricted desire and would be moved to the formative chamber. There, within his subconscious, Bjorn found himself before 3 great doors. He thought that, in the game, he would simply have chosen an option on the screen, but this was reality. The stone served to replace 1 essence. What he had to do was very clear. Restricted desire was an item that replaced any rank 4 essence or lower with another random one of the same level. Opening the right door would make this exchange happen, and Bjorn already knew which essence he would choose. The hero's Dock essence, he could not replace it. Although only rank C, it was part of his final skills. As for the body golem essence, he planned to erase it, but not yet. Later, Bjorn found himself before therefore a difficult choice. From the options left, only one was viable, the vampire essence. Being a boss essence, it came with 3 different abilities, something extremely rare. However, restricted desire had hidden mechanisms. Bjorn did not hesitate in his decision, and upon recognizing the essence as belonging to a guardian, the system responded in an unexpected way. The ranking of the options increased, and he gained access to an essence that, at that moment, belonged to no one else. The Guardian of Balance acknowledged the rarity of that action and offered a new possibility, the Lit Essence. This supernatural monster, usually rank 4, possessed devastating abilities, including the Soul Receptacle, which multiplied active abilities. It also had Spiritual Colossus, a powerful technique with physical drawbacks. It had almost no strength or agility, but its mental attribute was overwhelming. Now, Bjorn faced 2 Guardian Essences. In the game, they existed too, but were extremely rare. Seeing 2 at once was more than luck, it was something that could not be mere coincidence. The third option was even more surprising, the Ogre, a boss-level monster that acted alone and required an entire expedition to be defeated. It was feared for its absurd physical power. This option represented a leap of 2 entire ranks. It wasn't just luck, it showed that the system still held secrets Bjorn did not fully understand. Without hesitation, Bjorn absorbed the Ogre Essence. By doing so, he gained 140 strength points, 140 magic resistance, 40 physical resistance, 10 inches all resistances, plus 40 natural regeneration. In return, he lost 20 points in perception. 4 hours later, he reflected that the Ogre Essence granted attributes and abilities any tank would dream of. But even so, it would not become part of his final set of skills. Not because it was bad, but for practical reasons. It was an extremely difficult essence to obtain. Even if he managed to capture it again, the drop rate was low, and there was still the uncertainty of the correct type among 7 possible variations. In short, building a complete setup with the Ogre Essence was almost impossible. If the goal was defense, the Steel Titan was a more efficient choice. In the end, it all came down to preference, focusing on damage or becoming a perfect tank. In the game, most players chose the tank path. Creating an efficient damage dealer required much more investment, but it seemed the most logical decision, and Bjorn was right. As a result of his choice, he unlocked the original version of the Abyss Portal, something no one had ever done before. Even so, he recognized that, overall, the Ogre option was the better one. He felt a bit dazed. The gamble had yielded more than he expected. He had no idea that sacrificing a Guardian-level essence would cause all of this. In any case, his survival rate had increased greatly. Rottmiller interrupted Bjorn's thoughts, warning that something was approaching. And, as expected, it was Regal, who appeared asking if they were all still alive. In that instant, he felt part of his strength return. He thought someone must have died. Bjorn realized that, for his plan to work, the priest of Karui had to protect the central portal. Meanwhile, the one-armed man who had been sacrificed earlier remained in critical condition. Regal then declared that if they were all still alive, they must have obtained a new essence. Bjorn figured that Regal, after consuming a rank 3 essence, had felt an immense surge of power, and thus noticed that something had changed. Regal asked if he had kept his promise. He said it was now time to hand over the gem. Bjorn mockingly replied that he had been playing with the stone out of boredom, and it had accidentally broken. He apologized, as if it were nothing but a trivial accident. Regal made it clear he had never intended to keep any promise. The very next moment, he lunged into the attack. Bjorn was forced to dodge. Regal's sword changed direction even before striking, but Bjorn had already practiced this type of movement. At that moment, Lior took advantage of the opening and unleashed a storm of ice. Regal, however, countered with a powerful ability, Furnace, inherited from the rank 4 lava giant. With it, he gained immunity to both fire and ice. Bjorn thought he would only use that card against minotaurs, but now there was no choice. He activated the Flame of Greed, a skill that detected fire powers. It temporarily sealed Regal's lava giant essence, rendering it useless for 48 hours. With that, Regal was hit squarely by the ice storm. Bjorn hadn't expected the plan to work so well. But then Regal used a new ability called Shadow Vein, which hadn't been listed in the essence report Rottmiller had given him. That meant one of the unknown threats had just been revealed. He nearly had his neck cut again. Regal was ready to finish the Barbarian. However, Bjorn blocked the strike with his own arm. Regal's sword was unable to cut him. Bjorn knew he hadn't wanted to reveal that so soon, but now he had no choice. That was Iron Skin, a passive ability from the rank 3 Ogre Essence. It doubled the user's physical resistance, and when activated against slashing attacks, doubled the effect again. Bjorn thought that since this ability had been revealed, he might as well use the next one. It was his first offensive skill. He activated Weapon Swing, which drastically boosted the destructive power of his club. The strike was so strong it hit Regal with enough force to probably break his arm. Even so, the group couldn't allow him time to recover. Taking the opportunity, Lior cast Curse of Decay on Regal's body, but even weakened, the enemy retaliated and slashed Bjorn's shoulder with his advanced acceleration. Bjorn was shocked to realize Regal was still fast, even under the curse's effects. The attacks continued with frightening speed. One strike pierced Bjorn's arm, but that created a crucial opening for Misha. However, Hikurad also moved into action. Using his lightning technique, he released a powerful electric discharge, forcing Regal to dodge. Even then, Regal mocked the group, saying that a bunch of insects made no difference. An activated mark of fear, a skill that induced extreme panic in enemies, and converted that fear into physical strength. Hikurad didn't stand still. He used his arm guard to shove Regal back and prevent the attack. Bjorn knew from the start that the Guardian of Balance didn't nullify debuffs, it preserved them. His shield was already battered, useless against a long arc sword. So he decided to rely solely on his iron skin and his club. With Savage Impulse activated, he charged straight at the enemy. Regal, in turn, declared that no one there would leave alive and summoned the Sacred Blade. Bjorn and Misha managed to dodge the initial strike, but Regal tried to use the gap to hit Misha from behind. At that moment, he was intercepted by Rotmiller's arrows, and the battle dragged on for quite some time. The only good news was that Regal apparently had only one regeneration essence or some numbered item. He no longer had the vampire essence, so he couldn't heal himself. Even so, Rotmiller noticed he was using potions, likely drawn from a magical subspace. Bjorn fought like in his early days as a barbarian. Regal, surprised, questioned how someone could endure so much pain, but Bjorn knew it was time to end the fight. After 30 minutes of intense combat, he had already seen all of Regal's hidden cards, and then he saw the perfect opening. At the moment of the strike, Regal's ring turned red, confirming the plan was working. Bjorn activated Gigantification, along with Savage Impulse, to increase the reach of his grab. He finally managed to seize him, and delivered a brutal blow with his club to the top of the enemy's head. But, at the last moment, Regal, the Dragon Slayer, activated an unknown ability called Do Not Awaken, which drastically drained Bjorn's soul energy. In that instant, all his abilities were deactivated. Bjorn couldn't understand what had just happened, but soon realized the truth. It was the secret ability of all Draconids, Soul Silence, also known as the Dragon's Discourse. This caused everyone to lose their strength at the same time. The Guardian of Balance worked by equalizing the sum of base attributes, but in a fight of one against many, Regal ended up benefiting. Bjorn had even sealed his own rank 4 essences. Not even the arc sword was cutting as before. That was because Regal had been saving his finishing move for the right moment. Even an 8th floor explorer like Regal should have fallen there. But now, Bjorn was in despair. The system informed him that he had entered soul exhaustion, and all his attributes, as well as those of the entire group, were reduced by 70%. Bjorn forgot that despair can strike anyone, at any time. He had been a frail child, always sick, with a rare condition. He had already lost someone dear in a sudden accident, and had seen his foster home burn in flames. His mother, who had promised to stay with him, vanished without a trace. All of it could happen suddenly, without warning, just like now. The plan had failed, and Bjorn knew he would soon pay the price. Regal had to put away his sword, saying he couldn't wield it for much longer, and remarked to Bjorn that he had no idea how much time had passed there. Then, he drove a direct kick into Bjorn's stomach. Soon after, it was Misha's turn to fall. Not even Rotmiller's arrows had any effect anymore. The difference in power was now overwhelming. Even so, Bjorn's mind kept working, piecing clues together. He realized Regal wasn't in perfect condition either. He could no longer wield Ark's sword, and though he still had healing potions in his subspace, he didn't seem able to endure the pain for much longer. Still, his state was far better than Bjorn's group, who were completely exhausted. That was when Bjorn remembered something important. Mages do not use soul energy. This meant Lior was still in full condition. Gathering all his strength, he hurled his ice spear at the enemy. But before that, the priest in the group also recalled something. The man's name was Heder Ludwig, a highly respected high priest of the Church of Leetless. He had been forced to become a servant of an evil god because of the Dragon Slayer. Since entering the labyrinth of Larkus, Heder had wished that no one would be harmed, but, unfortunately, Bjorn's group was there. At that moment, the priest recalled the scene he most regretted in his entire life. If he hadn't given in to evil on the day his grandson was captured by Regal, perhaps many lives wouldn't have been lost to despair. Perhaps, too, that man would never have come this far. Heder couldn't do anything about it. Even if he could go back in time, he knew he would make the same choice. The evil god accused him of hypocrisy, saying all the despair caused was his fault and that the suffering would never be forgiven. Meanwhile, Lior did everything he could to protect Misha. It was then that he noticed something strange. Everyone was weakened except except him. He quickly concluded he had to act urgently to ensure both their survival. So, he cast his ice spear. Regal, however, declared that the mage would be the first to die. When he tried to break through the front line to strike him, Lior remembered a past conversation in the orphanage with a veteran barbarian who was an explorer. Back then, the man had told him that if he was truly grateful, he should never become an explorer. As a child, Lior promised he never would. The sound of Bjorn's voice brought him back to reality, ordering him to fire the spell immediately. The new ice spear was deflected by Regal, who didn't expect it to change direction, grazing him. Bjorn then asked about Misha's condition, and Rottmiller replied that she had some broken ribs, but had already taken a potion and regained consciousness. Determined, Lior promised to protect her this time. He remembered another conversation with the same barbarian at the orphanage, when he had asked if he would ever grow strong enough to protect precious people. The veteran had told him not to worry, for surely he would become someone great. During the battle, Bjorn was pierced by Regal, but he used his active recovery skill. Still, he couldn't stop him from advancing against the rear. Hikarad tried to hold him back, but was easily knocked down. Rottmiller, even as Regal's sword ran through him, managed to store the weapon inside his subspace, leaving the enemy unarmed. Regal was then forced to dodge yet another ice spell cast by Lior. Misha, now recovered, stood up and tried to attack again, but was knocked down once more. Bjorn also stood, reassuming his position on the front line. Hikarad, watching, asked if Bjorn was really betting everything on that situation. To him, aside from some curses, that mage only gave chills and wasn't worth defending. Hikarad's words reminded Lior of what his old master had told him. He was a self-proclaimed mage, not even recognized by his own group. Regal, the Dragon Slayer, mocked the situation, saying the mage had already given up and that the barbarian, more than anyone, knew everything was lost. But Lior thought differently. He felt his entire life, the 25 years he had lived so far, had been built so he could meet that group. He couldn't give up. His companions were still fighting. He recalled yet another conversation with his master, when the old mage told him he was shining and asked if he cared so much for his comrades. Lior replied that yes, he did, but that he was also beginning to enjoy magic. On that day, he asked for a tip on killing a troll. His master gave him an answer but warned him never to use it, only to keep it in mind. Now, on the battlefield, Lior used everything at once: thought acceleration, mana amplification, heart stimulation, cognitive expansion, sensory enhancement, neural precognition, mana concentration, and blood resonance. While Bjorn held Regal at the front line, Lior thought that combination had no official name, but if he were to name it, he'd call it Awakening. The next spell cast was Tehran's Shell. Countless ice needles pierced Regal's body. He tried to shield himself, but was struck from all sides. Even so, he managed to protect his vital areas. Bjorn was stunned to see Regal block the entire spell. Lior apologized for taking so long to decide and said that now Bjorn should take care of the others, especially Rottmiller. They would deal with Regal and talk later. When Bjorn looked at Lior, he felt there was something strange about his condition. Regal, in turn, asked if Bjorn knew what that mage had just done. Lior replied he had no time for talk. He would not allow the enemy to buy time, and so he conjured a massive ice spear toward Regal. The enemy was forced to draw Ark's sword again, despite the pain, to split the spear in half. Bjorn knew Ark had the power to counter magic, and Lior hadn't expected that. Before Regal could get close, the mage countered with an ice storm. Bjorn understood. That fight would not be easy. His whole life had been marked by hardship. Now, all he needed to do was protect the mage and act as his shield. When Regal advanced again, he declared he was tired of that man. He tried to cut the barbarian's neck, but his own sword bent back against his body, as if rejecting him. He was forced to grab another weapon from his subspace. Bjorn thought the sword had been rejecting him ever since he used the Draconic Discourse. While Bjorn bought time, Lior unleashed even more curses upon Regal's body. Bjorn believed that, at least for the moment, they had the upper hand. Yet something felt strange. He finally realized that Lior's magic time was limited, and the only explanation was that Regal had done something. That confirmed Bjorn's suspicions. Without hesitation, Bjorn told Lior to unleash the ice storm immediately, not to worry about him. As both stood within the freezing storm, Bjorn asked Regal how he endured the cold. The two clashed in the midst of the cutting ice, both gravely wounded, spitting blood with each impact. It was Bjorn, with his club, who landed the decisive blow. But at that exact instant, Regal's second heart was activated. That second heart was a numbered, consumable item, triggered automatically when the user received lethal damage. Once activated, it created a thick shell around the body, protecting it until the heart was restored. Bjorn then realized Regal had a hidden card, a rare recovery item. But the greater problem now was Lior, who was bleeding from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. In the fight for survival, the key was making rational choices, deciding what to sacrifice and what to protect. The chances of survival increased, the colder and more logical the analysis. This time, however, Bjorn failed. The best choice would have been to use the entire high-grade potion on Rottmiller, ensuring his survival. Once awake, Rottmiller could draw more potions from his storage and heal the rest of the group. But seeing Lior's condition, Bjorn hesitated. Without thinking twice, he split the high-grade potion between the two, half for Lior, half for Rottmiller. He wanted to save everyone, but that impulsive choice could just as well doom them all. Both were on the verge of death. Fortunately, soon after, the soul exhaustion consuming them dissipated. Everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. When Lior regained consciousness, his first question was about the enemy. They wanted him to stay quiet, but Bjorn answered that Regal wasn't dead, though they had managed to overcome that stage. The rest would come later. Misha begged him to hold on a little longer. Hikurad said that once Rottmiller woke, they would use another potion. Yet Lior explained his state wasn't something a simple potion could cure. He felt it was time to give his last message. Bjorn gripped his hand tightly, promising to pass his words to Rottmiller. Then Lior said he wanted to share something with them both. He spoke of his mother, who loved the sea even though she had never seen it. She admired the vast unknown and dreamed of witnessing it just once in her life. As a child, Lior hadn't understood that desire, but as he grew, he finally did. The sea could not be possessed by anyone, and perhaps that was precisely why people longed for it so much. There were things in the world like that, things that shone brightly, precisely because they could not be understood or owned. For Lior, those things were his group, his cherished companions. He thanked them for everything they had lived together. As Bjorn and Misha wept, Bjorn told him that Lior had been a mage and comrade greater than any other, that he had made the noblest choice of all, and that he was honored to have fought by his side. Hearing this, Lior felt overwhelmed yet relieved. A warrior like Bjorn, a living legend, had said he was honored to fight alongside him. He, who barely considered himself a true mage, was now part of someone's story. He had no regrets. This was how it should feel. But then, why was he so frustrated, so angry, so useless? Perhaps that was death, a process that erased everything from a person, preventing them from witnessing the next chapters of others' stories. And that was sad. Bjorn asked if Lior wanted to say anything more, if he wanted to let go. Misha, desperate, begged him not to die. Lior looked at Bjorn and said he was slow to understand certain things, asking him not to ignore them anymore. At that moment, Regal's second heart shell began to stir again. Exhausted, Lior asked if they could really win. Bjorn assured him they would. He would get them all out alive. Thus, Lior, the mage of that group, died a heroic death after protecting those he loved most. Inside the shell, Regal could still hear everything. Even with eyes closed and ears sealed, it was impossible not to sense the despair in those voices. At first, it all seemed like torture, futile resistance that only brought pain. But over time, Regal wondered, why didn't they give up? The outcome seemed inevitable. It was false hope. Yet they carried on, and that made him think. In the end, he had to use the second heart. By luck, Bjorn's strike had not been to his head, or he would have died instantly. He recalled a woman once telling him that he only acted when he clearly saw the necessity, even if victory was required. And now, he saw himself in the same situation. He hadn't been determined enough in that fight. Meanwhile, Bjorn thought there was no paradise for those who fled, but neither was there paradise for those who kept fighting. Nothing had changed. He needed to kill Regal there, while he still had the aid of the Guardian of Balance. If they didn't finish it now, they would die to him in the future. Bjorn ordered Hikurad to prepare for battle, while Regal challenged him directly. He was already wielding Ark's sword, determined to end everything. Hikurad, still emotionally shaken, was driven by rage, but Bjorn warned him to stay calm and take the shield. He said that if they continued like this, he would die just as Lior had. Heeding the order, Hikurad used emergency restoration on Bjorn's shield, giving him some extra protection. Misha was already on her feet, and Rottmiller was struggling to recover despite great difficulty. It was now or never. They had to end that battle. Everyone gave their all. It was brutal, one of the wildest fights they had ever faced. Bjorn grabbed Regal's neck and unleashed his flesh explosion technique. But the enemy before them was no ordinary foe. He was the Dragon Slayer, someone with a history of defeating legendary creatures. His next strike hit Bjorn, but was intercepted by Hikurad, whose hand was severed by Ark's blade. Even wounded, Hikurad's effort gave Misha the opening she needed to strike Regal, and her blow created the chance for Bjorn to finish the enemy. It was the climax. With only 20% of his life left, Bjorn activated the hero's path, strengthening all his attributes. Even so, Regal remained standing, convinced that victory would still be his. At the decisive moment, he tried to use the sacred blade to kill Bjorn once and for all, but he was interrupted by Heder, who appeared, declaring that the answer to everything was simple: courage. Heder had been moved by the courage of that group. Even as a man who had lost his own courage, he found light upon witnessing theirs. For that reason, reason, he chose to fight. He called upon Leetless, and even under the dominion of the evil god, he offered his body as a sacrifice. The god mocked him, saying not even Hetter's grandson would be saved. But Hetter replied that it did not matter. He had learned from Lior that anyone could be noble, at any time, if they so willed. Regal, trying to maintain control, used soul absorption to order Hetter to heal him. But Hetter rejected the command, and as a consequence, he lost both his arms, surrendering them to the evil god. Even so, he begged for strength to kill Regal. The god answered that it was impossible. Bjorn, hearing that voice, suspected it was Karui himself. Hetter, nearly powerless, asked at least for energy to protect the others. But Karui refused. Instead, he took even more of Hetter's body. Yet this also began to affect Regal, who was tied to that power. Hetter murmured that he should have done it from the start, and then, Regal was dragged into Karui's power. In his final moments, Regal desperately tried to cling to Ark's sword, but Bjorn would not allow it. Even with the weapon's backlash ravaging his body, Bjorn seized it for himself. Regal, about to vanish, said that one day they would meet again, and Bjorn replied that yes, he would survive each day until he grew strong enough never to rely on luck again, and when that day came, he would face him once more. Regal, already accepting his fate, declared that he too would seek vengeance. After all, he was not the only one who had lost something that day. When the battle ended, the entire group was healed by a divine power. Bjorn realized it was the first time he had felt such healing. While still conscious, no pain, only comforting warmth and steady restoration. The one responsible was Hetter, still healing them all despite his body being utterly destroyed. It was surreal. Bjorn wondered what that old man thought, sacrificing himself for complete strangers. He stepped closer, wanting to hear his words. At that moment, Eater Leetless, his goddess, spoke. Bjorn promised he would carry the message to the church, but asked why Heater had given his life for them. Why had he stepped forward? Hetter replied it was because of a mage. That was enough. Bjorn sincerely thanked him for entrusting that answer. They had survived. Misha, Hikurad, Rotmiller, all were still alive. Yet Bjorn had not kept his promise. He had said with confidence that he would ensure everyone's survival. But in the end, it was Lior who had protected them. It was his legacy that saved them. Rotmiller, who had not witnessed Lior's last moments, bore his grief in silence, feeling his soul grow heavy. Afterward, they performed the final cleansing and carried Lior's body with them, leaving that cursed place. Bjorn remarked that Regal had planned to escape using the priest, but would have been captured either way. Hikurad agreed, saying fleeing that place would never have been easy. When they finally left the labyrinth of Larkus and reached the 4th floor of the Sky Tower, they were safe. There, they waited for the labyrinth to close. Misha asked if there was any way to bring Lior back to the city. Unfortunately, Bjorn explained no. Bodies within the labyrinth were treated as objects. Without distortion, magic, it was impossible to carry them out. There was only one exception, the heart of a barbarian, a special item that could be taken to the city. The magic tower had already noticed this, and would likely begin studying it as a magical material. The reality was harsh. Someone who had given his life for the group could not even have a proper funeral. Reflecting on what could be done, Bjorn read the letter Hetter had left behind. Written in small, cramped letters, it told his story, and that of his grandson, who had been kidnapped and taken to the underground city of Nor. Then Bjorn understood. That was what was hidden beneath the sewers. He had uncovered a disturbing connection. Nork and Orkulos were working together. That was why the looter had stopped him from descending earlier. Now he knew there was a portal to the underground, something he had never encountered in the game. One piece of information after another surfaced, and all of it was completely new to him. Both organizations, Orkulos and Nork, were tied to the god Karui, the evil god. Bjorn knew he had to investigate carefully. It was time to prepare, to rid himself of unnecessary thoughts and distractions. Then he lay down to rest. For that moment, it was the safest place in the world. But when they returned, there would be much to do. Even so, something remained unsettling. None of them could truly sleep, even after 2 intense days of battle. When the labyrinth finally closed, they returned to RFD Dawn. The first task was simple and clear. Exchange the mana stones. Then, they gathered at the nearest guild branch to officially report Lior's death. 1 minute to fill the form, 2 minutes to review. The entire life of a man had been reduced to just 3 minutes. It showed how trivialized death had become near the labyrinth. The guild attendant remarked that the deceased had fine companions. With that, they left their silent mourning behind and walked out of the guild. The group then proceeded to the Church of Lias, where they were received by Sir Paul. He knew Bjorn was there on behalf of High Priest Ludwig, who had disappeared years before. However, he asked for some evidence. It was a highly sensitive matter for the church and therefore demanded caution. He also mentioned a promised reward, but Bjorn, curious, asked how much they were offering. Hikurad grew visibly uncomfortable and said that even for him, this was too much. Bjorn apologized, admitting he had spoken without thinking thinking. To resolve it, he handed over the letter Header had left. When Sir Paul read its contents, he was shocked. He said that if that information were true, it was something extremely serious. The group was then led to a place normally reserved only for church members, the chapel on the second floor. Rottmiller grew visibly nervous just being there, and showed reverence as a follower of the Church of Leetless. Before them stood the great archbishop, a figure equivalent to the Pope in Catholicism, accompanied by the 3 knight commanders of the Sacred Order and the highest priests of the church. But there was also a child in that hall. Bjorn did not know who the child was, but he assumed they were important. He simply introduced himself politely. Rottmiller looked at him in disbelief, but Bjorn just thought he was acting as a barbarian would. He was doing the best he could. The great archbishop commented that High Priest Ludwig had been an extremely valuable person to the church, and deeply thanked them for delivering the letter. He asked how they had managed to obtain it. That was when Bjorn explained the entire story, from the events in the labyrinth of Larkus to Hitter's final moment. He also handed over what was left of Ludwig's keepsake. The archbishop said that, although it was not exactly what they had been seeking, it could still bring some comfort. Bjorn, in turn, thought that of course it wouldn't be a relic. If there had been anything valuable with the old priest, the damned dragon slayer would surely have taken it already. Priest Greyhard then began the bureaucratic process. The official reward would be 70 million. The entire group was shocked by the amount. Even Bjorn, despite being a barbarian, thought that maybe it was time to start praying to Lias. But that was not the most important matter. He wanted to know what they would do from now on. Would they plan to avenge the high priest? Now, everyone was involved in this story. The great archbishop answered that he could not give an immediate response. At that moment, the child radiated a strong divine energy. They told Bjorn not to worry. The bishops recognized it as a divine revelation, a prophecy. Bjorn then realized the child was a saint. As a symbol of the prophecy, he received a relic, a ring capable of blocking up to 3 times the cursed fates. Bjorn asked if it would work against the dragon slayer, and the saint confirmed it. He said the goddess herself declared that the ring would only prevent fates tied to that enemy. When the 3 strands of the ring broke, Bjorn would need to be ready to face his destiny. He was in disbelief. It was not as if he were a hero sent to defeat a demon king and save the world. His companions were confused as well. They asked if he really had been born to be a hero. Even Rottmiller questioned how a barbarian could have been chosen by the goddess of humans. Bjorn thought that he himself had many questions. Soon after, the saint fell asleep, perhaps due to the effort required to release that prophecy. The meeting ended, and later, in the reception room, Sir Paul admitted that he also had no idea what had just happened. Bjorn asked if such prophecies were not usually directed at his own race. Paul confirmed they were. He said it was only the 3rd time in the history of the Church of Lias that such a prophecy had occurred. Bjorn wanted to know what had happened to the other 2 barbarians. Paul explained that, according to records, they had been branded heretics and exiled from their tribes. Then Bjorn understood why the archbishop had requested absolute silence. For barbarians, the core of their strength was spiritual recording. Revelations like that could change everything or destroy everything. Perhaps Bjorn would indeed be expelled from his tribe. That might be the day he lost everything, the moment he became an outcast, a barbarian rejected by his own people. His character would be seen as trash. But Sir Paul assured him that, at least on the church's side, there would be no problem. The information would not leak. The group also promised to keep the secret. Bjorn trusted Misha and Rottmiller, but when it came to Hikurad, his doubts were greater. Even so, the dwarf declared that from that moment on, he would stop drinking. Bjorn thought they never should have come together in the first place. On the other hand, perhaps it was a relief. Not having to meet Hikurad again so soon would be great. But the true problem was the ring. No one knew how long it would take for all the strands to break. Bjorn decided to prepare as if it would happen soon. He set a mental deadline, between 6 months and a year, but Misha interrupted, revealing that one part of the ring had already broken. The condition of the star's blessing had been fulfilled. That meant the time was even shorter than he had imagined. Meanwhile, on the walls of the underground fortress of Noark, Regal Vagos lay collapsed on the ground, badly wounded. Amelia, upon seeing him, asked why he was there instead of at the plaza. She thought he had sacrificed that old man and the explorer, but was surprised by his condition. Regal's right arm was burned, his left shoulder dislocated, and he was bleeding all over his body. To Amelia, he was the most despicable member of the Orculos, and perhaps the only one she truly wished dead. Even so, she hesitated. She questioned herself whether she should help him. Regal mentioned the contract, and Amelia answered sarcastically, asking if even the little puppies knew of its existence. Long ago, she had made a pact with the Lord of Noark. She could not kill anyone within the underground city. The contract was engraved on her body, impossible to break. But according to her, not saving and not killing were very different things. She took Regal's ring and promised to keep it safe. She wanted to see him die, and for that reason decided to stay there. However, a patrol approached, and she was forced to retreat. She told herself that the Dragon Slayer was really very lucky. She knew he would remember everything and tell the Lord, so she made a decision. She shoved a blessing of Latosa into his mouth, a drug that erased all memories of the last week. Amelia knew he would now believe that everything that had happened took place inside the labyrinth. The drug was valuable, but the effect was worth it. Even so, she still wondered who, after all, had left Regal in that state. Meanwhile, Bjorn tried not to panic. The most important thing now was knowing when the last strand of the ring would break. At that moment, Erwin appeared to visit him. She only wanted to talk, to have a simple chat. But Bjorn, exhausted, asked to leave the conversation for another day. She left hurt. The next morning, everyone was summoned to the Explorers Guild of District 7. Early on, they received unexpected news. They had been named heirs of Lior. He had once said that he would donate everything to the orphanage where he had been raised. However, his will had been updated. Everything had been prepared for the worst. Lior, that brilliant man full of hope, had foreseen his own end. Along with other possessions, the group also inherited Lior's old house. When they left the guild, they looked like soldiers returning from a lost war. Later, they went to collect the payment from the Church of Leetless, but Bjorn stayed behind. He had a specific matter to address. He placed the arc sword on the table and asked if they knew what it was. Sir Paul confirmed. It was the Dragon Slayer's sword. Bjorn remarked that he wasn't surprised. It rejected him whenever he tried to wield it. He wanted to know if it was because of some curse and asked Paul to remove it. But the priest explained that it wasn't exactly an ordinary curse. The true name of the sword was Dragon's Blade. Since ancient times, only the draconic people could wield it. It was a legacy of the primordial dragons. It only came to be called Dragon Slayer after Regal killed a primordial dragon and stole it. However, that act had consequences. Paul explained that slayers could not wield the sword properly because of the curse of the dragon itself, cast at the moment of its death. That was why Regal had become an imperfect draconian. His scales, essential to his race, had been burned away. Even his heart was transformed, becoming more like that of a human. He had betrayed the entire draconic race just to obtain the sword, and in the end, he never managed to fully master it. Bjorn then understood that the cursed one was not the sword, but Regal himself. When he asked what should be done with the weapon, Paul suggested returning it to the draconic people. He said that, by doing so, Bjorn would receive a great reward. Bjorn thanked him for the advice. Paul replied that there was no need to thank him. After all, Bjorn was now a benefactor of the order, and he added that, if he ever needed help again, he only had to return. With the matter settled, Bjorn went straight to the tavern, where his companions were waiting. Everyone was drowned in a funeral-like atmosphere, consumed by grief. Bjorn, like the others, silently mourned the death of Lior. He drank a few cups in silence, honoring his friend's memory. Afterward, he walked Misha home. When they arrived, he finally gathered the courage to ask if, by chance, she liked him as a man. That question arose because he still remembered Lior's last words, when he had called him slow for not noticing what was right in front of him, and advised him not to ignore it anymore. Misha confirmed that yes, she did like him, and asked if he had always known. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Erwin felt that something was wrong. Wittenberg asked her if she had done anything wrong to her the night before, and Erwin denied it, though visibly shaken. Wittenberg then said she could investigate it for her, asking only that she remain calm. Back to Bjorn and Misha's conversation, he admitted to himself that he had never been sure of her feelings. He used that uncertainty as an excuse to avoid dealing with the situation. Deep down, he knew that Misha had never directly confessed, and maybe, if she had, he would have felt obliged to make a clear decision. Now, however, she had asked what he thought of all that. Bjorn knew his answer was already decided. He remembered what Lior had said about being a coward, waiting for others to reveal the truth without showing who you truly are. So he admitted that he only saw Misha as a very precious friend. Misha, visibly hurt, asked if it was because she wasn't good enough. Bjorn denied it, saying that wasn't the reason. He explained that it was the same with everyone, because no one knew when they might die. He himself had gone through the coming-of-age ceremony less than a year ago, and since then, he had lived with that constant thought. Misha then said that survival was the most important thing, wasn't it? And he replied that when emotions are involved, it's hard to make logical decisions. That was why he preferred that she see him only as a friend. But Misha refused. She asked why she should do that. She said she hadn't even planned to confess her feelings that day and began lightly hitting him, over and over, until nightfall. In the end, she said she was already happy with what they had, and asked him not to say such things again, that he didn't need to take that away from her. And, just to tease, she said she wouldn't cook for him the next day. The next morning, however, she showed up with a huge pot of stew. Bjorn, surprised, wondered if it was some kind of revenge. Was it poisoned? Misha simply told him to eat it all. Knowing he had been harsh with her the night before, Bjorn obeyed and ate it all without even breathing. Then he commented that it was great and asked what they would do now. Misha answered that they didn't need to bring the subject up again, that he shouldn't overthink it. She said he should just keep doing his barbarian's work without dwelling on feelings. She claimed she was simply doing what she wanted. Bjorn knew she must have reflected on it alone during the night and come to that conclusion. He acknowledged that Misha was more mature than him. Soon after, the two went out to meet Rottmiller and Hickarod. They went to the Central Administrative Agency because Hikurad had decided to buy the house Lior had left behind. When they arrived, they learned that the value of the house was 24 million stones. Considering the auction prices, they decided that each of the three would contribute 5 million stones to help with the purchase. Hikurad then said that now they would go out drinking, and revealed the true reason for buying the house. He was going to stop being an explorer. His new plan was to become a blacksmith and open a forge. He had used the labyrinth as a way to escape reality, since he felt he had no talent, but now he no longer wanted to live regretting his decisions. That change was, in a way, also a way of honoring Lior. Besides, he had been motivated by his friends. Rotmiller then told Hikurad not to feel so bad, because he too was thinking of leaving the group after that last expedition. He felt he wasn't good enough to continue down that path. Hikurad replied that he believed Rotmiller could achieve any goal he set for himself, because he was a very determined man. Bjorn commented that he and Misha would form a new group and reach even greater heights. Hikurad had already imagined they would say that, and teased that Misha would struggle to keep up, but she replied that it would end up being a kind of karma. They all toasted together to health, to achievements, and to the graduation of the Outcasts group. By the end of the night, Hikurad was already unconscious from drinking too much. Misha was the next to pass out, and Bjorn thought that even their last night of drinking had been very typical of the group, very much their style. A little later, Rotmiller approached Bjorn and said he had an important question. He wanted to know if, by any chance, he was an evil spirit. Bjorn was offended and replied that Rotmiller must have a good reason to insult him like that. But Rotmiller explained that he only asked because he knew his friend too well. He said that Bjorn wasn't the type to care about honor or oaths, and that he was patient enough not to be ruled by his own emotions. Bjorn said he felt bad being accused that way, especially by a friend, but Rotmiller simply concluded by saying that Bjorn was someone very special, a barbarian who read books, who was not guided by impulses, who placed benefit above honor, who knew things a first-year explorer should not know, and, on top of that, who had received a divine revelation. Rotmiller admitted he would never have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But it was precisely because of this that Rotmiller thought Bjorn was not an evil spirit. In all the books he had read, evil spirits were depicted as entities that viewed the people of this world as mere puppets. But Bjorn was not like that. He cared about others, felt pain, carried guilt and hesitation. And, remembering this, Bjorn also thought it was true. Zensia had been exactly that way, the opposite of him. Rotmiller remarked that, beyond everything, the goddess of the stars had given him a prophecy. Faced with that, there was no way to doubt. He was not an evil spirit. Rotmiller admitted he had been too narrow-minded and had judged him through the eyes of a criminal. But now he realized he had been wrong. Even so, Bjorn thought that, deep down, Rotmiller was right about some things. He really was an incredible guy. Rotmiller commented that there were people more loved by the gods than others, and history called such people heroes. Bjorn disagreed, thinking that was an exaggeration, but Rotmiller insisted, saying he did believe he was a hero. He also wanted to give him a warning and a piece of advice. As wise as Bjorn was, he was still inexperienced in this kind of situation. He needed to hide, even while trusting his companions. Bjorn asked if he was talking about future companions. Rotmiller replied yes, but not only them. He said Bjorn was far too special, someone who naturally drew attention, and because of that, there could be others who would judge him the same way he had. It would be safer for him to hide as much as possible. He could not tell anyone about the prophecy, and hiding it might prevent a future disaster. The next morning, before the statue of the goddess Lias, Bjorn reflected on all of this. If even a comrade with whom he had built bonds could suspect him, what else could happen? And if that same comrade had evidence he was an evil spirit, what should he do then? The answer was only one: survive, no matter what it took. After that, he and the others met with PL, and asked him to mediate a meeting with the draconic people. Bjorn decided the best course would be to return the sword and take the reward. Since the meeting would be mediated by a temple, he believed they would not try to deceive him. Later, in Komel, at the central market, Bjorn bought the necessary ingredients to prepare a 6th-level spiritual seal. The most important among them was a troll's heart of immortality, which alone cost 18 million stones. Then it was Misha's turn. She purchased a sword forged from a level 3 aryl alloy, a rare mixture of steel and mithril, for 12 million stones. She remarked she had never imagined buying something of that level, and decided she would save the rest of her money. Bjorn advised her to keep only enough to cover fees, food, and lodging. Everything else, she could spend on beast blood, since she still had spiritual beast powers to unlock. After spending almost everything over several hours, the two returned to the neighborhood. Before they parted, Bjorn asked if there was something specific Misha looked for in a teammate. She replied that, for her, it was fine as long as it wasn't an elf. That completely caught Bjorn off guard. He had never imagined that was her condition. Maybe she had some sort of racial phobia, he thought, still shocked as he walked away, even though he wanted to keep talking to her. customer. Next, Bjorn went to Abman's restaurant. His wife immediately complained, saying there was always some friend showing up just when the restaurant had no customers. Bjorn replied that suddenly he felt like eating and drinking. Abman remarked that he imagined he was there because he had left the group. Bjorn explained that, in truth, the group had been disbanded, and Abman quickly understood that someone must have died. It was a complicated situation. Abman asked if now it would be just him and Misha, but Bjorn said he still intended to find a mage. A priest would be useful, but that was very hard to get. To have a priest in the group, at least 3 members would need to be above 5th rank and also complete temple missions. Beyond that, they would need to find a guide, which was not easy either. Abman wanted to know how the division would work. Bjorn explained it would be equal for everyone, except for the scout. Then Abman joked, asking if, since he was the guide, he would be entitled to a larger share. Bjorn replied by asking if he hadn't gotten stuck on the first floor for 19 hours. Indeed, almost unbelievably, Abman was terrible with directions, even as a guide. Bjorn said he would still think more carefully about the divisions and needed to hear the other members before deciding anything. Abman's wife interrupted and asked how much longer he intended to keep wandering through those dangerous places. Later, having listened to the whole conversation, she remarked that Abman should have told her sooner. She was relieved to know that little Vulcan would be in the same group as his father, since she had never liked Abman's former teammates, who hadn't shown up for almost a year. Abman tried to play it off, but Bjorn realized he had probably been exploring the labyrinth for a whole year without telling his wife. The next day, Bjorn went to the Barbarian sanctuary and noticed no one was there. Everything was strange, as if everyone had vanished. One of the barbarians approached and asked if he was there because of Kaduva's funeral. That was when Bjorn remembered Einar's somber demeanor and connected the dots. He said he hadn't known the funeral would be that day. The barbarian replied that it was an honor to leave something for future generations, and that Bjorn should attend. Later, everyone gathered for Kaduva's funeral. Einar stood alone in a corner, visibly shaken. She said she wouldn't have done it if she had known what would happen. Bjorn was shocked to realize she hadn't even been warned beforehand. The barbarians called the training Einar had undergone for the past 6 months tempering. This ritual was meant to mold the body and make it a perfect vessel to receive power. In the game, once tempering was complete, the person's physical attributes increased greatly, and, in addition, they gained access to spiritual succession, a special sorcery that only barbarians could perform. Through this ritual, a barbarian could transfer one of their essences to another. However, it could only be done once. For the one who passed on, their essence would die in the process. Bjorn remarked that Elder Kaduva must have cared deeply for Einar to have done such a thing. When she learned the truth, she was surprised and asked why no one had told her anything. She said she would never have accepted it if she had known the price. The chief of the tribe replied that Kaduva was nothing but a coward, but Einar grew angry and told him not to insult the warrior. She declared that Kaduva feared nothing. The chief retorted that perhaps she was a coward as well, and that was why Kaduva hadn't explained what spiritual succession was. Without hesitation, he headbutted Einar and ordered her to stop dishonoring the warrior's death, asking only that she watch. According to him, no one in this world was free from pain. Facing it and moving forward was the true path of a warrior. Soon after, the shaman announced that the soul of Tora's third son, who had once inhabited Kaduva's body, had now become one with the forest. All those who wished to be remembered by his soul needed to step forward. At that moment, Einar hesitated. Later, Bjorn went to the shaman's tent to deliver the materials he had purchased. The shaman commented that he really did have good luck with money. Bjorn replied that he didn't want to hear that, but the shaman countered, saying that if he had earned so much money, then he had probably lost something valuable as well. The barbarian chose not to answer, but the shaman insisted. He explained that the more precious the thing you lose, the stronger you become. After that, Bjorn asked if he could finally receive the seal that day, and the shaman confirmed, beginning the process. The 6th level of the immortal seal was unlocked. Bjorn's soul regeneration power increased greatly. His aptitude rose by 240 points. His body was imbued with the soul armor, and the effectiveness of his equipment also improved. He reached the state known as Unity, a passive ability that is always active and increases the effectiveness of all equipment according to his attributes. Although useful in general, this power concealed an even more special trait. Since the concept involved becoming one with the armor, all of his equipment would now grow with him whenever he used the gigantification ability. This meant he no longer needed to strip naked to increase in size, and he could also crush his enemies with immense mass. The next morning, Bjorn awoke in the shaman's tent, who roused him with an intriguing question. How had he been chosen by the goddess of humans? Bjorn was surprised and wanted to know how he had found out. The shaman recognized the ring tied to the warrior's destiny and said there was no need for concern. No one else would notice, and he had no intention of telling anyone. According to ancient legends, their ancestors had left their homeland long ago, guided by their own souls, until they arrived at that city. There, they learned about civilization and discovered that the gods truly existed. Many of them had been saved by Leetless. The shaman explained that the souls of their ancestors had brought their people to Rafdonia, and that the god of Rafdonia dwelled in that sacred place. For that reason, there was no reason to deny the existence of the other gods. Bjorn asked what the tribal chief would think about all this. The shaman replied that he would probably expel him as a traitor, or perhaps behead him, or even burn him alive, but he reassured him that there was no need to worry. Even dwarves, elves, and the beastkin troops had already abandoned their old traditions. Bjorn reflected that this was natural, since even in Earth's history, revolutions and breaks with the past had taken place. The shaman suggested that, if he feared being expelled, the solution was simple: become the new chief of the tribe. According to him, that would be much more fitting for the path of a true warrior. Bjorn found that answer surprisingly rational and interesting, especially coming from a sorcerer, but he knew that to become chief, he would need support. Even if he didn't reach that position, gaining influence would already be of great help. He then went to find Einar, who was still sleeping at the foot of the great tree. When she awoke, he asked if she was feeling better. Einar replied that she was still a little upset, but fine. She was annoyed, but couldn't hold a grudge against Bjorn for not telling her everything earlier. She noticed he seemed different and asked if something had happened, since he looked less lively than before. Bjorn realized he was letting it show and told her that a group companion had died. Later, he shared the whole story, and Einar promised she would remember his name, Leor. She said it was truly a shame and that she wished she had met him. Then she asked if Bjorn wanted to spar a little to clear his mind. She wanted to stop thinking about sad things and also test if she was already strong enough not to be a burden to the group anymore. Bjorn asked if she wanted to join his group. She answered that if she were strong enough, yes. He considered the current formation. They already had a tank, a close-range damage dealer, a long-range damage dealer, and a mage. All the basic roles were filled. Since Abman was also the guide, the scout position was still vacant. The group's identity would be shaped by whoever assumed that role. If he chose 2 mages, they would have explosive damage. If he added 2 archers, they would have consistent damage. If he opted for 2 close-range fighters, they would gain stability and speed. He explained all this to Einar and mentioned that, aside from another mage, the scout role was still available. He was thinking of forming a duo of mages. Einar understood the message. In practice, Bjorn was simply telling her that he wanted her to do her best. When the fight began, with the very first blow he blocked from Einar, Bjorn realized how much she had grown stronger, and he thought it was worth testing her a little more. He used his gigantification ability combined with Savage Explosion and Unity. On that same day, the apprentice knight had fled as soon as Bjorn activated those techniques. But Einar, on the contrary, charged in without the slightest sign of fear. The blow she struck was so strong it made his nose bleed. Thanks to his iron skin, he wasn't cut, but he still concluded it was better to end the fight there. Continuing would have been useless for him at that point. Einar asked if she wasn't qualified. Bjorn replied that wasn't the case. Even without going all out, she had made him bleed while he was in his giant form. That was more than enough to prove she had passed the test. The real problem now was the imbalance in the group. They were too focused on close-range fighters. Einar asked if she would take part in the next expedition. Bjorn asked for some time to think. She offered a minute, but he preferred 3. She, in her usual way, said she was very patient, and he began to reflect. Einar had enormous growth potential. Even if she wasn't yet among the strongest, from the 6th floor onward, he would need multiple groups. Bjorn confirmed that he would count on her from now on. That meant exactly what she was thinking. Einar, daughter of Fenelon, was now part of the group. The only thing missing was finding a mage. He also needed to raise Misha's and Einar's ranks before that. After the announcement of the results, Einar went to the elder's tent to pack her bags. At that moment, Bjorn ran into Karen, son of Tarson, who showed satisfaction upon seeing him there. Bjorn replied that he was on his way out, as he had gone to see the shaman. Karen then remarked that the timing was perfect, as he was heading out to gather young warriors to train them. Bjorn thought that normally he wouldn't get involved, but now that he was seriously aiming for the chief's seat, this was a great opportunity to win supporters. He went along. Karen motivated all the young warriors with fervor. It was almost like brainwashing, but it was still effective in raising the survival rate of the barbarians. The lesson about the history of hunting invaders was somewhat exaggerated, with Karen showing a touch of madness, but Bjorn didn't mind. After that, he was introduced and went up on the platform with Valkan, a small warrior whose name was cheered loudly by everyone. Though he knew that enthusiasm was the result of Karen's manipulation, Bjorn felt carried away. These were his people. He declared that the first thing they should do when earning money was buy their first seal. It would help them in case they were accused of being raiders. He said that a good raider is a dead raider, that the Explorers Guild was trustworthy, and that when encountering humans in the labyrinth, they should remain cautious. He concluded by saying that this was the barbarian way. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. It was the killing intent of the chief, who appeared and asked if that flood of guild messages was Bjorn's fault. It was. was. The chief ordered him to explain everything immediately. Making money by killing people instead of monsters wasn't right. Bjorn realized he was in an unexpected situation, and there was only one way out. He told the chief that it was something he should have done a long time ago. Every month, many barbarians died in the labyrinths. The chief countered that to be a warrior, one must not fear death. He said Bjorn himself was proof that survival was the true path. But Bjorn knew that half of the young warriors died on their first expedition, and of those who remained, many also died later. In 6 months, 90% were dead. It was such a cruel system that it couldn't even be called natural selection. The morale of the barbarians plummeted after that. Bjorn told the chief that the mortality rate was much higher than in his time. It wasn't a matter of weakness. In the labyrinth, there were monsters disguised as humans. They weren't only mages. He accused the chief of doing nothing about it, not even warning them of the dangers. The young should be taught how to deal with those damned humans who wanted to rip out their hearts. The chief replied that adult warriors had to face the labyrinth with their own strength. It was tradition. But Bjorn retorted, saying that in the labyrinth they weren't warriors, they were prey, victims abandoned by tradition. The chief asked what he meant by all this. Bjorn declared that if things weren't done the right way, then he would do it for all the barbarians. Later, Bjorn awoke inside a tent. The moment he had declared his intentions, he had been attacked by the chief and easily knocked out. The chief remarked that he had woken up early. Bjorn noticed that the chief's nose was also broken. The chief explained that he was injured but not angry. He said he had to hit Bjorn because he was too convinced of himself, and asked if he truly wanted to become chief. He observed that Bjorn was very different from the others. While the rest sought the seat for their own honor, Bjorn was doing it for the tribe. The former chief had also been like that. He interfered in any tribal matter without a second thought. The chief asked if Bjorn knew what had happened to him, and Bjorn replied yes, the War of Relics. The chief recounted that it all began when a barbarian picked up a relic from the elves in the labyrinth, believing it had been stolen. The elves tried to capture and interrogate him, but he resisted until death. Enraged, the tribal chief declared war on the elves. The royal family got involved, and the barbarians fought the fairies for a year. The former chief of the tribe had also died in battle. That war was, in fact, the main reason why the tribe's power had fallen so drastically. Many warriors who should have led the next generation also died. After that, the magic tower declared that a barbarian's heart had value as a magical ingredient, and it was clear the tribe could not wage war against an entity like the tower. In a serious conversation, the current chief admitted that Bjorn was right. If they had warned the young warriors about what was happening, perhaps things wouldn't be so dire. However, the chief also made it clear that Bjorn was still very naive. What he had done recently, by trying to act on his own, had only planted hatred against humans in the hearts of all the tribe's warriors. Bjorn, on the other hand, countered that the problem wasn't humans themselves, but the raiders. The chief then replied that if Bjorn really believed the warriors of the tribe would know how to make that distinction, then he was mistaken about him. The chief explained that hating humans wasn't the solution, because if they followed that path, soon there would be no place in the world where barbarians could live in peace. Bjorn responded by asking if, deep down, the chief was just afraid of Rafdonia's royal family. He understood he couldn't blame him for that. Everyone knew how overwhelming that family's power was. But the chief's fear wasn't of the royal authority or its armies. What he truly feared was the king himself, not the title, but the man who bore that title. Later, the chief made it clear that he wouldn't say anything about Bjorn teaching the young warriors, as long as he ensured they didn't come to hate humans. In addition, if Bjorn really wanted to become the new chief, he needed to become even stronger. The chief said he would continue watching him until he proved his worth, and before leaving, he remarked with a slight smile that Bjorn's punch was actually quite strong. When Bjorn left the place, he saw that several members of the tribe were waiting for him outside. Many commented that he seemed healthy, and even said that the chief had come out of the fight bleeding. Einar approached and asked if everything was all right, since she had heard he had faced the chief. Bjorn replied yes, and also commented that he needed to prove his worth and grow stronger in order to one day become the tribe's leader. Einar wanted to know what the chief had said about that. Bjorn told her that he had accepted the idea and that it wouldn't take long. Shortly after, he met Karen on his way out of the village. Bjorn recommended that he stop teaching young barbarians to hate humans, and that the focus should be solely on the true enemies, the raiders. Einar added that not all humans were enemies. Among them, there were exceptional warriors. She mentioned one name in particular, Lior, a human who had once fought alongside Bjorn and had become an example of courage and loyalty. Kone listened to everything and understood. Even among humans, there were noble men. With teary eyes, he said he would tell all of that to the young warriors, and that Lior would serve as a great example for all barbarians and fighters. Bjorn thought that, at the very least, this logic would work to maintain balance between the tribes and the humans. After that, he took Einar to his dwelling. He showed her a room next to his own, which had coincidentally just become vacant. Einar asked if she could really sleep in such a place, and Bjorn replied yes, that he would even pay for her as well. She was happy, and said she wanted to stay there with him forever. But Bjorn placed his hand over her mouth, asking her not to speak so loudly, since this was no longer the sanctuary. Shortly after, Misha appeared and asked who that woman was. Bjorn introduced her as Einar, his new companion, and Einar responded that by chance, that must be Misha, and that it was a pleasure to meet her. Right after, Misha pulled Bjorn aside to talk privately. She was a little suspicious, since she remembered him saying that Einar was a barbarian, but found it strange that she was so thin. At that moment, Einar broke down the door asking for Misha. Her hearing was impressive. Misha apologized. She said she hadn't meant to insult her. She was just surprised at how beautiful she was. Einar shot back, asking how far she intended to go with the insults. Misha, trying to explain herself, said that being beautiful wasn't exactly an insult. Meanwhile, Bjorn's ears were already bleeding from the argument. The next day, Bjorn went to the bakery near the administrative agency to attend the monthly meeting with Chavin and Lagna. It wasn't something he did often, but he believed that Chavin sometimes brought useful information from the government. He also suspected that Chavin wanted to bring him closer to Lagna for some reason. During the conversation, Bjorn asked if Lagna had any desire to become an explorer. She replied that he had already asked that question before. Chavin interrupted, asking the reason for his curiosity. He said Lagna would certainly refuse, and indeed, Lagna confirmed that she enjoyed being a librarian and didn't want to change her life. Bjorn was a little disappointed, especially after discovering that she was at least a 5th-rank mage. Chavin then asked about the mage who used to be part of Bjorn's group. He replied that the mage had died. With that, the meeting ended. Later, at the magic tower, Alua asked if Bjorn remembered the condition she had imposed earlier. He confirmed that he did. He knew that from the 6th rank onward, it was ideal for each member to have a priest, if possible. She wanted to know if he had managed that yet. Bjorn, deciding to be honest, told her everything about the members of his group. Alua seemed a bit dissatisfied, so he also decided to tell her about the essences Misha possessed, since she still wasn't very convinced of the group's strength. Alua commented that it wasn't all that bad. Bjorn didn't even need to explain much about Einar, since she had been present at the Bloodstained Castle, which already spoke volumes about her capability. The last person he introduced was Abman, described as a long-range damage dealer, a specialist with a giant crossbow, who could also summon a frontline creature. Alua acknowledged that he would be welcome in any group, and said she trusted him. However, she wanted to know who would take on the role of scout. Bjorn explained that he had forgotten to mention, but Abman was also a guide. He then took the chance to ask why Alua didn't join the group, saying it would be a great opportunity for her. He reminded her that she was always complaining about a lack of funds for research, and that they would earn plenty of money on the 6th floor. After thinking for a while, Alua replied that if he was so desperate for a mage, she would accept, but with one condition. For her, research would always come first. Explorations would be secondary. She explained that if something important came up to study, she might need a break of 1 or 2 months. Bjorn agreed, as long as she warned him in advance. If she left the group, he would find another mage. With that, Alua said they were now officially colleagues and commented that she was looking forward to working with him again. As a traditional 6th-rank mage of the Altemian school, Bjorn knew that having her on the team was a victory. After that, life returned to normal. Things followed their usual rhythm. When they passed by Abman's restaurant, his wife discovered that he was planning to go to the labyrinth alone and gave him a good scolding. Misha, unaware that it was supposed to be a secret, apologized. The mood was light for a moment, but soon the cycle started again. Once more, his soul was pulled into the other world. Within the 12 hours available on that community forum, he needed to investigate the link between Orkolos Nor, the Dragon Slayer, and the evil god. This information was crucial to increasing his chances of survival. The problem was that physical books didn't bring updates as quickly as the forum. That's why he used the waiting time to head to the headquarters of the Korean Independence. When he arrived, Baeko asked why Hansu had taken so long. He replied that he had come as soon as he entered the world, but Baeko said it had taken him 3 minutes and 28 seconds, and he had been anxious thinking he might have died. He complained that they hadn't even had a chance to talk yet about K-pop idols and Korean politics, and that only Hansu could talk to him about that. Hansu asked him to calm down and sit. He knew that Baeko had been unlucky, being pulled into this world on the very day he was released from the army. He was clearly starved for attention. Despite everything, Baeko was a veteran who had survived for 10 years in that place. In other words, he could very well be pretending to be weaker than he really was. Even though they were both Korean and colleagues, Hansu still considered him a stranger. He needed to stay alert. Even so, Baiko was happy to see him again. He said that Hansu had promised to come back alive, and indeed he had kept his word. The conversation then took a lighter turn, until Baiko brought up the topic he had been eager to discuss K-pop idols, but Hansu replied that he wasn't much of a fan. That caught Baiko off guard, since Hansu looked exactly like the type of person who would love idols. Hansu found the situation a bit strange, but still, Baiko was satisfied. To him, it felt like an ordinary conversation, as if they were back in Korea. That sense of being at home was good for both of them, and the conversation became fun. However, the mood shifted quickly when Baiko mentioned that they would probably all need psychiatric treatment once they returned to Earth. The idea of killing anyone who stood in their way, or distrusting every new person for fear of dying, had already become routine. Even the value of human life felt like something out of a video game. It was disturbing to think about it. Faced with that comment, Hansu tried to ease the tension. He said he believed everyone would adapt, just as they had in this world. In the end, Baiko thanked him. He had been wondering lately if there was really any meaning in going back to Earth. It wasn't because he liked this place, but he wanted to believe that if he could laugh and talk here, he would also be able to do the same in the real world. Hansu, however, felt something strange when thinking about the word trust. He didn't know exactly why. He thought it was pointless to try to understand his feelings towards someone he barely even knew. Instead, he chose to try and extract some useful information. He then asked Baiko if he knew anything about Orculos. The other man wanted to know why he was asking, and Hansu explained that everyone knew about the 6 treasures needed to reach the final floor. He was wondering if the Orculos organization might have stolen one of them. Baiko was relieved that this was Hansu's reason for asking, and even admitted that he had already considered that possibility. He said that the 6 treasures had been stolen half a year ago, all on the same day. Not even Orculos would have been capable of something so coordinated. Baiko had also investigated out of caution but found no clues. He asked Hansu to let him know if he discovered anything, since that was the only path home. In the end, they realized that Baiko didn't know much about the 6 treasures either. Still, the conversation yielded some useful information. Baiko then asked if Hansu didn't see him as competition, since 5 people could open the final door at the same time. Hansu replied with another question. How could he possibly find something that even Baiko himself hadn't been able to? Baiko admitted he didn't know the answer. He only thought Hansu was somewhat special. Even he didn't know why. Finally, Baiko commented that Hansu had cleared the mode that was 10 times easier. At that pace, he would catch up soon, maybe in another 10 years. He couldn't get much stronger than he already was. Hansu imagined that Baiko probably thought it would take at least 10 years to find the 6 treasures. But even so, he showed no signs of wanting to give up. He was a determined man. Baiko then mentioned that he actually had some interesting information about Nor, the underground city. Baiko knew several things Hansu had already heard before. He said that a revolutionary group had founded Nork, and that the royal family planned to gather an army to attack the alliance formed by Nork and Orculos. To Hansu, this was finally truly useful information. Baiko spoke of a man known as the Dragon Slayer, who had allegedly killed many people. He had apparently kidnapped a high priest but ended up losing him somewhere and, along with him, all his memories. The man didn't even remember that he had been attacked. Hansu suspected that perhaps this incident was the reason why one of the links in his ring had broken. Baiko remarked that, coincidentally, someone had found the high priest's letter and delivered it to the temple, revealing everything that had happened. The members of Nork had been the first to break the pact, but the Orculos allies had also survived there purely by chance. It was clear that a great war was about to begin. Unfortunately, Baiko's time ran out, and he simply vanished. Hansu was frustrated, as the information was becoming increasingly valuable. After Baiko disappeared, he returned to his room and began organizing his thoughts. If they traced who had sent the letter, he could be discovered. The ring delayed this for a while, but not forever. Knowing that all of Orculos could turn against him, Hansu realized he needed to gather as much information as possible. Time passed faster than he expected. It was already time to head to the round table. He entered with exactly 1 minute left before the entry window closed, deliberately. Acting in line with his character's concept involved details like that. This time, there was a new person at the table, someone wearing a goblin mask, who asked if they were playing some kind of trick. He said that Lion Man shouldn't even exist. The jester replied that no one was lying, and that his bloodlust was no joke either. Then, the Lion Man appeared. His presence made everyone tense. Just by being there, the atmosphere grew heavier. Hansu realized there was a newcomer, and that the Lion Man had already used his bloodlust to establish dominance. The goblin-masked man could barely stand. Hansu understood that he was a returning user who hadn't shown up in some time. He should have listened to the veteran's advice. Hansu commented to himself that he was curious about the newcomer, but he didn't seem that interesting after all. The jester tried to ease the mood, and the fox said that the time had finally come. One of the participants asked if the goblin was okay to begin. The fox mocked him, saying he always acted like he was the best, but it was ridiculous. The jester commented that the lion had gone easy on him. It was downright embarrassing. The hooded one also gave his opinion, saying that this hadn't been as bad as last time. Hansu thought that, indeed, he had tried very hard during the previous meeting. What he did now was the best he could manage, to completely control his bloodlust. It was the result of practice, imitating the behavior of bosses and other opponents in real life. The goblin apologized and said he was better now. The jester suggested starting with the goblin and leaving the lion for last, since he always preferred saving the best for the end. In the first round, the goblin reported that the great priest Ludwig had disappeared, and that the culprit was a member of Orculos who had kidnapped him. However, the crystal glowed red, indicating that more than half of those present already knew about it. Hansu was surprised. It had been less than 2 weeks since he had delivered that letter, and the others were already informed. The fox remarked that the goblin needed to get used to this, since that kind of information was far from impressive to the two most experienced ones. The hooded one said he didn't know either, and speculated that the temple might cooperate with the royal family this time. Hansu wondered if those two had already been aware of it beforehand. The jester noticed that the lion was bothered by the discussion and brought up the unwritten rule. They weren't supposed to reveal who knew what. He said they needed to be more careful. Hansu acknowledged that he was right, but also noted that the jester himself had broken that rule last time. Perhaps he had done it deliberately to test reactions and uncover identities. If that was true, then the jester could be connected both to the temple and to the underground city. The goblin then revealed another piece of information. The goddess had made a prophecy. The jester wanted to know if he could buy the information about who had received it, but the goblin said he didn't know. The jester asked if even a paladin wouldn't know that. Was the temple hiding information? The goblin replied that he had promised not to tell. The jester said that everyone at the table already knew, so what was the problem? The goblin countered that there was a newcomer at the table, and that he still didn't know. The others replied that the newcomer probably didn't even care. Hansu, watching everything closely, made a mental note. Goblin mask as a paladin. The information shared by the fox was that the item double number would be put up for sale at the Sky Auction House. Hansu thought he really needed to go there too. The horned mask figure commented that the royal family was planning an aerial attack, which made Hansu realize that Baiko had been right all along. Then, the hooded one reported that equipment supposedly belonging to the Dragon Slayer had appeared on the black market. The sword was not among the items, which indicated that something serious had happened to him. Hansu was shaken by this information. But after the initial shock, he managed to picture the scenario. He assumed the warrior had fled badly wounded, and that someone had robbed him afterward. Considering also that what Baiko had said was true, Hansu began to believe that the man's memory loss had been caused by some drug he was forced to consume. That could have been the result of internal conflict in the underground city. He imagined that the same person who sold the equipment on the black market might have been the one to administer the drug. The jester then spoke with confidence, saying that his turn had finally come. He revealed that within 3 years, a unity spell would be created, capable of encompassing up to 6 people. The revelation shocked everyone, and the crystal glowed green, confirming it was true. Hansu thought that even if it wasn't the absolute truth, at least the jester fully believed in what he was saying. The information was truly impactful. The existence of such a spell would completely change the way groups operated. People who currently played under extremely difficult or unbalanced conditions would gain access to unprecedented synergies. Combinations impossible in the original game could now become viable, significantly increasing the chance of someone completing the system as a whole. The jester asked Hansu what he thought of it, and he replied that he found it extremely interesting. Now it was his turn to share something. He realized that, perhaps due to the impact of the previous revelation, everyone was giving him their full attention. That meant he needed to offer something valuable, like a reward for having enjoyed the previous round. The information Hansu revealed was this. Due to that prophecy, a new divine relic had been born. The crystal glowed green again, validating the statement. The goblin said that was impossible, and the jester asked if he could know what kind of relic it was. The lion replied that he would only reveal it if he received another interesting piece of information in exchange. The jester was pleased with the promise of reciprocity and said he would prepare. The lion responded that he was already looking forward to the next meeting. Hansu thought that it really would be advantageous to obtain more important information, but decided he would reveal it only at the right time. The jester joked, asking if everyone had heard what the lion had said, that he was looking forward to the next good news. The fox then asked if he knew where the master of that relic was. The lion just shrugged, saying it would all depend on how interesting the next pieces of information were. Hansu noticed how the lion had quickly deflected any suspicion, and he understood that this was a purely professional and anonymous relationship, with no personal ties. A new round began. The goblin quickly passed his turn, selling some information about a temple. The fox teased him, asking what the next double number item would be. The servant then shared more details about the royal family, and the jester said that the masks hadn't been chosen by chance. According to him, each one had chosen the mask that that best represented their own destiny. The jester also commented that this was why the goblin looked weak. That didn't represent absolute weakness, but rather cunning. The servant replied that this was why he had chosen the jester mask because it was just as annoying. The hooded one said there wasn't any highly relevant information at the moment, but the fox claimed that even so, it was intriguing. The jester made a comment about the Explorer Guild and passed the turn. It was then that the lion simply stated that the resurrection stone really existed. As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal glowed green, and shock filled the room. The atmosphere became completely silent, heavy with tension, but the goblin was the one who broke the silence, asking what exactly that stone was. It was explained that the resurrection stone was a legendary item, shrouded in rumors. They said it could bring anyone back to life. To obtain it, one needed absurd luck and to meet nearly impossible conditions. In 9 years of the game, Liahansu had only managed to obtain this item once. The fox explained to the goblin that this was what was known, that it could revive someone. At least that was what everyone believed. Tapukato asked if that meant a dead person could truly come back to life. Hansu confirmed, saying that was exactly the purpose of the stone. But then he himself decided to end the revelations there. The hooded one asked what topic he was interested in, since he seemed to need that item badly. Hansu hadn't expected that reaction. He was left speechless. He only said he wasn't so sure, that he didn't really know what his focus was. It was a vague answer, but one that, in a way, worked. Hansu knew that this kind of answer would pressure him to bring more useful information in the future, and it also made it easier to justify in case the information he shared later was considered weak. The hooded one then asked what kind of information would be necessary to entertain someone like the lion. Faced with the silence that followed, the meeting was brought to a close. Everyone expected another dramatic line from the lion, but he only said he was looking forward to the next round. He made it clear that he had enjoyed all those delicious pieces of information. As soon as the lion left, the goblin remarked that this person could be of great help. He said that only about 10 people from the order knew about that prophecy, and if the lion was one of them, then he was probably also part of the church. The jester questioned why the goblin was so narrow-minded. He asked if he really believed that this man was only that, but the goblin replied that it made no sense to think otherwise. The prophecy had been made less than 2 weeks earlier. The jester commented that this was exactly why people underestimated the goblin. He said the goblin couldn't even consider the possibility that one of those 10 people involved might actually be his subordinate. The goblin thought the idea absurd. He argued that, to reach a high position within the order, one had to be personally chosen by the goddess. The group fell silent. The goblin then asked if everyone there really agreed with the clown. The fox said it made no sense to think otherwise, and even the hooded one, also called Crescent Moon, admitted to being surprised by all this. The staghorned figure commented that maybe the lion was far more than everyone imagined. He seemed to already know about the attack on Nork, which indicated that he also had eyes and ears inside the palace. The fox observed that the lion had shown no interest in the double number item, which suggested that he was strong enough not to need it. The jester stated that he was sure the lion had already killed thousands of people. Crescent Moon commented that maybe they even knew who he was, since before even mentioning the resurrection stone, the lion had looked directly at him, as if he knew of his need. Crescent Moon himself recounted that the lion had looked at him, as if he knew exactly that he needed that stone. The goblin, however, thought it was just a coincidence, a random glance. The jester revealed that he too had wondered why the lion had suddenly spoken of the stone. Now it made sense. The goblin wondered if he was the only naive one there. Everyone else seemed sharper. The fox suggested that perhaps they could discover the lion's identity through his mask. The servant said that was plausible, especially considering what the jester had shared. The jester himself explained that he had heard all that information directly from his master. The fox commented that the lion's story reminded her of real lions, who pushed their own cubs off cliffs to ensure their position of sovereignty. The jester, however, could only think of an unemployed king. He said it might mean that the lion would become a king someday, or that he already had been one. Crescent Moon reinforced that the lion definitely didn't seem like someone who would obey another. The discussion continued, now focused on the lion, his mask, and his personality. The goblin said aloud that he had once heard lions were polygamous. Maybe that man was someone especially blessed when it came to women. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a discussion was taking place in the new group. Abman complained that he didn't think it was fair for Einar to receive the same amount as the others. He said she was the least qualified among them. Einar asked if he really thought that of her, but Misha asked for calm and said that Bjorn would settle everything. Alua stated that she didn't care much about disputes, but reminded them that she was a mage. Her presence allowed the group to store essences in test tubes for sale. In addition, she mastered advanced distortion, which increased the chance of obtaining valuable byproducts. Therefore, she wanted 30% of the spoils, claiming that was what her veterans usually received. Bjorn replied that her veterans had probably been part of groups at a lower level than theirs. When Alua asked if he thought she was in a different tier, he said yes. Since Alua was a 6th rank mage, it would be fair to treat her as a 5th rank explorer. He reminded them that he and Misha were also 6th rank, while Einar Einar was 7th. That put Alua at a disadvantage. Even so, Bjorn said that in the labyrinth, the truth would show itself. He stated that regardless of rank, no one would leave empty-handed. He proposed splitting the profits equally, with 20% for each, allowing Alua to keep 40% of the special spoil. Alua agreed it was fair. After that, he negotiated with Abman, offering him 25%, taking a little from Einar's share. Abman accepted, but remarked that they hadn't even gone on the first expedition yet. Thus, the biggest impasse was resolved. The final division was Bjorn, Misha, and Alua, with 20% each, Abman with 25%, Husana with 5%, and Einar with 15%. Later, they began discussing the distribution of the monthly rupture, and Bjorn was already fed up. He commented that, in the group of outcasts, things weren't so irritating. Alua said there were still 31 topics left, and they weren't even halfway through. Bjorn complained that it was already late, and suggested continuing another day. Alua asked exactly when, and he proposed in 2 days, in the same place. He thought to himself that now he was dealing with a true mage, and that it really was a good thing he had chosen to be a barbarian. The next morning, they finished the official registration of the group and went back home. Misha and Einar went to rest, while Bjorn received a letter sealed by the followers of Leetless. The message said they had managed to arrange a meeting with the draconic humans, and all that was written was, "He will call for you." When Bjorn read it, he realized it was a summoning letter to another world. In the blink of an eye, he was already inside a draconic temple. The figure who greeted him carried an overwhelming presence. He said he knew Bjorn was not the first barbarian to set foot there, but that if he managed to leave alive, he would be the first to do so. The aura of the being was so intense it almost knocked Bjorn to the ground. He recognized it instantly. It was Dragon Dread. He knew that draconic humans were a noble and extremely arrogant species. That was why they had taken away his Dragon Slayer sword. But Bjorn also knew they would never do that without offering something in return. Even so, the tone was one of pure intimidation, and Bjorn grew irritated. He thought to himself why that damned people always needed to intimidate others. The temple leader, surprised by the barbarian's reaction, said he had never seen a response like that. But to Bjorn, Dragon Dread meant nothing. He roared with all the strength of his soul, breaking free from fear with a ferocious cry. The room fell into absolute silence. Even Bjorn himself felt something strange in his chest. The draconic human asked why Bjorn had shouted like that. Bjorn replied that he had just felt like shouting, and asked if there was any problem with that. The draconic man said no, there was no problem at all. He apologized for having triggered the Dragon Dread, explaining that in truth, he was against that kind of childish intimidation. But the elders had insisted that he needed to make an impact at the beginning. Bjorn then wanted to confirm something. He introduced himself as the son of Jandil, and asked if that man was the chief of the draconic human tribe. The draconic man replied that you could say so, but it was easier to call him Laugher. He then asked Bjorn to show him the Dragon Slayer sword, since he still found it hard to believe. Bjorn drove the sword into the ground without saying a word, and the next instant Laugher was already at its side, examining it carefully. Bjorn didn't even notice how he had moved so quickly. Laugher confirmed that it was indeed the sword and asked what the person who had carried it was like. He wanted more details. Bjorn told him everything that had happened that day, but of course omitted anything that could put him at a disadvantage. Laugher acknowledged that he had come very far, and said he would grant Bjorn's request. He promised to keep secret the fact that they had recovered the sword. It was then that Laugher revealed that Regal was his younger brother, and that, for that reason, he had been unable to stop him. He said Regal had killed their father, the ancient dragon, and stolen the sword. Laugher deeply thanked Bjorn for returning it. He said that regardless of the reward he asked for, they would always see him as their savior. Bjorn felt a little embarrassed, since he was only returning the sword for the reward. When he asked what they could offer him, Laugher first mentioned treasures. Bjorn refused, saying he didn't need money. Laugher then suggested something different, to offer a draconic warrior woman to join Bjorn's group, since he knew he was forming a new team. The idea was to provide him with an ally of his own race to fight by his side. Bjorn found the proposal tempting but refused again. Laugher insisted, saying she was very beautiful, and Bjorn retorted indifferently, saying that made no difference. The last offer from Laugher was the Arc armor, which would be crafted the following year. Arc was a material only draconic humans knew how to manipulate, and they could only create one item per year through a ritual. Even so, Bjorn refused. He said that if it were only for that, he might as well have accepted money. It was then that he asked for something more ambitious. The Dragon Blessing Tattoo, the source of the extraordinary strength of the draconic humans. Laugher was surprised and asked where he had heard of it. Bjorn Bjorn simply told him to hurry up. He told him to stop being stingy and give what was fair. Leifer wondered if all barbarians were like this. He said that if Bjorn's own race found out, he would be treated as a traitor. Bjorn shot back, calling him selfish. He reminded him that he had just called him a savior, and now he didn't want to give the reward he himself had promised. Bjorn also revealed that the goddess of light had told him he and Regal Vagos would meet again. He said there was a powerful destiny binding the two of them. Leifer asked if that was really true, and Bjorn confirmed it. He said he needed to get stronger, because he didn't want to lose any more friends because of Leifer's brother. And since Laffer himself couldn't stop him, then he had to invest in Bjorn, who would be the one to face him. When Laffer said he needed to consult the temple before granting the tattoo, Bjorn was immediately transported back to his room, safe and sound. There, he found Julie Urbans, daughter of manager Niall. She asked if he had changed his mind, since she had heard that his group had broken up. She wanted to know if it had been Rottmiller's fault. Bjorn replied that this N had indeed tried something against him, but he hadn't fallen into temptation. Bjorn reflected that the timeline seemed strange. The manager had summoned Rottmiller right after Julie's visit, and he had the feeling it was because of her that the district manager was holding bad feelings toward him. If he didn't do something, the problem would only get worse. So, he grabbed his mace and asked where her father was. He said he wanted to talk, but a talk in his own way. Julie asked why he needed a weapon for that, calling him Mr. Bjorn. He didn't understand what she meant. Why wouldn't he bring a weapon to a conversation? The first thing he did was break down the door to manager Niall's office. Niall dismissed the guards, saying everything was fine. Bjorn commented that he was a clever man after all. He wasn't a manager for nothing. Niall asked what the reason for that visit was, with Bjorn holding his daughter's hand and the door broken. He wanted to know if there was a good reason. Bjorn said that it was a family matter and should be resolved between them. Niall asked if he was betraying his daughter, and Bjorn replied that he had never worked with her, nor intended to. He explained that she simply kept chasing after him, going to his house and bothering him. He said it was better to tell her father that directly. He then revealed that the one who had followed him there had been Julie herself. She explained that she had only gone because she wanted to stop him from doing something stupid. Niall asked if that justified breaking down a door. He said people would speak ill when they saw the destroyed entrance. Bjorn replied that they would think the district manager was a very open man, who prioritized communication with his employees. Niall threatened to throw him in jail. Bjorn said he could try, but if he did, everything he was hiding would also come to light. Niall then asked if Bjorn cared that much about that scout. Even if he testified, no one would care. But when the news reached the Barbarian sanctuary, Bjorn knew he would be seen as a shameless manager, someone who had tried to incriminate and kill the heir of the Barbarians. And worse, the election for the next manager was scheduled for the following year. Wherever Bjorn was, the Barbarians would be too, and he was certain that the other candidates would love to use that against him. Niall then asked if he was the heir, and Bjorn was surprised by the man's misinformation. Realizing this, the manager himself wanted to know what he was after. To Bjorn, it seemed like a total surrender. Part of him wanted to smash the man's head a few times, but the issue involving the Dragon Slayer was already enough to weigh on his mind at that moment. Bjorn then looked directly into the manager's eyes and made it clear that he didn't care whether it was all just another misunderstanding or if the man truly hated him. If he tried to stab him in the back again, it wouldn't end with a simple conversation. He then released his bloodlust, completely paralyzing the two men there, turned his back, and walked away. After his extremely peaceful negotiation with the district manager, Bjorn began preparing for the next expedition with his new teammates. Before that, however, he needed to go over the 31 questions Alua had raised. During that moment, they also decided on the group's name. Einar suggested apple pie, because it was the thing she liked the most. Alua, on the other hand, proposed Narak, a word from the ancient tongue meaning those who walk in the dark. Bjorn decided to combine both ideas, naming the group Apple Narak. Einar also thought Narak Pie was a good name. After that, they started meeting at the training facility, where they practiced formation and teamwork. Whenever possible, Bjorn also took the chance to visit the library. Hikuraj showed up a few times as well. The days were busy but productive. Then came the long-awaited day of the labyrinth's opening. Right from the start, Abman was completely lost. When Alua asked if he didn't already know the place, he replied that he had no idea it would be this bad. Bjorn observed that they had started from the monument and returned to it in just 15 minutes. Abman's sense of direction was practically useless. Rai commented that she had been wondering why he had taken so long to arrive at the portal, and now the answer was clear. He got lost on the way. To avoid greater confusion, Bjorn decided to take the lead and said he could guide the way from then on, as long as Abman told him where the portal was. Following Rottmiller's advice, Bjorn knew it was smarter to always choose the wider paths when facing a fork. He also had to avoid mountainous areas, as there was a high chance they would turn into dead ends. On the outer regions, stones, the best option was to take darker trails with fewer crystals. This strategy worked well, and in just 12 hours they managed to reach the second floor, which was not bad at all. Fortunately, they arrived at an area much easier to navigate. In the Goblin Forest, there were 8 portal stones, and if any one of them was activated, the others would turn into ordinary stones. For this reason, groups that arrived late usually had to take a huge detour, unless they had a good guide. Although Abman was terrible with directions, he could sense the portal's presence and knew exactly where it was. When Alua used her magic to light the way, even Misha was impressed. Abman commented that the mage he had worked with before wasn't even close to being that good. Bjorn thought that Misha only realized it now, since Lior used to constantly say that other mages were much better than him. Normally, the Goblin Forest required a professional scout because of the hidden traps, but that was no longer a threat. The spheres of light created by Alua revealed each trap clearly. However, the light ended up attracting goblins, which were simply swatted away like baseballs. On the second day, they reached the 3rd floor, and already felt the effects of the witch's forest. Alua became very sick due to the dark mana spread across the area. On the 8th day, Einar was thrilled when she saw a castle, and shouted with excitement. Bjorn realized that they had progressed just as fast as when he was with Rottmiller, and now he understood that talent couldn't always be surpassed by effort alone. Alua remarked that she felt extremely sinister mana in that forest, and Bjorn said they would wait for the color shift before going in. As soon as the color changed, they advanced straight to the 4th floor. There they encountered a horde of half-trolls, goblins, orcs, and lizardmen. That floor was also known as the Training Tower, and Bjorn thought it would be the perfect opportunity to test the group's teamwork. He activated his gigantification combo and grew large enough to defeat a half-troll with a single strike. Abman blew up the other monsters using his dangerous material. Alua held the front line with just her fire spell. Bjorn thought the group was more than ready. They were capable of defeating any monster below 6th rank in under 3 minutes, and he was certain that both Misha and Einar would also do an excellent job. But there was a challenge. To cross the Sky Tower, they would have to climb the dreaded Stairs of Wisdom. Rottmiller had taken about an hour to complete them. If Bjorn were the one leading, it would take at least 5 times longer. It was already 10 at night, and Bjorn knew he wouldn't be able to finish the Sky Tower before the labyrinth closed if they kept that pace. Since it was late, he suggested they rest a bit. Einar was relieved when she realized she wouldn't have to stand guard that night. Once she was sure of it, she simply lay down and fell asleep instantly, without a second thought. Later, Alua suddenly appeared and sought out Bjorn. She had done the math and concluded that if they kept moving at that pace, she wouldn't be able to remain long on the 5th floor. Bjorn tried to reassure her, explaining that it was the group's first expedition and that, with time, they would all become faster. Alua accepted the answer, but he couldn't help thinking she was a frightening person in her coldness and precision. During the night, Bjorn was awakened by a telepathic message from Alua. She told him that while she was bathing, she felt something strange and activated her detection magic. She discovered that someone else was inside with them. Worse still, that mysterious presence was standing right behind her at that very moment. She warned him not to do anything reckless, as any mistake would put her life at risk. Bjorn was impressed by Alua's composure, even in such a dangerous situation. She replied that she felt the same way about him, and confessed that she had cast a spell on him earlier, allowing her to read his thoughts. She hadn't expected, however, that he would be able to communicate telepathically as well. Even so, she believed that presence would not try to hurt her immediately, which meant they had to think carefully before acting. Bjorn reflected that this person had probably entered the portal along with them. If he had arrived later, he would not have been able to access the labyrinth. However, something was strange. After the first stage, Alua had used her detection spell before they climbed the stairs, as she had learned from her seniors, and she hadn't detected anyone besides the members of the group. That could only mean 2 things. Either this person had used a special item that blocked magical detection, or he possessed a stealth technique above 2nd rank. The latter was less likely, since he had just been discovered. The fact that he hadn't made any aggressive move up to that moment indicated that he didn't have complete confidence in his combat skills. Because of this, Bjorn asked Alua to slowly crouch down until she touched the ground. She rightly warned that a mistake could cost her life. But before the situation worsened, Bjorn hurled his shield at the intruder's head. In the next instant, the assassin was revealed, coming out of stealth. The commotion woke the entire group. Bjorn, activating his gigantification, rushed to protect Alua. His attacks almost struck the invader, but the enemy managed to vanish again using his stealth skill. Bjorn warned everyone that the assassin had hidden once more and ordered them to prepare for battle. With synchronized movements, the group surrounded Alua in a defensive stance. He thought they had all acted like true professionals. Alua confirmed that she could no longer detect the enemy. Abman suggested it was a stealth-based assassin and asked how many there were. Alua affirmed that, up until then, there had been only one. Bjorn told everyone to stay focused, as the enemy would reveal himself once he attacked. 10 minutes passed, with everyone still on alert. At that moment, Alua managed to locate him again, this time near the portal. portal. Revealed by the spell, the assassin tried to escape. Abman fired an arrow, but the enemy slipped away through the portal. Bjorn ordered no one to panic. He told everyone to calmly gather their equipment. He explained that the man had entered the Stairway of Courage, and the doors to the next dungeon would only open once everyone was there. In other words, the enemy was trapped. He could not go back anymore. While preparing, Alua found the bag the assassin had dropped. It was an expandable bag full of assassination items: basilisk paralysis, poison, smoke bombs, and other lethal tools. He had been prepared to kill the entire group. Bjorn thought they had been very lucky. Things could have ended terribly if not for Alua. He ordered everyone to stay in position and warned that he would go ahead, giving the signal when it was safe. As soon as they entered the new area, the assassin did not reveal himself. Alua continued using her detection spell. Suddenly, a horde of monsters appeared. In the middle of the battle, a fire broke out, and at the end of the fight, everyone turned to the source of the flames. It was the assassin, completely charred. Alua confirmed it was him. She said that although subtle, it was still possible to feel that the mana belonged to the same person. Bjorn reflected that he had encountered all sorts of scoundrels up until then, but they had always fought to survive. This was the first time he saw someone end his own life like that, as if trying to protect an important secret. That made it clear he was not just a simple raider. Furthermore, inside the bag there was no identity plate. Alua commented that he probably hadn't carried one, but even if he had, any evidence would have been destroyed by the fire. Bjorn asked if she was okay, since the last time she saw a body she had gotten sick. Alua replied that the corpse golem had reeked so badly that it was impossible not to vomit, but aside from that, she could normally handle such situations. They carefully inspected the remains of the corpse but found nothing useful. Misha suggested they sleep a little longer, since Einar was literally sleeping on her feet. Later, everyone went back to rest. Einar had her foot on Misha's face, while Bjorn remained thoughtful. He considered two possibilities to explain who that man was. The first was that the Dragon Slayer had sent him. The second was that the mastermind was the district manager. The fact that he carried no identity plate reinforced the idea that it could have been Regal, but Regal had no reason to erase his tracks. The suicide suggested that the most likely culprit was the manager. At that moment, Bjorn noticed that Alua was awake. She looked at him and asked a direct question. If she hadn't used the detection spell at that moment, what would have happened? Bjorn, looking at her, asked if she really wanted to hear the answer. If they had been unlucky, all of them would have died. With a little luck, maybe only 1 or 2 lives would have been lost. Labyrinth expeditions had always been like that, always dangerous. You never know what kind of bastard might appear along the way. You never know when death might show up. But even so, Bjorn told Alua not to worry so much. It wasn't always that hard and dreadful in that place. He didn't know if that was truly comforting, but he tried to ease the mood by telling old stories of the outcasts group. He remembered how Lior had been devastated after they encountered the first group of raiders, how Rottmiller had shown him a beautiful view on the 3rd floor, and how that view became a tradition for the group. Alua said her seniors claimed it was just an insignificant effect of oversaturated mana, but still, she said she would love to see that view someday. Bjorn replied that of course she would, and suggested she go back to sleep. The next morning, Alua and Misha discussed the mysterious assassin. Misha was certain he was not a common raider. He was alone, and the way he killed himself seemed extremely suspicious. Bjorn said there was no point in worrying about it now. The important thing was to focus on the 4th floor. Einar, meanwhile, picked up the bag the assassin had left behind, and asked how many cotton candies she could buy with it. Alua replied that if they sold everything inside, they could probably make more than 3 million stones. Bjorn was impressed and remarked that she was also skilled in that kind of thing. Alua said she would need to examine the items more carefully, but her estimate shouldn't be too far off. She explained that she held a regular appraisal license, different from the special licenses, and therefore had to judge items based only on her own knowledge, without using magical skills. Bjorn thought that sounded pretty difficult. Alua suggested that he study about it whenever he had free time, as it would make future negotiations much easier. But Bjorn assured her he was good at business and never lost an argument. Misha then asked if they would be stuck in the Stairway of Wisdom all day again. Bjorn replied yes, unless they had a professional scout with them. He said this, but knew that every decision they had made up until then had led them to increasingly greater hardships. Alua was commenting on the time of each room out loud. Even though no one had asked, she kept timing everything. 4 minutes and 11 seconds, then 3 minutes and 50 seconds. At one point, she said they had climbed quite a lot, but Bjorn retorted that they would have been faster if Einar hadn't stepped on a trap. On the 12th day, they finally felt safe enough to sleep without needing a watch. On the 16th day, they reached the 100th stage of the 4th floor. Alua, of course, recorded the time, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. At that moment, Bjorn realized something important. It was much easier and faster to simply destroy all the traps along the way. He concluded that traps weren't made to be disarmed, and thought about writing a book on it. Destruction is Easier, by Bjorn Jandel. Alua analyzed their progress and commented that Bjorn had said a professional fighter would take 12 days to get there. They had taken 4 days longer, which wasn't too bad. But from the 5th floor onward, the fights would become much harder, especially since they had no scout. Bjorn thought she could at least give him a compliment. Fortunately, Misha did it for her. She said he had done a great job, and bet he was the only barbarian in the world who acted like a scout. Bjorn felt that Misha was the only person there who truly motivated him. Abman also played his part. From the 100th stage onward, it was possible to find a portal leading directly to the 5th floor, and he could sense the portal's location through his mana. After passing through 3 more stairways, they reached the last one. Abman explained that the portal there would take them straight to the 5th floor. Bjorn remarked that in the last room of the 4th floor, there was always a 5th rank monster, so it would be better to rest. Einar asked if it would be like that time with the vampire, laughing at the memory. Alua said she thought they could just enter, since she was able to focus better now. Abman replied that it didn't matter much to him. That left Bjorn and Misha a little surprised. That was now the group's attitude toward 5th rank monsters. Bjorn knew that not even half the people who entered the labyrinth made it out alive, but there was no point in saying that now. They decided to enter. The enemy waiting for them was a troll. Alua asked if she could cast the distortion spell, since troll parts were very valuable. Bjorn agreed, since essences were also extremely expensive. He remembered that when the outcast group had first seen a troll, everyone had frozen, but now, with this new group, he was ready. He activated his gigantification with the unity skill. Even so, the troll's punch was a problem for Bjorn, who still tried to block with his giant shield. However, he managed to counter with his mace, landing a direct hit on the monster's head. When the troll tried to strike back, it missed, as Bjorn cancelled his gigantification at the right moment to avoid the blow. He felt that he had now completely mastered the technique and was far stronger than before. Misha seized the opening and delivered a freezing strike, preventing the troll from regenerating in that area. Einar then used her inherited skill, successive slashes, a 4th rank technique with the effect of 2 cuts in 1. But the troll's skin regenerated so quickly that it managed to counterattack. Even so, Einar did not retreat. She said it was nothing and went at it again, now using life absorption, a skill that inflicted damage while boosting her own regeneration. Bjorn noticed she was fighting exactly as he had taught her. He felt proud. With that lifesteal ability, Einar became a strong sub-DPS. All she lacked now was a good primary attack skill. Misha, on the other hand, needed to drink more beast blood to level up, so that fight was useful for everyone. Abman asked if he could join in, saying he was curious to see how the ladies would handle the battle. He then fired 3 precise arrows that hit the troll's joints, limiting its movements. At that moment, Misha and Einar launched a joint attack, bringing the creature down, but then the troll activated its super regeneration. That was when Alua joined the fight, summoning her 5th rank lightning spear. The strike was direct and precise, completely charring the troll's head. The creature was defeated, and in the end, the battle wasn't as difficult as they had expected. Bjorn and Misha looked at each other, realizing they were thinking the same thing. They both remembered the immense struggle the old group, the so-called failures, had had to defeat a troll. They knew they had to carry that past as a mark etched into their souls, but they couldn't live trapped by it. Now it was time for a true expedition. The group was ready to advance to the 6th floor. On the 18th day of exploration, at 7 in the morning, they reached the imposing territory, known as the Great Demonic Realm of the 5th floor. The atmosphere was heavy and tense. Another group was already there, watching the portal with wary eyes and defensive stances. That region had 3 main zones: the Hellfire Rift, the Ice Rift, and the Spectral Rift. Organized clans could cross those areas more easily, but small groups like theirs faced serious obstacles. Even so, the safest place was still the starting point of the floor. Bjorn noticed that everything looked very much like what he had seen in the game. Moreover, his spiritual attributes had increased by 20 points just for arriving there. Alua explained that this was known as baptism, a blessing from the labyrinth itself granted to those who reached such depths. With it, their skills became even stronger. Misha asked if that kind of blessing was useless for mages, since they didn't consume essences. Alua replied no, mages also benefited, as their mana increased significantly. Misha thought that if she had known that earlier, she would have come sooner. Maybe even Lior's mana would have increased if he had passed through there. Bjorn, watching her expression, realized she was thinking of him again. He then asked Abman if he too was feeling something strange. Abman confirmed. Everyone in the camp was staring at their group, and the place was more crowded than expected. Bjorn noticed that there were clans there that should have already advanced, but for some reason they were still waiting. Suddenly, a man approached and recognized Abman. It was Carl, a former companion. He said that more than half of his clan hadn't even made it that far yet. He asked Abman if his group had also been ambushed on the 4th floor. Bjorn then realized that the damned masked man hadn't attacked only their group. After hearing the story, Carl asked if Abman had been burned. In response, he wanted to know if Carl had any idea who the attacker was. Carl replied that he didn't, and that only 3 groups had managed to get there to tell the story. In fact, Bjorn's group was the only one to reach the place without losing any members. Bjorn said they were lucky, but deep down, he felt relieved to know they weren't being directly targeted. It was likely that the attack had been planned by Nork, perhaps as a declaration of war against the king. Bjorn thanked them for the information, but told the group that, despite everything, their plans wouldn't change. Rav questioned whether it was safe to continue with people like that around. Bjorn replied that it would be fine. He knew he couldn't do anything about the clans, so he needed to focus on what mattered most, making money. The more they earned there, the better. If war broke out, no one knew how long it would take before they could return to the labyrinth. Soon after, they entered the first special region, the Hellfire Rift. The place had a field effect. They received the Mark of Fire and Ashes, which increased resource consumption by 1.5% and reduced fire resistance by 30 points. The heat was extreme. To ease the situation, Alua activated the Ice Blood skill, raising everyone's fire resistance. After that, they felt much more comfortable until the Rift monsters appeared. They were Frightus, C-rank spiritual creatures. Alua imbued Bjorn's and Einar's weapons with ice energy, adding frost damage to their attacks. Even so, hitting the Frightus was difficult, since they were spiritual type. Bjorn hated fighting that kind of monster, as his elemental damage wasn't very effective. Alua and Misha then combined their freezing magic and charged forward, destroying the creature with ease. Misha complained that unfortunately, the monster hadn't dropped any essence, but Bjorn gained enough experience to level up, reaching level 5. At that moment, another group appeared. They were exhausted and heading back to the safe zone. They asked why Bjorn's group didn't just kill the monsters along the way. Their mage froze Afridi, and the archer finished it off. To everyone's surprise, an essence dropped from the defeated body. The two groups stared at each other in silence. The rival group's knight said he would take care of the essence. Bjorn found it strange. If that man was simply going to ignore the rules and steal someone else's essence, then there was a problem. And Bjorn loved to fix heads like that. He ordered his group to prepare for combat and told them not to panic. The enemies were only 5, all human type. He knew this was a game of courage. The first side to back down would lose. If both wanted to fight to the end, the result would be chaos. That's why he gave a final warning, asking them to back off. But, as expected, the rivals refused. Bjorn thought that, if necessary, he would take that essence, even if it meant wiping out the other group afterward. His plan was simple: use gigantification and throw them off the cliff. Maybe he wouldn't be able to steal their equipment, but victory was what mattered. Before things got worse, the mages from both groups intervened. They said enough was enough. The mage from the other group seemed the most respected there, and was clearly the one in charge. The two mages began speaking directly. One introduced himself as Ephraim Velor, from the Dayan school, and asked Alua how her master was. She replied that he was still the same. Ephraim then asked about Master Dian, and Alua said he was still researching. Ephraim confirmed with a smile, saying of course he was. It was their group's biggest project after all. Alua questioned whether demanding the essence wasn't wrong, but Ephraim replied that he didn't see it as irrational. For him, customs were customs, and it was clear they had been the ones responsible for the kill. Even the committee would probably acknowledge that it was a conflict that would naturally lead to a review. Even so, Alua said she wasn't sure. From her point of view, it wouldn't be easy for them to be seen as the righteous ones, especially since they ignored customs when starting the conflict. Considering all that, she thought insisting with the committee over a single essence was an exaggeration. It seemed simpler just to give it up. Ephraim ended up agreeing. He said they would yield the essence. He commented that he didn't like doing that sort of thing but would accept it. Then he asked his group to stop acting petty, reminding them they weren't raiders either. Alua accepted the decision and asked Bjorn what he wanted to do with the essence. He replied that they should put it in a test tube, as they were going to sell it. In this way, the two groups reached an understanding, at least superficially. Meanwhile, the rival group's archer was staring fixedly at Bjorn, but Ephraim immediately called Hans, saying it was time to leave. At that instant, both Bjorn and Misha felt something odd. They felt the Hans effect, as they called it. Damn, they thought. The archer's name really was Hans. It had already been 21 days since they had entered the labyrinth, and they had spent 4 days on the 5th floor. Except for Einar reaching level 4, everything seemed relatively calm. But in truth, Bjorn was only pretending everything was fine. He had gone through the Hans effect, and that could only mean something terrible was about to happen. Alua noticed his unease and asked if he didn't think that was an exaggeration. She knew he was trying to draw a map, but he seemed confused. Bjorn replied that he was sure things would improve over time. She then teased him, asking if he wasn't too much trouble. Bjorn said he didn't think so. He admitted he could be annoying sometimes, but he also found it fun. He felt he was improving day by day. More importantly, if he truly was the one responsible for guiding everyone, then creating that map would make everything easier. He apologized for making them wait, and said that day they would continue along the same path as always. Alua commented that it was a little frustrating, but admitted they didn't have enough power to stand up to the big clans. Misha agreed, saying that the most disappointing thing wasn't even the fact that they couldn't hunt monsters, but that the reason for it was other people. Bjorn thought that the clans really were monopolizing everything there. In recent days, they had been blocked from entering 3 areas. If they wanted to enter, they had to pay a fee. Even after paying, they could only kill one monster, and they weren't allowed to collect the magic stones. Bjorn knew that this surveillance had been even worse in the game, but he didn't care. He would climb to the top, no matter how. As they walked, to lighten the mood a bit, Alua commented that many civilians believed the greatest challenge for explorers was facing monsters. But in reality, what adventurers dealt with were things like the lack of light, the impossibility of sleeping whenever they wanted, their bodies constantly sweaty, covered in dust, and worn out. She mentioned that some people said this wasn't such a big problem on the lower floors, but everything got worse as they climbed higher. On the afternoon of the 22nd day, they had just defeated 8 hellhounds and decided to take a break, but Alua wouldn't stop talking. She talked and talked until Bjorn, annoyed, interrupted her, asking if they couldn't just say directly what they wanted. Alua said that they were going to eat something decent that day, something cooked over fire, not just dried meat. Bjorn thought they were just making excuses for that, but Alua replied that the smell of food would spread and attract monsters. In truth though, she was only saying that to sound responsible, since she had a spell that eliminated the smell. Later, they prepared a tomato soup with lots of meat, one of Misha's specialties. Einar tasted it and said it was delicious, joking that she would need to marry Misha. Alua answered saying that she herself would marry her. Misha was happy that the two of them had liked it, but reminded them that the two men were still on guard and hadn't eaten yet. Abman commented that indeed there wasn't any smell at all. He didn't know such a magic existed. Alua explained that she had used a combination of an air control spell with combustion magic. Basically, she gathered all the smell in a single point and burned it. Abman was astonished. He said he hadn't expected that. Every mage he had worked with up until then seemed like an idiot compared to her. Alua explained that Alua was simply very talented. Later, the men finally ate. Bjorn ate straight from the pot. He said it was delicious, as always. Now he understood why the two of them wanted to marry Misha. Misha asked jokingly if he wanted to eat her cooking every day. But at that exact moment, Bjorn noticed something strange. The black moss nearby began to disappear. He alerted Alua, saying something was approaching, and asked her to use a detection spell. Within the area affected by the black moss, there really was something. At first glance, it didn't look dangerous. It was just a small, chubby, fluffy creature. Misha said it was adorable. Einar said it even looked tasty, and Abman remarked that they were lucky. On their very first expedition, they had already come across a mylar rodent, an extremely rare creature. But Alua acted quickly and cast a distortion spell. Bjorn thought that, at least, those two knew the value of such a creature. After a brief skirmish, the rodent, a rank 7 creature, was defeated by advanced distortion spells and died. Alua commented that they had managed to capture a rare monster thanks to Bjorn, and explained to Abman that this was one of the big ones. Abman said it was his first time catching a mylar rodent. Those creatures really were extremely hard to find. Bjorn reflected that, in fact, it was almost guaranteed to find one using detection magic if they camped in an area covered in black moss. That was one of the discoveries he had only made after years trapped on the 5th floor. Alua explained that the monster was valuable because its hide sold for a great price. Its tendons were also useful, but the most important thing was the mirror it carried. That was the most precious part of the creature. With that mirror, it was possible to access hidden spaces, similar to magical rifts. Bjorn thought Alua was very convenient. In the past, he was the one who had to explain everything, but now he could act like a true barbarian while she handled the explanations. Still, he wanted to know exactly how the mirror worked. Alua admitted she wasn't entirely sure. She had only read about it in books. Bjorn remembered that, in the game, you just had to put the mirror on a mage and click a button. But here, in the real world, things were different. Alua explained that the mirror absorbed mana. She poured a bit of her mana into it, and Bjorn recommended that she use unity magic first. He thought things could have gone very wrong, but in the end, it worked. The group managed to enter the fire mirror, and Abman commented that it really did resemble a rift. There was a huge number of monsters spread throughout the place. Bjorn had already expected that. He and Einar did the heavy combat work, as proper barbarians. Bjorn knew that, in the demonic realm of the 5th floor, monsters were born from several mirrors scattered across the field. But those places were usually dominated by clans that monopolized them as hunting grounds. That's why the number of monsters outside those regions was much smaller. Now, however, the group was drawing monsters straight from the source, with the added bonus of being in an alternate field. The field effect greatly increased the drop rate of mana stones, turning the place into a true farming zone. With his gigantification ability, Bjorn pushed forward at full strength to secure at least 2 valuable essences there. Meanwhile, Einar was fighting the battle of her life. It was something she had always wanted to do. She was attacking with agility and precision, dodging blows at the same time. Her performance impressed Bjorn, who thought her combat instincts were far sharper than Misha's. Alua, with her powerful ice spells, was essential, but she warned that her mana was almost gone. Bjorn advised her to save it and stick to support, which she obeyed. The wave of monsters continued for quite some time, until it finally stopped. A large number of mana stones were scattered across the field. Bjorn was thrilled with all that money, but Alua asked them to wait a bit before starting to collect. She needed some time to recover. 5 minutes later, Alua used her stone collector to absorb everything. Misha pointed out that there was an essence among them. Einar confirmed, saying she herself had defeated that monster. It was a creature with several hanging heads. Abman identified it. It was the Headhunter, a rank 7 undead. Bjorn suggested leaving that essence behind. Einar protested, asking why she couldn't take it if she was the one who killed it. Bjorn replied that essence wasn't good for her. Alua also said it wasn't worth putting it into the test tube. A 7th rank essence wouldn't fetch much, and she had read that you could only carry a single item out of that kind of space. If they wanted to take more than one, they'd have to use distortion magic to escape, which was risky. That's why they had to be very strategic with their choices. Only the rarest items were worth the effort. The group decided to rest for a while. Later, Abman had already detected the presence of a portal. Bjorn said they would head in the opposite direction, since that was the way out. They wanted to stay inside as long as possible to collect magic crystals. On the night of the 22nd day, at 7 p.m., the group knew there was only 1 week left until the labyrinth closed. They needed to hurry if they wanted to find something truly rare. In the following hunts, they killed many monsters, such as the Hell Guardian, a Gremlin, the Warrior of Ruin, and other enemies they would never have been able to face without the mirror's help. 3 days later, they left the wasteland, but the more monsters they fought, the more fatigue piled up. The map was huge and full of creatures, so they began facing dangerous situations. They made some stops along the way, but Bjorn was satisfied. He thought it was all worth it. Before, good loot only came when they captured raiders. Now, he felt like he was swimming in money. On the morning of the 27th day, in the territory of the Snow Wolf clan, they were defeating a horde emerging from within a mirror. But then a new monster appeared, averters. One of the guild members was shocked, saying it had been a year since they'd seen one. The captain ordered an immediate report. It was far too rare. They needed its essence. However, when the creature tried to cross the portal, it was blocked by some invisible force. On the other side of the mirror, in the burned forest, the Narak de Masan group finally found the exit portal. The Verters, a rank 5 monster, was about to escape, but Bjorn acted quickly and stopped it from leaving that dimension. Bjorn knew just how rare that monster was, so rare that even Alua barely knew about it. There was only one Verters in the entire burned forest, and even the clans controlling the exit area of the Great Demonic Realm rarely saw it more than once a year. That's why he was so excited. What's more, the drop rate of a Verter's essence was 100%, making it even more special. Concerned, Alua asked Bjorn if he was okay. He shouldn't just go charging at monsters he didn't know. Bjorn answered that it was just a C-rank monster, so it wasn't that dangerous. Still, Alua insisted that he back off. She needed to figure out the creature's abilities before doing anything. Bjorn thought he couldn't reveal that he already knew all that. It would look too suspicious. But deep down, he knew he could hold the monster off for hours if necessary. When Alua finished her full analysis of the Verters, she discovered it had 1 passive ability and 3 active ones. The first was called Explosion Scars, which struck the same target twice and caused a blast. The second was Wings of Greed, which absorbed energy from the environment to regenerate its body. The third was Legion of Hatred, a skill that summoned demons. And finally, the dreaded Ray of Destruction, which fired a continuous beam of light for 3 seconds. Bjorn asked how much longer they were going to just stand around watching. Alua replied that now they could act. Abman said to just finish it quickly. With the group in sync, they killed the creature in the blink of an eye. Bjorn realized that the essence that dropped was exactly the color he wanted, but a bad feeling washed over him. Even so, he couldn't take the essence, so he said he'd like someone else to absorb it. Misha and Einar asked who would be chosen. Bjorn replied that he thought it was best if Einar took it. She celebrated on the spot. Misha only smiled, saying she already knew he would make that decision. The price of that essence was extremely high, around 16 million stones, although the value could vary a bit depending on the buyer. Einar asked if it was really that much. Alua explained that no, the direct sale value would be much lower, especially if placed in a test tube, where only 40% of the total value would be returned. Bjorn remarked that she could experiment with the essence, but asked if she really wanted to take it as the expedition's main item, since they might still find something even rarer ahead. Alua said that possibility couldn't be ruled out. Abman stated that, for him, it didn't matter. He had already made enough money to help cover the restaurant's expenses, and if an ally could get stronger, all the better. The matter was settled right there. Einar absorbed the Vertar's essence. She didn't know exactly what its effects would be, but Alua promised they could research the attributes later. For now, she needed to try using the inherited skills. Einar still couldn't activate Legion of Hatred or Ray of Destruction, but the Wings of Greed worked immediately. She literally sprouted a pair of wings and wondered if she had become a Valkyrie. She thought it was incredible, and told Bjorn she now had wings. He simply confirmed, saying he could see them, but Einar couldn't fly. Even with the wings, she was bound to the ground. Bjorn explained that it was a regeneration ability, not a mobility one. While they talked, more monsters began to approach. Einar took the opportunity to test test her new power. By accident, she managed to activate Explosion Scar. Then, she used a continuous slash along with the blast, causing so much area damage that she wiped out all the enemies around her. Bjorn realized he had made the right choice in giving her that essence. Einar had become much stronger and incredibly fast. Shortly after, she even combined Vital Absorption with Wings of Greed, creating a regeneration combo so efficient she fought like a true berserker, constantly healing herself. The test of greed had been completed successfully. As a result, many magic stones dropped. Bjorn reassured Misha, saying that in the future she too would become very strong. On the 30th day, at 8 a.m., there were only 16 hours left until the labyrinth closed. Among the trees, a huge monolith appeared before them. Bjorn thought they had finally arrived just in time. In the game, that monolith had no function. There were others identical to it, scattered across the fields outside the burning forest. Maybe they served only as landmarks marking the center of the area, but there might also be something he hadn't discovered yet. Alua suggested they stay for a while to investigate. For 2 hours, they followed some instructions and carefully analyzed everything. In the end, Alua said she was close to uncovering something, but not this time. Bjorn replied that they were out of time and could try again on another occasion. On their way back, they found a burned cabin. For Bjorn, that was great. It meant they wouldn't need to return there later. On the first floor, there was nothing, but on the second, they found an old book written in a forgotten language. Bjorn immediately realized that this did not exist in the game. Alua, who could read the ancient language, translated it. It was a diary. On day 192, the rescue had not arrived, and only 3 members of the expedition remained. On day 271, they finished building the house. On day 467, one of the people had gotten pregnant. On day 670, the fire orb began to lose its power. And on day 711, they accepted they would die there. Finally, they wrote that if the world was not destroyed by the witch's hands, and someone found that place one day, they should use what was in the basement to save the world. Alua commented that whoever had written that material was probably from their own world, maybe even from another dimension, but still, she questioned how those people had ended up there. With that, the next step was obvious: to go to the basement. Inside, there was only a small chest, and inside it was a fire orb. Bjorn picked up the orb and Alua assessed it. She concluded she would need to take it to the city, so she would use her distortion magic specifically for that item. After that, the group continued their hunts until the labyrinth closed. Then everyone was transported back to Rafdonia. Later, at the Komelabai marketplace, the clerk confirmed that the orb was an extremely rare item. He said that, according to rumors, not even the great clans possessed one of that type. It was a fire orb that reduced fire damage within a radius of 15 meters, and it functioned through an activation word. Alua wanted to know the exact value of the item, and that was when the clerk revealed he hadn't mentioned an important detail. The orb could only be used by the first person who touched it. Since Bjorn was the one who picked it up, he was the only one authorized to activate it. Bjorn said he didn't know that, but Alua looked at him suspiciously. He even thought she had discovered his lie, but this time he got away with it. The clerk then wrote the activation word for them. Alua said she didn't care about the situation anymore, but emphasized that Bjorn had heard everything, especially the fact that it was an area effect artifact, which made its use something public. Even so, Bjorn assured her he would only use the orb for the good of the team. Alua was surprised, since, knowing his personality, she imagined he would charge people to enter the area protected by the item. Bjorn, however, thought it was actually a good idea but changed the subject and asked why she had refused the appraiser's proposal. Alua explained that if she revealed where she had found the item, the appraiser would profit much more than she would, and she would never allow that. It wasn't just about the orb, but also the book and the diary. They couldn't let more people know about it. She herself planned to investigate everything in the future and revolutionize the academic field. That's why she said she was counting on Bjorn from now on. The witch's secrets in the ancient world seemed to be hidden within the labyrinth, and Alua decided to search for them. She wanted to continue being an explorer, and she would do it by his side. The next day, the group returned to Komelabai to split the earnings. The total collected was 37 million stones. Bjorn and Misha kept 7 million each. Einar got 5 million, but Alua reminded them that the essence's cost still had to be deducted. The others, excluding Einar, received 4 million each, totaling 16 million. Bjorn said that if that was the case, he would help pay, suggesting they deduct it from what he had received. Misha commented that she would later charge Einar separately. Alua, in turn, asked if Einar wouldn't get anything that day. Einar replied that it was impossible, as she had a lot of money to receive before and now had nothing at all. She thought the math was wrong. In the end, Einar's debt was 1,150,000 stones. However, later, Alua and Abman confirmed that Einar had indeed increased her combat power, thanks to the rank 5 essence. With that, her profit percentage was adjusted to 20%. Now, the split was fairer. Still, Bjorn thought it all seemed unfair to him. After all, he was the tank, the guide, the organizer, the leader, and he also shared the most valuable secrets of the game with everyone. He felt he deserved at least 30% of everything. 3 days later, Bjorn reflected on the next steps. The idea was to spend a year establishing a base on the 5th floor and then advance to the 6th. He knew that from the 6th onward, progress would be much slower, as that floor required more than just brute strength. It demanded patience and strategy. If they managed to reach the 6th floor, they could obtain an important essence. However, there was a serious obstacle: the conflict between the underground city of Noark and the royal family. Just that week, 471 people had died on the 4th floor in a single event. It wasn't monsters, but a terrorist attack. It was in this context that Misha appeared in Bjorn's room with troubling news. The royal family had issued a statement directed at explorers. They were organizing an expedition against Noark, and any explorer of rank 6 or higher who participated would receive rewards. Among them were a 3-year tax exemption, payment proportional to merit, and even an essence from the royal treasury. Bjorn found the offer tempting but foresaw the chaos it would bring. Misha commented that many explorers would fall for it. She then asked what he intended to do. At that moment, Bjorn remembered Bike H's warning, who had advised him never to get involved in elimination missions. He told this to Misha, who felt relieved since she also had a bad feeling. Even so, they decided to also talk to Alua and Abman about the matter. When asked about Einar's reaction, Misha said she thought it would be a good chance to gain fame, but that they would handle it. Later, Alua commented that calling it a punitive expedition was an exaggeration. It was closer to a war. Abman, with his usual humor, said that if the baby was born the following year, he would have a 20-year tax exemption. But he stated that if he wasn't going to participate in the expedition, he also wouldn't allow Bjorn to. Bjorn thought that settled it. No expedition. He decided to just follow the news through the community. Abman then suggested they grab a drink later. There would be a gathering of explorers from the 5th floor, and now that Bjorn was a team leader, it was important to build connections. Although he didn't really enjoy socializing, Bjorn admitted Abman was right and said he would attend. Later, in Sector 8, around 10 p.m., the gathering took place. Although Bjorn didn't manage to get much useful information at that moment, it was a good opportunity to better understand the mentality and customs of the other explorers. He noticed they were already beginning to recognize him as the little Vulcan, and in that environment, he heard something familiar. A blond boy, sunburned, commented that they should be more selective about who was allowed in there. He said that if they kept letting ignorant barbarians in, the bar's reputation would plummet. Bjorn, hearing that, could only think angrily, what kind of nonsense was that idiot talking about? The blond boy asked if they were really talking to him. He said Bjorn was just a rookie, and already acting cocky. Bjorn, in his direct manner, replied that barking dogs don't bite, and provoked him further, suggesting they settle things the old-fashioned way. The blond boy asked if he even knew what a duel meant. Bjorn answered that it meant the other was afraid of getting beaten up by a rookie. The boy shot back that barbarians didn't think about consequences, and Bjorn replied that once his head was smashed in, he wouldn't have anything left to think with. And that's how he settled it, in what he called a straightforward, modern, civilized way. Later, Bjorn took Abman back home, making sure he arrived comfortably by his wife's side. At that moment, he remembered Lagna. When he told her he wouldn't be joining the expedition, she said it was a relief. Good thing he wasn't getting involved with the royal family. According to her, this time the losses would be enormous. Bjorn thanked her for worrying, and she replied that yes, she had worried, but only a little. He thought that people around him all reacted like that. Most of the explorers he had met so far were in favor of the expedition. He considered investigating more about it in the forums, and on the way he came across a few more candied apples. When he returned to his room, he found Misha still awake, already smelling the alcohol on him. Bjorn quickly recounted everything that had happened that night. Misha remarked that he really seemed like a team leader now, but then immediately asked what was in that paper bag. Bjorn explained that he had passed through a night market on the way back and bought some candied apples, since he knew both she and Einar liked them. Misha laughed and said he was acting like a dad. He was startled by the comment, but she clarified she didn't mean it that way, rather like a father who looks after his children, and told him to stop getting the wrong idea. Then she grabbed an apple and said goodnight. Bjorn reflected that this world had many problems, but still, it wasn't all that bad. In the following days, the routine got busier. Einar took 3 days to reach the 3rd stage of her seal, which was the classic warrior's seal, the butcher's seal. This seal granted her the devourer ability, which allowed her to recover mana when killing monsters. Meanwhile, Misha spent almost all her money on beast blood and, as a result, finally reached her first soul awakening. She obtained the Glacial Blessing, a powerful ability that halved the cost of using skills or items related to ice. Bjorn never thought this power would appear before that legendary sword, but perhaps Perhaps it was the result of all her effort up to that point. Bjorn also began meeting with Rottmiller almost every day for guide lessons. Rottmiller himself joked that he was teaching so much, he was already considering opening a training school. Bjorn remarked it would be a great idea, since if he were the teacher, he'd certainly have many interested students. A few days later, another one of those dinners took place. At first, it had only been with Erwin, then Misha joined, and now Einar as well. Bjorn commented that Erwin always showed up without warning, and she replied it was elf intuition. Misha joked that she kept coming back until she found Bjorn, and Einar added that she was right, calling it a fake-out. Bjorn, desperate, begged them to stop. He thought it would be great if all of them could get along. It was another one of those exhausting days, but it wasn't over yet. At the end of the day, Bjorn's soul was transferred to the community. As usual, he went to meet Beiko, but he was in the middle of a battle and said he had to leave. Before going, he made sure to say that if Hansu had heard about the expedition, he should never, ever take part in it. Beiko had appeared only to deliver that warning and then left, saying he'd only see him again the following month. Hansu was intrigued. He thought, what did he mean, battle? 1 minute inside the community equaled only 0.02 seconds outside, an extremely short interval. If Beiko had left in such a rush, it meant he was facing an extremely dangerous enemy. And it made sense, since Norik's extermination force had been deployed just the day before. If Beiko wasn't in the labyrinth, then he was probably fighting there. Moreover, his warning made it clear that a second extermination force was coming. It was pure chaos. Hansu decided to investigate. He had time until the Round Table Observers meeting, so he began combing through the community chats. The subject was always the same, Norik's extermination mission. Amid so many conversations, he found a room titled, I'm about to die, ask me anything. There, a player recounted that he had been struck in the neck and, when he opened his eyes, he was already there, with about 12 seconds of life remaining. Hansu wondered how that was possible. What kind of battle had that much intensity for something like this to happen? The author of the post said he didn't really know. He mentioned the presence of black magic. On Earth, he was from Canada. In the game, he belonged to the Ari Betten clan, from the command ranking. He revealed this because he knew he wouldn't survive. As he read through the conversation, Hansu noticed there were many others happening at the same time. He silently observed everything, until something made him feel compelled to comment. That's when Elf Nuna appeared and asked why he was giving up. Elf Nuna asked why Hansu was giving up. She said that instead of standing there, why didn't he go back and try to survive? Nuna said she was living proof that the chance of survival is never zero. She herself had taken a stab to the neck and still survived, so she encouraged the author of the post not to give up. The author replied saying he understood Hansu's feelings, but he was an archer. He couldn't use the same survival method Hansu had used. He also said that if he had to die, he would rather it be as himself, not in that cursed body he had been forced to take on, but as his true self, the one his parents had brought into the world and cared for with love. At that moment, Hansu's mind went blank. He tried to write words of comfort several times, but erased them all before sending. No reply came. He was a bit desperate, perplexed by the situation. So he reread all the author's comments from the beginning questions and answers about his true identity, his view of himself. When he refreshed the page, he saw there was a reply to his comment. The author said Hansu's words kept echoing in his mind. He said he thought Hansu was a very strong person and hoped he could overcome everything and return to Earth. Hansu then replied with a new message, promising that if he returned, he would write to the address left by the author, saying that he had truly tried. Later, Hansu accessed the Round Table Observers channel but ended up being stood up. No one was present. Perhaps they were all taking part in the extermination mission. The session ended, and Hansu wondered who those people really were. Meanwhile, in the underground city, inside Norik Castle, Amelia was preparing to meet the lord of the castle. The message had been sent by the corpse collector. Amelia asked if the situation was so bad that he had to appear. The collector replied that the royal family had made an extreme move. He never imagined they would release that lunatic, and now he was free again. That was why their side was suffering so many losses. Everyone had already gathered, leaving only Amelia to complete the group. On the way, she asked if the Dragon Slayer would participate. The collector replied that, in his current state, he couldn't do anything. Amelia asked if his leg had healed, and the collector, curious, wanted to know why she asked. She said that if he was no longer useful, she intended to kill him. The collector questioned if there was some grudge between them, and Amelia replied she simply didn't like his eyes. Agreeing, the collector commented that those snake-like eyes really weren't trustworthy, but suggested she try to overlook it. They say that in about a year, people usually get used to him. As for the dragon-slaying sword, they still needed to find it. Amelia decided she would ask about that later, since if she asked now, the collector might grow suspicious. Later, she was finally before what seemed to be the Lord of Norik. He thanked her for coming and said that, as everyone could imagine, the situation was critical. That was why he had summoned them all. The city would be sealed off. No one would enter or leave for years. As soon as they left through the secret tunnel, they would activate the magical sealing circle immediately. Everyone confirmed they agreed. Amelia led the group through the tunnels and, upon arrival, wished them good luck. The magical barrier was activated, making it impossible to cross. No one expected the Lord to leave the city that way. The mission was simple: gather information in Rafdonia and eliminate a certain explorer. Amelia thought they had finally reached that point. On day D+18, Norik's extermination force returned, and only a third of the soldiers survived. On day D+24, Bjorn knew it was time to decide whether or not they would go into the labyrinth. He had spent the last days going around taverns, listening to rumors. It was tiring and stressful work, but necessary. After all, without being the masked investigator of the Round Table, what else could a barbarian without resources do? Bjorn filtered the information into three main points. First, Norik had also suffered heavy losses and escaped only thanks to a magical barrier. Second, the royal family had a secret weapon, an explorer capable of facing the captain of Orquelles as an equal. Third, several clans had been wiped out, including 3 from the top 10. Bjorn's doubt dragged on until dawn, but deep down, the decision had already been made. He needed to grow stronger as soon as possible, before his ring broke. That was why they would indeed return to the labyrinth. Gathering information was a deplorable job. He just wanted to sleep. However, on the way, he ended up running into Amelia. Bjorn said he never thought he would meet someone who knew him there. Amelia replied that this was a problem. She would have to beat him unconscious, just like last time. Bjorn wondered what she was doing there. He remembered that, on his first day in that place, he had told Einar to run if she ever saw someone she knew. That advice had saved his life so far. Thinking quickly, he organized his observations. First, at least she wasn't hunting him on purpose. Second, she seemed as uncomfortable as he was. Third, she didn't want to kill him. Bjorn said he had kept his word, so why was she after him? Amelia replied that he had said something similar last time too. Bjorn, confused, asked, what did she mean last time? Bjorn pretended he had lost his memory, but that wasn't true. Amelia remarked that his expression was much more relaxed now, so she didn't care. Bjorn then reinforced that his oath still stood, and suggested they could pretend they had never met. Amelia gave him a pill capable of erasing memories, and said that if he took it, everything that had happened that day would be forgotten. However, Bjorn grew suspicious. He thought that while he was unconscious, anything could happen, especially if Amelia had other intentions. He wondered how he could trust her. Amelia replied that he didn't have many options, and then added that now she understood why he was so calm. It was because he was arrogant. With that, she created a clone and tried to attack him directly. However, Bjorn surprised her by blocking the kick. His physical resistance had already reached an impressive level. Curious, Amelia wanted to know how he had sensed the attack. Bjorn explained it was by the sound. It didn't matter if it was a skill or not. The fact was that all sound around had suddenly vanished. Even though it was night, that was clearly an unnatural phenomenon. To him, it was like a warning that something was about to happen. That was how he managed to master that technique. Once again, Bjorn told Amelia he would pretend he hadn't seen anything, and for that reason, she no longer needed to worry. Amelia asked how she could trust him, and he replied that she also had no choice. He added that, preferably, he never wanted to meet her again. Amelia said she wasn't there to look for him, but if it meant that much to him, she promised she wouldn't pursue him. Time passed until the long-awaited D-Day. As Bjorn feared, very few people had gathered. Because of that, everyone present received explorer identification plaques. Those without a plaque would become easy targets, since killing someone without one carried no punishment. It was a measure to keep Norik's residents under control, but if anyone lost their plaque, they would be in serious trouble. Alua remarked that at least this confirmed the rumor about a portal to the underground city being true. A few minutes later, about 5, the portal did indeed open. The army was the first to cross, followed by the explorers waiting in line. The flow was slow, and the portal was already beginning to close. Bjorn found this advantageous. It was the perfect chance to exploit a flaw in the system. When the guards began blocking explorers, Bjorn saw his opportunity. Using gigantification, he grabbed all his companions in his arms and leapt into the portal, trampling the guards in the process. The two girls were terrified. Abman, on the other hand, seemed to be having fun, while Einar commented that this was the Bjorn she knew. She was excited to move forward. Bjorn's fame grew after that, and the group entered the Crystal Cavern. He noted that in the worst-case scenario, they would only pay a fine. Everything had been done for the team's sake. Abman thought the place was odd, as they had already entered the dark zone right from the start. Bjorn, feigning ignorance, said the monolith was just ahead. He pretended to be surprised upon seeing the portal, and suggested it might just be coincidence. Misha tried to say something, but Bjorn told her to stay quiet. Einar also knew the truth, but said nothing. Abman asked if it was the result of an anomaly, but Alua replied it wasn't that simple. If it were, such incidents would happen all the time. She explained that the phenomenon of dimensional instability only became known 130 years ago, when cases began occurring much more frequently. Bjorn wanted to know what had caused such an anomaly, and Alua said maybe it was time to fix it again. They agreed to keep everything secret. Misha and Einar were already aware and kept the secret too. Alua asked if she could open the portal, and that was exactly what she did. For her, it was a strange feeling. Bjorn realized she might have been sensing something more, because of her sensitivity to the flow of mana. As a barbarian, he had no talent for magic, so he could never feel the same. Even so, he managed to notice a change. At that moment, he gained 2 experience points for opening the portal for the first time. With that, they advanced straight to the second floor, but soon decided to descend again. The beast's lair had many dangerous forks. Even Rottmiller suggested they leave that place alone. 3 hours later, they encountered a group of knights conducting an inspection. One of the knights warned about plaque thieves and said it was impossible to know if any plaques had been stolen. Bjorn asked why they weren't suspicious of them. The knight introduced himself as a member of Count Ferdihild's house and explained that the fugitive from the previous duel was a disciple he had personally trained. After that, the patrol departed. Alua commented that being famous had its advantages. Bjorn replied that, either way, the group needed to pick up the pace. Einar offered to carry Alua on her back and asked why it had to be her. Alua said it seemed strange. Einar declared that she would obey any order from Bjorn, but acting as a mount was going too far. Alua countered that if he wanted to carry her for being slow, it made more sense for him to do it himself. Misha also grew irritated and questioned the situation. Abman, observing, realized a female rivalry was about to begin and found it amusing. To end the conflict, Bjorn decided to carry Einar's backpack. Even so, Alua climbed onto her back. On the 7th day of exploration, at 8 in the evening, they reached the 27th floor of the Sky Tower and decided to rest, since they would have to wait 4 hours anyway. Alua remarked that this time, not even her detection magic had found anything. Bjorn decided to take the opportunity to eat and sleep. As always, Misha cooked. Everyone loved the food, and the group feasted. Alua commented that human generosity appeared when least expected. She never imagined Bjorn would have brought so many ingredients. Bjorn explained that in subdimensional space, food doesn't spoil. That's why he thought it best to store everything just in case. Later, Abman asked who would keep watch overnight. Bjorn said he didn't think it was necessary. Alua agreed. Throughout the journey, she had used her detection magic and never found any threat. That night, everyone prepared to sleep. However, about 15 minutes before midnight, something strange happened. Everyone felt a presence moving nearby. Bjorn immediately realized what it was. A rift had opened on the 4th floor. He explained mentally to himself that the 2 most notable traits of a rift are the drastic increase in essence drop rates and the appearance of a guardian monster that grants special rewards. That was why he knew they had to go there. The portal would open soon, and they had to prepare quickly. Abman pointed toward the rift and commented that it didn't seem too far. He expressed concern, hoping it wasn't the Rift of Illusions. Alua, however, replied that she preferred it to be that one. She had heard that with a strong enough willpower, the effects of the illusions became almost negligible. Meanwhile, Bjorn reflected that this would be the first time Misha and Einar faced such a challenge. That made him curious. He wanted to see how they would perform. A rational and cunning mage, and a fearless and impulsive barbarian. If they resisted well, perhaps his case wasn't as unique as he imagined. They chose to pass through the stairs of perseverance, and, as suspected, it truly was the Rift of Illusions. As soon as they entered, Bjorn began reliving memories from the past, especially his childhood. They were painful memories, even worse than any hospital treatment he had endured. Despite the pain, he decided not to be shaken. He would let those words go in one ear and out the other. He was already an adult and had gone through worse. To him, life was like that. Things simply happened, and there weren't always culprits. Sometimes it was someone's fault, other times, no one's. In the end, what remained was to accept and move on. It was then that a new illusion appeared. Lior stood before him, but Bjorn was unfazed. He simply walked past him and remarked to himself that those lines sounded like something straight out of a movie. Because of that, he overcame the illusion test quickly. Abman and Einar weren't affected either. Alua and Misha, however, came out visibly shaken, almost traumatized. With the end of the illusions, Bjorn announced that everyone could rest for a while. Soon after, they found the true rift of the 4th floor. The group was now in the Doppelganger Forest, more precisely in the Cave of Shadows. Bjorn realized this confirmed they weren't in the Golden Ruins, since on this floor, there were 2 types of rifts. The ruins, known for pouring out money everywhere, and the forest, home of shadowy copies. Alua explained that the portal hadn't closed yet, because the total number of participants hadn't been reached. Inside the 4th floor rift, up to 3 teams could enter. Each one started locked in a different dungeon, to prevent direct confrontations at the beginning. They were stuck for now, but would be freed at the right moment. Bjorn decided that, if problems arose later, he could step in by revealing what he knew. However, if he acted as he had done before, with the so-called failures, Alua and Abman would eventually notice the same thing Rottmiller had, that he was not an ordinary person. Alua gave a summary for everyone, and after that, the group rested. She commented that they were incredibly lucky. On their first expedition, they had found a mirror, and now, on the second, a rift. She said it seemed like she was the one responsible for all that luck. Bjorn, without paying much attention, just nodded vaguely and ironically. On the 8th day, at 7:11 inches the morning, the rift gates opened. The first zone of the doppelganger forest was the Cave of Shadows. Each team began in a different spot, and in time, all would meet at the rift's center. The final boss would be defeated together, but until then, everything was competition. The first threat Bjorn's group encountered was none other than Bjorn's own doppelganger. The copy possessed the same abilities, including gigantification and unity. To face him, Bjorn did the same. He used his powers and charged into battle. The clash between the two Bjorns was brutal. The strength of the battle was such that even his companions were stunned. Abman remarked that it looked like a true duel between giants. Meanwhile, Alua used her skills to curse the clone several times, which helped weaken it. During the fight, Bjorn's clone murmured, "Sorry, Mom," which left the real Bjorn confused and a bit shaken. He froze for a moment and almost got hit. He realized that even his most despicable habits, like fighting dirty when at a disadvantage, had been copied. That clone was identical in every way, which meant he couldn't relax for even a second. Alua, watching the battle, remarked that she had the impression Bjorn was actually enjoying the fight, and she wasn't wrong. Soon after, with much effort, Bjorn managed to pin the clone down, creating the perfect opening for Misha to deliver the final blow. Before being destroyed, the clone looked at Misha and said he loved her. That caught everyone off guard. Bjorn immediately realized the clone was using her feelings against the group, and he grew furious. The worst part was that it worked. Confused, Misha asked if he was being serious. Bjorn, determined and impatient, simply told her to finish it once and for all. Still shaken, Misha asked why Bjorn had rejected her that time. The group quickly noticed the situation was starting to feel like a soap opera drama. Abman, a true fan of that kind of story, was loving the scene. But things got even more over the top when Bjorn's doppelganger said to Alua that he liked her too. Bjorn warned that it was best to ignore it. The clone was just saying all that to try and survive. Abman commented that the guy was really smooth talking, and to his surprise, the clone said he liked him too. At that moment, Abman lost his patience, finished the clone off, and asked the entire group to pretend they hadn't heard any of that. In fact, he insisted that even he himself hadn't heard a thing. Right after, another Bjorn doppelganger appeared. Evidently, he showed up so often precisely because Bjorn was the most powerful in the group. However, this time Bjorn preferred not to get involved. The clone was tougher than the previous one, and amused himself by mocking the group while defending against their attacks. That enraged both Abman and Alua, who eventually defeated the enemy with great effort. Abman commented that he never wanted to fight like that again. Alua said he fought like a madman, spreading acidic blood everywhere. Bjorn thought that, thankfully, no more clones of him appeared after that. About 4 hours later, the group reached a crossroads. Alua explained that from there, they might encounter other teams, but Bjorn also considered that doppelgangers of those other members could appear as well. He hoped the opponents would be at the same level as them. However, before he could think further, he felt a sudden and inexplicable unease. That's when they came face to face with Hans's doppelganger, Hans Christen. The moment he saw it, Bjorn charged with uncontrollable fury, like a bull on the rampage. In his mind, he could only repeat that Hans had to die, that he had to be killed right there. Hans used several spiritual summons to try to defend himself, but Bjorn ignored everything and destroyed any creature that appeared before him. He didn't want to be affected by the so-called Hans effect inside that rift. His next strike was precise, tearing off the fake Hans's head with brutal force. Then he ordered everyone in the group to step back. Alua asked why he was so alarmed, and Bjorn said the clone had left a poisonous trap, but inside, he knew that wasn't exactly it. He just didn't want to admit the real reason. The Hans effect had already begun taking hold of his body. As he stumbled and fell face first to the ground, Bjorn realized that the small stone fragment lying there couldn't be a simple coincidence. It was the trigger for what was happening. He immediately ordered everyone to get out, but before they could escape, they were surrounded by more Hans clones. The enemy was multiplying now. And that's it for today, folks. I truly hope you enjoyed this part of the story. If you made it this far, you know what to do. Drop a like, comment what you thought of the fight against Hans's doppelganger, and of course, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. That helps our content grow a lot. If you enjoy this kind of content and want to support the channel even more, consider becoming a member. Besides directly helping the project, you also get exclusive perks like behind the scenes of the writing process, extra scenes, and early access to some scripts and videos. We know times are tough, but with your support, whether it's a like or a subscription, we'll keep going strong, creating more and more quality content.